Chapter 1. It's cold. Will it be eaten? Wow, wow, wow. Weak cries reverberated in the narrow room. A woman held the child tightly in her arms and used a quilt that was almost torn as a quilt to resist the cold wind that seeped through the doors and windows. The room is very dim, just like the gloomy atmosphere. An oil lamp seems likely to go out at any time. Wow, wow, wow. Tang San tried to make a sound again, but he could only make the most basic cry. Has been in this world for a few days? Yes, only a few days. He was just born, which is just 3 days old. But he has already felt a deep bad feeling. As a former king, he gave up everything in order to pursue his reincarnated wife. Finally, he received a touch of induction before the divine consciousness was about to die, so he came to this world. No matter how strong he used to be, he is also reborn. Now he is just a baby. The most precious thing is the memory of his previous life, and the saddest thing is that no matter how strong the memory is, it can't change his fragile and slender body. Was born for 3 days, eating the barren milk of this world's mother, he still can't even understand the language of this world. After all, this also takes time. But he clearly felt that the world he was born into was probably more difficult than he thought. In his previous life, he was born in a family of blacksmiths, and his father was a hidden generation of strong men, and he even possessed a powerful talent. But now, his biggest worry is whether he can survive. The long-distance search in the universe made him barely able to carry his memory. Other than that, he couldn't do anything at all. But he can also feel how miserable his small body is. My mother, who lacks nutrition for a long time, caused my reborn body to be malnourished in an absolute sense. Even the crying is very weak. In his previous life, he was also a person with children. He still knows how normal children should cry. But the current self is even struggling to cry. It seems that it is possible to die at any time. Although he never thought that he would be reborn into a family with a golden spoon in it, he never expected it would be so miserable. The king is reborn and is about to die at any time. Isn't that the end of everything? Write a novel without a chapter before the whole play ends? However, in these short 3 days, he still felt something. Have a little understanding of this world. The reason why I feel that I am in a bad situation has a very important relationship with this understanding. He was reborn as a human being, at least a human being who was not much different from the world he used to be. However, in this world, humans seem to be very humble existences, in short, slaves. As a slave to a higher race. That's why it is so miserable. For 3 days, he hasn't seen his father in this world. He just lives with his own mother. Every day there will be other humans in ragged clothes, quietly sending some food to their own mother in order to maintain their survival. Everyone's expressions are dull or numb. They seem to have become accustomed to the situation before them. Tang San has memories of his past life after all, and his divine consciousness will also make his spirit in this world stronger than normal people. And the most important reason why he hasn't learned the language of this world is that these humans rarely speak and communicate. Even if it is speaking, it is just a few words. Is this cold? The corners of Tang San's mouth twitched, and he couldn't help crying, wow, wow again. Xiao Wu, if you are reincarnated, you must bless your husband. Don't say anything else. Yu reading www.yuyukangshu.com. First bless your husband to survive. Otherwise, we would really not be able to reunite as a family. The weakness of his body made him fall into a deep sleep without knowing it. And a whole month passed through such a muddle-headed day. Ate a little bit of mother's milk every day, and finally did not starve to death. But there is no doubt about the weakness of the small body. Based on Tang San's perception of his body, that fragile little meridian, that weak body. It's been almost a month. I am afraid that my weight is about 5 or 6 kilograms, which is about the same as a normal newborn baby in the previous life. Bang! The fragile door suddenly opened. This was the biggest sound Tang San ever heard when he came into this world. Subconsciously opened his eyes and looked. A guy with a strong figure got in from the door. Seeing his appearance, Tang San couldn't help feeling a little dazed. Because this is really not human. In the world he once saw, various monsters have also been seen a lot. But this one is definitely something new in front of him. The one that got in should be a male, similar to a human body, 2 meters away, but with a wolf head. The fangs are protruding, and there is a faint smell on his body. That strong physique almost broke the door frame. It's been a month, give it to me. The werewolf roared to Tang San's mother in this world. Tang San's mother hugged him tightly, tears streaming down almost instantly in her eyes. For a month, Tang San could finally understand some words of this world simply. At this time, he felt an unspeakable feeling in his heart. What this werewolf wants is obviously himself. Why is he wanting to go over? Eat. Chapter 2 Bred Human. Roar. Hurry up. The werewolf roared impatiently. Tang San's mother trembled a little, and tears flowed down even more. The werewolf didn't care about her anymore. He stepped forward, and a big hand with wolf claws just copied it, and copied Tang San into his hand. Child, my child. The woman burst into tears suddenly, but at this moment, she did not try to fight for her child, but instead covered Tang San with the only ragged quilt in the room. At this moment, Tang San only felt that his heart was severely held. After coming into this world, he felt heartache for the first time. Tang San's mother suddenly discovered that the little face turned to her. The baby who had suddenly changed suddenly did not cry, and the originally godless eyes suddenly brightened. Seeing the sudden change of eyes, Tang San's mother was dumbfounded, and her movements also paused for a moment. Go away. The werewolf pushed her impatiently and pushed her down on the thatch, and then walked out with one hand holding Tang San's small body. It's cold outside and the wind is bitterly cold. The werewolf didn't know if it was out of good intentions or was afraid that Tang San would die like this. After all, he still covered his body with that torn quilt. Everything in front of her turned into darkness, and the cold wind outside was temporarily blocked. Except for some difficulty in breathing, he couldn't die for a while. Tang San tried hard to calm himself down. In his heart, he was praying. Don't die, mother of this world, don't die. As long as I can survive, I will come to you, and I will let you live well. Wait me back. After he calmed down, his first preliminary judgment was that this werewolf shouldn't take him away for food. The source of this judgment is simple. One is because of the 2 bits of meat on my body, I am definitely not worth eating for my own mother in this world. In addition, the werewolf still covered him with a quilt after all, which was to prevent him from freezing to death. If it's just food, who cares if he is dead? Of course, it does not rule out the possibility that they want to eat and live. But no matter how calm he is, what can a full moon child do? It can only be. Vaguely, I can hear the wind whistling. There seem to be no other voices in the outside world. This world is called the Fairy Continent. This was Tang San's judgment on the world after barely learning some languages. As he expected, human beings are slaves in this world, is the object of enslavement. And even among slaves, it was the lowest kind of existence. Because the human body is too weak, it doesn't seem to be of much use. This does not rule out the possibility of human beings becoming food in this world. It is normal for the lowest slaves to be treated as food. As for other information, there is no information yet. After all, there is really too little communication between my own mother and other humans. It's been a month, and he hasn't seen his father either. I think it won't be too good. Miserable. It's too awful. Even if you start from scratch, give me a time to start from scratch. Tang San sighed inwardly. He once thought about the difficulty of reincarnation, but he did not expect that it would be so difficult. Finally, the werewolf seemed to stop. Tang San vaguely heard what he said, because he was separated by the quilt, and he didn't understand the language of the world too well, nor did he hear it clearly. Then he felt like he was taken over. The moment the quilt was lifted, Tang San curled up subconsciously. But the cold wind he thought it would appear did not appear. Instead, a warm feeling followed. But it is also accompanied by some unpleasant smells. But this is the first time he feels warmth in all directions since he was born. Look carefully with your eyes open. It's a child like a little monkey again. Yuck, yuck, a vague voice sounded. Then Tang San saw that a big face came in front of him. Is this a pig's head? Yes, a big pig's head, at least in his cognition. The pig head leaned closer and looked at him. Then he hugged him and walked inside. Wow, wow, wow. There was crying from time to time. Tang San suddenly realized that he didn't seem to be the only child here. Then he was placed in a soft haystack. He himself thinks it is okay to call it a haystack or a nest. By his side, the crying became louder. Then, a black shadow was pressed down, something pinched his mouth opened, and a huge soft thing with a sweet smell was stuffed into his mouth. The instant the warm milk rushed into his throat, Tang San's eyes widened in an instant, not being moved, but almost choked to death. If you say that your birth mother's milk is a gurgling stream, then this is simply the Yangtze River. In order to save himself, he subconsciously closed the toothless gums, pressed some of the huge existence, and let the milk flow in slowly. Only then barely swallowed some. Inhale hard through the nose, letting his weak body adjust hard. After hard work, it was a sigh of relief. Then, without paying attention to other things, he drank hard. Nutrition. This rare nutrition. Is this the dawn of hope? Regardless of whether it is human milk or pig milk, some are very satisfying to eat. However, his satisfaction didn't last long, and the huge shadow left. Although he was a bit supportive, he still couldn't help but want to eat more. In fact, this is the first full meal in this world. When I'm full, my spirit will naturally improve slightly. It also allows him to observe everything around him. This is a house with thatch on the ground. He is weak. Now he can only turn his head and look at it, but he can't even turn himself over. So it can only be a peek inside. By his side, there are 3 or 4 children, all about the same age as him. The body shape is also similar, all appear very thin. Everyone lay on a kind of soft thatch. The temperature in this room is still very warm, at least not cold. The mother pig who had fed him just now seemed to have fed several of them at the same time. This feeling is especially like a livestock in captivity. Slaves raised uniformly? Tang San comforted himself silently in his heart. It was not food anyway. It was already very good. After eating this meal, he finally felt that he might survive. The days are just like this. Mama Pig will come and feed 3 times a day. At the beginning, Yu reading www.yukangshu.com. Tang San was uncomfortable because of too much milk, but he quickly adjusted it. Whenever the mother pig was feeding, he tried to drink more so that he can be healthy with nourishment. Only when you have a better health and a longer mature age can you be able to cultivate, and only when you can cultivate can you become strong, and you can take your destiny in your own hands. No matter what kind of world it is, the most important thing is to work hard to survive. That's it. When he came to this world for 100 days, he was obviously a bit fatter than the friends around him. There seems to be more than one mother pig and many children here. For 100 days, Tang San was able to stand up after eating and drinking hard. Naturally, I can see more things. From the conversation between pig mothers, he also understood a lot more about the language and the world. The fairy continent is so big that mother pigs can't describe it. The place where they are located is a small town in the northeast of the fairy continent. Belongs to a wolf demon noble. The reason why this world is called the fairy continent is that it rules the world. The most important are the 2 races, the monster race and the fairy race, collectively referred to as a fairy. Chapter 3 Windwolf Town. The town where they are located is called Windwolf Town. Both the monster tribe and the spirit tribe should have very powerful existences, at least from the words of the pig mothers. And human beings are the lowest slaves in this world. These children are all raised together, and then receive servitude education, and then become slaves to the nobles. To put it simply, even if he is the property of the master Windwolf in Windwolf Town, he is still the least valuable one. There should be a lot of human beings. From the words of Mother Pig, it can be heard that the only thing that humans can do is fertility. The fertility of the 2 races of fairies is relatively poor, which is the basis for human survival. The shortcoming of humans in this world is that they are too weak. In the eyes of monsters and spirits, humans can't even do hard work. But humans are smarter than other slave races and can do some more elaborate tasks. Another reason is that for some monsters and spirits, humans have more delicate skin and flesh, which is a better food. Slaves' food seems to be miserable and can't be miserable anymore. Tang San can only comfort himself silently, since it is already so miserable. If there are some good changes in the future, he will feel happy. The only thing he is worried about now is where his wife will be reincarnated, and will he be as miserable as himself. I have to say that Mother Pig's milk is much more nutritious than Tang San's biological mother, at least enough to eat. When he was about 6 months old, Tang San felt that he was finally in a physical condition similar to that of a normal human child in the world. And this kind of physical state also makes him look a bit fatter than the other thin children around him. At this half-year-old, that means I can look fatter. This also made Mama Pig apparently prefer him more. In this world, it seems that strong is beautiful. However, at the age of 6 months, there is no milk to eat. Instead, it is something similar to squishy. Throw a small pot directly beside them. Eat with your own hands. How much you eat depends on how much you can grab. Most children can't even sit up. Mother Pig often has to use a spoon to feed them patiently. At this time, Tang San became more and more popular with Mama Pig, and he could already grab and eat from the pot with his little hands. So, naturally, I eat a little more, and even occasionally I will be rewarded for drinking milk. I don't know what I'm eating, anyway I can take care of it. Tang San was full, lying in the grass nest, suddenly wanting to laugh. Because he suddenly remembered that in his previous life, he had a friend who would often say, and there was also a golden phoenix in the grass nest. I have grown up in the grass nest. I don't know what my friends would look like if they knew about it. Thoughts flashed. Tang San closed his eyes and quietly pulled some thatch over him to keep him warm, then silently guided his body blood with his mind. This is not the first time he has been born again. The world in which he was reborn last time was called Douluo Continent. Compared to that time, this time is obviously much more miserable, but finally there is a chance to survive now. Therefore, he has to work hard to become stronger first. Xian Tiangong was the most basic technique he practiced back then. Zhongjing is peaceful. There is nothing more appropriate than this foundation building. When he was reborn last time, he had already practiced the first stage of Xian Tiangong when he was 6 years old, thus laid the foundation for the later achievement of the king. And in this life, his understanding of Xian Tiangong is obviously not much deeper than when he was reborn. The only problem is that this body is too weak and can only come a little bit. Half-year-old body. In fact, he can't do much, and he won't be able to cultivate anything because of rebirth, even as a baby. The meridians of the young body haven't grown well yet. Even if it's Xian Tiangong, he can't really function. The only thing I can do is to pass through the Xian Tiangong method, coupled with my own spiritual consciousness, barely feel the spiritual energy of the heaven and the earth in the air, silently absorb a little bit, and try to nourish my body. His first attempt started a few days ago. He is half a year old, and his body is okay. Although he is not strong, it is not the time when he seems to be facing the test of life and death, when he is weak at any time. And when Tang San first tried to perceive the world through his own bit of spiritual knowledge, he was surprised to find that in this world where humans are humble dogs, the aura is actually rich and scary. This Windwolf town is by no means a treasure. It is just one of the most common monster clan territory, but when he perceives the world, he clearly feels that the aura here is extremely rich and pure. This is much richer than the Douluo Continent where he was when he was reborn for the first time. He couldn't be sure even if Douluo Xing had such a strong aura after evolution. Before the temptation, he was entangled and worried in his heart. The most worried thing was that this is an age of the end of the law, without the slightest aura and vitality. The so-called clever women can hardly cook without rice. Humans themselves are slaves, and the days to come will almost certainly be precarious. If the progress of cultivation is slow and pitiful, will they be pinched to death at any time in the face of those powerful monsters and spirits? And this rich aura made Tang San breathe a sigh of relief. This was also the first good news he got after he came into this world. At least, with this strong spiritual energy, once he can start to cultivate, he will naturally cultivate much easier. Absorbs a little bit every day, quietly improving his body, only improving the inner, not the surface. On the surface, he is just a little more energetic than ordinary children, and he is also relatively thin. As the days passed, the children gradually became able to speak. Among them, about a quarter of the children died silently. There is no medical treatment at all, just some food. No one came to teach anything. You have to learn to speak by yourself. When they were 1 year old and barely able to leave, they were sent to another place and managed by a strict pig demon. It is also the thatched floor, and the wooden house is barely cold. In a 200 square meter house, 200 human children were sent here. The amount of food is only enough for 150 children. From the conversation between the pig demon and the wolf demon, Tang San could understand human children who could compete to eat and were physically stronger and could last longer as a slave in the future. Yu reading www.yuyukongshu.com. Those with poor health, there is no need to waste food. Except for feeling sad for the human beings in this world and planting a seed of resistance in his heart, he can do nothing when he is only 1 year old. With the nourishment of absorbing spiritual energy, Tang San's body is naturally much stronger than that of his peers. But he only takes the food that his body needs every day and leaves the rest for others. He could only watch the thinnest children dying to be taken away, but couldn't do anything. Whenever the night is quiet, he will absorb the aura while silently thinking. Has been in this world for a year, seeing human beings live a life that is really inferior to pigs and dogs. His heart is anxious and painful. He didn't dare to think about it. If his reincarnated wife also experienced the same life as himself, perhaps another child who was dying and was taken away, what should he do? You know, she is a real reincarnation, the kind of reincarnation that will forget everything in the previous life. Whenever he thought of this, he couldn't help but add a strong anger to the world in his heart. Why? Human beings are so weak in this world. Xiao Wu, where are you? He really wants to make himself grow up and become stronger quickly. In that case, he would be able to find his own Xiao Wu. She must be alive. Will definitely live well. Chapter 4 Growing Up. In a blink of an eye, I was 3 years old. In the past 3 years, I have barely seen the outside world. The most is to look out from the cracks in the wooden house. It's dawn outside. Most of the people of the same age who are still alive around him still speak uncomfortably, and they are confused every day. Of course, there is no education here. There is nothing. Just keep them alive like raising livestock. The door of the room was suddenly pushed open, and the big wolf demon walked in from outside. Come out. Drive them all out. The wolf demon arrogantly said to the pig demon, who was usually very arrogant, and kicked the children at every turn. Pig demon immediately screamed, and when she heard her scream, the children would tremble all over. When they walked out of the room, almost all the children were curled up. For them, the outside world is even more terrifying. There are a few big carts outside, and the ones pulling the carts are impressively grown-ups. There are big cages in the car, and those human slaves pulling carts had empty eyes and turned a blind eye to the appearance of these children, as if they had long been accustomed to all this. Was caught in the car and closed the cage. Driven by the wolf demon, the rickshaw was pulled forward. Obviously, they are going to another place to live. The road is flat, paved with stones, and wheels run over it, making a creaking sound. This was the first time Tang San saw the outside after 3 years in this world. The sky is clear, and the air is slightly cool. The weather today seems to be good, at least not so cold. Although most of the children were still shaking with the cold, Tang San was okay. There are amazing woods on both sides of the road. The reason why it is described as amazing is because the vegetation in the field of vision is too tall. Compared with the plants in the memory of previous lives, the plants here have similar places, but they are much larger. Some sturdy trees are nearly 100 meters high. You need to raise your head parallel to the sky to see clearly. Occasionally, a huge beast will fly by in the sky. It seems to be a bird, but it cannot be seen completely. The air is full of aura and vitality. After 3 years, Tang San has been completely certain that this is a world that is very suitable for cultivation and a world of extremely high levels of life. Undoubtedly, those powerful monsters and spirits were born under such an environment. In 3 years, Tang San has successfully cultivated the first level of Xiantiangong. In his original world of Douluo Continent, he still needs to use some special methods if he wants to break through the first level of profound heaven art. But he didn't use it here. When he penetrated the meridians, his body's Xiantian function was well measured, and it would naturally break through the bottleneck of the first layer. 3 years old. He is only 3 years old now. When he went to the next world, he was only 6 years old to complete the breakthrough. Although the perception is different, it still has a very big relationship with the aura of this world. But he is still very thin, and he never wants to be found out by those monsters. He could feel that even the most common wolf demon was at least equivalent to the level that he had to cultivate to the double profound heavenly skill. Coupled with the disparity in physique itself, any resistance is an act of seeking death. In this world, human beings are ignorant. If you really want to change the status quo of human slaves and solve this ignorance, I am afraid that is the most important place. Walked for more than an hour, at least 1 hour of Tang San's cognition. They were taken to a place similar to a village. The simplest wooden house, full of ragged humans. Mainly male, females rarely see it. This village seems to be inhabited by thousands of people. The rickshaw stopped and the door opened. Some human women have already walked over, and in front of the wolf demon, they all bend their waists deeply, arch their backs in fear. The wolf demon headed by snorted coldly. These little cubs will be handed over to you. Take them away. Tang San was stunned for a moment. Did this bring them back to the human world to live? The children who have been in captivity for 3 years have no wisdom at all. They only have fear in the face of an unfamiliar world. They were dragged into the village. What made Tang San feel a little cold is that the human slaves here didn't have much compassion for these children. One by one, their eyes were dull, but some mechanization brought these children into the village. And in the following days, they learned. Yes, these children are beginning to gain the right to educate. What is education? The first is to let them know the things used by slaves, and learn simple words. The food is worse than when I was kept in captivity. The food here is obviously very scarce. Women and children are not given much food. Only those men with stronger bodies have the opportunity to eat more. In the village, there were no restrictions on the movements of these children. Therefore, Tang San discovered that the male humans here often leave for a period of time and should be engaged in slave work. Dead people in the village are a common occurrence. Through the exchanges between these villagers, he also knew that he was a child from another village. The human villages here do not allow themselves to support the children born in their own villages, but exchange adoptions. Tang San didn't do anything rashly, let alone make a surprising move. He just lived here silently, cultivating quietly. Another 3 years, he is 6 years old. The 6-year-old child is about to help the village, weaving straw mats and moving some lighter things. These children have always been gathered together to live, and they are still the same when they are 6 years old. 1/3 of children have died in the past 3 years. There are various causes of death, and lack of medical treatment is the biggest problem. Besides being hungry. Night falls. In the humble human village, a figure sneaked out silently. Tang San, like most human children, buckled his back slightly, but he moved quickly. The moment he walked into the woods, his back straightened sharply. The eyes that had been dim also became bright in an instant. Took a deep breath. The night in Falan town is very cold, with a big temperature difference between day and night. But the cold air contained rich spiritual energy. It lifted his spirits. Tang San made an embracing movement with his hands in front of him. A faint white light circulated on the surface of his body, and when his toes touched the ground lightly, his figure became lighter. Has previous life experience, he is naturally familiar with the operation of Xiantian Gong, but this body needs exercise and needs to practice to keep up with his thinking. From the age of 5, he would often sneak out at night. One is that the aura in the wild is stronger, and at the same time, he can practice better in the wild. The light pace is a ghostly fan, one of his best abilities in his previous life. Yu reading www.yuyukangshu.com. This is also his priority to practice. In this dangerous world, there is nothing more important than saving your life. On the hands, the jade color gradually emerged. This is another unique school, the mysterious jade hand. It can make the palm of your hand invulnerable and invulnerable. An hour of cultivation has caused a slight heat to evaporate from his body, and the flow of Xiantian Gong power in his body is smooth. However, what made him a little helpless was that the martial soul that had been awakened in the Douluo Continent in his previous life did not seem to have appeared in this world. But this is also normal. He was born again, bringing only memory, but not the ability he once had. The 3rd stage of Xiantian Gong was finally completed. Only 6 years old, he has already practiced the 3rd level of Xiantian Gong. This is something I can't even think of in my previous life. But now, in terms of strength, he is far inferior to the level of his previous life to cultivate into the 3rd level of profound heavenly skill, because in the world of Douluo Continent, he has the awakening of the spirit of martial arts, and the spirit of martial arts has given him great power. And he is also a blessed twin martial soul. Xiantian Gong is the support of inner power, and Wuhuan is the powerful way to burst out power. He still clearly remembered that when he broke through the 3rd stage in Douluo Continent, he had merged with a powerful spirit ring and possessed a powerful spirit bone, laid the foundation for the future. And now, apart from the mysterious power and the abilities recorded in the Xiantian treasures that he brought from the original world, there are no other abilities that can be cultivated. Even though just cultivating Xiantian Gong will make him constantly stronger. However, this does not seem to be enough. Chapter 5 Ability to Transform. Thinking back, Tang San stretched his body. At this time, it was still very early before dawn. The people in the village would go to bed very early and heavy at night after a tired day. Tang San decided to go deeper in the forest. The aura in the forest was obviously stronger than that in the village. Then, would there be any treasures in the deep forest? After discovering that he couldn't awaken his martial soul in this world, he could only practice Xiantian Gong. Tang San's plan was also very simple. First, cultivate the profound sky technique to a higher level as much as possible and accumulate strength. Then look at how to use your power. Just relying on the unique knowledge in the Tang sect Zhuangqianbo record, as long as the level is deep enough, self-protection is still no problem. Through his own practice, in fact, he has gradually understood why human beings are so weak in this world that they can only become slaves. This world, called the Blue Star, has only the largest continent, the Fairy Continent where he is located. Both the monster race and the spirit race have powerful talents. In this aura-filled place, they only need to continuously absorb the aura of heaven and earth to enhance their talents after birth, and they will become very powerful. No other race can compare with them. And human beings do not have any talents that can be used in combat, nor any cultivation techniques. If it is not for ingenuity, it can be said to be useless. Naturally, only to become a slave, enslaved by the powerful demons and spirits. Because of the huge vegetation in the forest, the light is very dim. In this world, there are also existences similar to the moon, but it exudes a light blue brilliance, which is very strange. In Tang San's eyes, a faint purple meaning flickered. This is another unique purple magic pupil in the Xiantian Baolu. Need to watch the morning sun practice every day. 2 years earlier, he had to lie in the crack of the door and barely practice. In the past 2 years, there have been more opportunities for cultivation. With the help of the purple magic pupil, he can see the situation in the forest more clearly. The deeper, the more strange feeling in my heart. In the world he once lived, there was a creature called the Soul Beast, where the Soul Beast was constantly oppressed by the human beings, constantly resisting, and finally coexisting peacefully with the mankind. On this land of fairies, monsters and spirits rule everything, and humans can only struggle for survival, but it's all the other way around. Was walking forward. Suddenly, he heard some movement and subconsciously stepped to the side of a big tree, restraining his breath. Puff! Not far in front of him, a figure fell down, fell to the ground, and rolled twice. His breathing was very rapid, but it was very disordered. He was breathing with big mouths and mouths, struggling to get up, but he didn't seem to have enough strength. After struggling for a while, he fell down again. Tang San didn't move. He just condensed the purple magic pupil and looked carefully. I was surprised to find that the man who fell to the ground was actually a human. He wears a mask on his face, and he can't see his appearance, but his figure is obviously human. Judging from the way he jumped over before, it was obviously not an ordinary person. A capable human? Tang San's eyes lit up. He still didn't know enough about this world. After all, he was only confined to a small place like Windwolf Town. It was obviously a surprise to him to suddenly see such a capable human being. However, this person had a strong smell of blood, and he was obviously injured. But at this time, heavy footsteps came. That is a kind of footsteps similar to boom, boom, boom. The speed is fast. Tang San, who was just about to go out, hurriedly hid his figure again. Whoa! Over here! A roar sounded, and then a strong figure jumped out of thin air. Because it was night, his eyes were presented as faint green, and he was indeed a wolf demon. He rushed on all fours at a very fast speed. The figure when he stood up was more than 2 meters tall, and his strong muscles were full of explosive power. Tier 3 Wolf Monster. In the past few years, Tang San has some understanding of the stratum system of the Fairy Continent. Here, regardless of race, status and strength are evaluated by class. The lowest is the first order. Ordinary humans don't even have ranks at all, and that is the slave class. Like the wolf demon, It is first order at birth, at least second order after adulthood, and the strong wolfmon is third order. This is just the wolf demon of the most common blood. It is said that higher bloodlines will be stronger. As for the top rank of the fairy continent, Tang San didn't know now. Falan town is just a remote town. It is said that the lord of the wolf demon in Falan town should be tier 5. Comparing Tang San's own cultivation of Xian Tian Gong, he probably made an assessment. The energy intensity of the Xian Tian Gong of the same level should be similar to that of the monster clan of the same level. In other words, he who has now cultivated the third level of Xian Tian Gong is almost the same as this third-order wolf demon in terms of energy level. The tier 3 wolf demon that fell out of thin air directly rushed towards the human. The human being lying on the ground, gasping, obviously also felt the danger. His body suddenly turned sideways, avoiding the attack of the wolf demon. At the same time, he made a strange move. His body seemed to be stretched a few minutes in an instant. His hands and claws popped out, and a light yellow halo appeared on the surface of his body. Because of the glow of the body, it became especially obvious in this night. Tang San clearly saw that a layer of brown-yellow hair had grown from under his skin, with dark brown patterns on it. And when this change appeared, his speed also suddenly increased. A pair of sharp claws went straight to the chest and abdomen of the third-order wolf monster to grab it. The wolf demon's front paws suddenly changed direction and collided with the transformed human claws. It makes a crisp sound of ding-ding. The human power is obviously inferior to the opponent. The body is suddenly bounced away, and there is a noticeable pause. There is blood dripping from the lower abdomen. At this moment, cyan lights suddenly flew from a distance and went straight to the human falling. Windblade. Tier 3 wolf demon roared, and a wind blade spouted from his mouth, slashing towards the human. At this juncture of life and death, this transformed human seemed to have burst out of his full potential and suddenly jumped up again, extremely fast, and unexpectedly passed between those wind blades when there was no room for hair. The light yellow light on his body became obviously brighter. The speed of his body increased sharply, and it appeared in front of the tier 3 wolf demon in front of him almost like lightning. The sharp claws waved suddenly, and the wolf demon hurriedly used the wolf claws to resist, but the action was still a bit slow. No matter what kind of creature it is, it can often explode with great power during life and death crisis. This is how this transformed human being. Yu reading www.yuyukangshu.com. His claws rushed in front of the wolf demon and swept across his throat, and in the next instant, he was also slapped on the shoulder by the wolf demon's claws and flew out. Hiss hiss. The third-order wolf demon kept making weird noises. He ignored the chase and covered his throat with his sharp claws. However, the most important blood vessel in his throat had been cut, and a lot of blood gushing out made his faint green eyes roll up, obviously suffering a fatal blow. S figure flashed, and another strong wolf demon flew towards him, apparently the companion who had released the wind blade in the distance. He roared angrily. Asshole, leopard flash. The previous tier 3 wolf demon had fallen to the ground at this time. No matter how he tried to block the gap in his throat, it was no longer helpful. That was equivalent to the final blow to transform into a human, which had completely cut his throat open. Go to hell. Later, there was also a tier 3 wolf demon. He jumped out suddenly, towards the human. A pair of sharp claws exudes a faint light, and there are faint fluctuations of wind elements. This is to attach the wind blade to the wolf claws to explode stronger attack power. At this moment, in the darkness, an inconspicuous figure quietly swept out from the side. At this time, the attention of the tier 3 wolf demon was all on the transformed human being. Did not notice his arrival at all. Chapter 6 First Battle. The tiny figure was extremely fast, and it rushed out from the blind spot of the sideline of sight. A palm like a white jade slapped the eye of the rising wolf demon from the backside. At this time, Tang San's grasp of time, location, and distance was very accurate. He knew very well that even if he had a unique Tang sect skill, he also had a third-order Xiantian skill cultivation base. However, the wolf demon is talented and strong, and if he faces the enemy, he may not be the opponent. Especially when he is young and lacks blood and energy, he will certainly not be able to fight for long. If it weren't for the transformed human to kill a wolf demon, he might not even be able to take action in the face of two third-order wolf demon. His own life is the most important thing. However, once he makes a move, he must make a hit. The wolf demon was in extreme anger at this time, so he wasn't surprised until Tang San's palm had slapped the side of his eyes. Turning his head fiercely, the wolf's mouth went straight to Tang San to bite. Tang San's other hand grabbed his clothes at this moment, and with the help of his thin body, he pulled the wolf hair and changed his direction. Almost the position of the Tier 3 wolf monster's chest was flipped to the other side of the wolf monster. The index finger and of the right hand became sword fingers, and the mysterious jade hand urged, causing it to flash with white jade, and pierce the eyes of the wolf demon, who was turning back like lightning. Puff! The slender fingers passed into the warmth almost instantaneously. In terms of physical strength, Tang San must be far inferior to this Tier 3 wolf demon, but he was hit by him with the same level of energy. There is no fluke. Under the injection of the mysterious jade hand, Xian Tiangong almost rotated into the wolf demon's brain. As a result, the other eye of the wolf demon burst open in an instant, and the brain had been twisted into a ball of paste. The roar stopped abruptly as if the neck was stuck, and the strong body also fell to the ground. Tang San kicked his toes on him, and he turned over and landed far away. This blow can have such a result, but the rich combat experience in the previous life helped him. The thin body of the child and the dark night are the best cover, and the Tier 3 wolf demon is in rage, and the perception is weakened. In a head-on confrontation, even Tang San's mysterious jade hands may not be able to break through the thick skin of the wolf demon. However, the eyes are the most fragile place. If the eyes are pierced and the power of Xiantian is injected, then the dead can no longer die. Both feet landed, and the Tier 3 wolf demon on the other side was no longer moving. Tang San just breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't rush to check the human being, but quickly squatted on the ground, pressed his ears to the ground, listening to the surrounding movement, and seeing if there were any chasing soldiers coming. With his current strength, it is difficult to face the third-order wolf monster. No matter how good his skills are, his young body is too weak. Once hit by the wolf demon, it is likely to be fatal. For the seemingly simple attack, just now, he actually went all out, raising his spiritual will to the highest level. There was no other movement around. Obviously, there were only two Tier 3 wolf demons who were able to transform into human beings. This also made Tang San breathe a sigh of relief. Otherwise, he would have to choose to escape. Then he walked towards the human being, and at the same time remained vigilant. When he came to the person, he suddenly found that the hair that had grown on the person had disappeared. Tang San's heartbeat couldn't help but increase by a few points. Because of his childhood situation, and the transformation of human beings are not related to him, the safest way before is naturally not to take action and wait for the wolf demon to leave. But he still chose to shoot. One is because it is human beings who are being hunted down. There is another important reason for his transformation just now. In Tang San's original Douluo Continent world, there was a spirit master with a beast spirit capable of similar abilities. It can also grow and become stronger by cultivating beast martial souls. If he has similar abilities in this world, for him, if he can learn it, it will be of great benefit to his own strength improvement, and it will be easier to integrate into this world. Tang San squatted down, trying to turn the person over. At this moment, the person who was still on the ground suddenly turned over and grabbed him with one claw. And just as he turned over, the two of them looked at each other with the help of dim light at such a close distance. The man's claws stopped in the air for an instant, and didn't continue to grasp it. Tang San also bounced up instantly, retreating beyond the range of his attack. "Are you a human?" The man's voice was a little hoarse. He looked like he was in his 20s. His face was as pale as paper at this time. His appearance was fairly handsome, and blood oozes from his mouth and nose. As he talked, his hands dropped softly. At this time, Tang San was able to see clearly that there was a big laceration in this person's chest and abdomen, and even the intestines had flowed out of the body, and he was still losing a lot of blood. Tang San nodded to him, and then quickly came to him. The man seemed to have lost all his strength and fell to the ground with a pale face, gasping for breath. The pupils have been somewhat dilated. Tang San didn't pause. His hands moved quickly. The biggest problem for this man now is excessive blood loss and internal organ rupture. With his current ability, he can't be saved. It can only extend his life as long as possible for a while. He quickly tied a knot in the broken part of the intestine that had flowed out of the body, then stuffed it back into the abdominal cavity, and then tore off the hem of his clothes to hold on to the wound, at least to prevent the blood from continuing to lose a lot. Then the other hand was pressed on his chest, and Shintian Gong power was slowly injected into his chest, protecting his heart with a breath of heat. The man's breathing gradually calmed down a bit, and his eyes became more glamorous. You are still a child, you. Tang San said, I'm afraid your injury is out of help. I can help you complete it if you have any last wishes, but you need to answer me a question. Hearing Tang San's calm voice far beyond his age, the young man was taken aback, and then said without hesitation, Okay, you can ask first. If I can answer you, read www.yuyukongshu.com, I will ask again. Do you a favor? Undoubtedly, this was the first human being with a rational and clear thinking that Tang San had ever seen after coming into this world. This is by no means a slave origin. How did your ability to transform just now come from? How can you have it? Tang San immediately asked the question he cared most. Hearing his question, the young man couldn't help but stunned. Would you not be able to change the demon? How did you kill the wolf demon? What is demon god transformation? My ability is innate. I don't know what it is. Tang San said thoughtfully, and also firmly remembered the 3 words demon god transformation in his heart. The youth's eyes suddenly became a little brighter. Has the natural awakening of the demon changed? What is your ability? Tang San frowned slightly and said, I am asking you now. The young man took a few breaths and said, The monster god transformation is the power inherited from that part of the bloodline, because of the blood connection between our humans and the monster race or the spirit family. Tang San's heart sank. You mean mixed blood? The young man smiled bitterly and said, Yes, only in this way can we have some strength. And it is even rarer to admit that we are human like me. Most people who have the ability to transform demon gods while also choosing to become a vassal of the monsters and spirits is much higher than the status of ordinary human beings. And those of us, we never think of ourselves as monsters or spirits. We just want human beings to have the qualifications to survive on our own. Enslaved. So, we rose up to resist. This time I was going to assassinate the Windwolf Lord, but I made a mistake in judgment and was hit hard by him. This is how I fell. Chapter 7 Phagocytic Absorption. Tang Sandao. Then your demon god transformation was passed down through mixed blood? The young man gritted his teeth and said, Yes, a leopard demon insulted my mother, and then I was born. Tang Sandao. Is there only one possibility to obtain the demon god change? The young man said, There is another way, which is deprivation. You can deprive yourself of the power of the demon to form a kind of inheritance and pass it on to another person in a short time. If that person can fit in, then it is possible to gain this power. If you don't fit, you will die. Tang San's eyes lit up. Then how many inheritance can each person accept? Under what circumstances will it fit? The young man said, Generally speaking, people who do not have the power of the demon gods are the easiest to fit, but it also depends on whether the physique can bear it. And those who already have the power of a demon god, if they want to inherit, they must see if the power of the 2 demon gods can be compatible with each other to form an evolution. Tang Sandao. So, can we directly strip off the power of the monsters from the monsters and spirits? Let yourself absorb this power and promote your own monsters to evolve. The young man was dumbfounded. I don't know. Is it possible to do this? But if the power of their blood is swallowed from monsters or spirits, and their blood is disordered, wouldn't they die? It must be impossible, right? Tang Sandao. Maybe you can try. Through the communication with this young man, he finally has a little understanding of the power system of this world, especially how humans use it. The demon change is mainly to obtain the power of the blood of the monsters and the spirits, but because it is a mixed blood, the human blood is weak, so it is certainly not as strong as the monsters and the spirits themselves. But the human beings with the ability to transform into monsters and gods are naturally much stronger than ordinary humans. It seems that if you want to become stronger quickly, you need to work this demon change. Do you have anything to explain? Tang San asked the young man. The young man said bitterly, "My name is Zhu Jiesin. My mother was abused by that leopard demon and died. In this world, I have no relatives. You are young, but you have the ability to fight a Tier 3 wolf demon. Presumably your demon change must be very powerful. If possible, if you are also willing to help us humans, I hope you can join our organization. I am going to die. Since you are interested in demon change, I can pass on the power of my demon to you. As for whether to absorb it, you decide for yourself. But if you feel that it is not compatible enough, don't force it." "Your organization? What is it called? Where is it?" Tang San asked curiously. Zhu Jiesin said, "All the big cities of the monster tribe and the spirit tribe have our organization. I can't give you the specific contact person, but I believe that if you want to find it when you grow up, you will be able to find it. The name of our organization is Redemption. It exists to redeem mankind." As was talking, his face suddenly had a reddish color, and his body began to tremble violently. A pale yellow light began to surge on him, and his eyes became clear. "Child, you don't need to tell me who you are, but I always believe that one day we will overthrow the monsters and spirits that enslaved us, and let mankind truly become the masters of this world. Redemption for this, and for this, we need keep working hard, keep getting stronger. Don't collect the body for me. Don't expose yourself. Grow up and become stronger. Long live mankind." Said at the end, his voice had begun to weaken, but the yellow light became stronger and stronger, and finally gathered into a ball of yellow light and suspended in front of him. The light of the yellow ball of light contrasted with Tang San's immature face. Zhu Jiesin's eyes were filled with desire and a brilliance that was almost faithful. When the ball of light finally formed, he slowly softened, fell down. The ball of light was just looming in the air, and Tang San could feel that there seemed to be a peculiar power in it, and this power seemed to be beginning to dissipate, with the possibility of disappearing at any time. After all, this is the inheritance of Zhu Jiesin when his oil is exhausted. Without too much hesitation, he raised his hand and covered the ball of light with his palm, and the mysterious heavenly power in his body circulated. Zhu Jiesin said that people who have never changed into a demon are the easiest to accept inheritance. Of course he didn't. His power came from Xian Tiangong, and he, who had the body of Xian Tiangong, had enough confidence in himself. Zhu Jiesin's power of the demon is not very strong, that is, the strength of the 3rd rank or so. If it is not right, at least it will not have too much negative impact on himself. Moreover, he has already come into this world. He wants to find his lover, and wants to detach from this world in the future and return to his original world. He needs to become stronger. But now, using the power of this world to become stronger is obviously the easiest shortcut. The yellow light ball was a bit warm. When his palm covered the light ball, he immediately felt that the energy in the light ball began to penetrate into the body from his palm. Tang San did not directly absorb it, but after controlling and guiding the energy into his right arm, he immediately sealed the meridians with Xiantian Gong, preventing this energy from entering his body. He silently felt the change brought about by the yellow light. What surprised him was that when his Xiantian power came into contact with the power of the demon transformation, the power of the demon transformation seemed to become soft, and it naturally infiltrated into the power of the monster god. Come in, very obedient. When it first entered the body, it was still agitated, and even felt a bit wild, but when it came into contact with the power of Xiantian, it immediately became soft. Tang San was running the mysterious power in silence. Yu reading www.yangsha.com. He suddenly found that the yellow energy was quickly integrated into his mysterious power, and he even felt his mysterious power under the warmth of his whole body. Improved a bit. At least it is equivalent to months of penance. And the yellow energy seemed to have made some changes to his body imperceptibly. The bloodline was nourished by the yellow light, and some changes began imperceptibly. Tang San could feel that it was a change in the meridians, bones, and muscles that were becoming stronger. To him, the inheritance of this demon change is like taking a tonic, nourishing his body. The energy of the demon god transformation can be absorbed by his own profound heaven art. But this should be different from the inheritance, Zhu Jiesin said. He has said that there is danger when passing on, and if it doesn't fit well, there is a possibility of death. But during the process of fusion, let alone death, I didn't feel any threat at all. The power of Xiantian seemed to be natural, and this inheritance of demon transformation was quickly absorbed. This is a bit interesting. After he had digested all these inheritance powers, he didn't know if he could get the kind of leopard flash ability he had used before. Thinking of this, Tang San suddenly had an idea. He quickly came to the corpse of a Tier 3 wolf demon and put his hand on its corpse. Mysterious heavenly artworks, injecting energy into the wolf monster body. The wolf demon had just died, and his body was still warm. With the infusion of Xiantian power, Tang San suddenly felt that there seemed to be a weak energy in the wolf demon. When his Xiantian art touched this energy, at that time, this energy was like encountering a magnet, naturally absorbed by Xiantian Gong, and then merged into Xiantian Gong. There is not much energy, but Tang San is absolutely certain that it actually exists. This is the power of the wolf demon's blood. Chapter 8 Skill. Withdrawal of Xiantian Gong. He immediately felt that there was an extra touch of blue in his Xiantian power. Compared with the previously inherited yellow demon god's transformation energy, this cyan color has to be faded a lot, obviously because the third-order wolf demon died for a while and dissipated a lot. But the cyan energy actually exists, and just like the yellow energy, it is also very obedient. Although it has not improved much when it is integrated into the Xiantian Gong, it has also improved a little. At the same time, it didn't conflict with the yellow energy, it just settled in its own profound sky power, and it seemed to be absorbed by its own body imperceptibly. This is interesting. Tang San immediately came to the corpse of another wolf demon and performed the same operation. The time for this end to die was similar, and the power of the bloodline absorbed in the body was almost the same. After doing this, he did not stay any longer. After clearing his footprints, he quickly left and returned to the village. He did not collect the body for Zhu Jiesin. As Zhu Jiesin said, once he left too many traces, he might be discovered. But Zhu Jiesin's words, he remembered deeply. Redemption Organization, an organization that exists for the survival of mankind. Perhaps this is the first good news he heard since he came into this world. At least human beings are not all numb slaves, and there is such a force working hard for the future of mankind. Although sadly, these people also have the blood of monsters and spirits. Quietly returned to the village, where he lived in a wooden house with more than a dozen children of the same age. Among these children, few can speak neatly, let alone others. Tang San also behaved like them on weekdays, returning to the wooden house at this time, immediately curled up in the corner and closed his eyes. For him tonight, the harvest is quite good. The most important thing is to gain a better understanding of the world, and to know that there is still a human resistance organization. There is also the particularity of demon god transformation and Xiantian Gong. At this time, the meridians in his body are warm and hot, and what seems to be subtly nourished by the previously absorbed power, he can clearly feel that his power seems to be increasing. This has nothing to do with Xiantian Gong. It is an enhancement of physique. There is no nutrition in eating chaffy vegetables here. He can only rely on Xiantian Gong to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to nourish the body. But this time it was different. The demon transformation and the power in the blood of the two wolf monsters were clearly nourishing his meridians, bones, and internal organs. This is an all-round enhancement. And the existence of Xiantian Gong made them have no conflict at all, and it also became better to absorb. Could it be said that after Xiantian Gong came into this world, it turned out to be a kind of devouring magic? The power that can swallow the blood of those monsters and spirits. I don't know if they can swallow them if they are alive. If it could be done, it would be terrible. Of course, it is not without hidden dangers. If you swallow too many types of blood, will it have an impact on your body, and the energy will be mixed, which is definitely not a good thing for cultivation. And what will happen to these? He needs to judge the changes in the body after this swallowing. Humans who have turned into monsters will have the qualifications to become vassals of monsters and spirits and no longer be slaves. Enter the big city and look for the Redemption Organization. Tang San silently had some plans in his heart. After finding that Redemption Organization, it will definitely be easier to join them and find the reincarnated Xiao Wu through them. It seems that the number of this organization is not small, if it exists in every major city. The town of Windwolf hasn't changed because of the few people who died, at least not in their slave village. Tang San spent 7 days digesting the energy of the demon gods absorbed this time and the power of the blood of the 2-wolf demon. After digested, his biggest feeling is that he has become stronger. The body has clearly become stronger. Based on his cultivation experience, it is natural to understand that the strength of the body is closely related to the upper limit of cultivation. Without a strong enough body, there is no way to withstand stronger energy. After this strengthening, he is basically confident now, and he should be able to deal with the Tier 3 wolf monster head-on. And this is not his biggest gain. The bigger gain is that the demon change and the wolf demon's ability he actually has retained. Night falls. Tang San quietly came to the woods again. His eyes narrowed slightly. He suddenly activated Xintian Gong, and the blood in his body also became boiling. The toes were a little on the ground, and suddenly, a yellow light flashed on his body, and his speed increased sharply. It rushed 10 meters like lightning. Xuantian's power was consumed fiercely, and when he stood firmly on the ground, his whole body couldn't help but feel a little sore. The speed that burst out at that moment is still quite a drain on his body. But Tang San didn't pause. He raised his hands at the same time, and a blue light glowed in his palms. With both hands waving, 2 wind blades of only 3 inches or so flew out, and the cyan wind blade disappeared into the air after flying out of 5 meters. Yes, this is what brought him after the last absorption. Leopard Flash and Wind Blade are inherited from Zhu Jiaxin's demon god transformation and the bloodline of Wolf Demon respectively. Through the swallowing and absorption of Xintian Gong, he unexpectedly learned all of them. This was a situation that Tang San himself had never expected. After he absorbed the power of the 2 bloodlines, he felt that in his memory, it seemed that there were 2 more abilities. When he wants to use it, he can use it naturally. But the strange thing is that when he casts it, his body does not produce the beast-like situation of the demon god. What is consumed is the power of his Xintian Gong. And in his Xintian skill, there is no longer the yellow and cyan that used to be. This feeling is like he has learned 2 skills. Now you can use it at will. However, no matter how he practices, these 2 skills will not become stronger. It is much weaker than the Leopard Flash used by Zhu Jiaxin and the Wind Blade used by the Wolf Demon. It seems to be cured. It is not useless, but this skill that can increase power is obviously not too useful. The only good news is that this ability to be swallowed and absorbed by him and transformed into his own skills will not cause any conflict. It seems to be just a transformation of Xintian Gong. Yu reading www.yuyukangshu.com. On the whole, this is naturally a good thing. Tang San also had some judgments and ideas about this in his mind. There is no doubt that when he came to this world, he was different from the human beings in the original world. Xintian Gong is also unique, and the transformation between Xintian Gong and this world's power system still needs constant experimentation to discover more things. It is always good to learn these 2 skills. Zhu Jiaxin and the Wolf Demon were not strong enough, and the skills they swallowed were naturally weaker. But if he waits until the mysterious power of Xintian Gong in the future has a stronger power, the demon god swallowed will become stronger. The skills brought to him will obviously become stronger. At least there is an easier way to become stronger. And through this way of swallowing, his profound heaven skill cultivation will also speed up. The aura of heaven and earth in this world is very rich. Tang San was basically certain that he would continue to cultivate at his own pace of progress. When he was 20 years old, he would have the possibility of entering the 9th rank of Xintian Gong. Corresponds to the 9th order of this world. That should also be a strong one. Of course, the premise is that this is possible only when everything goes smoothly in the cultivation. Xintian Gong was very adaptable to the spiritual energy of this world, which was the biggest benefit Tang San had obtained. Days are spent day by day, working during the day and practicing at night. Tang San lived his ordinary life again. 2 more years have passed. Tang San is 8 years old. Perhaps it was because of the previous absorption of the wolf demon and the demon change. He was taller than ordinary children. He was only 8 years old, and he was already 10 years older than other human children, although he was still a little thin. But it is also outstanding. Therefore, more work was arranged. Chapter 9 Bottleneck. Tang San is not in a good mood recently. The reason is very simple. 2 years later, his profound heaven skill has not broken through to the 4th level. Originally, he thought that at most 7 years old, he should be able to break through to the 4th level. However, when the 3rd level of cultivation reached the top, he found that he had entered a bottleneck. This bottleneck seems not because of his own reasons, but a kind of oppressive force in this Falan world. From the 3rd to the 4th order, it seems to be difficult. Tang San has been working hard to cultivate and accumulate, but he has never been able to break through this level of suppression. 2 years later, he is 8 years old, and he is still the 3rd peak. And it seems that the accumulated strength can't help him complete the breakthrough. Leopard Flash and Windblade are now very proficient in them, but their power has not been increased due to the increase in the cultivation base of Xiantian Gong. It's like 2 solidified skills. This also brought all his abilities into a bottleneck. This situation brings about one of the biggest problems, that is, the loss of the ascending channel, and the absence of the ascending channel means that he can only continue to grow up like this. What can the strength of the 3rd-tier pinnacle do? There is still a weak existence in this world. Tang San knew that he had to take some risks. His job today is to transport trees. In the village, an adult male cut down the trees. He helped the adults to carry them together and transported them to the town by carts. They have a total of 7 children, helping 4 adults to transport the truck of wood together. The adults are pulling the car with ropes in front, while they are pushing the car behind. The gravel road is fairly smooth, and the cart is not fast. The adults in front have tried their best and moved forward step by step in a rhythm. Falan Town. Tang San has been here several times. The Windwolf tribe among the wolf demons lives in this town. Lord Windwolf lives in the largest house in the center of the town. Falan Town is home to more than 1,000 Falan tribes, and there are 7 human slave villages around as their slaves, working for them and supporting them. Windwolf eats meat. From time to time, human slaves will also become their food. Of course, there are other livestock as food. Relatively speaking, the Windwolf is still a race among the monsters that is not so interested in cannibalism, so the humans here are less likely to be eaten. It is not how compassionate the Windwolves are, but because they believe that human work is more valuable to them. Tang San pushed the car while observing the situation in the town. He was actually thinking that the reason why he was unable to break through and the bottleneck appeared was probably because the profound heaven art he was practicing should conflict with the rules of this world, so he was suppressed. With his current ability, of course it is impossible to break through the rules of this world. This kind of rule is generally brought by the Lord of the Plains invisibly. As a former king, he knew this aspect very clearly. Has lived here for 8 years. Although he has never walked out of Windwolf Town, there is one thing he can be sure of. The world is extremely aura, which means that the entire plane is strong. Such a powerful plane. Its true peak existence must also be extremely powerful, and it will definitely be above the level in his original world. Therefore, the lord of the plane of this plane, that is, the planet itself, must also be very powerful. Through the previous communication with Zhu Jiasen and the absorption of the energy of the wind system in the wolf monster's body, he vaguely felt that Xiantian Gong seemed to have the ability to swallow this world. Perhaps, the reason why I was suppressed by the rules is precisely because of this. If you want to make a breakthrough, it will be very difficult to rely solely on Xiantian Gong. It must be done in a different way. Judging from his thinking at the level of the king, the most direct way is to make the lord of the plane of this world recognize himself, and the rules recognize himself. The lord of the plane is often just an invisible existence, and all the rules of the plane are made to protect oneself and avoid being out of balance. Therefore, if Tang San wants to continue to break through, the best way is to increase his strength in this world, hide his profound heavenly skills as much as possible, and let the rules' induction and suppression of him weaken. In this case, looking for opportunities to break through suddenly. Naturally, you can continue to practice. He is observing Windwolf Town, just want to take a risk. Now for him, the best way to increase his ability on this plane is to increase the Windwolf clan ability he already possesses or the ability of the Leopard Flash. Leopard Flash is definitely nowhere to be found, but in Windwolf Town, the most are Windwolf tribe. His plan is to find a suitable Windwolf clan to start, and the Windwolf of Tier 3 or so will try. You don't need to kill, stun the opponent, and then see if you can use Profound Heaven technique to extract the opponent's blood to enhance the wind blade ability you already have. If possible, we must observe whether the Windwolf, whose bloodline power has been drawn by him, can recover its bloodline power. If he can recover, it would be a good cover for him. The wind blade continues to improve, and the Windwolf bloodline in his body will become rich, and he will use the Windwolf bloodline to break through the bottleneck of the mystic art. This is Tang San's plan after careful consideration. He now has the abilities of Leopard Flash and Windblade, and coupled with the Profound Heaven skill of the third peak, he is still very sure to attack a Windwolf. Was walking, the wooden cart suddenly stopped, so that the children behind them all subconsciously took a halt, and one of the thinnest children even sat on the ground because of the shock force. Tang San quickly controlled his strength, didn't push hard, and reacted like other children. The adult man in front stopped and seemed to be looking in one direction. Tang San could see from the side. Their eyes seemed to be envy. You must know that these human slaves who have been domesticated since childhood are usually very numb, and they rarely say anything. There are very few cases of such different emotions. Tang San followed their gazes. Yu reading www. Not far away from youkangshu.com. Several people were posting notices. That's right, the people who posted the notice were humans. It's just that, compared with their slaves, the clothes on these people are at least neat and tidy. Tang San narrowed his eyes slightly, and the purple magic pupils moved, allowing him to see clearly. I saw that the notice said that bloodline screening will be carried out in 3 days. All village slaves who have the blood of Windwolf can come for the test. After the test is successful, they are allowed to live in Windwolf Town for vassal training. Mixed blood screening? Tang San understood in an instant. He usually comes to Windwolf Town because of his work, but this is the first time he has seen such a notice. There is no doubt that the humans who posted the notices are also vassals of the Windwolf tribe. That is, they have a certain Windwolf bloodline, which can be much higher than ordinary slaves. At least, they are no longer slaves. Seeing this, his heart moved slightly. If this is the case, it seems that my plan can be changed. Although it is a good cover to be a slave all the time, but there is also a problem. That is, there is really too little contact with this world. Without enough contact, it is impossible for him to feel more. It is also impossible to access the real resources in this world. This is undoubtedly an opportunity to screen the bloodline of Windwolf Town. For humans, if slaves still have a little self-esteem, they should all understand that this is a great insult. What kind of humans are likely to have the blood of the Windwolf? That is undoubtedly mixed blood. What does it mean to be mixed? That must be the offspring born of the relationship between the wolf monsters of the Windwolf tribe and humans. Human beings are not qualified as companions of the monster clan in this world at all, which means that they can only be the object of venting animal desires. Chapter 10 Awakening Ceremony. How the redemption organization exists. Tang San also thought carefully. Able to form a redemption organization and act as a secret opposition organization. It is undoubtedly the conscience of some human beings that makes them deeply understand what kind of world they are in. From the ratio of the number of human slaves of the Windwolf tribe, it can be seen that there are definitely a lot of humans in this world. 3 days later, the day after the notice was posted, various villages responded. The slaves in the village are also in charge. Naturally, a wolf demon. Early in the morning, the wolf demon gathered everyone in the village together, regardless of whether it was men, women, or children. It's just that those older humans are silently numb in their eyes. Some young people in their 20s are relatively hopeful in their expressions. Obviously, they are most likely to awaken the Falan bloodline. Tang San stood in the crowd, and in his heart, he was actually full of sorrow. What a group of humans are looking forward to hear is that their mother has been insulted by monsters, so that they have a trace of the blood of monsters. How sad it is. Tang San didn't feel dissatisfied with the rule of monsters and spirits. After all, this was formed by the original rules of this world. However, as a human being, seeing his fellow clan so numb as a slave, just to survive, his heart is full of sorrow. In the past 8 years, the accumulation of such emotions has long made him determined that in addition to finding a wife, in this world, he must find ways to give mankind opportunities, so that mankind can truly become stronger and be able to survive in this world with dignity. I heard you clearly. Later, I will awaken your blood. Any slave who has the blood of my Windwolf clan awakened can participate in the test 2 days later. After the test is passed, if the blood is strong enough, it can be used as a vassal. Enter the town to study. Excellent vassals can even have the same treatment as ours in the future. This is your opportunity, a chance to reach the sky one step at a time. So, in the process of awakening, feel your own blood and don't change anything. Suppress, let your changes show, do you understand? The human slaves all bowed together, all in a sincere and fearful look. The wolf demon nodded in satisfaction, his fangs protruding, his eyes gradually glowed with a dark green light, and the fierce light flashed in his eyes. He suddenly raised his head and let out a sharp scream. Wu Dash, accompanied by this long howl. In the distance, there seemed to be countless long howls echoing. Tang San was at the back, but his perception was very strong, and he could clearly feel that when this wolf demon roared, the blood in his body was boiling like a scorching wave of blood. This fluctuation expanded outward, causing the human bodies present to tremble slightly. Wu Dash, when a wolf howl was about to end, another wolf howl came from the wolf demon's mouth. The breath of blood has also become more intense. Suddenly, a human young man in front of Tang San suddenly trembled, as if he was suffering some kind of pain, screamed, suddenly fell forward, and landed on all fours. On the surface of the skin, blue-gray hairs burrowed out, but they seemed to suffer severe pain, rolling in place. Is this the blood awakening of the Windwolf tribe? Tang San was not eager to show himself, but silently observed. In addition to this young man, on the other side, farther away, there was also a teenage girl holding her head with her hands and squatting down on the spot. Vaguely, there seemed to be some changes in her body. Except for these two people, the others are more trembling, and there is no performance. When the corner of their eyes looked at the two people, there was even envy in their eyes. Wu Dash, when the third wolf howl sounded, Tang San knew that he couldn't wait anymore. He also squatted down suddenly, holding his head in his hands, showing a painful look. This shocked the children around him. The 3 wolf howls ended, and the wolf demon's eyes swept towards the crowd. Tang San's 3 had the biggest change, which was naturally eye-catching. The wolf demon stepped forward and took them out separately. The young man with hair on his body was constantly squirming on the ground. His body changed noticeably, his mouth was salivating, and he looked unconscious. Tang San and the other girls have not changed so much. That girl only has some hair changes on her neck. Only Tang San has no changes in her body. The wolf demon didn't pay attention to the youth and the girl, but kicked Tang San twice. Boy, you have to know the consequences of impersonating our noble blood. You are expecting that you will really respond. Otherwise, tomorrow you will be the food on the sacrificial stage. Take it away. A few Tier 2 wolf demons came up, picked up the 3 of them, took them out, and threw them on the carriage and pulled them away. The number of slaves who had awakened the Falan bloodline was less than Tang San had imagined. When they were gathered together, there were only 13 people in total, and they were of all ages. Among them, the reaction and change are more obvious. That is, there are signs of wolf transformation all over the body. There are 4 such people. If it is only judged from the surface, it should be that the bloodline of the Windwolf clan is relatively rich. Tang San's physical changes are the smallest, because there is no such thing. Others have more or less. They are gathered together, and tomorrow they will be tested for blood. What surprised Tang San was that they had meat for dinner tonight. This was the first time he had the opportunity to eat meat since he came to this world. But he has no appetite. Of the 4 human youths with the most physical changes, 3 died before dinner. Tang San also visited their bodies for the same reason. Yu reading www.akanshu.com's weak slave body could not withstand the changes of the demon when the Windwolf clan blood awakened, and the internal organs were exhausted or blood vessels ruptured and died. The 3 corpses were taken out by the wolf demon, who came for inspection at night. The others were eating silently, and no one spoke. The food for dinner is still rough. Even if it is meat, the fiber is very coarse, and I don't know what kind of livestock meat it is. It was simply cooked, and there was no taste at all. After dinner, Tang San silently found a corner and sat down. There are 2 days left to test the blood. He was not worried about testing the bloodline of the Windwolf clan. Since he dared to come, he naturally had his way. Just as he closed his eyes to rest his mind and was about to start practicing Shantian Gong silently, suddenly, he felt something and opened his eyes subconsciously. Suddenly, he saw that there was another person beside him. It was the girl who appeared to be a little older than him and came out of the same village as him. Although the girl looks older than him, she is actually thinner than him. Although his face is a bit dirty, it is still pretty. You? The girl opened her mouth, her voice a little hoarse. Huh. There is very little communication between human slaves and more between adults. Because these children have not received any education since they were young, they are ignorant of everything. Can you really? The girl asked in a low voice. Tang San looked at her in surprise, and the girl lowered her voice and said, If you can't, you will and will die. Is she worried about me? A warm feeling flowed through Tang San's heart invisibly. This was the first time he felt warm when he came to this world. Chapter 11 Killing Intent. The girl pointed to the corner of the wooden house not far away. There was thatch over there, but it was vaguely visible that the wall was a little damaged. If it doesn't work, just run away. If you pretend to be real, you will die. Because the girl said a few more words, her voice was not as hoarse as it was at the beginning. Thank you, I can, Tang San said in a low voice. The girl looked up at him and saw Tang San's peaceful gaze. Her petite body trembled, then quickly lowered her head. Oh. She moved her body, as if she was about to leave. My name is Tang San. What is your name? Tang San asked in a low voice. Except for Zhu Jiesin, this is the first human being he communicated with, and he was born as a slave with him. The girl looked at him again, and was obviously not surprised by his name that used numbers directly. After hesitating for a while, she whispered, My name is Ling Muxua. Hearing her name, Tang San was stunned. This name didn't sound like the name of a slave. My mother is a quilt. Ling Muxua said in a very early stage. So, my mother and I are in the same village, our village. She taught me. Although her expression ability was limited, Tang San still understood what she meant. Her mother should have been taken by a wolf demon. Although she was a slave, she had some privileges. At least she was able to live with the child she gave birth to and taught her something. So the girl's thinking is obviously better than that of her peers, and she understands better. There is even a nice name. Tang San didn't say much and nodded to her. Ling Muxua looked at him again, and there was obviously a little worry in his eyes. Are you really okay? Tang San nodded again. Oh. At this time, someone from other human slaves was already looking over here. Ling Muxua didn't dare to say anything more, just nodded to Tang San again, then curled up and went to the other side. Maybe it was because of the simple exchange with Ling Muxua that made Tang San feel better. Being a stranger in a foreign land alone, feeling a warmth, for him, is like finding a fire. After all, it has been 8 years. 2 days will come in an instant. The 10 people who survived have eaten their best food in the world in these 2 days. Everyone is obviously more energetic than when they first came. The older young people are obviously eager. They all understand that this is their own opportunity. Among the 10 people, only Ling Muxua is a girl. No one paid attention to him. Now everyone's goal is blood awakening. If the bloodline can pass the level, it means that you are no longer a slave and can become a vassal of the Windwolf tribe. For slaves, this is indeed a step up to the sky. Slaves in this world are so humble that they are no different from food. They are basically the treatment of livestock. Not even livestock. The door of the wooden house finally opened under the expectation of most people. Several strong wolves walked in and shouted, letting Tang San and the others in the room keep up. Walking out of the wooden house, the sun was a bit dazzling, but the shining brought a lot of warmth on the body. Ling Muxua followed Tang San, and Tang San felt the worried gaze again. An Xin, he whispered. Ling Muxua was taken aback for a moment and looked up at him. Tang San nodded to her. The wooden house where they lived these 2 days is in the town. But today, they came to the center of Windwolf town that Tang San had never been to before. This is a small square about nearly 1,000 square meters. At this time, many members of the Windwolf tribe had gathered around. In the center of the square, there is also an altar. What caused Tang San's pupils to shrink instantly was that the bottom of this altar seemed to be a foundation made of mortar and stones, and a lot of skulls could be vaguely pieced together in it. The human skull. Tang San's hand clenched subconsciously. Even if you die, you have to be so. There seemed to be a flame burning in his heart. As a king, his psychological quality is by no means comparable to ordinary existence. But at this moment, he was burning with an idea of wanting to destroy the two families of fairies. His eyes began to become cold, and a touch of killing intent lingered in his heart. Ling Muxue, who was beside him, seemed to feel something, shivering shiveringly, subconsciously moved 2 steps away and distanced him a little bit. Tang San was startled by her actions, but vaguely, he seemed to have recovered something from his previous life. He still clearly remembered that he had walked a road to when he was young in his last life. The mood calmed down, and he closed his eyes slightly, hiding the hint of inspiration in his mind. Monster Clan. Well, Tang San and 10 of them were taken to the side of Windwolf Town Square. Under a big tree sat an old wolf demon. This old wolf demon still looks female. Her eyes are dark green, in her right hand, holding a cane, sitting on a large chair. Beside her, there was a human standing, who looked more than 40 years old, with a thin face, but wearing more gorgeous clothes. In his eyes, there was also a faint green light flashing, and his back was slightly rickety, with a respectful look on his face. Brought the wolf demon from Tang San and the others to the old wolf demon, and immediately saluted respectfully. Respected High Priest, all the awakened slaves have brought this year. The old wolf demon called the High Priest faintly responded, and then waved his hand to the human man next to him. The human man first saluted her respectfully, and then slowly stepped forward and came to Tang 30. Tang San has been feeling the breath of the High Priest silently, very strong. With his current strength, he can't even see the opponent's cultivation base clearly. Of course, this is when he doesn't use his little spiritual knowledge. But he didn't dare to use the divine consciousness easily. There was too little left. Yu reading www.yuyukangshu.com couldn't recover from his current situation. Unless it's a critical moment of life and death, he will certainly not easily recover. Use your own spiritual knowledge. Only when he grows up, this spiritual consciousness can truly play a role. Just as the human man was about to speak, the wolf demon next to him suddenly separated and saluted respectfully at the same time. A huge wolf demon, 3 meters away, walked over here in a stride. This wolf demon looks extremely strong, and his muscles are full of explosive power. In his eyes, the green is deep and exquisite. Although not as deep as the High Priest, it also seems to contain strong energy fluctuations. He strode to the front of the High Priest, bowed slightly, stroking his chest with his right hand. High Priest. A smile appeared on the old face of the High Priest. Lord is here. Later, when offering sacrifices to the ancestors, is the Lord ready? She always sat in the same place. It can also be seen from this that in this Windwolf town, I am afraid this High Priest is the existence with the highest status. Lord Windwolf said, "It's ready. The sacrifices are all ready. I have to trouble the High Priest to preside over." Well, after the blood of these slaves is checked, it will begin immediately. The High Priest said lightly, "Let's start." Lord Windwolf said towards the middle-aged human who had already come before Tang San and them. "Yes, Lord." After the man respectfully saluted him, he faced the 10 other Tang San and others again. "You all listen well. I will test your bloodline later. During the test, you can show any reaction to yourself. There is no need to suppress or be afraid. You must go all out. Do you understand?" Tang San raised his head and looked at him. The sadness that flashed in the eyes of this somewhat rickety middle-aged man just happened to be caught by him. Chapter 12 Assessment. The next moment, the middle-aged man has slowly opened his arms, looked up at the sky, and said loudly, "Great wind, please take care of your people and let them understand the true meaning of wind." When he sang loudly, his body suddenly began to swell, and the bluish-gray hairs burrowed out from the surface of the skin, and the clothes on the upper body were instantly split, revealing solid muscles, and the rich blue light followed. It burst out from him. Fourth order? Is it tier 5? This is Tang San's first feeling. It can be said that this middle-aged man is also the existence with the highest cultivation level among the humans he has ever seen. The strong wind element instantly condenses, and the wind element in the surrounding air obviously becomes rich. And this strong wind element shrouded the 10 of them. The Lord of the Windwolf turned his head and glanced at the high priest and said, Wang Yanfeng, this guy's control of the wind element has improved a lot. The high priest faintly said, after all, he has the blood of a slave, and his upper limit is tier 4. However, in terms of control, humans still have something to do. He just controls better. But Lord, you shouldn't follow him all day long. Those female wolves should improve their strength a lot. Otherwise, after 2 years of my clan ceremony, wouldn't they be laughed at again? The expression on the face of Lord Windwolf stiffened. I see. Tang 30 people bathed in the wind element. There is a faint blue light lingering on their bodies. Tang San narrowed his eyes, silently feeling the richness of the wind element, and the wind blade he controlled in his body seemed to be affected. He carefully drew the power of the wind blade and blended with his own blood. Let your own breath begin to change. He suddenly discovered that the strong wind elements around him seemed to be being absorbed by him after his bloodline changed. The energy of the wind blade seemed to be accumulated. How smart he is and how rich his experience is. I suddenly understood one thing. Before, I couldn't improve my wind blade and leopard flash, not only because of the limitation of bloodline, but also because of the lack of the same attributes and strong elemental assistance, so I couldn't improve. At this time, among the rich wind elements, the wind blade was obviously touched. In other words, if conditions permit, his wind blade can also be improved. Roar. At this moment, among the 10 people, the only young man who survived the most beastization at the time of awakening had cracked his clothes, his hair rooted out, his body was obviously swelled, and there was a slight glaucoma wind around. Wang Yanfeng's eyes lit up, and with a wave of his hand, a whirlwind suddenly engulfed his body, pulling him aside. This is obviously a sign of passing the assessment. Tang San was not eager to express himself. This kind of rich wind element would not exist in the natural world. With his current cultivation base, he couldn't actively condense. How could he not take the opportunity to absorb more? It might be good for breaking through your bottleneck. What surprised him was that the second person who reacted turned out to be Ling Muxue next to him. Ling Muxue screamed, and her delicate body swelled up a bit. It was not as obvious as that of the young man before, and only the hair appeared on the back of her neck, but the blue in her eyes was obviously a bit richer. The blue light shone in front of her, and even lifted her body slightly upwards. Wang Yanfeng waved his hand again, swept her body with the wind element, and fell to the side. At the same time, he said, the blood is not strong, but it is more compatible with the wind element. Next, 2 more 15 or 6-year-olds had strong reactions. Wang Yanfeng was obviously a little anxious, and the condensed wind element became stronger and stronger. But Tang San clearly saw that his forehead was already covered with sweat. Supporting such a strong wind element obviously consumes a lot of him. With such hard work, he naturally hopes that more of them can pass the blood test. It's almost enough. What's not enough is not enough. Don't delay the time for the ceremony. Lord Windwolf said coldly. Wang Yanfeng reluctantly said, Lord, give me another minute. I think there should be more. Tang San knew that he couldn't wait anymore. He closed his eyes and slowly raised his hands in front of him. When he opened his eyes again, bright blue light bloomed in his eyes, and the surrounding wind elements obviously condensed in his direction and disappeared out of thin air. Then on the palms of his hands, a wind blade of about 3 inches was condensed. The wind blade is not big, but it is very active. In the next instant, the wind blade seemed to be out of control, flying out into the air with a sound of breaking through the air. Wind blade awakens? This is... Wang Yanfeng was startled, but he waved his hand without hesitation and brought Tang San out. Huh. The high priest sitting there frowned slightly, and couldn't help looking towards Tang San's direction. At this time, Wang Yanfeng's wind element maintenance also ended. He gasped and gasped. Obviously, he was approaching the limit. The body has not changed much, but the wind element has a strong affinity, awakening our Windwolf clan's talent wind blade. The reason why the body has changed little is probably because of age. It is a bit similar to mine. Wang Yanfeng panted, said respectfully to the high priest. The high priest gave him a non-committal look, and then moved his gaze away from Tang San. For her, a child is really insignificant. A total of 10 people came to participate in the test, and 5 of them responded that they passed the test. The remaining 5 people suddenly seemed a little at a loss. Lord Windwolf waved his hand, and several strong wolf monsters rushed forward, grabbed the 5 humans who failed the test, and pulled them aside. The high priest also stood up slowly at this time, walked towards the altar step by step, and said solemnly, "Let's begin the ceremony." "Yes." Lord Windwolf respectfully saluted her, and then followed behind her and walked towards the altar together. Wang Yanfeng did not follow them, but stood beside the 5 people who had just passed the assessment. His aura had already calmed down a bit. He lowered his head and looked at Tang San. Tang San's eyes were a bit dull. Yes, he was also a little at a loss. In terms of disguise, he was absolutely flawless in his third life. The high priest came on stage, and Lord Windwolf stood beside her. Looking up to the sky, there was a long howl. Wu dash. Accompanied by his long howl, all the wolf demons present all raised their voices to the sky and made wolf howlings. For a while, the entire Windwolf town was full of wolves howling, as if the beasts were about to attack. The high priest slowly raised his cane, and the howling of the wolf gradually subsided. She looked old, but in the deep green eyes, icy brilliance was shining, and she said coldly, "Today is the day to worship our ancestors. Our wolf clan is a bloodline, and it is also strong among the saints. The war race. The great wolf ancestor created us so that we can thrive. Let us use the most delicious blood to pay homage to the wolf ancestor and make our Windwolf line stronger." At this point, she suddenly turned her head to look aside. Under the altar, the 5 human youth slaves who had not passed the examination before. "It is contaminated with the blood of my clan, but cannot awaken the brilliance of my clan. Your filthy blood actually wants to cover up the breath of my Fenglang line. Only blood can wash away this shame. Kill them." The wolves seemed to be ready for a long time. The high priest spoke, and the wolves who grabbed the 5 human youths instantly grabbed the shoulders of the few people. With both hands, they directly tore their bodies. In between, blood burst and splashed on the altar. This scene happened very suddenly. Tang San, who saw this scene, only felt that blood rushed to his forehead instantly. His hands were already clenched while his body was stiff. But at this moment, his eyes went dark, and a figure silently stood in front of him. It was Wang Yanfeng who blocked his sight. Chapter 13 Cruel. Tang San tightened his lips. At this moment, he really couldn't bear the urge to rush out. But Wang Yanfeng's block gradually cooled his boiling blood. The Lord of the Windwolf is likely to be a powerful person above the 5th rank, and the High Priest may have the 6th rank. When he went out, he could do nothing but send him to death. However, even the human slaves here can even be described as soulless. They are people of the same race as him. When the wolf demon kills humans, it is no different from killing livestock. In their eyes, humans are inferior to livestock, presenting sacrifices. At this moment, the voice of the high priest sounded again. Tang San moved his steps slightly, avoiding Wang Yanfeng's obstruction. Looking outside, Wang Yanfeng seemed to feel it, turning his head to look at him, frowning slightly. At this time, the other awakened children were already trembling in shock, and Tang San's face was already shocked at this time. This made Wang Yanfeng a little relieved after seeing his expression with his right hand. With a pull, he pushed him back behind him again. Although Tang San doesn't know what kind of identity this person is in the Windwolf tribe, judging from his previous assessment of himself and others, and his actions at this time, he still has at least a human heart. Before being pushed back behind him, what he saw were naked human women being carried to the ring. There are 10 in total. There is no doubt that these are the sacrifices in the mouth of the high priest. Tang San's body was shaking. He didn't even have to pretend. Although he was above Windwolf Town, he had already seen too many human deaths. However, it was the first time he saw such a direct mass killing and such a cruel situation. Even in his previous life, he rarely experienced such angry emotions as before. Once a king, he has been very stable in the control of his own emotions. But at this moment, how can he be calm? Great ancestors, today, your children and grandchildren offer you the most delicious blood food. Please always protect your children and grandchildren so that we can thrive in the wind and wolves. Donate blood. Accompanied by the high priest screaming like a ghost crying wolf howling. 10 human women who were sent to the altar were instantly cut off their throats, and their blood was flowing, soaking the altar. The harsh wolf howl once again spread throughout Fengling town. For them, the ritual ceremony is a moment of crazy excitement. Died. 10 more people died. Tang San closed his eyes in pain. At this moment, there is no more hesitation in his heart. He wants to change the world, change everything here. He wants to let the humans here cease to be livestock, awaken humans, and subvert the rule of the monsters and spirits. In any world, the weak will eat the strong. Only by making human beings become stronger in the true sense can all of this be changed. The ritual ceremony is still going on, and it took a full half an hour before it came to an end. Tang San lowered his head from beginning to end. His body seemed to be trembling, and he didn't look at the direction of the altar again, just standing silently behind Wang Yanfeng. At this moment, his heart is already extremely firm. In addition to finding his wife, in this Falan world, on this fairy continent, he has another heavy responsibility. The sacrifice was over, the wolf's spirits dispersed, and Wang Yanfeng turned to Tang San and Ling Muxue and said, "You come with me." All 5 people followed him tremblingly. Under the leadership of Wang Yanfeng, they were led to a house on the west side of Windwolf town. The house here is very different from the one they lived in the village before. This is a house made of wood and stone. It is still in the style of a 2-story building. In front of it is a courtyard with a fence made of wooden stakes, enclosing a small courtyard of about 100 square meters. Wang Yanfeng opened the gate of the courtyard and took the 5 of them to the courtyard. The door of the 2nd-story building opened, and a beautiful woman walked out of it. Seeing Wang Yanfeng came back, she hurried forward and said softly, "It's over." Wang Yanfeng sighed softly, "It's over." The woman lowered her head. Her eyes were a little red. "Are these 5 children this time?" "Well, there are 5 failed." The woman obviously knew what the result was, that she failed, and she lowered her head. Wang Yanfeng embraced her in his arms and hugged her gently. "Come in first," the woman said in a low voice, her voice obviously a little hoarse. Under the leadership of Wang Yanfeng and the woman, Tang San and 5 people were taken into the house. The house is very warm, with a fireplace burning on the wall, giving off a warm atmosphere. The decoration is very simple, but it can be considered as a complete set of tables, chairs, and benches, with rooms on both sides and stairs leading to the upper floor. Feeling the warmth in the house, although the 4 people with Tang San are a little at a loss, compared with the previous panic, they are finally relaxed a bit. The woman walked aside, poured some cups of hot water, and handed them to them separately. Holding the water cup in his hand, Tang San suddenly felt a new way of being a human being. Ling Muxue couldn't help crying in a low voice. Wang Yanfeng sighed and said, "You are lucky, but you are also unfortunate. You were selected, and you got a new life. Children, from today onwards, I will be your teacher. You have to learn something from me. Only study hard and let yourself have the power to protect yourself so that you can survive in the true sense. 3 years later, there will be another assessment. You need to defeat the wolf demon of the same age to truly qualify as a vassal. Otherwise, you have seen the situation of those children today." When he said that, he paused. "I don't know if you can understand what I'm saying. I will try my best to teach you. Starting today, you will live with me. Until you pass the assessment and become vassals, you can have belongings. On house. Yu reading www.yukangshu.com. He turned to the woman beside him and said, "This is your teacher. Her name is Qiu Jing. We have all experienced the same things as you before. We can survive because we have the qualifications of vassal. And what follows in 3 years, you have to work hard to have such qualifications so that you can no longer be slaves. Okay, let's go to rest first, and the teacher will take you to the room. The boys will live in one room, and the girl will live in one room by herself. Tomorrow I will start to teach you. This sign is ready and hung on your body. If you want to go out for a walk, you must take it with you. With it, you will not be treated as slaves." While talking, Wang Yanfeng gave each of them a wooden sign. The wooden sign had a carved pattern on it, and it was inlaid with a bone similar to a wolf's fang, but not a fang. The rooms they lived in were all on the 1st floor, and Tang San was assigned to be with a boy in his early 10 years old. Qiu Jing took them to the room. There was a unified toilet on the 1st floor. Qiu Jing asked each of them to wash their bodies first. After washing, everyone gave out a set of clothes similar to burlap. Although the burlap is rough, It is very thick, and it keeps warm. Wash your body, and everyone will go to the first floor to eat together. Eat some block plants similar to rhizomes, simply boiled, and add a little salt. There are also some cooked meats. For slaves, it's definitely abundance. Drinking the tasteless but very fragrant broth. Everyone's emotions have eased a lot. But Tang San noticed that Ling Mushue's eyes were always red and swollen, and her eyes sluggish. I only ate a few things. Wang Yinfeng asked their names, and among the 5, except Tang San and Ling Mushue, the other 3 didn't even have names. Only a simple title. Chapter 14, The Sacrifice, is Mother. The young man who first awakened and turned into a Windwolf was called Daqiang. Those who share the house with Tang San are called Xiaomutu. The one who lives with Daqiang is called Maotu. Wang Yinfeng gave them a name, which is also very simple, just similar to Tang San. They called Wang De, Wang Er, and Wang San respectively. They also told them that if they can truly become vassals in the future, they can change their names. Only when you truly become a vassal can you truly own your own name. Hang the vassal nameplate. In this way, he will not be treated as a slave and killed wantonly. After dinner, Wang Yinfeng asked them to go back to their rooms to rest. Tomorrow we'll start teaching them. Back to the room. The shock during the day, the warmth here, and the changes before and after made Wang Er quickly fall asleep. Tang San got out of bed quietly after seeing him fall asleep. At this time, the sky outside had darkened. He walked through the hall lightly and came to the door of the room on the other side of the first floor, raised his hand, and knocked on the door lightly. Ling Mushue lives in this room. The 2 rooms with their boys are separated from the hall. The door opens. The face of Ling Mushue inside was exposed. Seeing that it was Tang San, Ling Mushue's red and swollen eyes became wet again. Tang San stepped in and shut the door back. "What's wrong with you?" Tang San asked in a low voice. He was still very concerned about the girl who made him feel warm for the first time after coming to this world. In this world that is almost apocalyptic to mankind, this warmth is really rare. When he asked, Ling Mushue cried out almost instantly, "Mommy, mommy." Tang San was taken aback, holding her shaky body, and in an instant, he suddenly had an ominous premonition. As if stuck in the neck, some can't breathe. "What's wrong with you, your mother?" Tang San asked a little hastily. Ling Mushue was already crying, unable to speak at all. Tang San frowned, helped her to sit down by the bed, put his right hand on her vest, and slowly injected his Xiantian power into her body, stabilizing her emotions. After his power was injected into Ling Mushue's body, he immediately felt a faint cyan energy in her body. When he felt the power of Xiantian Gong, it seemed that he wanted to attach to it. Tang San hurriedly controlled the recovery of his skill. He didn't want to take away the Falan bloodline energy from Ling Mushue's body. What if he couldn't recover? That really hurt her. But with the infusion of Xiantian Gong, Ling Mushue felt the warmth and his mood calmed down a bit. She looked at Tang San with teary eyes. "Mom, I saw Mom, on that stage." "OM." Tang San felt that his brain was blank for a moment. "Altar, mother." On that altar, the 10 human women. I'm afraid they are the mothers of these 10 people who inherited the blood of the Windwolf. There is Ling Mushue's mother, and naturally there is also the human woman who brought him into this world. Even if it's just a hurried side, he doesn't even have any memory in his mind. However, after all, she brought him into this world. And it was he who decided to impersonate the awakened person of the Falan bloodline. That's why. Thinking of this, Tang San's body couldn't help shaking with it. He really never expected that the wolf demon would be so cruel. The other 3 were not aware of it, and I am afraid they were the same as him. Only Ling Mushue lived and grew up with her mother. At that time, she was obviously scared silly, but she recognized her mother. The intense fear prevented her from yelling out, and thus saved her life. But seeing her mother being killed, after she stabilized her emotions, how could she not bear the grief? This world is so cruel. At this moment, the door of the room suddenly opened. Wang Yinfeng and Qiu Jing walked in from outside. Qiu Jing's eye circles are also red. Tang San stood up abruptly. At this moment, the blood in his body seemed to have completely boiled, and he really couldn't control his emotions. Even if it is to release the only bit of divine consciousness, he wants to destroy everything here. But at this moment, Qiu Jing quickly stepped forward, came to them, put Ling Muxue in her arms, and comforted her softly. Wang Yinfeng closed his eyes in pain. Everyone, each of our surviving vassals, has faced such a scene. This is the rule of the monster clan. The birth of a human woman with their blood is right in their eyes. The ancestors' blasphemy. It can only be offered as a sacrifice to the ancestors. Have you seen the human skulls under the altar? They were all killed by them. When I saw you too, I felt the difference between you. You are both open-minded. Especially you. Although you are on the surface like everyone else, but in those children who come to the test like you when we were killed, your body was tight instantly. It was not fear, but a feeling of being ready to go. I was by your side, so I could feel it. If I guess right, your Wind the Wolf change has long been awakened. I don't know who you learned knowledge and opened up wisdom, but what I want to tell you is that in this world, you have a chance to survive. Impulse will only bring death, not just you, but us and everything here. According to the rules of the monster clan, a vassal betrayed, and all the vassals in the town were put to death. Even if you were only a child. The safest way, I caught you, handed it over, let them torture you how to open your mind. You both are. Do you understand? The anger in Tang San's eyes gradually turned into coldness. Looking at Wang Yinfeng, his eyes were somewhat calm in the coldness. Then are you going to hand us over? Wang Yinfeng suddenly felt a tremor in his heart. He was actually a little bit shy from Tang San's gaze. Even if he was just a child, he was still so weak in his eyes. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. If you are to be handed over, will I still be in front of you at that time? Boy, do nothing and don't go. You won't be able to see your mother's body again. They have dealt with it. If you really have the heart, then live well and work hard to become stronger. The coldness in Tang San's eyes gradually disappeared, and his clenched fists slowly loosened. If he arouses his own spiritual knowledge, he is 80% sure that he can destroy everything here. However, if he wants to become again under the suppression of this world in the future, the possibility will become extremely low. The suppression of rules on this planet is too strong. But, in this world, on this fairy continent, does human tragedy just appear in Windwolf Town? No, it appears in any corner. Even if a Windwolf town was slaughtered, it would not solve the fundamental problem of mankind. Wang Yinfeng is right. Only by becoming stronger and becoming really strong can it be possible to solve everything. Just then, a warm hand grasped his hand. Tang San turned his head and saw Qiu Jing's hazy, teary eyes. Child, we can't help it. Living well is the best comfort for your mother. I also have a child, but he failed the awakening test. If he can succeed, even if it makes me die, I am willing. At this moment, Qiu Jing also pulled Tang San into her arms, holding him and Ling Muxue one by one in tears. Qiu Jing's embrace is warm, warming his heart full of murderous intent. Ling Muxue was crying, and gradually fell asleep in her warm embrace. Wang Yinfeng sent Tang San back to the room. Get a good night's sleep. Wang Yinfeng touched his head. Chapter 15 Teach. Tang San raised his head and looked at Wang Yinfeng, looking at this man who was obviously a bit old, with pain in his eyes. Qiu Jing's child is also his child. Their children have also failed in the awakening assessment, just like the 5 children today. That's why he worked so hard today, hoping that more children can survive. Teacher, thank you. Tang San bowed deeply to Wang Yinfeng. Although his previous life was a king, even though Wang Yinfeng was a humble existence even in Windwolf Town. However, Wang Yinfeng's practice of preserving that thread of fire for mankind has already gained his approval, even if they only met for one day. Tang San, who has spiritual knowledge, can feel the sadness and true feelings in Wang Yinfeng and Qiu Jing. In this world, he finally has a home. No sleep all night. Tang San didn't practice either, and the altar kept coming up in his mind. He did not go out this night, and the seeds of hatred were deeply planted in his heart. But the warmth brought to him by Wang Yinfeng and his wife made him especially cherish. At this time, he can't easily do it. He won't have the right to do it until he is absolutely sure and thinks a way out for the people in this room. Early morning. Qiu Jing prepared breakfast early. After a night's rest, Wang De, Wang Er, and Wang San's spirits are obviously much better. After eating a rather hearty breakfast, all of them feasted and looked satisfied. Tang San looked a little sluggish. Ling Muxue's eyes were swollen, and the expression in her eyes was a little dull. Wang Yinfeng seems to have returned to normal. After eating, he asked 5 people to stand in front of him. Starting from today, I will teach you. Every morning I will teach you cultural lessons and some related knowledge on the mainland. The next morning, the content of the previous day will be assessed. If the assessment fails, there will be penalties. In the afternoon, I will teach you to treat you. The cultivation of Fenglangchang. Improve you as soon as possible. In the next 3 years, you will have no rest, and you will work hard every day. Only in this way will you have the possibility of surviving in 3 years. Do you understand it? Wang De, Wang Er, and Wang San all nodded again and again. Here, they only feel as if they have come to an unprecedented paradise without having to work and being able to eat, which has made them very satisfied. Although they can be said that they are not enlightened, human beings are inherently smart, so they probably understand that their destiny has changed. They also understood what Wang Yinfeng said after 3 years of assessment. If you fail the exam, you die, just like yesterday's exam. Wang Yinfeng took out a blackboard and began to write on it. The characters belonging to this world were taught to 5 people one by one. Among the 5 people, they really have some understanding of these words and know a little, that is, Ling Mushua. Tang San could say, but he really couldn't write. After all, he was also a little slave for 8 years. On the first day, I only learned 10 characters, 10 basic and simple characters. Then there is the story of the fairy continent. Our fairy continent is divided into 2 major areas, the area controlled by the monster clan and the area controlled by the ghost clan. The monster clan calls themselves the Saint clan, and the area they control is also called the Tianyu Empire. The ghost clan is also called for the spirit race. The area they control is also called the Richin Empire. In terms of country names, the names of the races are even different. Therefore, in future talks, I will use the holy race and the spirit race more to refer to it. To make it easier to distinguish. When the fairy continent was born is unclear. According to the history recorded in the 2 races, it is said that the ancestor monsters and ancestral spirits were born in this world. They created the monster race and the spirit race, that is, holy race and spirit race. Both the saint race and the spirit race have powerful abilities innate, and gradually become stronger by absorbing the spiritual energy of the heavens and the earth. Gradually, the big monsters and the big spirits, or heavenly spirits, appear. The 2 powerful with unparalleled strength, the clan ruled the entire vast fairyland. There is a certain interdependence between the Saint clan and the Spirit clan, so although there are also struggles, the overall balance can be maintained. The strength of the 2 sides is also the same. So, we'll divide and rule. The Saint clan mainly controls the northeast part of the fairy continent, while the Spirit clan is in the relatively warmer southwest. Each clan has many big cities, ruled by 2 powerful big monsters and big spirits respectively. On the border between the 2 clans, the center point of the intersection can also be said to be the center point of the entire fairy continent, and there is also a Holy Spirit city. This is the largest city in the entire fairy continent, and it is home to the most powerful monsters and great spirits. This city is so big, it is said to be unimaginable. Tang San listened to Wang Yinfeng's narration, and even Ling Mushua, who was still sad, was a little surprised. After all, her mother was just a slave and had limited knowledge. What Wang Yinfeng said was like a story to them, but it was also the first time that the vast outside world was shown in their field of vision. The monster tribe has 8 main cities, and the spirit tribe has 7 main cities, plus the Holy Spirit city. The 2 tribes have a total of 16 major cities. Only the most powerful monsters and spirits can rule these masters. Qualifications for the city. The weaker ones are centered on the main city and form villages and towns with ethnic groups as the unit. The villages and towns are also divided into different sizes, like our Fenglang town, it is just the smallest town. Because of Fenglang, the clan itself is not considered strong, and our line is relatively marginal among the Windwolf clan, so it is even weaker. What about humans? Do we humans have anywhere? Tang San asked. Wang Yinfeng glanced at him, then slowly nodded, and said, yes, we humans are spread across the entire fairy continent. In terms of number, there are even more than the monster tribe and the spirit tribe combined. Among the slave races, it's the #1 family. We humans have no natural abilities, and our bodies are weak. Compared with the monster tribes and spirit tribes who have natural abilities after birth, they are too weak. Some powerful monster tribes and spirit tribes even have 5th and 6th ranks at birth. Strength. You reading www.yukongshu.com will be able to break through the 9th rank as an adult and develop in a more powerful direction. Although we are weak and small, the speed of reproduction is fairly fast, and we have a certain amount of wisdom, can complete some more complex instructions, and have a certain degree of creativity. There is also, at this point, his expression was slightly distorted. The meat is of good quality. So, we can be slaves. For some monsters, we are even livestock. They will be widely raised for us. In their eyes, we are lowly existences. But it is very strange that when those powerful after the monster tribe and the spirit tribe have cultivated to a certain level, or the two tribes that are inherently very powerful, they will change into a state that can be transformed into my tribe. I just heard about this. Although I have been to the big city, it is not haven't seen it. It is said that the life of the human slaves of the ghost tribe is better because most of the ghost tribe do not eat meat, and they are relatively not so fierce. Moreover, by chance, we humans and the ghost tribe will meet, there is some integration. Therefore, the vassal-level humans that appear on the side of the ghost race will have a higher status than ours. And it is said that there are also quite strong existences. Well, I'll talk so much today. If you say too much, you can't remember. After I go back, write down the words I taught today 10 times and memorize it carefully. I will take the test tomorrow. If I fail the test, I will be punished. Go right. The morning class is over. Judging from Wang Yanfeng's narration, although his cognition has limitations, it can definitely be regarded as knowledgeable among humans. Hearing what he said, especially the situation about the fairy continent later, was very helpful to Tang San. If he wants to find his reincarnated wife, he must first understand the world. Chapter 16: The Cultivation Method of Demon Change. When I went back, I wrote the words Wang Yanfeng requested 10 times. Tang San digested what he was talking about today, and it was time for lunch. After lunch, Wang Yanfeng let the 5 people rest for an hour before starting the afternoon class. What I will tell this afternoon is the practice of Fenglancheng. Tang San is even more interested in this. If he wants to restore his former strength, he must start with an understanding of the abilities of this world. Through the understanding of the abilities of this world, one can gradually recover the abilities he once had. At the same time, you can also make use of the characteristics of this world and the relationship with your own profound heaven technique to make yourself stronger. Only strong strength is the basis for everything. The reason why you were selected is because, in your bloodline, there is a part of the bloodline belonging to the Windwolf. Therefore, when this part of your bloodline is stimulated, your body will move in the direction of the Windwolf. This is the so-called Windwolf change. After human beings have the blood of any monster clan, if they can awaken, they will have this ability, collectively called the monster change. And how to make your bloodline the ability to become stronger in the middle, and thus to have a more powerful ability, is the meaning of cultivation. Within 3 years, you must at least cultivate the Windwolf transformation to give yourself a 3rd-tier strength in order to survive the assessment. I emphasize again, yes, survive. Otherwise, it is death, like the 5 children who failed the assessment that day. Except Tang San, the other 4 people couldn't help showing fear in their eyes. No one is not afraid of death, and so are they. If you want to cultivate a good demon and change, you must understand the methods of the monster clan itself. No matter what race the monster clan is, when they are just born, there will be a kind of energy in their blood. This energy is for them. Said to be omnipotent, it can help them nourish their bodies and help them grow. At the same time, it can also empower them. Even if they do not practice, their bodies will absorb the spiritual energy between the heavens and the earth on their own to gradually strengthen their bloodlines. The more powerful demon, the elite races all have cultivation methods to improve their bloodlines, which makes their own cultivation easier and faster, so they have a higher ceiling. And our cultivation method is similar to them. One is to improve by absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth by ourselves. The other is the cultivation method. In my case, there are the cultivation methods of the first 4 stages of the Windwolf transformation. I will begin to teach them now. You. The core idea is how to stimulate the energy in the bloodline, so that after the bloodline is stimulated, it will produce more of this energy and be able to control this energy. Now I will start to teach you how to guide the Falan bloodline. Practice. Now, Wang Yinfeng started his teaching. Tang San listened very seriously. What Wang Yinfeng said is also very simple, mainly to make the three Wang family brothers understandable. Relatively speaking, his understanding of Tang San and Ling Muxue was relatively at ease. The most important way to practice Fenglang Chang is actually to stimulate the blood. Through one's own control of the energy already in the blood, to stimulate one's body and blood, so that the blood can absorb more spiritual energy from heaven and earth in the process of boiling. According to Wang Yinfeng, the more aura of heaven and earth, the more conducive to the improvement of blood. But you can't practice in a place that is too strong, because the body will not be able to bear it because of excessive absorption. After all, the human body is still very weak. Therefore, just practicing in Windwolf Town is enough for them. The method of stimulating the blood vessels is not responsible. From Tang San's understanding, it is actually to stimulate the corresponding acupuncture points by guiding the Windwolf power in his body. It can be said to be a very simple way of cultivation. Xiantian Gong is many times more complicated than it. However, no matter how simple this cultivation method is, Tang San will never learn it. The reason is simple, because he has no real Falan bloodline at all. His wind blade was obtained through the swallowing of Xiantian Gong, which is equivalent to keeping the energy of that wind blade in the body. After using it, Xiantian Gong can transform similar energy according to the brand left by the wind blade. But the intensity is the intensity that was swallowed at the beginning. Therefore, Fenglang Chang's cultivation technique has no meaning to him at all. It was only helpful for him to have a deeper understanding of the cultivation methods of this world and the demon god transformation. Under the guidance of Wang Yinfeng, the three Wang family brothers helped them stimulate them through the power of Wang Yinfeng's own blood, and they all quickly found the feeling of excitement. Ling Muxue found the cultivation method faster. Wang Yinfeng only guided her once, and she would cultivate herself. When he arrived at Tang San's place, before Wang Yinfeng could guide him, he himself was already swaying the wind blade with blue light. You will. Wang Yinfeng was a little surprised to feel the wind element around Tang San's body, obviously stronger than the others. But strangely, there was no change in Windwolf on his body. Yeah, what you said is very clear. I tried it, and it seems to work. Tang San said earnestly. Wang Yinfeng looked at him suspiciously. Of course, the people he had taught were not the only people like Tang San, but it was the first one like Tang San who could complete the Windwolf transformation cultivation without guiding himself. This talent is also great. When he first saw Tang San, he felt that this child was a little different, but he couldn't say exactly what was different. But no matter how you say it, this is always a good thing. Even he himself didn't have Tang San's ability back then. Tang San actually wanted to ask if there was a bottleneck in his cultivation to the 3rd level, but it was not convenient for him to ask at this time. Otherwise, Wang Yinfeng would definitely be suspicious. He intends to do the experiment on his own. After all, his cultivation method is different from that of demon god transformation. Okay, then you will practice hard like this. Try to improve your bloodline strength. 1 month later, I will conduct a test on your practice. Look at the strength of your strength. Wang Yinfeng said. Teacher, can I ask a question? Tang San said. Yu reading www.yuyukangshu.com. You can ask. Wang Yinfeng nodded. Tang San said. Teacher, what rank is the most powerful of the monsters and spirits in the fairy continent? Wang Yinfeng was stunned for a moment. He obviously didn't expect Tang San to ask such a question. Looking at the one in front of him, he was a little thin, but his eyes were obviously brighter than the others. The handsome boy said, according to the legend, it is 10. Tier 2. Very, very powerful. If there is a legendary ancestral demon, I don't know if there will be tier 12 or above. Hearing what he said, Tang San couldn't help but shake his heart. Judgment was immediately in my mind. In his original world called Douluo Continent, corresponding to this world, the highest that ordinary people can cultivate should be the 9th rank, and the higher it is the rank. If the 10th, 11th, and 12th levels corresponding to this side are exactly the 3rd level gods, the 2nd level gods, and the highest level gods. In other words, The monster tribe and spirit tribe on the fairy continent can cultivate to the level of first-level gods. If this is the case, the huge amount of energy possessed by this blue star is definitely one of the top planets he has ever seen. If the so-called ancestor demon is a higher level than the first-level god, then you have to touch the level of the king you originally belonged to. And here, he didn't feel the god realm. In the absence of the god realm, just relying on this planet to be able to emerge a strong god-king level. It means that the energy level of this planet itself is the level of the god realm, and it is not an ordinary god realm. I really came to a good place. It is not an easy task to set things right at such a level. Thinking of this, the corners of Tang San's mouth twitched slightly. There is no other way. Take your time. You can only take one step at a time. Chapter 17 Swallow Again. Wang Yinfeng led Tang Sanwu to practice the Finglangbian transformation, and he asked them to go back to their rooms to practice. When it was time for dinner, Wang Yinfeng said to Wang De, Wang Er, and Wang San, I thought about it, but I still have to give you a name, so that you can have your own name. Are you willing? I am willing. Wang De nodded his head. Wang Er blinked his eyes, sure. Wang San is the tallest among several people, taller than Tang San, but very thin, like a bamboo pole. Is that okay? Okay. Wang De glared at Wang San. Oh. Wang San seemed a little afraid of Wang De, so he nodded. Wang Yinfeng said, That's it. I'll think of a name for you all. Wang De, you will be called Wang Chao from now on. Wang Er is called Wang Zhong, and Wang San, then Wang Xiaolei. Wang Chao happily said, Great. Thank you, teacher. I finally have my own name. Wang Zhong blinked and said nothing. He was also very thin, but compared with Wang De and Wang San, he appeared to be more restrained. Not the timid kind. Among the three of them, when facing the sacrifice, Tang San had only caught the hatred in Wang Zhong's eyes, not just fear. Wang Xiaolei frowned and said, I am 3 characters. Is it difficult to write? Why do you talk so much? That's it. Thank you, teacher. Wang Chao glared at him like a big brother. He was also the oldest. Tang San, let the teacher also give you a name. Wang Chao said kindly. Tang San shook his head and said, No, I'll call Tang San pretty good. Well, that's it, eat. After dinner, each went back to the house to practice. The 3 Wang family brothers still need Wang Yinfeng to personally guide them in order to enter the state of stimulating bloodline cultivation. Tang San naturally didn't need it. But to Wang Yinfeng's surprise, after one time of his guidance, Ling Muxue was able to stimulate his blood to practice. This was beyond his expectation. The night is getting deeper. Tang San, sitting cross-legged on the bed, slowly opened his eyes. On the opposite bed, Wang Zhong is still practicing earnestly, and his breath is very stable. Tang San could feel the blood pulse in his body. Vaguely, there are fluctuations of wind elements around the body. Quietly got out of bed, Tang San's eyes became sharp. Among the 5 children, he is actually the youngest. Wang Chao is 17 years old. Wang Zhong is 14 years old. Wang Xiaolei is 12 years old. Ling Muxue is 10 years old. Only he is 8 years old. Life has finally changed, at least it is stable, and there is no need to worry about becoming food again. The most important thing now is to improve strength. In 3 years, he only gave himself 3 years. 3 years later, it was the time to leave here, and at the same time, it was also the time to take revenge. Look out the window, in the direction of Windwolf Town Square. Tang San clenched his fists subconsciously. The mother he had only met once died in the hands of the Windwolf tribe. This is also doomed. There will be no more twists between him and the monster tribe. Quietly opened the window, Tang San flashed out of the window. Then he returned his hand and carefully closed the window. Although Wang Yinfeng's cultivation is higher than him, he is sure not to be discovered by virtue of the Tang sect's unique knowledge he brought from his previous life. Moved forward quietly, Tang San stepped away from the residence. He didn't go in the direction of the square, because he was afraid that if he went to the square, he would be unable to control his emotions when he saw the bones under the altar. He walked along the dark corner of the wall, carefully covering his figure. Windwolf Town has been here many times before. Although he is not familiar with all places, most of the terrain is still very clear. Soon, he came near a larger stone house. From a distance, he could see that the stone house was brightly lit, and he could hear the noise inside. If you look at it from a previous life, this is a tavern. Tang San didn't know what the wine in this world looked like. But here is the favorite place for the Windwolves in Windwolf Town. It was late at this time, but it was still very lively here. This also meant that Tang San had found the right place. He squatted down in the dark corner, silently watching the direction of the entrance of the tavern, waiting quietly. Maybe it was because it was too late and didn't make him wait too long. In the tavern, several tall figures have already walked out with their backs on their shoulders. Their voices are loud, but they are vague. They are obviously already drinking too much. These wolves were walking, laughing and cursing. Tang San watched them towards the town. At the fork in the road, the wolf spirits separated and went home. Tang San spotted a wolf demon of medium size and quickly followed. He was light-handed, and the other party drank too much, and he didn't notice it at all. The Windwolf tribe can basically distinguish the strength of the cultivation base from the body size. Generally, the smaller ones are the second-order Windwolves, and the taller ones are the third order. Only those who are particularly majestic can be of a higher level, but in Windwolf Town, there are very few particularly majestic Windwolves. He was the only one who was 3 meters tall, like Lord Windwolf. The target selected by Tang San was a Tier 3 Windwolf, and it was also a strong Windwolf that generally existed in Windwolf Town. Quickly followed, Tang San came silently behind him. The right hand made a traction motion towards the staggering footsteps of the Windwolf. The gentle Xiantian skill is released by the Tang sect's unique method of controlling cranes and catching dragons. The Falan staggered at his feet and immediately fell forward. But Tier 3 Windwolf is agile. Even when he is drunk, he will subconsciously jump up with his hands on the ground. What Tang San captured was this momentary opportunity. He slapped his body and tapped his toes on the waist and eyes of the third-order Windwolf. For animals like dogs and wolves, their waists are their most vulnerable place. Windwolf is a wolf demon, but it is also similar. The wolf demon was kicked in his waist. With this kick, his body suddenly softened, and he fell to the side. As soon as Yu read the book www.yangshu.com, he was about to curse, but the back of his neck was already pinched by Tang San's Xuanyu hand. The blood was blocked, and he passed out in a coma. This series of movements were extremely fast, and only 2 or 3 seconds before and after, this third-order Windwolf had already fallen softly to the ground. Tang San looked around. There was no movement. Immediately dragged the Tier 3 Windwolf to the dark place and pressed his right hand on his chest. After several years of practice, he is still very familiar with the element of wind in the bloodline of the Windwolf tribe. As soon as Xiantian Gong's power was injected into the opponent's body, he immediately felt the presence of the wind. What surprised Tang San was that the living Windwolf had a much stronger bloodline than the 2 dead Windwolf 2 years ago. After Xiantian Gong entered, he unceremoniously swallowed the power of these bloodlines and dragged it into Xiantian Gong. It is combined with the part of the Windblade energy brand he originally absorbed. The two forces of the same origin immediately had a tendency to merge. Even though they had escaped during the process of fusion, Tang San clearly felt that his Windblade aura fluctuated stronger, not because the Windblade itself became stronger, but the brand that belongs to the Windblade has been strengthened. This also means that when he uses Xiantian Gong to transform the Windblade, he can transform a stronger Windblade. And what surprised Tang San most was that he had reached the 3rd bottleneck for a long time. With the swallowing and blending of this energy, he finally showed signs of loosening, and it seemed that he was about to break through to the 4th stage. Carefully observe this Windwolf, remembering his features. Without killing him, Tang San quickly left, returning to his residence. It's not that I don't want to kill this wolf demon, but no one cares if a drunk sleeps on the side of the road. But if a Tier 3 wolf demon dies in the town, it will undoubtedly cause a commotion. It is far from the time. Chapter 18: Experiment and Judgment. Tang San quietly returned to his residence, while Wang Zhong was still cultivating on the bed. Tang San could feel that his Fengling transformation was still very much in a state of cultivation. Tang San also sat on the bed himself and quickly mobilized the Xiantian Gong to operate, and the part of the Fengling bloodline that had just been absorbed into the body began to operate with the Xiantian Gong. For him, this is an important experiment today. This experiment will determine whether he can continue to break through and find a way to break through. If it is feasible, it will be very beneficial to his future cultivation. The experiment is divided into two parts. One part is whether he can help himself break through the bottleneck after swallowing the power of the bloodline of the Windwolf, and the other is whether the third-order Windwolf that has been swallowed up by the bloodline can restore the bloodline afterwards the power, or to say that he lost his power directly and completely. These two aspects are very important, and they are related to his future cultivation path. Xiantiangong has already worked freely. After swallowing the blood of Tier 3 Windwolf, the feeling of the bottleneck loosening in Xiantiangong was very clear. However, when he used the Xiantiangong again, he found that that feeling was disappearing. The originally loose Xiantiangong seemed to have been suppressed by some invisible pressure, and it still failed to make an upward breakthrough. Tang San couldn't help frowning. If it was different from what he had imagined, it would be a big blow to him. The cultivation level has always been limited to the current level, which is quite a trouble. Need to find another way out. He is not irritable and still runs the profound heaven technique silently, gradually dissolving the power of the blood that has been swallowed. Mysterious heaven skill has become a bit thicker, although it has not broken through the level, but the total amount seems to be a bit more solid under the original peak state. At the same time, Tang San discovered that the brand of Windwolf in his body had become stronger. Simply put, the wind blade he can condense into will become bigger. When he uses the profound heaven power to induce this brand, some Windwolf changes will appear in his breath, and now, this change seems to become even greater. After absorbing the power of Zhu Jiaxin's Leopard Flash Demon Transformation and Fenglan's Bloodline, Leopard Flash's brand is obviously stronger than Fenglang, so the effect is better. Basically, he can display it within 10 meters, and the effect is excellent. Although the wind blade condensed from the blood of the Windwolf has a certain power, it is not too powerful. And today, after absorbing the blood power of this Tier 3 Windwolf, the brand that belongs to the wind blade is obviously stronger. When he uses the profound heaven power to induce the brand, not only the aura belonging to the Windwolf will become stronger, the wind blade will also become a lot bigger, and the power will increase significantly. Already basically had the power of Tier 3 Windwolf when it was used. Silently absorb and feel the changes in oneself silently. Tang San gradually had his own judgment. He is basically certain now that Xiantiangong is indeed able to strengthen himself by absorbing the power of the blood of the monster clan. And in the process of absorbing, the energy of the blood that was swallowed would turn into a part of the mysterious power, which would help to increase the speed of one's cultivation. At the same time, the characteristics in the bloodline will also be left behind as a brand, allowing oneself to transform through Xiantiangong, transforming the ability represented by the bloodline brand. This is a rather peculiar change, and it should be a change that belongs only to his mysterious power. In other words, he can form a brand by absorbing the blood power of different monster races, so that he can possess the power of these monsters. This is very interesting. And his previous guess should be correct. He wants to break through the bottleneck and not be suppressed by this plane. Then, the power to devour the blood of the monster clan should be the only way to go. He felt that the bottleneck was loose before. The main problem for the failure to break through should be that the energy intensity he swallowed was not enough. It was a third-order Windwolf, and the energy intensity in his bloodline was not as good as the third peak of his profound Tiangong. Therefore, if he wants to continue to break upward, it is possible to swallow the blood of Tier 4 Windwolf. By devouring the blood of a stronger level of monster clan, his aura is more like a powerful one-tier monster clan at that moment, and when the plane's suppressive power is loosened, he will break through the bottleneck. It should be able to reach the fourth order. Moreover, he doubts very much that starting from the third-tier bottleneck, this will probably be the only way for future breakthroughs to prevent this person from facing his own suppression. If this is the case, then he will have a direction and goal when he cultivates. The next step is to find a Tier 4 Windwolf and try to swallow and absorb his blood. The fourth-order Windwolf bloodline is not much in Windwolf Town, but there is one here. Wang Yanfeng is the fourth order. If this were not the case, as a vassal, it would be impossible for him to live in such a house. Among the vassals of Windwolf Town, he should be the strongest one. The next step of the experiment is to observe whether the Tier 3 wolf demon that he had swallowed and absorbed the power of the bloodline can restore the power of the bloodline. If he can recover, then Tang San could begin to prepare to search for Tier 4 wolf demon. It's not easy to be discovered yet. If the wolf demon couldn't recover, Tang San would have to be silent for a while, losing blood power inexplicably, and the Windwolf tribe might have doubts. One is okay, and another Tier 4 has the same problem, and the fool knows it's wrong. With these judgments, Tang San's mentality also stabilized, and he continued to practice Xian Tian Gong silently. Although he can't break through the bottleneck now, it is always good to accumulate with his cultivation experience. When the breakthrough comes, it will be a matter of course. The more solid the foundation is now, the easier it will be to cultivate in the future. In the next few days, Tang Sanwu and Wang Yanfeng studied and practiced every day. Every day teaches them knowledge in the morning and teaches them the practice and change of Fenglangchang in the afternoon. The life of the 5 people is very fulfilling. Compared with the previous slave life, Yu reading www.yukongsha.com can be said to be a heaven and an underground. Ling Mushua's mood has never been very good, but he is very serious when practicing and studying. After a few days of study, everyone's talents have also been revealed. Among the 3 brothers of the Wang family, Wang Chao, who has the highest level of awakening, has worse talents. Both Wang Zhong and Wang Xiaolei have better talents. The 3 of them are a bit worse than Ling Muxua. After several days of Windwolf transformation and training, Ling Muxua can now have a certain degree of Windwolf transformation. Although it is not yet possible to condense the wind blade, such an improvement speed even Wang Yanfeng would praise. As for Tang San, he was different from them again. When Wang Yanfeng saw that the wind blade that Tang San could release was obviously larger, he was very surprised. It should be that even though the wind blade was strengthened, Tang San didn't turn into Windwolf. No wolf hair can grow. This made him very curious, but there was no way. But he would also teach Tang San some additional wind blade manipulation skills. And in these few days, Tang San's experiment was completed. He would go out quietly every night to find the wolf demon he had swallowed before. I didn't find it the first day, and I didn't find it the next day. On the 3rd day, he found the wolf demon from a distance. Compared with before being swallowed by him, this wolf demon was obviously weaker. But after investigating Tang San, he found that his bloodline power should have recovered partly, and he was gradually recovering. It didn't show up in the first 2 days. It should be recuperating at home to restore the power of the blood. In other words, the power of the blood that was swallowed by him can be recovered through recuperation. It just takes a certain amount of time. To the wolf demon, it is like having a sickness, which can be recovered through recuperation. Chapter 19 Practical Teaching. For the sake of safety, Tang San observed for a few more days, and by about the 5th day, the bloodline power of the wolf demon had basically returned to its original state. This made Tang San feel confident. The next thing he needs to do is to find a Tier 4 wolf demon to try his own breakthrough. But this also made him a little bit guilty. The 4th order wolf monster is completely different from the 3rd order. Generally speaking, the height of the 3rd order wolf demon is 1.9 meters away, which is very strong. But the height of the 4th order wolf demon is more than 2 meters tall, and it is no longer strong enough to describe it. A Tier 4 wolf demon can deal with 4 or 5 Tier 3 wolf demon at the same time. Tier 3 to Tier 4 is a threshold. Although Tang San relied on his already very proficient Tang Sec genius, coupled with the abilities of Leopard Flash and Windblade, he was confident against Tier 4 wolf monster. But it is impossible to defeat a Tier 4 wolf monster without any movement. Once there is movement, he is likely to be exposed. Therefore, his current method is to either face a Tier 4 wolf monster outside in the wild, or think of a solution from his own teacher. Tang San did not rush, and continued to study and practice every day. From Wang Yanfeng's teachings, he learned more about the history and culture of the fairy continent. These are equally important to him. In the blink of an eye, half a month later, everyone's blood has improved to varying degrees, and basically they have been able to release the wind blade. But in Feng Ren's aspect, the other 4 had a big gap with Tang San. Starting today, we are going to add a class. Practical class. Only through actual combat can you further improve your fighting skills. It's the afternoon again, and today's class seems to be a little different. Follow me to the yard. While talking, Wang Yinfeng took the 5 people into the yard. After this half a month of study, all 5 of them can now enter the blood-stimulated cultivation state by themselves and practice Fenglanchang by themselves. But the actual combat course is the first time. The yard is not too big, but there is still enough space for activities, and the wooden fence is enough to block the outside view. Wang Yinfeng stood in the center of the yard and said, "You take turns. Attack me. Wang Chao, you come first. Change with Wind and Wolf." Okay. Wang Chao agreed and came to Wang Yinfeng 3 meters away. Let's get started. The reason why Wang Yinfeng wanted to face them directly was because he was worried that they would not be able to control their own power and hurt each other. Wang Chao took a deep breath. Suddenly, the blood rushed into his body, and there was a wolf howl in his mouth. His body swelled up a bit, and he propped up his clothes. His hair was drilled out, his teeth were protruding, and his eyes lit up with a faint blue light. Vaguely, there is a fierce excitement. Compared with the thin and weak before, after performing the Windwolf transformation, it can already be considered strong among children of the same age. Attack me. Wang Yinfeng nodded at him. Wang Chao let out a low growl. Windwolf transformation not only strengthened his various physical functions, but also gave him the viciousness of Windwolf invisibly. He exerted force on his legs and rushed directly towards Wang Yinfeng. There is no skill in this flutter, but both speed and power are obviously much stronger than ordinary humans. Wang Yinfeng didn't use the Windwolf transformation. He just took a step horizontally and avoided Wang Chao's pounce. The speed is too slow. Be careful to use your wolf claws as an attack weapon. If the target is the opponent's key. Wang Chao threw himself into the air, turned around, and threw out again, grabbing Wang Yinfeng with the wolf claw with his right hand, aiming at the chest. Wang Yinfeng took another step and avoided his attack again. Tang San looked at him and found that Wang Yinfeng's judgment was very accurate. It seemed that he avoided Wang Chao's attack by just stepping out every time. In fact, this was an accurate prediction of his actions. He dodges while giving instructions to Wang Chao how to attack. Tang San could see that his teacher's combat experience should be very rich. From beginning to end, his eyes were calm, and he could always point out the problem of Wang Chao's punting sharply. About 5 minutes later, Wang Chao was already squatting on the ground and panting, and the Windwolf transformation was over. With his current bloodline strength, he can only change the Windwolf into about 5 minutes. You should also pay attention to the problems and mistakes he just appeared. Also, you must remember that before the bloodline power reaches the 2nd level, don't use the wind blade lightly. Because the wind blade is a skill that emits energy, it will be more powerful. The power of your bloodline will be greatly consumed, unless you are sure that it will kill with a single blow. Otherwise, once you use it, it will shorten the time for your Windwolf transformation and become more passive. Wang Yinfeng said while beckoning to Wang Zhong. You have also seen the mistake he made just now. Please avoid it. Come on. Wang Zhong didn't say anything. He nodded and stimulated the blood, releasing his own Windwolf transformation. His Windwolf changes were obviously smaller than Wang Chao, but his eyes were sharper, his thin body squatted slightly, and in the next instant he rushed towards Wang Yinfeng. Wang Yinfeng's footsteps moved slightly, as if to dodge, but Wang Zhong's figure suddenly paused, and his right foot was on the ground. He actually changed the direction, which was exactly the route Wang Yinfeng seemed to dodge. However, Wang Yinfeng's footsteps were taken back with only a slight movement, so Wang Zhong was completely out of the air. It seemed as if he was deliberately flying into the air. Among the 5, only Tang San could see that Wang Yinfeng was a fake action that deceived Wang Zhong. Yes, the strength is not exhausted, knows to change direction, but you also need to pay attention to the opponent's movements. Continue. Wang Yinfeng praised Wang Zhong. Wang Zhong's body twisted, and he rushed towards Wang Yinfeng again. Relatively speaking, he was obviously more agile than Wang Chao, and after several consecutive misses, he would take the initiative to pull away and let himself breathe. He also persisted for about 5 minutes. This was when his Fenglang transformation base was obviously inferior to Wang Chao. Judging from his fighting talent, he is obviously about to surpass Wang Chao. Yu reading www.yuyukangshu.com. The next Wang Xiaolei only insisted on the 3-minute Windwolf change. He was a little younger and was inferior to Wang Chao and Wang Zhong in all aspects. But Wang Yinfeng had praised before that Wang Xiaolei's effect was better than the two of them when Feng Lang changed his bloodline to practice. The fourth one is Ling Muxue. Teacher, can I attack anyway? Ling Muxue looked at Wang Yinfeng and asked in a low voice. It's okay. Even if you let go of the attack, you still can't hurt me. Let me see how effective our Xiao Muxue is. Wang Yinfeng was still very satisfied with the only female disciple. Ling Muxue's cultivation effort was by no means inferior to that of a few boys, and because she opened up her mind in advance, her study and cultivation results were very good. Ling Muxue also took a deep breath. The color of her hair gradually turned into blue-gray. Wolf hair drilled out from the back of her neck. Glaucoma in her eyes. Her figure flashed. She rushed towards Wang Yinfeng. Her speed is obviously faster than the 3 Wang family brothers. Although she doesn't have much skill when saving, she appears very light and agile. Wang Yinfeng could tell at a glance that she was doing her best in this pounce. The speed was good, but she did not avoid the mistakes made by the 3 Wang family brothers. Can't help but frown slightly, stepping out to dodge. Ling Muxue's pounce naturally went into the air, but at the moment she was in the air, Ling Muxue in midair suddenly twisted her body, twisting her body without changing the direction of the attack. This will undoubtedly make her body lose control and turn her back into the air. She fell in the direction of the ground, but her body also turned over. A wind blade shot out from her hand in an instant and flew straight to Wang Yinfeng's shoulder. Chapter 20 Tang 3 versus Wang Yinfeng. Because Wang Yinfeng only stepped forward to evade, at the moment when Ling Muxue turned and attacked, the distance between the two parties was very close, and it was too late to evade. Wang Chao and Wang Xiaolei had already exclaimed when they saw this scene, but saw a flash of blue light on Wang Yinfeng's body, and the wind blade that fell on his shoulder disappeared out of thin air. At the same time, a blue light shot out from under his feet, just catching Ling Muxue, who had landed on the ground, moving upwards, allowing her to stand firm. The Windwolf transformation on Ling Muxue's body has been lifted, panting, with big mouths. The scene that just happened obviously made her a little dazed, and she didn't know what happened. But Wang Yinfeng's eyes were full of admiration. Yes, very good. You know the gap between you and me, so you chose to finish your work, concentrate all your power on the wind blade, and attack me unexpectedly. This is a brainstorming battle. Very good. Ling Muxue's careful thought. Of course he could see it. Teacher, you are amazing. You just... Ling Muxue's eyes were full of shock. Wang Yinfeng said, that are some applications of Windblade. I will teach you when you reach the 3rd level in the future. This needs to be established when the bloodline is strong enough to be able to use it. Whether it is Ling Muxue or the 3 Wang family brothers, looking at Wang Yinfeng at this time, there is a feeling of high mountain standing still. Even Tang San was shocked in his heart. Among the strong humans he had met, Zhu Jiasen was the first, and then Wang Yinfeng. He is now completely certain that Wang Yinfeng's strength must definitely be higher than Zhu Jiasen. Zhu Jiasen should also be a cultivation base of tier 4 or so. At that time, he could kill the tier 3 wolf monster even if he was hit hard. However, even if Wang Yinfeng is tier 4, Wang Yinfeng's control of the wind element is so exquisite. That is not a simple wind blade, but a direct application of the wind element. At least he hasn't seen it in any wolf demon. This manipulation alone gave Tang San a feeling of admiration for Wang Yinfeng. This requires a strong mental power and also a sufficient understanding of the wind element. Tang San, it's your turn. Wang Yinfeng told Ling Muxue to retreat, then turned to Tang San and said. Tang San took a few steps forward, thought a little, and then nodded to Wang Yinfeng. Wang Yinfeng smiled at him slightly. Let's get started. Tang San's eyes were slightly narrowed, and glaucoma burst into his eyes. When Wang Yinfeng saw the glaucoma released from his eyes, he couldn't help being shocked. For the Windwolf tribe, the stronger the blood in the body, the stronger the harmony with the wind elements displayed. The more wind elements that can be controlled, the breath that emanates from the body, especially the glaucoma in the pupils. It has only been half a month since the cultivation. Wang Yinfeng was surprised to find that the situation in Tang San's eyes was much stronger than when he first arrived. Before he could think about it, Tang San had already taken a shot, raised his right hand, and a wind blade about 3 inches long had already shot out. When the wind blade flew out, there was no whistling sound, and it looked like it flew towards Wang Yinfeng plainly. Wang Yinfeng saw that he didn't take the initiative to pounce on him, but he had expected it, because Tang San himself could not perform the Windwolf transformation, and it was an unwise choice to take the initiative to pounce without increasing his physical strength. What surprised him was that Tang San's wind blade did not make a sound of breaking through the air, which was different from the normal wind blade situation. Wang Yinfeng didn't move, but when he watched Feng Jian approaching him, he was ready to move to dodge. With his combat experience, no matter what kind of opponent he faces, he can save a bit of energy and never waste it. But at this moment, the wind blade in his eyes suddenly disappeared. Yes, it just disappeared. He only felt that there was a flower in front of him, and the wind blade was so invisible. Disappeared? Is there not enough energy to support wind blade? Impossible. The distance between the two sides is only 5 or 6 meters. Even when Tang San just awakened, it shouldn't be a problem for the wind blade to attack him. How could it suddenly dissipate? At this moment, he suddenly felt a tingling pain in front of him, and a subconscious blue light was blocking him. The blue light touched, and the position of the forehead rippled. Wang Yinfeng subconsciously withdrew a step backward, but he was already taken aback. Bingo! Yes, Tang San hit him with this wind blade. He couldn't dodge at all. He couldn't even catch the trail behind. This silent wind blade slashed on his forehead. If it weren't for his Windwolf energy body, he would at least see blood this time. How can that be? Wang Yinfeng's eyes changed when he looked at Tang San. Come again. Wang Yinfeng shouted to Tang San. Tang San raised his left hand, and another wind blade shot out. It still looked like the same wind blade, and there was still no sound. The distance between the two sides is very close. This time, at the moment when he sent the wind blade, Wang Yinfeng also shot a wind blade in his hand. The speed was extremely fast, and it went straight to his wind blade, and it was obviously much larger. The fired wind blade was directly annihilated. However, a weird scene appeared. Tang San's wind blade actually drew a beautiful arc in the air, almost avoiding Wang Yinfeng's wind blade when it was too late to let his wind blade shoot in. Ground. Then, in Wang Yinfeng's vision, the wind blade disappeared again. There was almost no hesitation. A circle of cyan light whirlwind rose up around Wang Yinfeng's body. The cyan light flashed, and the wind blade reappeared at the position of his back, and then disappeared. Wang Yinfeng's face was only shocked at this time. He asked himself that in terms of the wind element control brought by the bloodline of Windwolf, there may not be anyone in Windwolf Town that can compare with him, even Lord Windwolf. Only the unfathomable High Priest should be stronger in this regard, because she has a stronger bloodline power. But he never expected that in front of him, such a young boy of only 8 years old showed such a delicate operation of the wind blade. If it's only once, can it be said to be a coincidence? But can it be twice in a row? They are all silent, and the control is so exquisite. You reading www.yilangshu.com can actually make the wind blade disappear in front of his eyes. This can be said to be a superb skill. How did he know that in the world where Tang San lived, he lived to 28 years old in that sect? That sect was called Tang Sect. Tang Sect was best at hidden weapons and poisoning. Tang San has an almost crazy love for hidden weapons, so he took the risk and learned the secret treasure records of the inner door Xiantian, including Xiantian Gong, Xian Jade Hand, Crane Controlling Dragon, Purple Demon Eye, Ghost Shadow, and hidden weapons. Is to carry forward these 6 masterpieces in his own hands. Later, after the incident was revealed, he chose to leave everything behind and jumped off the cliff. This is the first crossing, and that time of crossing made him go to a place called Douluo Continent. Relying on the Tang sect's unique knowledge as the foundation, recultivation, combined with a special ability called Wuhuan in that world, finally cultivated into a god, and even a generation of kings. Among these 6 great Tang sects, the first 5 real functions can be said to serve for the final hidden weapon. Tang sect hidden weapons are divided into 2 major categories. One is the machine-like hidden weapons manufactured by virtue of the exquisite crafting, and the other is the hidden weapons used by the technique and its own profound skill. When he was in the Douluo Continent in his previous life, Tang San's father was a blacksmith, and he was also a hidden generation of Hammer Kings. Tang San learned how to strike iron, and coupled with everything restarted, he made a lot of machine-like hidden weapons that shocked the world. When he arrived in this life, he came with the memory of his spiritual knowledge in previous life, and he had much more experience than he did not know when he was reborn in the previous life. In addition, he didn't even have the opportunity to build here, so he naturally spent more time practicing hidden weapon techniques. Chapter 21 Tell a Story. Even before, when he had just acquired the Wind Blade ability, the Wind Blade itself had limited strength. However, relying on the techniques recorded in the hidden weapon solution and his years of comprehension, coupled with the spiritual power improved through the cultivation of the purple magic pupil, this Wind Blade has already been played out by him. This time, after swallowing another Tier 3 Wolf Demon's Falan bloodline, his Wind Blade power was enhanced even more. He was already very conservative with Wang Yinfeng's shots. Otherwise, he could completely compress the Wind Blade and burst out a stronger attack power. Wang Yinfeng wanted to easily block it, but it would not be so easy. Wang Yinfeng looked at him in shock, but Tang San's expression was calm, with a somewhat dazed expression in his eyes. Without asking immediately, Wang Yinfeng just said, "Well, today's actual combat class is here. After you go back, you must carefully understand the problems that you have encountered in today's actual combat. From now on, we will conduct a practical combat class every 3 days. Hopefully, next time, you will be able to see some progress. This is related to whether you can win the assessment when you really face the Windwolf 3 years later." Everyone went back to the house together, but Wang Yinfeng stopped Tang San and took him to the second floor. There are 2 rooms on the second floor. Tang San has also come up before. The 2 rooms are where Wang Yinfeng and Xiu Jing live, and the other is supposed to be a guest room. He has never been in that room. What surprised him was that Wang Yinfeng actually opened the room this time and waved to him. "You come in with me." Tang San followed his words and walked into the room behind Wang Yinfeng. As soon as he entered the room, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. This is a seemingly empty room. Yes, there is no furniture in the whole room. But just as soon as he came in, Tang San clearly felt that the wind element in this room was obviously stronger than the outside world. Although he couldn't easily mobilize his divine consciousness, because of the existence of that ray of divine consciousness, his spiritual power grew much faster than ordinary people, and his perception became more acute. Tang San soon discovered that the origin of these wind elements came from some ores placed in the 4 corners of the room. The element of wind comes from these ores. Closing the door, Wang Yinfeng's face looked a little solemn. "Let's talk about it. How did your wind blade control come about?" Tang San blinked and looked at him. "Teacher." Wang Yinfeng looked at him with a sullen face and said, "You must make it clear that this is related to your life and death. I need a reasonable explanation. Otherwise, you can't stay here anymore. What's the matter with you? When you just awakened, I felt something was wrong." Normally awakened humans with the bloodline of the Windwolf. First of all, the humans who have the bloodline of the Windwolf appear similar to the changes of the Windwolf. The power of the element of wind, so that this power can gradually increase, in order to control the talented ability of Windblade. But you didn't have the transformation of the Windwolf from the beginning to the end, but you can use the Windblade, and your Windblade power seems to increase very quickly. Today, this level of control is used. This should be its not your innate ability. The Windblade can also be said to come from the power of blood. Then, where does your Windblade control come from? No one taught. I don't believe you can be born with it. Let alone, you also need to explain to me how your enlightenment comes from. Tang San was silent. He lowered his head slightly, as if thinking about how to explain everything Wang Yinfeng asked. Wang Yinfeng was not in a hurry, but waited silently. After a while, Tang San slowly said, "Teacher, I actually awakened a long time ago. I didn't awaken only this time." "Well, when?" Wang Yinfeng seemed to have guessed this a long time ago. 6 years old. When I was 6, I awakened by coincidence. That time, I was so hungry that night. I came out looking for food and unknowingly walked to the edge of the village. In the woods, I touched there was a person. He grabbed me. At that time, I was frightened and wanted to scream, but he covered my mouth. Under the fear, I awakened the power in my blood. Having said that, he paused for a while before continuing. The man seemed to feel my awakening. He told me not to call, and then let me go. He checked my body again. After the check, he just went on. Asked me if I would like to learn from him. At that time, I didn't know anything, even what learning was. Then the man told me something and gave me something to eat. Let me every night when I went to look for him. He was willing to give me food. I used to be too hungry to eat, so I went every day. He started to teach me something, and gradually, I knew more. He also taught me how to control Wind Blade. What does he look like? Do you know his name? Wang Yinfeng asked. Tang San shook his head blankly. He never said it. He said he would tell me when I grow up. But 3 months ago, he never appeared again. Then, it was the awakening ceremony. So, he taught you how to control your wind blade. Then, did he say why you can't transform into Windwolf? Tang San said. He said that transformation is not necessarily good, because it will be limited to a demon god transformation. It should only be the essence. Then he taught me a cultivation method, and then I can't transform. He told me that this kind of exercise is very special and cannot be spread outside. It is not learned at the beginning of awakening. After learning it, it will die. Gong method, a method that belongs only to our humans. Wang Yinfeng's eyes lit up. Tang San said, I don't know. I just remember that when he saw him for the last time, he told me before leaving, no matter what he encounters in the future, remember to aim to save mankind. One day, mankind will no longer become a slave. As soon as this statement came out, Wang Yinfeng suddenly shook his whole body, with a shocked expression on his face, and subconsciously clenched his fists, seeming to have been strongly stimulated novel.com for a long time to be unable to help himself. Redemption, redemption, Nan muttered, and his lips pressed. Tang San could feel his emotional excitement at this moment. It took a long while before Wang Yinfeng's expression eased, took a deep breath, stabilized his emotions, and said in a deep voice, Tang San, remember, these things you said to me today, don't mention them to anyone, including Mu Shui and others. Don't talk about it. It can only be buried in your own heart. In the future, if someone asks you who you learned your wind blade skills from, you can tell them that you learned it from me. Understand? Tang San looked at him and blinked again. Teacher, do you want to learn? I can teach you. That person said that as long as it is a human, you can teach. Wang Yinfeng's heart moved. Today he was really surprised by Tang San's 2 wind blade manipulations. He asked himself that his manipulation of the wind element was already very subtle, and it was even difficult for him to continue to improve. However, the shadowless wind blade displayed by Tang San today seemed to open a brand new door for him. He hesitated a bit, learning from his own students? Teacher, I don't think you may beat me. At this moment, Tang San said suddenly. Huh? Wang Yinfeng was taken aback. Looking at him, what he saw was Tang San with childish but very serious eyes. Can't beat you. Tang San nodded and said, that person told me, don't easily show your fighting power in front of others. That day, I really wanted to kill them, but I can feel that I should not be able to beat the strongest too. But ordinary wolf monsters should not be able to beat me. Wang Yinfeng said, neither can I. Tang Sandao. Teacher's energy level should be higher than mine, but you should not be able to beat my wind blade. Chapter 22, you should not be able to beat. Tang Sandao. Teacher's energy level should be higher than mine, but you should not be able to beat my wind blade. Wang Yinfeng thought for a while, and said, then it's good, just here, let's discuss it. If you win, I will learn how to use the wind blade with you. If you lose, the teacher will teach you a cultivation style element to improve yourself. Way. How? Okay. Tang San nodded immediately. What he did today can be said to be well-intentioned. There are several main purposes. To show Wang Yinfeng his shadowless wind blade is to let him know some of his abilities. In this way, his position in Wang Yinfeng's mind will be improved. The degree of freedom can be greater in the future. Also, he really wanted to teach Wang Yinfeng some abilities, and even to the other 4 people, so that their strength can be strengthened as soon as possible, and the assessment after 3 years can be passed. There will not be another tragedy. Has a deeper meaning, because he named the name Salvation, and he wanted to see Wang Yinfeng's reaction. From the perspective of Wang Yinfeng's maintenance of them, he wanted to test it out to see if Wang Yinfeng knew about the Redemption Organization, or if he was even a member of the Redemption Organization. If this is the case, it is the best situation which is conducive to joining this organization in the future and looking for reincarnated wives through them. And the last point is naturally for his own practice. The reason why he said that Wang Yinfeng's strength was not as good as him was to find a chance for himself to swallow a little bit of Wang Yinfeng's power of the Windwolf bloodline, so as to break through to the fourth stage of profound heaven skill. In the past few days, he has carefully considered many ways, and also observed the Tier 4 Windwolf in the town. It is very difficult to attack the Tier 4 Windwolf rashly without making any movement. It is too easy to expose. After all, his figure is the root of exposure. Swallowing won't hurt the root. It is the safest to complete the breakthrough from Wang Yinfeng. He also considered, what if Wang Yinfeng is a loyal running dog of the Windwolf tribe? The probability of this happening is extremely low. Even if Wang Yinfeng didn't dare to resist the Windwolf clan, judging from his attitude and care for himself and others, his character would be fine. 10,000 steps back and said, if he was really betrayed by him, Tang San would have been forcibly suppressed, and if he was really anxious, he would arouse his Russian spiritual consciousness and level the Windwolf town. He waited a few days, and finally came to the conclusion that by exposing himself to a certain degree, the gains he can get are more than the risks. Therefore, he made this choice. At this moment, Wang Yinfeng had already walked to the corner and moved cautiously among the ores exuding wind elements. The next moment, Tang San suddenly felt astonished that a layer of soft energy was invisible in the air, that it is clearly the element of wind. But this element of wind enveloped the entire room. This is actually a general existence similar to the wind system magic circle. Is there such a thing? Tang San's heart was shocked. The surprise that Wang Yinfeng brought to him can be said to be quite strong. So does this exist in this world? Okay, don't worry about making too much noise here. Come on, let me see what you learned from that person. Wang Yinfeng deliberately opened the distance between Tang San, in order to be able to give he has more space to display the wind blade. The discussion at this time is obviously different from the previous instruction. Wang Yinfeng did not underestimate the 8-year-old child in front of him. His eyes were full of glaucoma, and his body instantly swelled. Windwolf change. The Windwolf transformation performed by humans. Although the body will become stronger, but it will never be larger than the Windwolf of the same level. Despite this, Wang Yinfeng, who played the Windwolf transformation, was already over 2 meters tall. The wind element around the body obviously became manic, and the blue light was also lingering above the pair of wolf claws. Although there was a certain distance from him, Tang San could still clearly feel the pressure released from him on his face. It can be said that this is the strongest opponent he has encountered so far in this world. Tang San's eyes also became stagnant. Watching Wang Yinfeng seriously, his body squatted slightly, his feet one behind the other. There was also glaucoma flowing in his eyes, and a faint cyan light rippling outwards along the corners of his eyes. In the next instant, Tang San moved. He raised his hands at the same time, 2 wind blades, and 2 wind blades that were obviously larger than the previous ones in the courtyard, shot out. Still not making a single figure, one left and the other right, drawn 2 arcs, and flew straight to Wang Yinfeng. Wang Yinfeng was also launched at the same time. He did not care about the wind blade. Tang San's wind blade shocked him before. He knew that it was difficult for him to dodge such a wind blade. What he could rely on was his stronger level strength to crush Tang San. He didn't know why Tang San said that he could defeat him was arrogant, or he really had enough self-confidence and strength. He also wants to see. Ignoring the 2 wind blades, he rushed straight to Tang San, narrowing the distance so that Tang San could not release more wind blades. This was the best way, but he himself did not release Foam Blade. After all, he was worried that Tang San could not resist it and hurt him. The 2 wind blades that Tang San released first were already flying in the air at this time, and Tang San himself retreated. Puff puff, twice. 2 wind blades hit Wang Yinfeng's knee joint. At this time, although he was already using the wind element to protect his body strength increased greatly after the transformation. However, he was still staggered by these 2 wind blades, and his forward stature was a little out of control. My heart was also taken aback. This is not the wind blade that Tier 2 Windwolf transformation can display. And just taking advantage of his loss of control, Tang San slipped away from the side and pulled the distance again. The 2 wind blades in his hand were released again. Wang Yinfeng stepped forward, turned over with a pair of wolf claws, and controlled his body. But the two wind blades had arrived again, hitting his knees again. Yu reading www.yukongsha.com made his figure just about to bounce suddenly. Followed by two more wind blades. The two wind blades are smaller in size, but when they flew in, Wang Yinfeng obviously felt threatened. This seems to be stronger than the previous wind blade. Compression? He squatted subconsciously, and a pair of wolf claws shot out, forming a whirlpool in front of him. Don't dare to take it anymore. But at this time, a strange scene appeared. Above the wind in front of him, two blue lights flashed and disappeared. In the next moment, Wang Yinfeng felt the tingling in his eyes. Subconsciously raised his arm to cover the front. Two stings came from his arm, and Tang San's attack obviously ran into his eyes. Tang San's wind blade is more powerful than he imagined. This clearly has reached the third order level. This is a situation that Wang Yinfeng never expected before. He is only 8 years old, but he has been able to reach the third order strength. Although there is no increase in the body of the Windwolf transformation, but the power and skill of this wind blade alone should be comparable to the ordinary third order wolf monster. There is no problem. But he is not a third order. Wang Yinfeng no longer underestimated Tang San's thoughts. He let out a low growl, and his body suddenly skyrocketed. The blue light burst around the body, and the blue in his eyes became a little deeper. The strong wind element seems to have been augmented by the magic circle in the room, causing every wolf hair on his body to emit a faint blue brilliance. Stomped on the ground with both feet, accelerated suddenly, covered the vital points with his arms, and rushed directly towards Tang San. The two wind blades fell on him again, but they were directly resolved by the wind element of his body. At this time, he has fully bloomed his own cultivation base. What he has to do is simple: close the distance and end the battle. Chapter 23, Xintian Gong 4th level. In his opinion, no matter how exquisite Tang San's wind blade control is, it doesn't make any sense if he can't break through his defenses. Once he got close, Tang San, who hadn't even transformed himself, would undoubtedly lose. The room is just so big, but in the next instant, he will be in front of Tang San. But at this moment, the corners of Tang San's mouth raised, revealing a faint smile. In fact, what he wanted was Wang Yinfeng's initiative to approach. On absolute speed, he is not a Tier 4 Wang Yinfeng opponent. But when is he not good at melee? No matter how rich Wang Yinfeng's combat experience is, it is impossible to compare with the generation of kings in his previous life who has experienced many battles. With his toes lightly on the ground, Tang San's figure flickered like a ghost, almost avoiding Wang Yinfeng's frontal punch from an impossible gap. He walked around Wang Yinfeng's side almost instantly, squatted down, and avoided Wang Yinfeng's thick arms by taking advantage of his small figure. The right hand pierced out like lightning. The 5 fingers of the right hand, which exuded white jade-like luster, touched Wang Yinfeng's armpit almost instantly. Wang Yinfeng's body was shot with blue light, and coupled with a strong body, he had a considerable degree of defense. However, Tang San's move was just a bit of a break, plus Xin Yusho's increase. There was a gap in the wind element of Wang Yinfeng's body protection that was poked in an instant. The armpit is the key. No matter how strong the body is, the defense is relatively weak. Wang Yinfeng only felt a sharp pain like acupuncture in his armpit. In the next instant, half of his body was paralyzed. Just when he was shocked, Tang San's right hand had already turned into a punch, and another punch was in his armpit. Wang Yinfeng fell to the ground as soon as he softened. Tang San leaned against him with his shoulders under his armpits, so that he didn't allow him a chance to support his body, so he overturned him to the ground. Wang Yinfeng only felt that the right half of his body was sore and soft, and he would never give any effort. My heart is already in awe. He didn't actually figure out how he failed. All this happened too quickly. This was certainly because he was afraid of hurting Tang San, and had not dared to go all out. At least from the beginning to the end, he had not used his most proud wind blade to attack in all directions. But even so, Tang San actually knocked him down in close combat in the end, which still made him feel unbelievable. Tang San quickly backed away, cyan light lingering in his palm. During the 3 collisions just now, he quietly used Xian Tian Gong to steal a bit of Tier 4 Windwolf bloodline power from Wang Yinfeng. This is also one of the reasons why half of Wang Yinfeng's body is sore. Although the total amount is not much, but the level is 4th order, Tang San almost instantly felt that the mysterious power in his body had changed. It was like boiling. My own judgment is correct, and what I need is the blood power of the same attribute and higher level to help myself complete the breakthrough. Feeling this change, Tang San stepped back and sat on the ground, panting with big mouths. Shows that he has been exhausted. In fact, with the mellowness and recovery ability of his profound heaven skill, it would be no problem to use the wind blade more than a dozen times. This is still when he didn't use leopard flash. In terms of true strength, if he fights with all his strength, Tang San is probably 60 to 70% sure that he can defeat Wang Yinfeng. Wang Yinfeng has reservations, but is he not? Even if there is a gap between the two sides' cultivation base. But in terms of combat experience and combat methods, Tang San still had a lot more. In his previous life, it was not too easy for him to beat his opponent by a higher level. It's just that he hasn't fully understood the world in this life, nor has he gained more benefits from this world. Otherwise, he will only become stronger faster. The sourness gradually faded. Wang Yinfeng turned over and sat up, looking at Tang San's eyes full of complexity. He really never thought that one day he would lose to an 8-year-old kid. If you lose, and he won't find any reason for himself. Teacher, I'm a bit too exhausted. Can I go back to rest first? Tang San looked at Wang Yinfeng, showing a pitiful look. Wang Yinfeng twitched the corners of his mouth. Go. Remember what I told you today? Don't tell anyone what you told me today. Otherwise, there will be murder. Good teacher. Tang San quickly agreed, got up, opened the door and left. He wanted to grasp the feeling of breakthrough, and quickly let his profound heaven skill enter the 4th level. If the cultivation base can be promoted to the next stage, everything will naturally become different. When he returned to his room, Wang Zhong was already practicing. Tang San climbed onto the bed. His mood at this time was still good. Judging from Wang Yinfeng's reaction, his judgment was correct. This teacher is bound to have doubts, but he will still defend himself. He didn't mind, and taught him some of his hidden weapon techniques. And there is still an unexpected joy today. That is the wind magic circle in the room on the 2nd floor of Wang Yinfeng. This obviously can be used for cultivation. My current control of the wind element must pass the mark left by the blood of the Windwolf. But this requires constant improvement through swallowing. He wanted to directly control the wind element, but he seemed unable to do it. Even if he had enough mental power, he couldn't pull it. This is also restricted by the rules of this plane. If you want to break through this rule, according to Wang Yinfeng's hierarchy of the blue world, I am afraid that you will have to wait until you break through the 9th rank before this is possible. Sit cross-legged, urging Xiantian Gong to operate. The boiling Xiantian Gong quickly rushed through the barrier under the azure light. This time, the 3rd stage of Xiantian Gong, which had already reached the bottleneck, was finally not blocked anymore, and successfully rushed through the barrier in one go. The aura on Tang San's body obviously became thicker. UU reading www.okanshu.com's absorption of the vitality of heaven and earth has become more and more rapid. In the 4th stage, he finally entered the realm of the 4th stage of Xiantian Gong. And when he broke through the 4th level of success, Tang San immediately felt that the whole world in his own perception seemed to have become different. This is a wonderful feeling. In his perception, this world seems to have a lot of things calling him, and he can also feel more of the rich aura belonging to this world. All of this is calling him, and the brand of his Falan bloodline was obviously deepened. Although it wasn't much swallowed, it was also the power of the 4-level bloodline. There is still a certain increase for him. The most important thing is the improvement of Xiantian Gong. Through these years of cultivation and the experience accumulated during this breakthrough, Tang San has gradually figured out the relationship between his profound heaven skill and the demon god transformation. In other words, it is the relationship between one's profound heaven skill and the blood of the demon race. If you want to become stronger, you also need more skills. Then, look for a stronger monster race, more suitable for their own skills to swallow. Leave their ability imprinted, so that oneself have this ability. This is undoubtedly the best choice. Windwolf Town is obviously not the place where I have to stay all the time. Only when I go to the big city of the Tianyu Empire can I meet the monsters with stronger blood. But the premise is that he has the strength to swallow them. After 3 years later, I can get the status of a vassal here. According to Wang Yanfeng, once he has the status of a vassal, he can walk freely on the mainland, provided that his lord agrees. After 3 years, head to the big city. This was the goal Tang San set for himself. And for the next 3 years, the most important thing for him is accumulation. Accumulation in the next step will master some things from the previous life and increase the strength. Chapter 24 Exhort. Maybe it was because the blood drawn was less powerful. When Tang San saw Wang Yanfeng again the next day, he seemed to have returned to normal. However, the look in Wang Yanfeng's eyes when he looked at him had already clearly changed. How could he fail to see that this only 8-year-old child actually already possesses the third-order ability? But this also relieved Wang Yanfeng. What was relieved was why Tang San had a tendency to do it that day, because he did have a certain strength. Even if it was oneself, it turned out to be true without going all out. This kid is not only the mysterious wind blade technique, but also has very powerful melee combat. The morning is still a cultural class, teaching them some knowledge. Tang San still listened very seriously, studying reading and writing seriously. After the class, Wang Yanfeng called Tang San upstairs again. Tang San, I have something to say to you. Although I told you yesterday, I think I need to say a few more words to you. Wang Yanfeng looked at Tang San solemnly. Teacher, you say? Tang San nodded. Wang Yanfeng said, when I first taught you, I told you what it means to sit. Do you remember? Tang San nodded again. Wang Yanfeng said, when I talk about sitting with you now, it's not that the teacher is afraid of death. In fact, the teacher has survived the past few decades and is considered to be an older person among us humans. Compared with most people, I am already considered happy. Yes, at least I can stay with your sister forever. Our life is worth it. However, there are 27 vassals in Windwolf Town. Every vassal who can survive has 3. The strength above the level, plus the 5 of you, is 32. If any one of us is found to be a problem, it is likely that all of us will sit in a row. Having said that, he paused for a while before continuing. The word salvation you mentioned yesterday should not be mentioned to anyone. Your own strength should be hidden as much as possible. You are young and emotionally impulsive. This must be restrained, not only for yourself, but also for all the humans in Windwolf Town. Can you understand what I mean? I understand. Tang San nodded seriously. Wang Yanfeng sighed softly and said, I hope you really understand it. Okay, I lost to you yesterday, and the teacher counts. From tonight, you can come to this room to practice. In this room, you have the magic circle arranged by the wind and spirit stone. Although this circle is very simple, it is a little effort that I have accumulated for so many years. You come up to practice once every other day, so it will be very good for you to feel the element of wind. Cultivation, the effect of the Windwolf change will be better. You will be able to have the current abilities at the age of 8, and the future will be limitless. You must listen to the teacher and keep your useful body, so that the future will be possible. Yes. Tang San respectfully agreed. Wang Yanfeng hesitated for a while, and said, Do you have anything to say? Or is it to ask? Tang San said, Teacher, do you want to learn how to manipulate the wind blade with me? Wang Yanfeng's mouth twitched. Obviously, he didn't expect this to be what he would ask, but he just hesitated a little, then nodded, and said, Study. I want to break through to the 5th rank is already very difficult. Windwolf clan also I won't give me the corresponding technique. Moreover, our bloodline power is limited after all. There are not many strongest bloodlines in Falan Town's bloodline, so naturally there is a limit for us. Learn some skills can also enhance a bit. Then the teacher is not welcome. Tang Sandao. Teacher, is there any way to strengthen the bloodline? Wang Yanfeng was taken aback and said, This should exist, but I don't know. But I have heard of it. Whether it is a monster or a ghost among the same clan. If there is a high-ranking clan who is willing to strip off his blood when he dies, passing down the quintessence to the low-ranking clansmen can improve their bloodlines. As for us humans, we don't have to think about it. How can the monsters and spirits give us high-ranking inheritance? Tang Sandao. What if it is forcibly stripped? Is it possible? Wang Yanfeng's heart tightened. Who said this to you? Is that person who taught you before? Tang San nodded. Of course he thought about it himself, but now he can only plant on the unnecessarily person, and this unnecessarily person can also be Zhu Jiasen. Wang Yinfeng said, perhaps it is possible, but it is not what I can touch. In the process of salvation, maybe. At this point, he suddenly stopped. He slapped himself sharply. I mentioned these two words again. Remember, you must not mention them, especially when you are outside. Don't mention them to anyone. Teacher, you lighten it. It hurts when I see it. Tang San's mouth twitched. Wang Yinfeng said irritably, okay, you kid. Then you start teaching me now? I want to learn your way of making Windblade invisible. Tang San nodded and said, Teacher, Windblade's control is actually not difficult. The first is to let Windblade use its greatest advantage, which is speed. The wind element itself is the best increase in speed. So, the shadowless Windblade you see is actually based on speed. I will teach you some basic things today. This technique is called the hand-slapped arrow, which can increase the speed of the Windblade as much as possible. When you, after being able to master the hand-handling arrow, I will teach you the maneuvering technique. Only after learning these two techniques can you begin to try the shadowless Windblade. Wang Yinfeng listened to what he said, and he couldn't help but feel a little sluggish. Are there so many tricks? Last night, it wasn't just Tang San who broke through to the 4th level of Xiantian Gong. The calm of the night also meant Wang Yinfeng's protection and recognition of him. This also allowed Tang San to recognize the teacher one step closer. Now www.mtlnovel.com, he began to teach Wang Yinfeng the basic techniques in the hidden weapons of Tang's sect. Wang Yinfeng is quite excellent in control, even better than most wolves, and he naturally learns quickly. From the end of the culture class in the morning to lunch, it became the time for Wang Yinfeng to learn from Tang San. However, in the eyes of the Wang family brothers and Ling Muxue, it seemed that Wang Yinfeng had specially given Tang San a small stove. None of the four have any doubts about this. Ling Muxue felt most intimate with Tang San. After all, they were together in the most difficult time. And because the Wang family brothers were much older, they all subconsciously thought that Tang San, who was only 8 years old, of course had to teach more, otherwise, he would fail the assessment after 3 years. And when Tang San was cultivating in the wind system magic circle for the first time, his understanding of this world was finally a bit more profound. As night fell, the room was emitting a faint blue light, and the wind spirit stone in the corner was rippling with soft wind elements. Although it is only rich in wind elements, it also makes the aura of heaven and earth in the room several times thicker than ordinary places. This is very good for Tang San's cultivation of Xiantian Gong. But he was not eager to practice Xiantian Gong, but tried to feel the wind element here. In his previous life, with his powerful divine power and consciousness, it was easy to control any element. In this life, starting from the beginning, everything becomes different, and his perception of everything has to be revisited. The wind element here is very light, and the gentle wind has a warm and cold taste. When Tang San tried to use his mental power to communicate with them, the element of wind will naturally rippling, and there will be a feeling of rejection, will not be attracted by him. Chapter 25 1-Year Change. And when Tang San practiced in the way of Xiantian Gong, after these wind elements were forcibly sucked into the body by him, they would naturally be affected by Xiantian Gong and be transformed into the vitality of heaven and earth. There was no problem in promoting the cultivation of Xiantian Gong. But this was not what Tang San wanted. What he wants is to make himself stronger. This power is not only brought by Xiantian Gong. Can't communicate directly, so why can the Windwolf tribe? Right now, he used Xiantian art to induce the Windblade brand in his body, so that part of his Xiantian art was transformed into the energy of the Windblade. Within this brand, Tang San suddenly felt a different place. Along with his transformation, the surrounding wind elements obviously began to become different. The Windblade brand in Tang San's body was like a node. This node dragged the wind element and wandered around Tang San's body. Tang San trying to draw these wind elements into his body through this node. However, I found that there seemed to be a gap in my body, and I couldn't do it. But it can barely mobilize some wind elements in the air. When he condenses a wind blade, the wind blade's absorption effect on the wind element in the air in his palm will become more and more obvious, so that the power of the wind blade itself will also be enhanced. Interesting. Tang San understood something vaguely. In this fairyland, or in the French blue world, The existence of various elements does not seem to be directly cultivated and drawn. But according to a special rule, it will only be attracted by those with the same elemental characteristics contained in the power of the bloodline. In other words, the wolf demon of the Windwolf tribe can absorb the wind element in the air to strengthen their blood, even as a vassal. But the Windwolf, who has the blood of the Windwolf tribe in their body, can also be absorbed by a human being. And the reason why he couldn't absorb it was because he was purely human blood and didn't have the blood of the Windwolf tribe. Xian Tiangong can dissolve the power of these bloodlines, but it cannot be directly absorbed from the air, but it can absorb the energy of the bloodlines of the Windwolf that has been transformed by the Windwolf clan from the body of the Windwolf clan to strengthen its own windblade. Bloodline seems to be a filter to the forces of nature. The reason why human beings are so weak in this world has a lot to do with this aspect. Ordinary human beings simply cannot cultivate. In this world, there is no law suitable for their cultivation. Such creatures can only be slaves, of course. The reason for not being completely annihilated is because of the powerful reproduction ability of human beings. After thinking about this, he has a deeper understanding of the world. Therefore, the greatest benefit of practicing in this wind element magic circle is to speed up the progress of the mysterious arts, but it has no effect on the wind element. Of course, Tang San is not worried about this. There are so many Windwolves in this town. Now his profound heaven skill has the 4th level, and his overall strength has been greatly improved. It is naturally easier to obtain the power of blood from some Windwolves. For the next practice, Tang San determined the route. Every night, he practiced in the wind element magic circle on the 2nd floor, and when night fell the next day, he would quietly leave the wooden house and go outside to look for the Windwolf clan alone. Did not choose the sparse but stronger 4th-order Windwolf. His goal is the 3rd-order Windwolf. Moreover, every tier 3 Windwolf, he just quietly absorbs 1/3 of the bloodline power. 1/3 of it is absorbed, and it can be fully recovered within 2 or 3 days at most. Body sensation is only slightly weak. Most Windwolves won't even find it. And less absorbed, Tang San digested and absorbed faster. Basically, it will be fully integrated in 2 days. This is of great help to him in the cultivation of Xian Tiangong and the cultivation of Windblade. The days are passed peacefully day by day. The 3 Wang family brothers and Ling Muxua have very good talents. Under Wang Yinfeng's careful guidance, they have made rapid progress. 1 year later, all 4 of them had the cultivation base of Tier 2 Windwolf. Judging from the situation in which their bloodline was motivated and inspired, by the time they waited 3 years, they would have the strength of Tier 3 Windwolf. After they were all able to use the Windblade, Wang Yinfeng also began to teach him some hidden weapon techniques that Tang San taught him to the 4 of them. As Tang San had expected, suppressed by this plane, coupled with the higher-level Xian Tiangong practice itself, the speed would also slow down. In 1 year, he had not cultivated Xian Tiangong to the 4th peak. But in terms of overall strength, he has made considerable progress. Some things that can be cultivated in the previous life, he has now begun to pick up gradually. Under the guardianship of Wang Yinfeng, the 5 people who can eat and wear warm every day have also undergone significant changes. First of all, the figure. When they first came, all of them were yellow and skinny. After a year of practice and conditioning, they all looked much healthier. Wang Chao is an adult. He is strong, and his height is more than 1.8 meters, which is already very high among humans. Wang Zhong still looks so thin, but he has a feeling of strength in his bones. His small eyes are always narrowed into a slit, and there is a faint cold light. He is the one who talks the least, but he is also the most assiduous in cultivation. Wang Xiaolei is the liveliest one among the 3 brothers of the Wang family, but he obviously has some other thoughts. Calm troubled Ling Muxua. But although Wang Xiaolei is a little younger, his height is not low. It is also more than 1.7 meters, a few points higher than Wang Zhong. After adulthood in the future, the height may still be higher than Wang Chao. The biggest change in a year was Ling Muxua. Cultivation and nutrition have made this little girl, who originally seemed just a little delicate, watery. At the age of 11, she has begun to develop, and her height has reached 1.5 meters away. Tang San's change was the smallest among the 4. He still looked a little thin and his height didn't change much. He seemed to be the most inconspicuous among the five. Tang San, come here. After finishing the morning culture class, Wang Yinfeng called Tang San upstairs again. In this regard, the other four have long been used to it. Tang San followed Wang Yinfeng upstairs. Wang Yinfeng led him into the room, and then pointed to the wall of the room. When Tang San saw something hanging on the wall, his eyes lit up. That is a map that looks a little rough. Wang Yinfeng said, "This is what you always wanted. I found it for you. It is not easy. By the way, there is an opportunity right away. The Lord asked me to go to Kerry City. I can take a follower with you. I'll go." Enter the city? Tang San's eyes suddenly brightened, and his calm eyes became excited almost instantly. Over the past year, he has followed Wang Yinfeng to learn the characters of the fairy continent, and he has heard Wang Yinfeng tell a lot about the legends of the monsters and the spirits, as well as different races. For him, the study of cultural classes is far more important than the practice study in the afternoon. However, he has never left Windwolf Town for 9 years since he came to this world. Chapter 26 City. Well, don't you always want to go to the city to have a look? This time I just have a chance. I will take you with me. Wang Yinfeng looked at him with a smile. For Tang San, he has a rather strange emotion. Over the past year, he has indeed taught Tang San a lot of things, but he has also learned a lot from Tang San. Originally, he thought that Tang San had learned some fur from that mysterious person. However, when he started to learn wind blade manipulation from Tang San, he found that Tang San had opened a brand new door for him. Although the current Wang Yinfeng is still a Tier 4 cultivation base, he is completely certain that compared with the self a year ago, the current self is completely different. This change was brought to him by Tang San. Therefore, even though Tang San was young, he never looked down upon him in Wang Yinfeng's heart. At the same time, he also discovered that Tang San's wine blade power had been increasing. Steady improvement. Now Wang Yinfeng couldn't be sure of Tang San's true strength. He could only vaguely feel that this kid was making rapid progress. Therefore, during the actual combat class, the other four would fight each other, but Tang San was denied by Wang Yinfeng because he was too young to participate in the actual combat practice. A year ago, he even defeated himself. What meaning does actual combat training mean to him? What's more, Wang Yinfeng paid great attention to hiding Tang San's strength. Being able to go to the city is of course a good thing for Tang San. He can't wait to understand this world. If it were not for lack of strength and lack of legal status, he would have wanted to leave here a long time ago. From Wang Yinfeng's teachings, he knew that this world is very big, very, very big. It was bigger than the Douluo Continent where he was in his previous life. In such a vast world, looking for a human being is like finding a needle in a haystack. It is too difficult, too difficult. Moreover, human beings are so humble in this world. He can't be sure what the little dance will be like after reincarnation and rebirth. The reason why he is reluctant to bear that little bit of spiritual knowledge is also because through that bit of spiritual knowledge he can vaguely feel whether some reincarnated wives are still alive. This is the only thing he can be sure of right now. Yes, the wife is still alive, in a certain corner of this world. If he can recultivation to at least the level, he can even find her more effectively through his sense. However, he can't wait. Even if the heavens and the earth in this world are very aura, there are many restrictions on him from this plane. In this case, if you want to cultivate to the level, you don't know how much suppression and hardship you will experience. When he succeeds in cultivation, it is difficult to determine what will happen to his wife. Whether she is safe, whether she will fall in love with others and become their partner, these are Tang San's most worried things. The stronger the strength, the more he can't wait to leave here in his heart. While thinking, his gaze was already looking at the map in front of him. The reason why this map is said to be crude is that there are very few signs on it. Only some general annotations. On the rectangular map, there is a line running from the northwest to the southeast. As a divider, on both sides of the line, one side is marked with Tianyu Empire, and the other side is marked with Richen Empire. This is obviously the division between the monster race and the spirit race. Judging from the area on the map, the two empires are almost the same, and the Richen Empire ruled by the ghost tribes is even a bit bigger. In addition, at the very center of the map, which is also close to the center of the line, there is a distinctive city mark. Holy Spirit City. This is also the core city of the entire monster clan and the spirit clan, governed by the two major races, the legendary first city on the mainland. Look towards the upper right of the map, and soon Tang San found the sign of another city. Next to the sign says, Kerry City. Yes, Kerry City is one of the 7 largest cities in the Tianyu Empire that is closest to Windwolf Town, although it is a bit remote here. But this main city is extremely longing for the monster tribe. There are a total of 15 cities in the continent, 7 each for the monster tribe and the spirit tribe. As for the Holy Spirit City, both parties said they belong to them. Therefore, each of them often says that they have 8 major cities. As for Windwolf Town, there is no such thing on the map. This map just marked the location of the 15 too big imperial cities. His eyes just swept across this map, remembering the locations of the most distinctive mountains, rivers, and cities. Tang San's heartbeat couldn't help speeding up a bit. My beloved wife is somewhere on this map. Xiao Wu, where are you? Looking at the rich changes in Tang San's expression, Wang Yinfeng didn't feel surprised. It was the same when he first entered the big city that year. Even more excited than Tang San. Kerry City is no better than our Windwolf Town. In such a big city, there are almost any level of monsters, and even the spirit family may exist. We are just vassals, and we have the lowest status in the city. This way, even in this big city, slaves are not allowed to enter. I will help you get a temporary vassal ID card, and you must bring it. Otherwise, you are in danger of killing at any time. Teacher, is it dangerous in the city? Tang San had already recovered. Wang Yinfeng shook his head and said, No one will pay attention to us little people. Naturally, there is no danger, but you should be as careful as possible. You will be behind me and listen to everything. Mine is fine. Remember, don't talk too much and don't watch too much. Be careful. Okay. Tang San nodded. He is also very interested in cities in this world. It's just that in this Windwolf Town, it looks safe now, but he has no possibility of finding a wife. At the same time, he also needs to go to the outside world to find a way to improve himself. He could feel that it would become even more difficult when his profound heaven skill broke through from the 4th to the 5th. 2 days later, Wang Yinfeng went through the formalities. This led Tang San and left Windwolf Town together. Because Wang Yinfeng himself has Tier 4 strength, in the entire Windwolf Town, he is the most powerful one among the human vassals. Ordinary wolf monsters saw him, although they wouldn't have a good face, but they wouldn't have spoken badly at each other. Walking out of Falan Town www.mtlnovel.com, Tang San suddenly felt a strange feeling in his heart. It is a strange feeling that the sea is wide and the fish leap, and the sky is high and the birds fly. Took a deep breath, and the air seemed to be refreshed. Wang Yinfeng took him down a path. According to Wang Yinfeng, following this small road will take the main road to Kerry City, and then continue along the road to reach Kerry City. This trail is relatively close. The road is not wide, only 3 or 4 meters, not flat, but not too rugged. The ground is covered with stones, and this kind of work is obviously done by human slaves. The task that the Lord Windwolf gave to Wang Yinfeng this time was to go to Kerry City to submit a list of tributes to the Lord Windwolf in the city. The Wolf Monster Clan is a big clan in the entire Monster Clan, although not strong enough to have a main city that belongs to him. But because of the large number, the individual combat effectiveness is not bad. Among the entire monster family, the ranking is also among the top 20. Although only barely entering 20, you must know that there are more than 100 types of monsters in the Monster Clan. Being able to enter the top 20 is already quite strong. And the Windwolf clan is relatively weak in the wolf monster line. But even so, it is also a line in the big family. The clan master of the Windwolf clan, that is also a powerful existence that can enter the core of the Wolf Demon clan. The Lord of the Windwolf, as a small lord of the Windwolf clan, would offer offerings to the clan lord every year to express surrender to the clan leader. The delivery of tributes is certainly not something Wang Yinfeng can do. At the end of the year, the Lord of the Windwolf and the High Priest of the Windwolf will personally them to Kerry City. And this time Wang Yinfeng was dispatched. He was responsible for sending the list. Please confirm the owner of the Windwolf clan. If the clan leader is not satisfied, then it will be no small trouble for Lord Windwolf. If the clan owner is satisfied, it will naturally be of great benefit. Chapter 27 Elephant Demon. From Falan Town to Kerry City, it is approximately more than 300 kilometers. Riding day and night, at the speed of Tang San and Wang Yinfeng, he could arrive in about 3 days. Following the path, the master and apprentice did not dare to delay and moved forward quickly. The task given by Lord Windwolf is 10 days round trip. Bring back the message. If it is delayed, Wang Yinfeng will definitely be punished. Moreover, if they are faster, they will naturally be able to stay in Kerry City for more time. While moving forward, Wang Yinfeng said to Tang San, who was following him, "Let me test you. What is the transaction in the big city?" Tang San said without hesitation, "In villages and towns, most transactions are bartering. But in big cities, or on the entire continent, coins are made of rare minerals or plants." Go on. On the Tianyu Empire side, the coins are mainly made of minerals. On the Richen Empire side, the coins are mainly made of plants. The biggest advantage of such coins is that the coins themselves contain energy and can directly absorb these energy. It is used to strengthen the blood, so it cannot be faked. In other words, the coin itself is valuable. Yes, I still remember clearly how the currency system of the Tianyu Empire is divided. Wang Yinfeng nodded in satisfaction. Tang Sandao. The currency of the Tianyu Empire has 5 main levels. The highest level currency is called the purple gold coin. It is made of a special purple gold metal. It is said that it contains a very large amount of energy. Even the big demon, both dying and dying, can be used for cultivation. The quantity is also very scarce and rare. It is generally not circulated on the market. Its value is more symbolic. 1 purple gold coin is approximately equal to 100 Tianyu coins. Tianyu coins are made from the Tianyu Empire and are made of 6 kinds of rare minerals. These 6 kinds of rare minerals have 6 kinds of water, fire, earth, wind, light, and darkness. Elemental attributes. Being able to splice them together is an extremely difficult process in itself, and the energy contained in it is also extremely large. It has a very good effect on stimulating the strength of the blood vessel. 1 day of U coin is equal to 10 element coins. Element coins are mainly divided into 6 types, which are the 6 minerals that exist on Tianyu coins. It's just that the quality is lower than the same types of minerals used on Tianyu coins. This is also on the market, the most mainstream high-level currency in circulation on the internet. It has strong purchasing power. Under the 6 element coins, they are the Lingxi coins. They are made from a kind of Lingxi ore. 1 element coin is approximately equal to 100 Lingxi coins. There are many types of the lowest class currency, so it is also called demon coin. Measured by energy intensity, it contains about 1% of the minerals of the bloodline power of the first-order monster clan, which can be used as demon coin. Use. The demon currency is also mixed because of the many types. The exchange of the lingo currency is different for different comparisons, which requires more complicated judgment. Therefore, most of the time, the big city still uses the lingo currency for transactions. Wang Yinfeng nodded with satisfaction and said, "I remember very clearly. Our biggest source of income in Falan Town is the Fanling mine next to the town. The Fanling stone used for business trips in this Fanling stone mine is the size of a fist, roughly equivalent to 1/5 of the value of a rhinoceros coin. It is not a very precious mineral, but it is also considered good. Most of the annual mining is handed over to the Windwolf clan. The strong slaves are there. While mining, the wind spirit stone Tang San had naturally seen it. It was a blue-gray ore. The ore that was used to arrange the wind element array in Wang Yinfeng's room was the ore that he relied on. There are many impurities in it, but it is rare that the energy contained is only the element of wind. Wang Yinfeng sighed softly and said, "The fist-sized wind spirit stone weighs about 1 kilogram. The list of tributes we brought this time is 5,000 kilograms of wind spirit stone. This is equivalent to more than 2/3 of the town's production. It's out. The situation is the same every year." Tang San said, "Is the Windwolf clan very powerful?" Wang Yinfeng said, "For us, of course it is very powerful. The Windwolf clan leader is the top 10 powerhouse of the Wolf Demon clan. Although not counted in the top position, it also has a very strong strength. It is said to have been a top powerhouse above the 10th rank. In the monster clan, Whether to have a strong leader or not often determines the survival of the clan. Weak meat and strong food. Tang San said lightly. You are right. In this world, the weak can eat the strong. The small road leading from Windwolf town to the main road was a bit desolate, and they did not encounter any monsters on the road. One day later, they finally merged into the road. The road to Kerry City is much wider. It was the first time Tang San had seen this 50-meter wide and very flat avenue since he came to this world. The roadbed is made of crushed stones, and it is quite flat. There are jungles and hills on both sides of the road. After entering the road, you can see the existence of many races. Slaves are rare, but all kinds of monsters have opened Tang San's eyes. Almost all he can see in Windwolf Town are wolf monsters. Pig monsters are actually vassal races. These races that are not good at fighting are generally not too strong. On this avenue, Tang San saw more than 10 kinds of monsters in just half a day. Among them, there is a race that left a very deep impression on him. That is a very majestic race. Stand upright, more than 8 meters tall, with sturdy limbs on the ground when running, but stand upright when stopped. Show a humanoid figure. The nose, which is more than 5 meters in length, swings, and the huge skull is covered with a thick cuticle. The eyes are lavender. There is a strong pressure invisibly. After seeing the monster of this race, Wang Yinfeng dared to explain to Tang San until the opponent had disappeared. This is like the strong of the monster clan. Like a demon, it is not as related as the wolf demon clan and has a main line. The number is much smaller than the wolf demon. Yu reading www.yuyukongshu.com. However, elephant monsters are among the top 10 super races among the monsters. The elephant demon who was just born has tier 3 strength. The adult elephant demon possesses a powerful strength above the 7th rank. The elephant demon they saw was only a relatively ordinary adult elephant demon among the elephant demon. To evaluate the strength of the elephant demon, not only the body shape, but also the color of the eyes. The ordinary elephant demon is lavender. The eyes of the 8th order elephant demon are dark purple, and when they reach the 9th order, they will turn red. Elephant monsters above the 10th order are said to have golden eyes. Known as the Golden War Elephant, it has extremely powerful combat effectiveness. The head just now, even though it was only a 7th order, when it passed by, Tang San could feel extremely strong fluctuations in vitality and blood from it. Coupled with that incomparably strong body, one can imagine how formidable the individual combat effectiveness of this elephant demon is. Seeing such a powerful monster family, Tang San understood more and more why monsters and spirits would have a dominant position in this world. The talent is so powerful that they have no opponents at all. According to his understanding, the so-called monster clan is actually the monster that has activated its wisdom. On the fairy continent, there are actually no spiritual beasts that have been activated. These monsters will also be enslaved and controlled by the monster clan. There will even be affiliation between monsters and monsters of similar blood, and they can be regarded as vassals. But even if these monsters are vassals, their status is higher than that of human vassals. After all, in the eyes of the monsters, monsters are more useful to them. Under the leadership of Wang Yinfeng, the two marched along the extreme edge of the avenue. Human vassals are not allowed to go to the middle of the avenue, otherwise it deserves to be trampled by the monsters and die. No one will take care of it at all. Hurry down the road as soon as possible, and after another day and a half, the two people who were sleeping and eating and sleeping finally came to their destination. Chapter 28 Ghost. Far away, Tang San saw a huge city wall. The city wall is 100 meters high. Yes, it's not an exaggeration of 100 meters high. On both sides of the city wall, there are 2 big mountains. This city wall is also built on the mountain. The huge mountain with thousands of walls has become the best shelter. Through the knowledge taught by Wang Yinfeng, Tang San had known for a long time that Kerry City was a basin city. Surrounded by mountains, the mountains are the best cover for the city. Only the north and south sides have a section of the city wall, which can be accessed through the city gates here. There is no guard at the gate. The gate is wide open, and you are allowed to enter and exit freely. Wang Yinfeng didn't take Tang San into the city for the first time, but grabbed him and waited beside him. He waited until the monster entering and leaving the city gate appeared in a vacuum period, and then he dragged him into the city quickly. As soon as he walked into the city gate, Tang San's first feeling was that he had entered another world. Falan town is located in the northeast of the Fairy continent, and it is relatively cold for most of the year. However, in this Kerry city, it is warm as spring. The warm and moist air has a much richer aura than the outside, and as soon as it enters it, it immediately gives people a refreshing feeling. The ground in the city is entirely paved with slate, which looks solid and level. On both sides of the road, there are tall buildings made of wood and stone. As soon as I entered the city, I could see more monsters. All kinds of monsters give people a feeling of dizziness. Tang San thought of them one by one corresponding to the types of monsters taught by Wang Yinfeng. Although he hated the monster clan extremely, he couldn't help but feel an eye-opener. "Don't look." Wang Yinfeng blocked his vision with his body and whispered, "What did I ask you to do?" "Yes." Tang San lowered his head. His observations are of course not casual. At this moment, his heart is full of shock. The monster clan is really too strong, even stronger than when the spirit beasts in that world were the strongest. This Kerry city is only one of the main cities of the monster clan, but the various monster clan he has seen exudes a powerful atmosphere. Each race has its own characteristics. Even a very ordinary monster clan feels that the strength is definitely not weak. Humans without any talents are indeed far from being compared with them. Tang San couldn't help sighing secretly in his heart. In this world, it is extremely difficult for humans to fight against the monsters. If you want to change all of this, I am afraid that you have to start from the root. This is only possible if human beings also have the talent for cultivation and becoming stronger. Even so, it was very difficult. The two clans of the fairies had too much control over this continent. Human beings are just slaves. Even if they can awaken some talents, once they are discovered, they will probably be suppressed in the first place. What's more, is the transformation of demons and gods the way out for mankind? Absolutely not. The origin of the monster god change is that human beings were bullied by the monster clan, thus contaminating the blood of the monster clan. But in fact, this kind of mixed blood is still much worse than the really powerful monster bloodline. In order for mankind to rise, not only must mankind have their own talents, but at the same time, mankind must have room for development. The embryonic form of an idea gradually took shape in Tang San's heart. Let's find a place to live, probably for 3 days. After completing the task first, I will take you around. Wang Yinfeng's voice came, pulling Tang San back from his thoughts. Good teacher. Tang San agreed with a pleasing eyebrow. The two slid forward, obviously familiar with King Yinfeng of Kerry, and soon he found a place to live. A somewhat rudimentary hotel. And the man who runs the hotel is also a human vassal. This was a woman who seemed to be about the same age as Wang Yinfeng. Seeing Wang Yinfeng bringing Tang San in, she was immediately greeted with surprise. "Why are you here?" When she came up, she gave Wang Yinfeng a big hug. Wang Yinfeng also hugged her vigorously, with joy in his eyes. "I was sent to perform a task. Stay for a few days. Tang San, you come." As he said, he let go of his embrace of the woman, and Tang 3 pulled to the side. "This is my new disciple last year, called Tang San. Tang San, this is my sister, she is called Gue Gue. You can call her Auntie Gue." Wang Yinfeng introduced. Turned out to be his younger sister. Tang San couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief for his sister. "Hello, Auntie Gue. What a strange name." Gue Gue looked at Tang San and said to Wang Yinfeng with a little surprise, "Awakened at such a young age? I haven't seen such an awakened child in a long time. It's just that he can pass." At this point, she couldn't help but stop, her face showing a bit of pity. Wang Yinfeng coughed and said, "Let's arrange for us to stay." He didn't worry at all about whether Tang San could pass the assessment. If Tang San couldn't pass the assessment, no one would pass the assessment. He can't tell the ghost. The kid also taught me how to control the wind blade. The small hotel is a bit rudimentary, but there are a lot of rooms inside. There are nearly 20 rooms in total, each of which is only about 10 square meters in size, with 2 beds in it. The price charged is also very low. Although it is a bit simpler, the room is still quiet. Wang Yinfeng asked Tang San to rest in the room first, and then left with the ghost. The two brothers and sisters are obviously going to recount the old things. There are windows in the room, but the location of this small hotel is relatively remote, and the only thing you can see when you open the window is a high wall not far away. When he came in, Tang San also saw some other residents, who were basically human vassals. Judging from the size of the bed in the room, it is obviously also specially prepared for humans. It should be dedicated to receiving human vassals. The hotel doesn't even have a name, and there is no sign outside. There is a small area in front of the hotel with some vegetables growing inside. Although it looks simpler here, when you come here, you will feel as if you are separated from this huge city and feel at ease. Yu reading www.yuyukangshu.com. Perhaps, this place can also be regarded as a pure land of human beings in Kerry City. A full hour passed, and when the sky was getting darker, Wang Yinfeng came back and called Tang San to eat. Dinner is very rich, with meat, but the taste is naturally like that. After coming to this world, Tang San hadn't had any delicious meals. Through his observations, even the wolf demons in Windwolf Town ate almost the same as them, but only a larger amount. On the level of dining, this world seems to be much worse than my original world. Guige accompanied them to eat together, and they ate. The ghost said to Wang Yinfeng, "Are you going to take him with him tomorrow?" Wang Yinfeng turned his head to look at Tang San. "Tomorrow I will go to the ancestral house of the Windwolf clan in Kerry City to hand in the list. Do you want to go together? There will be no danger, but you should be careful. The wolf demon, there will be any one of them. It is stronger than our lord." "I'll go with you," Tang San said without hesitation. The promotion of his mysterious power and the promotion of the wind blade still need to start from the wolf demon. If there is a chance to swallow the blood power of a high-level wolf monster, the premise is that his current body can withstand it. It will definitely be of great benefit to his cultivation and breakthrough. Good. Wang Yinfeng nodded. Gui gave Wang Yinfeng a strange look. Tang San was just a 9-year-old child in her eyes. But from Wang Yinfeng's attitude towards Tang San, she felt that her brother treated him in a more equal manner. This made her feel a little strange. Gui looked at Tang San and said, "Little Tang, what level of Fenglang have you cultivated now?" Hearing her question, Tang San looked at Wang Yinfeng. Chapter 29, Mei Gongzi Milk Tea Shop. Wang Yinfeng coughed and said, "It's okay. I think it's very hopeful to cope with the subsequent assessment." "Oh, the effect of awakening is so good." Gui's eyes lit up. "No wonder you brought him by your side. However, you have to take care of him. Those monsters have never had a good attitude towards us. Don't let him cause trouble." "Don't worry. Tang San is still quite steady," Wang Yinfeng said with a smile. In his eyes, Tang San had long since been treated as a child. The usual communication between the two and Tang San's words and emotions all felt like young and mature. It seems that he is the oldest among the 5 people in this group. Gui became even more puzzled. "It seems that you have confidence in this kid. After completing the task this time, do you plan to travel around the city?" Wang Yinfeng nodded and said, "I brought him here this time. I also want him to see the world." Ghost said, "It's okay. Kerry City has been peaceful recently, and there hasn't been any conflict. It was good when you came." Tang San couldn't help asking, "Auntie Gui, will there be any conflicts in the city?" Gui said, "Naturally there are. There are many monsters among various races that dislike each other. Especially some races with similar strengths often fight for ranking. Different rankings, the resources they can obtain also vary. It's different. You are like our Windwolf clan, and we are enemies with the Flash Leopard clan. We often fight in the previous battle, and most of the time, we lose a little bit. So, don't easily reveal your Windwolf changes, because you don't know when you may meet our more hostile monster clan. They will not be merciful to our vassals. And if a vassal dies, the Windwolf clan won't even blink at all. They don't easily reveal themselves. The demon god transformation has become a way of survival for our human vassals. Do you understand?" "Flash leopards? Leopard Flash?" Tang San's heart suddenly moved. "Andy Gui, is that Flash Leopard clan also in this Kerry City?" "Well, their ancestral home is also here. As one of the 7 major cities, Kerry City has the ancestral homes of 7 big clans. The so-called ancestral homes are the core of this clan. Windwolf tribe, Flash Leopard, the clans are all in it. Although each is just a branch of the wolf demon and the leopard demon, it can be considered a place in the city. The ancestral homes of the major clans are all on the side of the Holy Spirit City. But there are only the top 10 tops. Only the big clans are qualified to place their ancestral homes in the core area of the Holy Spirit City. The ancestral homes of other big clans can only be in the outer areas. Tang San firmly remembered what the ghost said in his heart. Gue lives in this Kerry city and seems to know more than Wang Yanfeng. Auntie Gue, have you been to the Holy Spirit City? Tang San asked curiously. Gue shook his head and said, I haven't been, I just heard of it. It's not a place where ordinary vassals can go. There, the strongest existence of the two races of fairies gathers. A big demon sneezes. Can kill us. It is said that it is a big city beyond sight. After dinner, Wang Yanfeng and Tang San rested early. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, Tang San could obviously feel that he could absorb the vitality of heaven and earth faster here. The vitality of the world in Kerry City is very strong. Moreover, after Tang San entered the city, he discovered that in this city, the strength of the heavens and the earth is still different in different places. Like where they live, it belongs to a thinner area. No words for a night. Early the next morning, after breakfast, Wang Yanfeng and Tang San left the small hotel and went to the ancestral house of the Windwolf tribe. The ancestral home of the Windwolf family is located in the core area of Kerry City. This basin city is also quite large, and it is impossible to run on the streets. It took more than 2 hours to walk. From a distance, Tang San saw the location of the ancestral home of the Windwolf clan. Can be distinguished at a glance because there is a huge blue wolf head mark on the high courtyard wall. The diameter of this wolf's head is more than 3 meters, and it is extremely conspicuous on the top of the tall courtyard gate. The faint bluish-gray light radiates out, making the wind element in the surrounding air obviously richer. There is even a faint air current rippling outwards, repelling all the existence near the courtyard gate. This turned out to be a whole piece of wind spirit stone, which is 3 meters in diameter. This is too much. From the outside, the courtyard wall of the ancestral house of the Windwolf clan extends to both sides, at least 100 meters away. The 10-meter-high courtyard wall covered everything inside so tightly that it was impossible to see from the outside. Only came near the courtyard wall, as if there was pressure appearing invisibly, making it difficult to breathe. Wang Yanfeng led Tang San along the courtyard wall. When they approached the gate, several wolf demons, who should be around tier 4, blocked their way. There are a total of 4 wolf demons who are responsible for guarding outside the gate, all of which are 2 meters and 2 kilometers away, and they are obviously 4 levels of existence. Wang Yanfeng immediately released his Windwolf transformation. His body swelled, and his eyes glowed with blue and blue brilliance, showing his identity as a vassal of the Windwolf clan. What are you here for? A Windwolf clan wolf demon said coldly. Wang Yanfeng hurriedly said, We are from Quangfing Town. This time, we are here to send a list of tributes this year to the lord of the clan. I would like to trouble you to inform us. When he heard that he was here to give the tribute list, the wolf demon of the Windwolf tribe's expression eased a little and said, Come in directly with me. As he said, he took the lead in walking inside. Wang Yanfeng hurried to keep up. Just when Tang San was about to follow, a big hand belonging to the wolf demon stopped in front of him. Don't go in this, kid. What is the kid doing in? Do you want to die? Wait outside. Tang San was stunned and looked at Wang Yanfeng. Wang Yanfeng didn't expect it to be like this. Obviously, this should be because the 3rd year of the Tang dynasty was too young to make these wolf monsters unaffordable. Wang Yanfeng hurriedly said, Tang San, then you can wait for me outside. Go there and wait. In front of the ancestral house of the Falan clan is a relatively open place. Yu reading www.yuyukongshu.com is like a small square. There is a huge old tree in the center of the small square. The towering old tree needs at least a dozen people to hug each other. The canopy brings a lot of shade. This area is the core area of the entire Kerry city. Wang Yanfeng had told Tang San before that the ancestral homes of almost several big clans were in this area. Wang Yanfeng winked at Tang San, meaning that he should go to the big tree and wait. Don't hang around in front of these wolf demons, lest they be too much questioned or bored by what to do with him. Tang San honestly agreed, turned, and walked away. Those wolves obviously didn't regard him as the same thing. The one in the lead took Wang Yinfeng into the ancestral house. Tang San couldn't help being a little boring. He originally wanted to visit the ancestral house of the Windwolf tribe, to feel the energy level of the high-level Windwolf tribe wolf demon, and to observe the terrain to steal the Windwolf bloodline for himself in the future. Be prepared. But I didn't expect to not even enter the door. Walked under the big tree. The huge canopy covered a vast area, and the air here became fresher and fresher. In the core area of Kerry City, even the monsters rarely pass by, and there are other mansions in the distance. In order not to let the wolf spirits who watched the door pay more attention to him, Tang San simply walked around to the other side of the tree and found a place to sit down and wait for Wang Yinfeng. When he came to the other side of the tree, he just sat down and saw a small-looking shop on the side of the road in the distance. Is there any shop here? This shop seems to be divided into front and back. The front is a shop, and the back seems to be a place to live. There is a sign on the shop floor, and the sign says, Mei Gongzi Milk Tea Shop. Chapter 30, I am not Xiao Wu, I am Mei Gongzi. Do you sell milk tea? What is milk tea? There was no such thing in the world of Tang San's previous life, and even more so when he came into this world. It seemed that it should be something to drink. Although there are not many monsters passing by here, let alone the business of this milk tea shop, there will be an endless stream of monsters passing by to buy a cup. The cup doesn't look small yet. Tang San condensed his eyesight, and purple light flashed in his eyes, turning the purple magic pupil to look at the milk tea shop. When he saw it clearly, his face suddenly appeared surprised. There are two women who run the shop, human women. A slightly older person, who looks about 30 years old, looks very beautiful, with black hair, dark eyes, and always has a faint smile on his face, and his eyes reveal a tenderness that is easy to make people feel close. It can be said that this is the most beautiful woman Tang San has ever seen in this world. The woman next to her is younger, looks 16 or 7 years old, and looks pretty. Helping before and after. Human vassal? Can you manage a shop in the heart of Kerry City? Moreover, it seems that the monsters who went to buy the milk tea didn't seem to discriminate against them. They all bought it and left. It should be the lowest demon coin. Obviously, the price of milk tea is not expensive. Some monsters even buy a few more cups. Mei Gongzi Milk Tea Shop. This older woman is Mei Gongzi. The name is interesting, and it is well-deserved. Tang San touched his body. Before, Wang Yinfeng had given him some demon coins, which were made of wind spirit stones, and basically the energy contained was at the level of demon coins. There is an impulse in his heart. He also wants to buy a cup of that milk tea to taste. The human shopkeeper gave him a sense of closeness invisibly. Since coming to this Kerry City, he has always felt a tightness in his heart. At this moment, when I saw the shop in front of me, I unconsciously wondered, what would the milk tea taste like? Looking around, no monsters appeared. Mei Gongzi Milk Tea Shop just sent away a few guests from the monsters, and there was a gap temporarily. Tang San took a deep breath, took out a demon coin made of wind and spirit stone, and speeded up his pace, and walked over. This is the first time he came to this world and prepared to use the world's currency for transactions. With his step-by-step, he is getting closer and closer to the Mei Gongzi Milk Tea Shop. A faint scent of milk drifted out of the milk tea shop and penetrated into the tip of his nose, making him swallow a mouthful of saliva. Seeing, there is only a dozen meters away from the Mei Gongzi Milk Tea Shop. Is getting closer, and he can better see the situation in the milk tea shop. The beautiful woman and the little girl are busy. At this moment, another person walked out from the inside, came to the beautiful woman, and smiled and said something to her. Tang San's footsteps stopped abruptly at this moment. He stood there completely stiff. At this moment, he only felt that the pores all over his body had exploded and his eyes widened. The stiff body is completely out of control. The world around him seemed to have been completely isolated at this moment. In his eyes and in his heart, there was only the figure with a sweet smile. She looks only 12 or 3 years old. She has a petite and well-proportioned figure. Her black hair is neatly draped behind her head. The facial features are so delicately embellished on that pink face. She perfectly inherited all of the beauty advantages, but a bit more lively and quirky taste. When the eyes blinked, the long eyelashes trembled slightly. Is it you? Is it you? Is it you? Petrified Tang San. There was only sorrow and sorrow in his nose. At this moment, everything seemed to be unimportant. In his eyes, there is only this figure. Although his appearance is different from before, even his temperament has changed. But the brand engraved in the depths of his divine consciousness clearly embedded this figure in his heart. Tang San never expected that he would see her so smoothly. At this moment, he no longer had any resistance to this malicious world. At this moment, there was only gratitude deep in his heart. His heart was trembling, and his body couldn't move half a minute at all. Yes, it's her, it's her. All kinds of past lives, crazily flowing through my heart. This is the marriage of death. This is the only pursuit in his heart. He was standing 10 meters away in front of the Mei Gongzi milk tea shop, and the three people in the shop naturally saw him. The beautiful woman looked at Tang San with a dull gaze in surprise, and the girl next to him naturally saw it. The girl frowned, but the beautiful woman said something to her, and then pointed at Tang San. The black-haired girl nodded, and then disappeared from Tang San's vision. Tang San's stiff body took a step forward subconsciously, opened his mouth, and almost shouted, "Don't go." Along with the disappearance of the figure in front of his eyes, there was a strong emptiness in his heart instantly. "Hey, give you a drink." Just then, a sweet voice rang in my ears. Tang San was in a daze. He slowly turned his head. His stiff body began to tremble, trembling slightly. The familiar but unfamiliar person who made him dream of was already in front of him. A cup was handed to him, with a faint fragrance of milk and tea. The black-haired girl looked at Tang San's dull look and couldn't help frowning again. She stuffed the milk tea in her hand into Tang San's hand and said angrily, "Don't look. Hurry up and go." The distance between the two is so close. www.novel.com. Tang San's voice is a little trembling. Xiao Wu." The black-haired girl was taken aback, then turned to look in the direction of the milk tea shop. The beautiful woman waved to her and said, "Xiao Mei, come back." "Okay, mother." The girl agreed. "Turn around and walk back." Tang San held the milk tea that was shaking and trembling with his body in his hand, and subconsciously followed a step forward. At this moment, the black-haired girl turned around and said to him, "You have admitted the wrong person. I am not Xiao Wu. Everyone calls me beautiful son." Holding the warm milk tea from the cup in his hand, Tang San opened his mouth, only to find that his voice was completely choked, and he couldn't say a word. It has been 9 years since he came to this world. In the 9 years, he has seen the misery of mankind in this world, lost the mother who gave birth to him in this world, and is in danger of being killed by the monsters at any time. Teacher Wang Yanfeng received warmth at home, and all this constantly touched his heart. But he has never been so excited as before. As a human being in the 3rd generation, he has experienced too much. However, when he saw his beloved again today, after 9 years, after experiencing countless thoughts and worries, he finally saw her again. At this moment, his emotions can no longer be controlled, and the tears are gone again in the beautiful sun. When I returned to the shop, I couldn't control it anymore, and rushed out. At this moment, in his mind, what appeared in his mind were all kinds of between her and her last life, and the sweet smile of her last life appeared. Two figures with different appearances are slowly overlapping in his mind at this moment. Chapter 31. Nothing better than this. The sun seems to have become brighter, and the surrounding air seems to be more refreshing. This world that is so unfriendly to mankind is so beautiful for Tang San at this moment. He finally found the reincarnation of his wife. This is much easier than he expected. He has found her without experiencing toss and turns, and without traveling all over the mainland. Is there anything better than this? Xiao Wu, beautiful son, beautiful son. At this time, the beautiful son has returned to the shop, and her mother is talking to her. Mei Gongzi looked at Tang San in surprise, just to see him bursting into tears. Young Master Mei's big, beautiful eyes were a little more confused, but her mother smiled kindly at Tang San and made a toast with her hand to signal him to drink milk tea. Tang San's emotions finally gradually subsided. At this moment, his consciousness was trembling. His hands were also shaking, but he was careful not to let a drop of milk tea overflow. Put the cup that seemed to be made of wood skin to his mouth and took a sip. The faint milky scent is mixed with the faint tea scent, and there is a sweet smell coming down. The warm milk tea warmed his whole body, just like his heart has been filled again. At this moment, his heart is no longer empty, no longer wandering. He has found his own destiny again. Is there anything better than this? He even felt grateful for the wolf demon for the first time in his heart. It was precisely because those Windwolves did not allow themselves to enter the ancestral house of the Windwolf clan. They had the opportunity to meet the beautiful sun. Everything is the best arrangement. Took another sip of milk tea, wiped away the tears on his face. Tang San turned around, walked back to the big tree, and sat down again. The cup of Mei Gongzi milk tea in his hand is the best drink he has ever drunk in the world. The tears are no longer there, but a faint smile has appeared on his face. Found her, there is nothing better than this. He just looked at the milk tea shop from a distance, and looked at the beautiful son, mother and daughter busy in the shop from a distance. In this life, she is a human being. For 9 years, he has been cultivating every day, and there is not much time when Tang San really thought about it. Because he knew that if he wanted to find his wife's reincarnation, he first needed to become strong, and at this moment, his brain seemed to be resurrected. What he needs to consider is how to allow himself to come to her as soon as possible and protect her personally. Let her fall in love with herself again and truly walk with herself. There is nothing more pressing for him than this. Whether you are Xiao Wu or Mei Gongzi, you are destined to be my wife. At this moment, a slightly surprised voice came from around. Tang San, where did you get your drink? Tang San was awakened from his thoughts. When he got up and looked, he saw that Wang Yanfeng had already come by his side. From his look, he could tell that the task this time should have been successfully completed. Tang San pointed to the Mei Gongzi milk tea shop in the distance. Teacher, have you seen this shop? The milk tea is delicious. Wang Yanfeng was startled, shook his head, and said, this is the core area of Kerry City, and I rarely come. Every time I come, I quickly go to the ancestral house and leave after doing business. Let's go live here. The monsters and nobles who are here are not good-tempered. Yeah, Tang San nodded, but he suddenly heard something like, Teacher, wait for me. While talking, he quickly ran in the direction of the Mei Gongzi milk tea shop. Came to the shop of the milk tea shop. At this time, the beautiful sun seemed to be counting the currency in it and sorting the demon coins. Her mother had just sent away a guest of the monster clan. What's the matter, young man? Is the milk tea delicious? As he got closer, Tang San could even feel the beauty of Mei Gongzi's mother. It was a gentle beauty that was like a spring breeze, and his eyes seemed to have a touch of warmth. Tang San took out his only wind spirit stone demon coin and put it on the table. Auntie, the milk tea is delicious. Thank you. This is money. Give you a drink, no money. Mei Gongzi's mother said softly. Quickly leave here. The monsters passing by here won't have very good personalities. Auntie, I want to give money. Thank you. Also, my name is Tang San. When he said the words my name is Tang San, his eyes were in the direction of Mei Gongzi. At this time, the beautiful sun is facing his side with his backside, and there is no response. Tang San glanced at her deeply, and Wang Yanfeng's call was heard in the distance. Even though he was full of perseverance and nostalgia in his heart, he could only walk away quickly. Mei Gongzi's mother looked at the child in surprise. Based on her experience, of course, Tang San looked at Mei Gongzi differently. Although my daughter is young, she knows how good she is. It's just that the human boy in front of her, watching her, not only admired and infatuated, but had a particularly deep emotion contained in it, and there were even tears in the corners of his eyes. This is touching the scene in love? Tang San returned to Wang Yanfeng and drank the last bit of milk tea, but still holding the empty cup, holding it gently, reluctant to let go. Just because she had taken this cup, there was a trace of her breath on it. Are you okay? On the way back to the hotel, Tang San always followed Wang Yanfeng. He didn't look around when he came, just bowed his head and walked in the most standard way as a vassal. Wang Yanfeng naturally felt the change in his mood, and after returning to the hotel, he asked with concern, You reading www.yuyukangshu.com. I'm fine, teacher, I'm fine now. Really fine. Tang San smiled. That was a smile from the heart. Wang Yanfeng looked at the smile on his face and said with a smile, It seems that the cup of milk tea touched you a lot. Yes, in this world, although there are countless malicious attacks against us, there is still beauty. In your life, even if you have to face malice every day, We should only retain that share of goodness in our hearts. Only in this way can you focus on the sunshine and always have the feeling of hope and happiness. Undoubtedly, his words were also sent out with emotion, and in Tang San's heart, didn't he think he was deeply impressed? When the business is finished, we can still stay in the city for 2 days. May I take you around? Wang Yinfeng smiled. His task this time was successfully completed, and the Windwolf clan leader approved the amount of tribute. After returning, he could also explain to Lord Windwolf smoothly. Tang Sandow, teacher, is there any lively place in Kerry City? I want to see it. Wang Yinfeng said. It's okay to go to lively places, but it's still what I said. Be cautious in your words and deeds. Follow me. Okay, no problem. Tang San agreed without hesitation. Wang Yinfeng said, I haven't been here for a long time. I'll ask your anti-ghost. When he found the ghost and said that he planned to take Tang San to a lively place, the ghost said, there are naturally lively places, and there are many. By the way, not far from here, there is a place to go. Look, tonight is a good time. It's the annual Kerry City Collision Contest. Not only the monsters in Kerry City will participate, but also some of the surrounding villages and towns where strong clans are stationed. What is the Collision Contest? Wang Yinfeng asked curiously. Chapter 32 Collision Contest. Gui said. The so-called collision contest is that the two sides of the competition start at the same time at a distance of 30 meters and collide with each other. Whoever retreats more after the collision loses. Otherwise, it wins. Monsters of different levels, divided into different groups. Generally speaking, it starts at Tier 3. The highest is Tier 6. It is a grand gathering of the younger generation of monsters. The reason why it is limited to Tier 6 is because the collision of strong people above Tier 6 is likely to cause problems. Necessary casualties. Also, if you have reached Tier 6 or above, you don't have much interest in this kind of game-like competition. This is a bit interesting, but the characteristics of different races are different. It must be those races with stronger bodies that have the advantage. Wang Yinfeng said with a smile. Ghost said, I went to see it once, and it still has some tricks. Well, it's not too early now. Let's go after dinner. It should be just in time for the start of the collision contest. Tang San and Wang Yinfeng went to the ancestral house of the Windwolf clan today, and it took more than 4 hours on the way back, plus the time spent there. It was already afternoon when they came back. Of course, Tang San had no opinion about going to watch the collision contest, especially since this contest happened to be the collision of monsters from Tier 3 to Tier 6, which was exactly what he wanted. After seeing Mei Gongzi, his thoughts became alive, and the first thought in his heart was the urge to become stronger. The urgency is stronger than before. Mei Sun Milk Tea Shop is located in the core area of Kerry City, where there is definitely no shortage of powerful monsters of the 8th and 9th orders. Finally found her, there is nothing more important than protecting her safety. And if you want to protect her, then you must first become strong. Only relying on the strength of Tier 4 is obviously far from enough. After so many years, he has basically figured out the relationship between the Xiantian Gong practiced by Tang San and the bloodline energy of this world's monster clan. Xiantian Gong possesses the ability to swallow and transform. It can transform the energy absorbed from the outside into its own strength and leave the bloodline imprinted in its own body. By branding, you can reversely transform Xiantian Gong to release similar abilities. And the stronger the brand, when transforming, Tang San can also transform more powerful skills. The monster blood brand left in his body is like the permission of different levels of these skills. He not only needs to improve the profound heavenly skill, but also raise the level of his branding in order to display more powerful abilities, and he can also have stronger strength. According to Tang San's research and feelings, at least before his profound heaven skill breaks through the 9th level, he will probably practice in this way. In this way, the best way for him to improve himself quickly is to have more skills. The human beings in this world can only possess one ability if they have inherited the blood of the demon god. However, his swallowing through Xiantian Gong was not subject to this restriction, and he could have a variety of abilities. The more skills you have, the stronger your strength will naturally be if you match them reasonably. In a lively place in the city, he will have more opportunities to try to absorb some low-level abilities by fishing in troubled waters. He needs to have more skills from the power of the monster clan's blood to strengthen himself. At the same time, the absorbed energy is transformed into the power of the mysterious sky art, which also allows him to improve himself faster. Regarding cultivation, Tang San today can be said to be the most positive day since he came to this world. The 4th level is not enough, and the 5th level is not enough. At least you must cultivate to the 9th level as soon as possible, so that your spiritual knowledge can be improved again, and the spiritual knowledge can be rebuilt and reunited. Only by awakening some abilities that are not in this world, but possessed in the previous life, can this truly protect the beautiful sun. Took a break and ate dinner. Gui changed into a more gorgeous outfit, and only then took Wang Yinfeng and Tang San out. Is more gorgeous, because the world also judges people by their appearance. As a vassal race, human beings are actually not hostile in large cities. As long as they don't take the initiative to provoke them, ordinary monsters won't do anything to them. After all, the monster clan also needs a vassal to serve. Humans can be said to be the smartest among all vassal races. Although they are not strong, they can do more complicated things much better than other vassal races. The level of the collision contest is not very high. After all, only the monster clan below Tier 6 participates. The vast majority are young people, and the rewards are relatively not too generous. The reward for the first place is 5 element coins. Although the purchasing power of element currency is amazing, it is not a huge wealth for most monsters with rich wealth. Moreover, this is the reward for the 6th rank, first place. Lower level rewards will be even less. There are 4 rewards for the 5th tier champion, 3 for the 4th tier, and only 1 elemental coin for the 3rd tier champion. Only the lower rankings are rewarded by Lingxi coin. You need to know that the highest level of the currency system is the Zijin coin, and the 2nd level is the Tianyu coin. None of them appeared in the rewards. It can be seen that this game is more of a lively event. The place where the collision contest is held is a square. The square is surrounded by various shops, selling all kinds of goods. If it was before meeting Mei Gongzi, Tang San might be more interested in these shops, because it will be a great help for him to understand the monster clan. But now he is more interested in collision competitions. At this time, thousands of monsters had gathered in the square. At the very center is a clearing, isolated. The person responsible for isolation www.untilnovel.com is the Kerry Guardian of Kerry City. The Kerry Guardians are not a single race, but all races will be selected. If you want to become a Kerry Guardian, you must be at least Tier 4 or above. In the Monster Clan, the military system is based on the city, and the 7 main cities have their own guards. In the army, the stronger the cultivation base, the higher the natural position. Tier 4 is just the most ordinary Kerry Guard. It can be seen how powerful the Monster Tribe and the Spirit Tribe are in this very continent. There are also some vassal races in the crowd. Among them, human vassals are more numerous. Some human vassals follow the monsters, and they are obviously followers of these monsters. At this time, the competition has not really started, and the sky is gradually darkening. But around the square, there are huge wooden pillars erected, and there are luminous or on the square, illuminating the square. The aura here is rather complicated, because there are too many different races, but the aura is quite strong. Tang San followed Gui and Wang Yinfeng to a corner on the edge of the playing field, and finally found a place to stand. Here, most of them are vassal races. The playing field is about 50 meters in diameter, and the circular field is divided by the Kerry guards. On one side of the venue, there is a table, and coins are placed on the table. Elemental coin Tang San was the first time I saw it. The element coins of different elements all exude a different light. He completely covered up the Ling Rhino coins next to him. In this night, it was especially obvious. Lingxi coins looked dark silver and looked simple and introverted. Although they didn't have the precious light that element coins radiated under the light, they faintly gave Tang San a strange feeling. The collision contest is about to begin. A loud voice suddenly sounded. Chapter 33, I want to participate. Suddenly, the monsters around the playing field uttered deafening cheers. It made Tang San feel as if he had entered a herd of beasts. A majestic, giant man walked into the inner circle. His huge body standing upright was 4 meters high and extremely strong. His whole body revealed a violent breath. The black hair was all over his body. His upper body had no clothes. only a piece of skin. The trousers were tight at the waist. There is a V-shaped pattern formed by huge white hair on the chest. From his appearance, Tang San could tell that this one should be a bear demon. The bear demon is also divided into multiple races, and he doesn't know which race it is. This is the Violent Bear Clan. The strong fighting race among the bear monsters is second only to the strongest royal clan among the bear monsters. The talent is extraordinary and powerful. The adult Violent Bear Clan is born to be a Tier 6 powerhouse. Ghost the Ghost whispered. Violent Bear Clan. Tang San remembered it secretly in his heart. 6th Order Adult. These powerful monster races are indeed tyrannical. The bear demon of the Violent Bear Clan was already standing in the center of the competition field. Yang Tian let out a roar. That powerful sound actually suppressed all the cheers around him. At least rank 7. Wang Yinfeng whispered. This is obviously the existence of an elite among the violent bears. Collision competition, the old rules. The collision point is still the circle under my feet. The edge of the circle is the starting point for the measurement after the collision. Whoever is closer to the edge is the winner. The strong man of the Violent Bear Clan shouted in a deep voice. Tang San just noticed that there was a circle about 3 meters in diameter under his feet. In other words, the two sides accelerate at the same time and rush towards each other, and a collision will occur in the circle. After the collision, whoever is knocked far away is the winner. This also means that whoever is faster, rushes in more in the circle, relatively speaking, will take advantage of it. So, this is not just a competition of power, but also a competition of speed. Tier 3 can register. Whoever can win 10 games in a row, or there are no more challengers, is today's winner. With a big wave of his hand, the Grim Bear announced the start of the collision contest. Tang San asked Wang Yinfeng next to him. Teacher, in the collision contest, when the two sides collide, can you use skills? For example, use talent skills to attack your opponent. Of course you can. The Monster Clan admires force the most. Although the collision contest is the simplest competition, as long as you have the ability, you can use any ability. You can do whatever it takes to win. The rules of the Monster Clan have always been to only look at the winner. Don't ask about the process. Tang San nodded suddenly, thought for a moment, and said, Teacher, can I sign up then? Huh. Wang Yinfeng was taken aback, and the ghost looked at Tang San instantly. Do you want to sign up? The ghost's voice rose slightly. I want to try. You can win money. Tang San pointed to the winner's reward on the distant table. Wang Yinfeng looked at the ghosts, frowned slightly, and said, subsidiary races can also participate, but generally speaking, it is difficult to compare with the monsters. Moreover, they will be more ruthless against the vassal races. Scrupulous. Killing deserves it. Do you really want to try? Tang San nodded and said, I want to try. Teacher, I'm sure. Even if I can't win, I shouldn't suffer. Wang Yinfeng still knows a little bit about his ability, but in terms of strength, Tang San said without hesitation, with cleverness. Since the collision contest does not care about the process and only looks at the results, then I have a chance. If he met Mei Gongzi today, he would definitely not consider participating in any collision contest. Before the real wall is up, it is the best choice to keep a low profile. However, when I saw Mei Gongzi today, his heart was full of fighting spirit. Time does not wait for me, and I can no longer practice in the Buddhism system. Even if it is a little risky, he must make himself stronger as soon as possible. Only in this way can he have the opportunity to come to Mei Gongzi as soon as possible to guard her. Gue whispered, It's too risky. Whether you win or lose, it is not too good. Tang San took out a piece of cloth from his arms, which he brought out from the hotel. He folded the buppa into a triangle, then covered his face and tied it on the back of his head to cover his appearance. Teacher, Gue, I will go back on my own after the competition is over. You don't care about me. This way, I won't be exposed. Tang San said. Wang Yinfeng thought for a while, and said, Go ahead, be careful. Do you plan to sign up for Tier 3 or Tier 4? If Tier 3 is the case, you can hide your strength appropriately, and you should not be discovered. Tang San said, It's still Tier 4. Tier 4 rewards more. Teacher, then I will go. As he said, he got short and got into the crowd behind him. Do you really let him go to the competition? Gue looked at Wang Yinfeng in an incredible way. Also, what's the matter with Tier 4? Does he really have the strength of Tier 4? Wang Yinfeng nodded and said, "This child cannot be judged by common sense. Although he is only 9 years old, he is much calmer than children of the same age. Although he has only studied with me for a year, he always gives me a way to do something. Everything will definitely feel certain. He should have his own plan." Over the past year, he has been teaching Tang San and 5 people in all aspects of knowledge. But because of the things Tang San taught him, his strength has improved significantly, and he has touched the edge of the 4th order peak. This is only a short year. This was completely unimaginable before. Therefore, his feelings for Tang San and the other 4 children are different. He also knew that Tang San was promoted to the 4th rank, 9-year-old 4th order. It is extremely rare, even among the strangely gifted monsters. Except for those races that are inherently strong. Among the Windwolf clan, he had never seen an existence that could reach Tier 4 cultivation at the age of 9. In other words, Tang San, a child with Windwolf transformation, even surpassed Windwolf clan in talent. As a vassal race, it is impossible for this to happen under normal circumstances. It can be seen from this that Tang San is so talented. Even Wang Yinfeng himself doesn't fully understand what kind of strength his disciple is now. Tang San basically didn't take part in actual combat classes. Today Tang San actively asked to participate in the collision competition. Yu reading www.yukongshu.com in this low-risk competition. He also wanted to see to what extent Tang San can do it. Tang San shuttled through the crowd. He had just figured out the reward rules of the competition. Regardless of the level of competition, as long as you win one game, you can get a lingo coin. This reward is definitely a sky-high price for the vassal class. So, when he went to the place where he signed up, he saw that many human vassals and other vassal races were also signing up. Obviously, I want to win a victory in order to obtain Linksy coins. And in each level of competition, only the final champion can get element coins. The higher the level, the greater the reward of element currency. When receiving element currency rewards, you can also choose element coins that match your attributes. Tang San came to the competition, of course, not for these coins. The most important thing is that he wants to take the opportunity to absorb the power of the opponent's blood and turn it into a blood stigma in this kind of game where he can encounter multiple races at the same time. Promote one's own profound heavenly skills, and at the same time, it is also used to increase the various skills brought by the bloodline. Different skills have different functions, and different monsters have their own powers. The more skills he has, the stronger his maneuverability will naturally become. Like the wind blade brought by his current Falan bloodline, its power is about Tier 4, while the leopard flash of the Flash Leopard family should actually be Tier 3, which has not yet reached the level of Tier 4. After all, Zhu Jiesin was already seriously injured when he met him, so the bloodline was weak. These bloodline imprints can evolve by swallowing more abilities of the same type. This has been completely certain through Tang San's experiments on the Windwolf tribe. Therefore, the most important purpose for him to participate in the competition is to devour the blood power of the monster clan, thereby enhancing his own strength. Chapter 34 Contest begins. When Tang San lined up to sign up, the 3rd-tier competition had already begun. He is short, and there are many people around him, so he can't see what's inside. But a cheer and heavy crash can be heard. The speed of this collision contest is naturally extremely fast. The two sides are accelerating, impacting, and colliding to determine the winner. Then the winner can choose whether to proceed to the next round. Although many vassals and monsters have signed up, the speed is quite fast. When it was Tang San's turn, he couldn't help being a little speechless. This registration method should not be too simple. There is a number plate on the table. The rank and number are written on the number plate. Applicants can go to the competition as long as they get a number plate. No registration is required. After all, this is just a kind of entertainment game of the Monster Clan folk, and it is below the 6th rank. Naturally, there are not so many rules. There is not even a staff member at the place where the number plate is obtained, so just take it. But after getting the number plate, you have to go to the other side to line up directly. In other words, as long as you have received the number plate, you have to go in and collide. The guardian of Kerry, who was responsible for maintaining order, saw that Tang San, a small human child who had also brought the number plate, couldn't help but laugh strangely. But no one stopped him. Tang San doesn't need to think about it. These Kerry guards with malicious eyes are waiting to see their bones broken when they are hit. Whether it is in front of him or the monsters behind him, the figure is extremely tall, blocking his vision. These monsters didn't even see this human vassal who was less than 1 meter tall. Their line of sight will never drop to such a low level. Tang San poked his head out and looked at the collision competition site from the cracks. At this time, the third-order competition is already in full swing. There is already blood of unknown race on the ground. A collision had just ended. It was a monster of less than 2 meters in height, but it was obviously also a violent bear clan. It looks like it should be a young violent bear clan, and its opponent is a lizard-like existence. When the two sides collided, the lizard suddenly sank, then turned around abruptly and swept its tail toward the violent bear's leg. However, this violent bear jumped up the moment it entered the impact circle. The hind limbs slammed on the lizard, directly kicked the lizard demon out. They all hit the crowd of onlookers and were blocked by the Kerry guards before stopping. The sound of a broken lizard's body was clearly heard, while the cheers of the surrounding monsters, especially the violent bears, became unusually loud. The winner is king. This is the philosophy of the monster clan. This small bear is extremely mighty, not only powerful, but also possesses a considerable degree of skill. In the next few rounds, whether it was a head-on or a collision with skill, they all prevailed and won consecutively. Tang San appeared through observation. This bear cub of the violent bear clan, the talent abilities should be similar to violent abilities. Whenever it fully exerts its strength, its body will swell, its hair will rise, and its strength will obviously become stronger. The eyes that were originally tan will turn red. When a monster similar to a porcupine collided with him head-on, it was directly hit by his shoulder and flew out. Although the porcupine's fangs also left 2 wounds on his body, he was obviously at a disadvantage in terms of strength. Although this bear cub of the violent bear clan is tier 3, in fact, its combat power is by no means inferior to tier 4 strength. This is because the racial talents of different races are different. This is the first time Tang San has seen so many monsters. He carefully observed the abilities of each monster clan, remembering their abilities and characteristics. At the same time, I analyzed in my heart whether these abilities are useful for me. He now has a relatively accurate judgment on the connection between Gong and the blood of the monster clan in this world. But the only thing that made him unable to judge was how many kinds of blood he could accumulate in the process of continuous devouring in the future. In other words, one's own profound heaven skill can preserve the blood brand of several monster tribes. Does this have anything to do with the number of Gong layers? He has only 2 kinds now, the Windwolf change and the Flash Leopard change. The abilities brought are Windblade and Leopard Flash. One of these 2 abilities is speed increase and the other is long-range attack, both of which are quite useful. The premise is to be able to continuously improve. He believes that he shouldn't be able to infinitely improve the ability that he swallows. There must be a limit on the number, and he doesn't know how much this number is now. He has a vague guess, but he also needs to experiment to prove whether his guess is correct. The final winner of Tier 3 is this young violent bear. When he defeated 10 opponents, he kept roaring in the center of the field. In the end, he chose a fire element coin and an earth element coin, plus 10 Ling Rhino coins as your winning reward. The bear who presided over the collision contest raised the little bear directly above his head, standing in the center of the field loudly and roaring. "This is my son, my son. Have you seen it? My son, the first in the 3rd tier. Ho 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 ho." The sound of cheers and roars made the earth seem to tremble with it. The vassal races did not dare to speak out in such a scene, and even shivered. The vassal races participating in the competition are almost all participating in the 3rd tier competition. Tang San saw at least 7 seriously injured, and it is hard to say whether 2 of them will survive. At the end of Tier 3, it is the turn of Tier 4 competition. A majestic pig demon slowly walked into the venue. It has iron-black hair growing all over its body, and the pig's head is particularly large. The height is about 2 meters. The back is extremely broad, showing its amazing power. 2 sturdy fangs protrude from the lips. Roared ferociously. Porcupines' talent abilities are rare too. Yes, there is not only one kind of talented ability of the monster clan. Wang Yinfeng told him about this. but it doesn't mean that more ability means stronger. But relatively speaking, those top monsters and spirits have multiple talents. This porcupine clan has 2 talent abilities, collision and backstab. There are spikes behind the porcupines that can be sprayed out. www.intelnovel.com. The collision ability is just what the name suggests. The stronger the porcupine, the greater the number of spikes behind it. The Tier 4 porcupine in front of him has 8 spikes on the back. When it walked to one side of the field and stood on the side, the 8 spikes behind it had been slowly erected diagonally forward, and its back bulged, as if it was about to be ejected at any time. Tang San has no interest in the talents of the porcupine clan at all. No matter what other races are, he doesn't want to be a pig. Whether it was a collision or a backstab, it was not the ability he wanted. And the opponent of this Tier 4 porcupine is a flash leopard. Yes, this was the first time Tang San saw the flash leopard tribe appearing in today's collision contest. There was no flash leopard in the previous third order. Flash leopards are better at speed. Frontal collision is not the ability they are good at. Therefore, in previous games, no flash leopards appeared. The Tier 4 flash leopard that appeared at this time is slender and about 2 meters tall. It is not burly, but the narrowed eyes are faintly flashing with fierce light, and the fangs under the lips are protruding downward. The seemingly thin body has tight muscles, showing strong vitality. Start. Accompanied by the roar of the violent bear hosting the game. Both sides started from both sides at the same time. Flash leopard is extremely fast, rushing towards the opponent like lightning, almost within the collision circle in an instant. While the porcupine race was running wildly, the 8 spikes behind it had already spurted out without reservation. When the porcupine monster launched his own backstab, Tang San couldn't help but feel admired at it. The backstab shot by the porcupine was not aimed at the leopard demon. Instead, it launches in other directions. But these 8 backstabs blocked all flash leopard's dodge routes. Chapter 35 Dawn 3 Appearance. The frontal impact force of the porcupine has absolute confidence that it can defeat the flash leopard. But what he was afraid of was the speed ability of flash leopard. Once the flash leopard dodges its frontal collision, it will surely rush far away when accelerating at full speed, thus losing the game. If the porcupines and blizzards are powerful races in the collision contest, then the flash leopard is a technical school. When power encounters skills, it is natural to limit the opponent's skills first. According to the rules, a collision must occur within 3 seconds of rushing into the inner circle, and then the final winner must be evaluated. The collision of the porcupine is not at full speed, because even if it is not at full speed, its rough skin and thick flesh are enough to win in a frontal collision. The only thing that needs to be considered is that the opponent dodges, and its backstab limits this. The Tier 4 flash leopard did not panic when facing the 8 backstabs, and the forward rush speed was still very fast. It ran straight forward, as if it hadn't seen the 8 backstabs at all. As long as the 8 backstabs don't dodge around, they won't hit it at all. Both sides saw the collision circle. The purple meaning in Tang San's eyes flickered, and everything in his eyes seemed to have become slow. The porcupine's fangs have been raised, and the flash leopard's body, which looks straightforward, flickers with yellow light, and the leopard flash ability is activated. The figures of the 2 sides crossed almost instantaneously. With a bang sound, the porcupine rushed out of the collision circle, but the flash leopard's figure leaped straight up, rolled in the air, and then steadily landed in the center of the collision circle. There is no doubt that this Tier 4 flash leopard won the game. Most of the monster clan did not see clearly what happened at the moment of the collision, because the speed of the flash leopard was too fast. When it won, the surprised voice suddenly rang. But Tang San could see clearly. When the 2 sides were about to collide, the flash leopard almost jumped up at an inconvenient moment, almost brushing past the porcupine's fangs. Then its hind limbs slammed on the porcupine's back. Although the porcupine didn't charge with all its strength, it also turned on its collision ability, and it slowed down at most during a rush. Moreover, he blocked the flash leopard's dodge direction with a backstab and thought he would definitely be able to hit it head-on. The result was that the flash leopard still swept over the top of the head. How could it not rush out of the collision circle with the thrust of its hind limbs and its own momentum? And flash leopard's kick directly turned the forward thrust into upward force, and it landed in the center of the collision circle with its amazing body manipulation. the ending will naturally become clear. Porcupine still lost a trick in terms of skills. Tang San thought to himself, if he had come to point this Porcupine, then he must not let him release the backstab so early to block the line. It should be released at the moment the two sides collide. Although the Flash Leopard is fast, it will definitely be very dangerous to backstab the 8 porcupines that are suddenly jetting and unable to determine the direction at close range. As long as there is a puncture on it, there is a possibility of death. After all, the porcupine still hasn't used the advantages of his 2 natural skills. And this Flash Leopard obviously has the upper hand in the use of speed, technical ability, and calm mind. The next battle also verified Tang San's judgment on this Flash Leopard. The 3 Tier 4 opponents who played in a row were all defeated by its speed and skill. Ho ho ho, it's time for me. Go and die you. At the waiting area of the contestants at the edge of the field, a majestic rhino demon with a one-horned nose roared loudly. Strong defense is what it is best at. The collision is too. It had already thought about it. Facing this amazing leopard monster, it directly rushed into the collision circle and could not get out. No matter what skills the other party uses, it is useless. It must be able to defeat the opponent. But, just as it was about to go out, a voice suddenly came from around. Wait a minute, it's not your turn yet. The Tier 4 Rhino Demon, who was nearly 3 meters tall, was taken aback for a moment and looked down. Only then did he see that there was a thin figure in front of him, which he had never noticed before. The thin figure is covered with a piece of cloth on his face, and his appearance is not visible. But it can be seen from the figure that this is a humankind, and it's such a thin human being. What mess, go away. The Rhino Demon waved his hand and swept him away. However, the thin figure was already a step forward, rushing into the playing field, and holding his number plate high in his hand. 4th Tier 6. Yes, this is Tang San's number plate. He signed up for the first time, so among all the contestants in Tier 4, the registration number is number 6. Leopard Demon himself is 1 and has won 4 games. It was finally his turn. The Rhinoceros Demon was behind Tang San before and had been watching the situation in the venue with his tall figure, but he didn't even notice Tang San's existence. The moment Tang San walked into the field, a sound of surprise suddenly rang around. For the Monster Clan, a human vassal suddenly appeared on the field of the collision contest, and it was still Tier 4, which really surprised them. This looks such a thin human being. Where did the courage to come to the arena? And also covered his face. It's not surprising that the vassal veiled his face. After all, although the vassal is not at the risk of being killed at any time like a slave, but if he offends a powerful monster, he will die if he is targeted. However, where did the courage bring him to this arena? The Tier 4 Flash Leopard, who has won 4 consecutive games, has a fierce gleam in his eyes. Sticking out his tongue, he licked his fangs. Seeing Tang San's appearance, it was actually very excited. It was not a small consumption to defeat 4 opponents in a row. In terms of talent, the Flash Leopards are not top races after all, and they also know that it is actually difficult for them to persist in 4 games. But every time you win 1 more game, you have 1 more point to win the final championship. After all, not every level of the game will have 10 consecutive victories. The higher the level, the lower this possibility is, because everyone is very strong, and the possibility of consumption or damage in a collision is great. Yu reading www.yuyukangsha.com. And the appearance of Tang San, a human vassal, seemed to him, not only could it save oneself, but also 1 more victory. This was undoubtedly a very beautiful situation. He also saw the Rhino Demon in the next game. For the Rhino Demon, it really has no good way. In terms of race, they are really stronger, and they also restrain themselves. Tier 7 Violent Bear looked at Flash Leopard, and then at Tang San. His eyes flashed with a brutal light. Tear him to pieces. Let's start. Ho 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 ho. Tear him apart. Tear him apart. The surrounding monsters suddenly roared deafeningly after a brief astonishment. A vassal dared to appear on the Tier 4 arena, which, in their view, is itself an insult to them. The flashing leopard moved, and it didn't even use its abilities, but with its own speed, it rushed in Tang San's direction. Although it is a collision contest, at the moment of the collision, using one's own claws to shred the opponent is just a breeze, in its opinion. And Tang San also moved at this time, and cyan rays of light flowed from his exposed eyes. There was not much change in his body, but it was obvious that there was a gathering of wind elements, which caused something to appear around his body. The layers are overcast with blue light. Wind. Cyan light. Is this the Windwolf change? Tier 4 Flash Leopard's eyes became even more fierce. The Windwolf tribe and the Flash Leopard tribe have always been deadly enemies. Even if the opponent is just a vassal, it is also a vassal of the Windwolf tribe. Of the monsters watching the battle, there is no shortage of Windwolf tribe. When they see that this vassal is actually from their own race, their first feeling is shame. This will definitely lose to that leopard demon. This is a shame to the Windwolf tribe. Chapter 36 Spike. Leopard Flash advanced. Tang San's speed didn't seem to be as fast as Flash Leopard, so when Flash Leopard rushed into the collision circle, he was still 5 meters away from the collision circle. Flash Leopard swept across the collision circle directly. Without using Leopard Flash, a pair of sharp claws were already protruding forward, and the slender body stretched out. The hideous fangs also aimed at Tang San. Has even realized the fate of this vassal human in its mind. His arms and chest will be torn by his own claws, and his throat will be pierced by his own fangs. What about others? Just when this Tier 4 Flash Leopard thought that he was about to feel the hot and delicious blood that belongs to humans, he suddenly discovered that the person was gone. Yes, Tang San in his field of vision disappeared. Slippery kneel. Tang San used a very peculiar movement. As he rushed forward, his upper body completely leaned back, his knees bent, and his whole body slid forward so close to the ground. Flash Leopard's slender figure just passed over his head. And just at this moment, Tang San with cold eyes, his hands that had turned into jade color came out at the same time, and between his fingers, there were sharp claws condensed by wind blades. He even only needs to stretch out a pair of firm palms and claws, and the Tier 4 Flash Leopard, which is rushing forward like lightning, has completely exposed his chest and abdomen under his claws. Puff, puff. Twice, Tang San's hands had already caught Flash Leopard's abdomen. Flash Leopard has never been good at defense, not to mention, its abdomen itself is its most vulnerable place. While Tang San grabbed his hands into its abdomen, his legs curled up and twisted around his waist. The thin body slid forward under the drive of Flash Leopard's forward body. Xian Tiangong was also running at this time, fully absorbing the power of the blood in the Flash Leopard. His own Flash Leopard brand suddenly became brighter, and a large amount of bloodline power was transformed by Xian Tiangong and poured into his body. The Flash Leopard brand evolves in an instant from Tier 3 to Tier 4. This instant breakthrough made Tang San even feel that his body has become lighter. Xian Tiangong's skill has also obviously improved a little. The moment the Tier 4 Flash Leopard was pierced in the abdomen, it had already issued a painful wailing sound. But the next moment, its sound stopped abruptly. The power of blood was swallowed fiercely in an instant, and the wind blade had already exploded in its belly in the next instant. The moment Tang San shot, he didn't plan to let it live. The Flash Leopard is the most suitable race for him to devour in addition to the Windwolf tribe. And once it swallows too much, the other party will definitely notice that he can't take risks. Only by extinguishing the mouth can he swallow it most thoroughly. When the monster's onlookers saw Flash Leopard rushing out and Tang San's body disappeared, the first reaction was that Tang San was crushed by him. He was definitely dead, and they were shouting in excitement. The stern roar of Tier 4 Flash Leopard pulled them back to reality. The screams stopped abruptly, as if being pinched, and then the big mouth of blood mixed with internal organs sprayed out of the 4th Order Flash Leopard's mouth. Tang San turned over and got out of Flash Leopard's abdomen. He shook his hands, shaking off the blood from them. Then, as if all the shouts around him were stuck in his neck, he walked into the collision circle step by step. And the Tier 4 Flash Leopard has fallen motionless in a pool of blood. Silence. The whole audience fell into a brief silence. This is a situation that all monsters never expected. Human, that was just a vassal human, who actually killed Tier 4 Flash Leopard. How can that be? Although the Flash Leopard has collided for 4 consecutive games, even though it didn't even use the Leopard Flash skill. But how could he just die like this? But the facts are in front of them. The blood on the thin human palms, as well as the blood and vitality still flowing in Flash Leopard's mouth, are telling them that all of this is true. The lights were bright, shining on the thin figure, I don't know why, as if from him, a breath of coldness was exuding. The monsters who were watching the battle were involuntarily chilled. Wow! A wolf howl suddenly sounded. A huge wolf demon with a height of more than 2 meters and 5 steps out and let out a wolf howl in Tang San's direction. Good. Worthy of flowing the blood of my Windwolf clan. This Windwolf demon, who obviously has a Tier 5 cultivation base, has a fanatical brilliance in his eyes. If Tang San's opponent was killed by him from another race, even if he was using Windwolf transformation, the Windwolf tribe would not be so excited. But he killed Flash Leopard, is the most hostile Flash Leopard clan. Therefore, at this moment, the Windwolf tribe had even ignored the fact that he was a vassal. The shame became Chang Shuang, and there was nothing more exciting for Flash Leopards than killing them. Roar! A huge Flash Leopard suddenly jumped up and rushed to Tang San in the collision circle. The speed of this Flash Leopard was extremely fast, and his figure was already a flash of yellow light in the air, and the flash of the leopard started to arrive in front of Tang San almost instantly. The speed is much faster than the Flash Leopard in the previous competition, I don't know how much. The Tier 5 Windwolf demon who had just praised Tang San was too late even if he wanted to stop it. Yu reading www.yukyang.com. At this moment, a huge palm turned out and slapped it on the seemingly fast figure. Hearing a bang sound, the Flash Leopard that pounced on Tang San had already been slapped and flew out, and was slammed into the monster group fiercely. A Tier 7 Violent Bear standing 4 meters away stood beside Tang San, his eyes flickering, his huge palm slowly falling. If you lose, you lose. The rules are the rules. If you want revenge, wait after the game. Tang San quietly retracted the right foot that had been stepped out, and his ghostly fans were ready to start. Even Leopard Flash was ready. It was a Tier 5 Flash Leopard that suddenly launched a surprise attack on him. In the face of such a fast opponent, he has no absolute certainty. Tier 7 Violent Bear's shot has resolved the crisis for him. Wang Yanfeng and Gue, standing in the distance watching the battle, their hearts were raised in their throats. Gue turned his head to look at Wang Yanfeng. His right hand gripped his arm tightly. His nails were pierced into his skin. Brother, this is the apprentice you taught? No, monster. Tier 4 Flash Leopard. That's Tier 4 Flash Leopard. Even if he participated in the collision contest, a Tier 4 Flash Leopard was killed in a single encounter. Is this what the human vassals do? Wang Yanfeng's eyes were dull, and he muttered, Who am I? Where am I? Who is he? At this time, Tang San, who was standing in the center of the field, raised his head and looked at the Tier 7 Violent Bear, who was a behemoth to him. Does the game continue? His voice is kind of immature, and he is not an adult when he hears it. Tier 7 Grumpy Bear lowered his head, and sitting on the shoulders of Tier 7 Grumpy Bear, the little Grumpy Bear, who had just won the Tier 3 collision contest before, also looked at him curiously. Carry on. Chapter 37 Heavy Armor. Tang San took a deep breath, feeling the blood rushing in his body and the power of Xiantian running, and his next opponent had already walked into the field. Rhino Demon. Yes, it was the Rhino Demon who didn't see Tang San just now and thought he was going to play. At this time, the hustle and bustle in the field has been much quieter under the suppression of Tier 7 Violent Bear. The Flash Leopard that had been shot flying had already got up, staring at Tang San in the field with scorching eyes. In today's collision match, the Tier 4 Flash Leopard that just died was the first among the monsters to die. As for the death of the vassal, they will never remember it. The vassal of the Windwolf clan killed a Tier 4 Flash Leopard. This is definitely a shame for the Flash Leopard clan. A low-level Flash Leopard has already sent back a letter. At this time, Tang San didn't have time to pay attention to what the Flash Leopard family thought, but now Wang Yanfeng and Gue already understood the meaning of his masking. The Rhinoceros Demon let out a low roar, his upper body fell on the ground, his forelegs propped on the ground, his right hind limb was pawing on the ground, his body became thicker and thicker. A layer of dark yellow light shines from it. That is the heavy armor technique that the Rhino monster is best at. In terms of defense, the Rhino family is definitely one of the best among the monsters. There are very few races that can directly collide with the Rhinoceros monster. This Tier 4 Rhino Demon was originally the favorite of Tier 4 in today's game. Roar! The rhino demon suddenly roared up to the sky, with all four hoofs flying, brazenly rushing in Tang San's direction. The sharp corner of the nose exuded a dazzling light, and with a powerful impact, he rushed straight to Tang San. Tang San also launched a charge. His speed seemed to be no different from when he rushed to the flash leopard just now. He was still surrounded by blue light, showing the unique aura of the Windwolf clan. The distance between the two sides quickly narrowed, and at this moment, Tang San suddenly raised his hand, and the two blue wind blades went straight to the rhinoceros demon and shot. After these two wind blades were shot, they drew two beautiful arcs in the air. The rhinoceros demon just saw the blue light flashing in his hand, and then the wind blade flew to the sides as if it had made a mistake. But when it was puzzled, suddenly, in its eyes, blue light was shining brightly. The two arcing wind blades have found his eyes separately. The judgment of its natural speed and posture is just right. At this time, both sides are about to rush into the collision circle. With a cold snort, the rhinoceros demon slammed its limbs and slashed directly toward the collision circle. At the same time, it quickly closed its eyes. It doesn't believe it. Tang San's wind blade can break its heavy armor. Even if the skin of his eyes is one of the most fragile parts of his body, it should not be broken. But what it doesn't know is that what Tang San wants is the time for it to close its eyes. Two wind blades slashed on its eyelids. Although the defense of heavy armor was indeed blocked, the rhinoceros demon still couldn't help stinging in his eyes and roaring again in his mouth. At this time, Tang San had already jumped up. All the monsters who watched the battle saw that there was already an extra wind blade in his hand. The wind blade was blue when it first appeared, but the wind blade in his palm was constantly changing, and he could even clearly feel the windy air current in the air condensing toward his palm. Seeing that cyan wind blade quickly turned dark green. The rhinoceros demon's eyes are stinging, and he has raised his head, but it takes time to restore his eyesight. It can only rely on memory to let itself fall into the circle of collision. Tang San's thin body fell out of thin air, lightly falling to the raised head of the rhinoceros demon, and the dark green wind blade in his hand abruptly inserted. The target is still the rhinoceros demon's eyes. At the same time, his other hand also slapped on the top of the rhino demon's head. Puff! If you look closely, you will find that when the dark green wind blade is inserted, the eyelid of the rhinoceros demon is quickly sunken down. Its heavy armor defensive power is indeed strong, but it is still only tier 4 after all, and it is far from strong among the rhino demon clan. The defensive power can only barely spread all over the body, fusing with its own tough leather armor. It cannot achieve the extent of energy release. But the wind blade in Tang San's hand pierced the sharpest point after compressing the wind element. It still finds its most fragile eyes. The wind blade shattered in an instant, turning into a little green light and dissipating. But the rhino demon roared in pain almost madly. The entire upper body was raised. I can't care about any collision games anymore. The four hoofs ran wildly. The big head shook wildly, and when his eyes were hit hard, he wanted to use his strongest attack power to kill the opponent. At this time, Tang San had already sprung up lightly and landed firmly at the center of the collision zone. No one noticed that he pressed the palm on top of the rhino demon's head before, and the yellow light flashed. The mysterious heavenly power in his body rose up, and the consumption of the wind blade he had just cast quickly recovered. However, he was also secretly surprised at this moment. Just now, at the moment of the wind blade, he did not show any mercy. Although it was not his strongest method, he asked himself that the punch was very penetrating. And the eyes of the fourth-order rhino demon were indeed severely injured, but they should not be blind yet. This shows how strong the defense power of this rhino demon clan's heavy armor technique is. Tier 7 Violent Bear abruptly grabbed it out of its huge palm and grabbed the rhino demon unicorn who rushed into the crowd frantically. Seeing it burst out loud and suddenly exerted its strength, with the single hand that grabbed the horn, it lifted the sturdy body of the rhinoceros demon directly above its head. In the next instant, he hit the ground fiercely, and he stunned the rhinoceros demon. Trash, take it away. Can't you even win a vassal? Tier 7 Grim Bear's disdain was somewhat angry. 2 consecutive victories. Tang San successively defeated Tier 4 Flash Leopard and Tier 4 Rhinoceros Demon. even though they use techniques. But the more powerful monsters can see that this is not just a simple technique. The judgment of timing and self-steadiness are the key to defeating the enemy. Guegue's eyes are very strange now. If she was very worried about Tang San's safety in the first scene, then she just wants to ask Wang Yinfeng next to her, "Where are you from, this little monster?" Got it. The Wind Blade of the Windwolf clan? Is it just as simple as the Wind Blade? And www.mtlnovel.com Tier 4, this is. She knew Tang San's true age. 9-year-old Fourth Order. What a gift this is. At least she hadn't heard of such an existence in the human world. Wang Yinfeng's eyes were brilliant. He always knew that Tang San was very strong. A year ago, when Tang San was a 3rd tier, he suffered a lot from Tang San's hands. But he also didn't expect Tang San to be able to be so strong that this was a situation that was completely unexpected to him. Roar. With a roar, Tang San's 3rd opponent entered the arena. Compared with the previous Rhino Demon, this opponent is much smaller. Its body is very slender, and it looks only 1.5 meters tall, but it has a pair of wings behind it. The wings spread out to the sides, and the wingspan is more than 2 meters. In a pair of slender eyes, there was a sharp light. Tang San, if he remembers correctly, this should not be the contestant behind him just now. It should be that the contestants in the more rear position have been advanced. Specially used to deal with yourself? It should be a monster family of the Hawk Falcon type. Undoubtedly, through the 2 battles just now, the monsters must have felt that they were dexterous in figure and superior in combat skills. The awkward monsters are more disadvantaged when dealing with themselves. So this falcon monster with flying ability and great speed and skill will appear in advance to deal with him. Was successively won by a vassal, which is obviously a shame for the monsters participating in the collision contest. Tang San doesn't need to think much. He can also understand the changes in the hearts of these monsters. Eagle Falcon? Haha. Chapter 38 Bald Falcon. This is a white-headed falcon, belonging to a relatively small number of monsters. It is known for its fast flight speed and strong continuous flight ability. Their combat effectiveness is not too strong, but what is powerful is their flight ability and reconnaissance ability. Their eyes can capture subtle changes 10 miles away. He is the best scout among the monster clan. The white-headed Hayabusa apparently appeared on the stage after being signaled by a higher-level monster in order to restrain Tang San's flexibility. If it is a real Windwolf tribe, in fact, it is not afraid of the white-headed falcon because the real Windwolf tribe is not only capable of using Windblade, but is also quite strong. But Tang San was just a vassal. From the eyes of the monsters, his thin body would make him faster, but at the same time, it would inevitably make his defenses weaker. It couldn't be more appropriate to use the white-headed Hayabusa monster, who is best at speed and reconnaissance, to deal with him. Before the death of Flash Leopard, more monsters would think that it was caused by the carelessness of Tier 4 Flash Leopard. Begin. With the order of the 7th Order Violent Bear, the white-headed hawk demon's wings suddenly flapped, and it rose into the sky almost in the blink of an eye. In the eyes, white light lingered even more, and the eagle-eye bloodline talent was activated. His eyes stared at Tang San instantly. If Tang San was in its observation state now, he would find that everything he saw in his eyes seemed to slow down and became clear. Under the eagle-eyed gaze of the white-headed falcon, Tang San at this time, even the subtle changes in his muscles could be clearly captured by it. Even the trembling frequency of his eyelashes can be seen clearly. Tang San, who was staring at him, stood still and didn't charge forward, but his hands were naturally drooping on both sides of his body, and his fingertips bounced with blue light. The white-headed Hayabusa had already reached a height of 100 meters in an instant. In the next instant, it was already swooping down. The wings suddenly converged, just maintaining a slightly open state, but the slightly open eagle wings were actually constantly adjusting, controlling the angle of its dive. The ability to change flight is what it is best at. It had been looking for Tang San's flaws. As long as the moment it looked for the flaws, its eagle eyes would be able to locate the flaws and win with one blow. In its eyes, Tang San was already dead at this time. And at this moment, Tang San finally moved, tapped his toes, rushed forward quickly, and ran towards the collision zone. At the same time, he raised his head and looked at the white-headed falcon in the air. His eyes met, He saw the white light in the eyes of the white-headed falcon, but at this moment, the white-headed falcon also saw the purple meaning in Tang San's eyes. The faint purple, although it was only a flash, but at that moment, the white-headed Hayabusa only felt that his brain suddenly appeared blank for a short time, as if it was hit by something in the spiritual world. It plunged into a brief period of confusion. Tang San jumped up almost immediately after he rushed into the collision zone, and his arms that had been hanging down on both sides of his body suddenly waved upwards. 2 wind blades were thrown out with both hands, and they went straight to the white-headed hawk demon in the air. Although the white-headed Hayabusa's trance only appeared for a short time, it was branded with purple eyes in its mind. When it woke up slightly, the sharpness of the wind blade with a silent blue light had already arrived in front of it. The white-headed Hayabusa is indeed the best dodge monster family. Even in this case, its body is still rapidly deflected, almost avoiding the 2 wind blades in front of it. A pair of sharp claws popped out. The wings suddenly opened to control the falling speed, and the sharp claws tried to grab the other 2 wind blades. The moment of trance just now made it lose its favorable position. While surprised, it was ready to lift off again and attack again. But, since Tang San had already activated the purple magic pupil on it, how could he give it another opportunity like this? The 2 wind blades that missed in the air quietly circled around and chased them from behind, but the 2 wind blades that were about to be caught by the eagle's claws suddenly exploded. The 2 wind blades became 4 wind blades, and they accelerated in an instant, and they all slashed on the slender body of the white-headed falcon. Although the impact was blocked by its feathers, everyone was Tier 4. The strength of the wind blade is not so good to resist, and the blood bursts out for a while. The 2 wind blades that circled back were also severely cut on the back of the white-headed Hayabusa. It made it scream and fell directly towards the ground. Tang San leaped up, leaning out his hands. One hand grabbed the slender neck of the white-headed falcon, and the other hand was on its chest. His body rotated once in the air, and the white-headed falcon was caught by him. Flew out. With a bang, the white-headed Hayabusa fell to the ground, with blood flowing on his body, and fell into a coma. 3 consecutive victories. Tang San took a deep breath and landed smoothly in the collision zone. If the first game is a fluke, and the second game is to find a weakness, then what about 3 consecutive games? To this human vassal, the eyes of the monsters present began to change. When did human vassals have such combat experience and abilities? You must know that the white-headed Hayabusa was specifically selected for him, but it was out of standard, and it failed to dodge the wind blade during the attack. All the monsters saw were the mistake of the white-headed Hayabusa, but they didn't know why this mistake was. Tier 7 Violent Bear frowned, staring at Tang San, who silently walked to the side of the field, preparing for the next game. Next, the rules are the rules. Although the monster clan is the law of the jungle, the weak eats the strong, and the strength is the respect. But it also has its own order and rules, especially in the main city. Therefore, even if Tang San is only a vassal, in this collision contest, the monster clan wants to clean him up. They can only follow the rules, and can't swarm them, and can't bully the low-level ones. Is just an ordinary Windwolf transformation. Can you have such fighting skills and luck? Tang San's 4th opponent had already walked into the field, and this was the opponent Tang San should have faced in the previous game. After the white-headed Hayabusa failed, it still came in order. This opponent is a deer demon. Yu reading www.yuyukangsha.com has big forked horns on its head. The figure is majestic. There was no fierceness in the eyes of most monsters, but rather calm. It stared at Tang San, and there was a faint gleam in the depths of its eyes. The hair on its body was very strange. It was a kind of light blue hair, dotted with tufts of white on the light blue. This is Ling Rhinoceros Demon? Tang San's heart moved. He has heard Wang Yinfeng describe in detail about this kind of deer demon. They are very special. Their blue hairs are very rare among monsters, let alone deer monsters. The number of deer monsters is relatively large, and it is a middle-level race among the monsters. The deer is not a royal family among deer demon, and its strength is not very strong. But the natural ability of the deer is very peculiar. Their natural ability is called Ling Zixinian. The most powerful ability of this bloodline is perception. The metal used to make Lingxi coins was discovered by the Lingxi deer clan. The biggest advantage of Lingxi coins is that they can be carried on the body, allowing the bearer to maintain their mental concentration and even have the effect of refreshing and promoting cultivation. After the Lingxi deer discovered the Lingxi metal, this metal was later made into coins and named after them. The number of Ling rhino deer monsters is very small, but their status in the monster clan even surpasses the royal family of their deer demon family. The mind and heart can see many things that other races can't see. To be precise, it is a strong perception. They can perceive good and bad, and they can also perceive the existence of treasures. This is a monster with very powerful spiritual power. Therefore, although the rhinoceros deer is not capable of fighting, they are very welcome in any monster clan. Some big families of monsters also have the figure of the deer. Chapter 39 Escape from the War. Tang San also didn't expect that in this collision contest, he would actually encounter a Lingon deer. A light blue halo was exuding in the eyes of the rhinoceros deer demon. When its eyes were on Tang San suddenly felt like he was being seen through. But in the next instant, the Ling rhino deer demon's eyes suddenly revealed a bit of doubt. It was indeed already watching Tang San with its own awkward eyes. One was looking for his flaws, and the other was to perceive his particularity. It can feel that Tang San's vitality is very strong, far from what his thin body can represent. But at the same time, it still vaguely felt a little uneasy, as if there was something in the young man in front of him that made it particularly uneasy. This also made the spirited deer demon, who had always been calm, seemed a little restless. Start. Tier 7 Violent Bear roared. The reason why the Lingxi deer demon was not allowed to play first is mainly because the Lingxi deer demon is not good at fighting. In the collision, it is just a cut scene, just for play. The deer possesses a very strong curiosity. This curiosity also often brings them danger, which is why most of the rhinoceros deer will defect to the powerful race. With the protection of the powerful race, they can live safer. This time, Tang San was the first to start, and Tang San tapped his toes and rushed towards the spirit deer demon quickly. Lingxi Lu Yao also lowered his head slightly and rushed straight to Tang San. At this moment, it has a clear perception, and in its perception, the human vassal in front of him has no malicious intent. This collision is definitely safe. The distance between the two sides is rapidly getting closer. The Ling rhino deer demon is a simple forward charge. Its body is still strong, but in terms of real combat effectiveness, compared with the previous three, it is not on the same level. Soy sauce is soy sauce. So, after the first three battles, no one would think that the rhinoceros deer can win this somewhat magical Windwolf tribe vassal human. The two sides quickly approached, and Tang San had already jumped up when he was about to collide. He circled his hands, and his body was already in front of the Ling rhinoceros deer. On the other hand, the deer felt that the antlers on his head seemed to be caught by something. In the next instant, Tang San had already reached the top of its head, pressing a hand on the top of its head. Lingxi Lu Yao suddenly felt a strong sense of fear, almost subconsciously, shaking his head vigorously. In the next instant, Tang San's body was already thrown away, and while the Ling rhinoceros deer demon was frightened in his heart, his front legs softened, staggered, and almost fell to the ground. It was hard to get a firm foothold, but my heart is a little at a loss. Tang San flipped in the air, staggering back a few steps when he landed on the ground in the distance, and finally stood firm. At this time, the Ling rhinoceros deer demon had already come to the center of the collision zone with a blank look. It stood upright again, pointed its nose with its forelimbs. I won. Tier 7 Violent Bear also has a surprised look. He didn't win if he should have won. How could he win if he shouldn't have won? When is the deer so powerful? Throwing that human away in one fell swoop? Or is it that human beings have consumed too much before and can no longer continue? Just as the monsters watching the battle looked at the Lingxi deer monster with surprise, Tang San had already quickly arrived at the prize table, grabbed 3 Lingxi coins, and then quickly dived into the crowd. Some of the monsters he found out that he had come over wanted to reach out and grab him, at least to see what this kid looked like under his mask. However, they discovered that this small human being like a swimming fish shuttled through the crowd and disappeared in the crowd in 3 or 2 strokes. The ghost shadow fan traces are simply suitable to be deployed in this crowded space. Won 3 games and lost to the Lingxi Luyao. Run away. Seeing Tang San suddenly lost and then quickly left, Wang Yanfeng and Guige were also relieved. They didn't dare to look anymore, quickly backed away, disappeared in the crowd, and left here quickly. For the monster clan that is still in the collision contest, except for the Flash Leopard clan who is still in anger and the Windwolf clan is in excitement, the other monsters do not have much reaction. Tang San stepped out of the crowd and immediately accelerated. His memory is excellent, and he clearly remembers the way he came before. He also didn't look for ghosts and Wang Yanfeng, but walked through the streets and alleys, specifically walking forward from the dark corners. Returned directly to the tavern. Less than a minute after he left, several flashing leopard tribes flashing yellow light passed by before him. Nose twitches, trying to discern his breath and look for traces. The result was of course in vain. Tang San only needed to do a very simple thing to converge his aura, turning the Bloodline brand of Windwolf into a Flash Leopard Bloodline brand. The blood and breath have changed. How can I distinguish the breath? Continue to play. Of course, you can get more victories. For the Tier 4 Monster Clan, it is by no means an easy task to beat him in this collision competition that focuses on skill and strength. Tang San's performance today has actually been quite restrained. Otherwise, if he goes all out, the white-headed hawk and rhinoceros may not be able to survive. When he was in the 3rd game, he sent out flash leopards to leave the field, obviously to shake people. And the main purpose of his coming today has been achieved, and there will be no more delays. Taking advantage of the collision with the deer demon, quickly ran away. While leaving quickly, while distinguishing whether there was danger behind him, an arc gradually formed at the corner of Tang San's mouth. Is done. Today's main purpose has been achieved. Back to the hotel, Tang San quickly went back to the room. Only then did Yu read www.yukanashu.com, take off the mask, and looked out through the window. Not long, Wang Yanfeng and Guige also returned. The two came to Tang San's room almost immediately. As soon as they entered the door, before the ghost could speak, Tang San handed it over a Ling Rhino coin. Andy Guige, honor you. Ghosts were taken aback. Her small hotel is usually only for human vassals. The human vassals are poorer than the other, and there are often those who don't give money. Not to mention the Rhino coins. It is very rare for the demon coins to receive good quality. At this moment, seeing a beautifully crafted Ling Rhino coin being handed to me, some of the accusatory words that had come to my lips suddenly swallowed back. Tang San took out another Lingxi coin and handed it to Wang Yanfeng. Teacher, I'm sorry, I worried you. Wang Yanfeng took the Lingxi coin, and the corners of his mouth twitched. You are too courageous. You even killed the flash leopard. Tang San showed a somewhat scared expression on his face. I didn't want to kill it either. I just raised my hand at the time. Who knows, that's it. Teacher, there will be nothing wrong, right? Looking at the look of fear on his face, Wang Yanfeng's expression relaxed a little. If a 9-year-old child is still in the same mood after killing the monster, that is the most abnormal situation. Fortunately, you ran fast. When we left, many leopard monsters had already come. Wang Yanfeng said with some lingering fear. Tang San said, will that inflict other human vassals? Wang Yanfeng shook his head and said, no, different vassals belong to different races. They naturally have their own race guardianship. When we came back, we saw that Flash Leopard and Windwolf had already started conflicts over there. After all, the core contradiction is still the contradiction between the two races. That's good. Tang San breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 40 Changes in Blood Stigma. Wang Yanfeng glanced at him deeply and said to the ghosts around him, you go to rest first. Pay attention to the door tonight. Although it should not be a big problem, be careful. Well, I'll take a look ahead, and you guys should rest earlier. I think you might as well leave tomorrow. Although Tang San was covered today, his figure is still quite obvious. Guige whispered. I know. Wang Yanfeng nodded to her. The ghost is gone. Wang Yanfeng's gaze turned to Tang San again, and he asked in a deep voice, why do you want to participate in the collision contest today? You are not usually like that. Although you are the youngest of your 5 children, you have always, but you are the most stable one. How come you suddenly become so impulsive today? Do you know this is dangerous? Tang San lowered his head, like a child who had made a mistake. Talk to you. Wang Yinfeng was not angry. Watching Tang San compete today, he really lifted his heart into his throat, especially when he saw him kill the Flash Leopard. At that time, from the surface, he was thrown down by the Tier 4 Flash Leopard. At that time, Wang Yinfeng felt it was over. But who knows? Tang San won 3 games in a row. The defensive Rhinoceros Demon and the white-headed Hawk Demon, with amazing speed and perception, are defeated in his hands. Wang Yinfeng asked himself, even if it was himself, he might not be able to do better than him. Tang San whispered, "Teacher, that milk tea is delicious. I want to make some money." Milk tea. Wang Yinfeng was taken aback, looking at the child with his head down. Suddenly, his heart seemed to be blocked by something. Milk tea, just for that cup of milk tea. An indescribable sadness surged into my heart. It was then that he suddenly realized that he was still a 9-year-old child in front of him. Growing up among slaves, he has never felt warmth. In the eyes of the monsters, human beings as slaves are no different from livestock. The cup of milk tea brought him a taste he had never felt before. Our human children, in order to earn a cup of milk tea money, would rather fight for life. Well, the milk tea is very sweet and fragrant, Tang San said, lowering his head. Wang Yinfeng took a deep breath and suddenly took a step forward, pulling Tang San into his arms and hugging him. Tang San lowered his head. At this moment, what appeared in his mind was the smile and voice of the beautiful sun when they met today. The cup of milk tea is by the side of his bed, just because it was taken by the beautiful sun. Don't do such silly things again. When you want to drink milk tea, tell the teacher that the teacher will take you to buy it. Wang Yinfeng's voice was no longer harsh, low and warm, as if there was still a bit of choking. Tang San's heart trembled. At this moment, his previous life father could not help but appear in his mind. Compared with this life, the last life was considered happy, at least when he was young. His father grew up with him. The father of the previous life was even more of a strong man in that era. Whenever he encountered danger, he always accompanied him on the road of growth. From Wang Yinfeng, he felt the feeling his father had brought to him in the previous life. Sorry, teacher, I won't be impulsive anymore. I worry about it. Tang San genuinely admitted his mistake. Indeed, if it hadn't been for meeting Mei Gongzi today, he would not have touched his heart so much. He would never have entered the competition so rashly. However, the moment he saw the beautiful sun, he really couldn't restrain his inner impulse anymore. Today is the happiest day since he came to this world, and he found the reincarnation of his lover in his previous life. At this moment, I felt the paternal love brought by Wang Yinfeng. He actually expected that he would be scolded by Wang Yinfeng and Gui Gui in a mixed doubles after he returned. Unexpectedly, only warmth was waiting. Wang Yinfeng touched his head. Forget what happened today. You are very talented, and you will be able to go further in the future. Rest early, and I will see your anti-ghost. If nothing happens tonight, it should be fine. Okay, Tang San agreed. Wang Yinfeng patted him on the shoulder lightly, then got up and went. But when he left, Tang San found that Wang Yinfeng had left him on the bed with the rhino coin he had just given him, and had not taken it away. Teacher, really a good person. Tang San's heart warmed. Turning off the lights, Tang San sat cross-legged on the bed. He first settled down. Then he gradually settled into concentration, feeling the power of Xiantian Gong in his body. These 4 battles today are very important to him. The reason why he chose the 4 battles and retreated in time was all he planned. Faced the Flash Leopard in the first battle, killed it, and almost swallowed all the blood power of the Tier 4 Flash Leopard in a short time, just to improve his own Leopard Flash. The effect of Leopard Flash is very big to Tang San, and the instant acceleration is enough to enable him to have more strain and change abilities during battle. Tier 4's ability is very different from Tier 3. Power can be improved a lot. Just like his Wind Blade, if it weren't in full view today, his Wind Blade's true power would be much stronger. Leopard Flash's promotion to Tier 4 will undoubtedly make his overall combat effectiveness even further. In the next 3 games, he only swallowed a little blood power of the Rhinoceros Demon, White-headed Falcon Demon, and the Rhino Deer Demon, forming a Bloodline brand in his body. Because the amount of swallowing is not much, it is about forming a Bloodline brand similar to the Third Order. Why do you swallow 3 more? 1 is to increase the number of skills. The other most important reason was that Tang San wanted to try to see how many marks he could swallow through Xiantian art. According to his guess, it is very likely that every level of Xiantian Gong can swallow a brand, possess a dimension-changing skill. But this is just a guess, and it needs to be verified through practice. He already had Windblade and Leopard Flash www.intelnovel.com then. Swallow 3 more. He is a tier 4 ability. It's already more than one. If all 3 of these can be used within his profound arts, it means that his previous judgment was wrong. If only 2 types can be branded, and the other cannot be branded, it means that his judgment is correct. It will be of great benefit to him how to practice in the future. But the final result was something that surprised Tang San. At this time, none of the 3 powers of blood that he had swallowed into his body were imprinted, just like 3 different colored light spheres suspended in his profound heavenly art, waiting quietly. Tang San could vaguely feel that he could brand these 3 skills in his profound heaven art and become his own abilities. But he still has a feeling that the Wind Blade and Leopard Flash skills he already possesses also have a feeling of being shocked and becoming active. What does it mean? Tang San couldn't help but wonder why after the 3 new abilities came, he made the 2 abilities he already possessed become vain. This situation is the first time he has encountered since he came to this world to practice. The vanity of the original 2 brandings did not make him nervous. On the contrary, he felt excited at this moment. For him, neither Wind Blade nor Leopard Flash is considered a powerful ability, and even the room for improvement is very limited. The ceiling is obvious to what extent it can grow in the future. Then, in this case, the most troublesome state is that the skills that have been branded can only be continuously improved, and the total number of skills that one can brand is limited. In that case, at least until he breaks through to the level, the Wind Blade and Leopard Flash will always accompany him to grow. Chapter 41 Incorporate a new brand. This is undoubtedly the worst state, but Tang San has no other way. Because at the time when he first came to this world, the most important thing for him was to understand the system of this world. The fusion of Windblade and Leopard Flash actually opened the door to this world for him. Let him gradually have these understandings now. Therefore, Tang San was already prepared. If his skills were only within a certain range, he could only tolerate the existence of Windblade and Leopard Flash. Then think of ways to develop them more powerful, and the application is more suitable for you. At this moment, when the new 3 kinds of branding arrived, I don't know why, the 2 very deep skills that had been branded in his bloodline suddenly became vain, and it seemed that they could be separated from oneself at any time. Bloody. This discovery gave Tang San a feeling of joy, which meant that when his profound heaven skill was combined with the various abilities of this world, there were more changes, and these changes were what he didn't clear, but undoubtedly there are more possibilities. Didn't rush to arouse these 5 marks, but silently felt the difference between them and the relationship with his body. Among these 5 marks, there is no doubt that the marks of Windblade and Leopard Flash are larger and brighter. Leopard Flash has just completed the upgrade, although it still can't be compared with Feng Jian, but it has also made a significant improvement. In fact, none of the other 3 abilities reached the level of Tier 4. In that kind of battle collision, Tang San had no time to absorb more, nor could he absorb all of the opponent's blood power, otherwise his swallowing ability would definitely be inferior. It's going to show off. Therefore, the heavy armor of the rhinoceros demon, the eagle eyes of the white-headed hawk demon, and the spirit and mind of the rhinoceros deer are all in the 3rd order state. 5 kinds of branding, 2 kinds of 4th order branding. Because they are fused with Tang San's blood, they look more distinct, while the other 3 are obviously out of the system, but under the traction of Zetian Gong. Observed silently for a while, Tang San could feel that these 5 marks were actually relatively stable. Even the 3 kinds of brands that have not been integrated into one's own blood are controlled within a certain range and will not be separated from their own body, and there is no sign of dissipating. This is a bit peculiar. Mysterious heavenly art is running, and in the Dantian, the power is turned into a vortex. The 2 skills that have been branded in the body rotate with the rotation of the vortex, as if they are part of this place. The 3 new skill marks are suspended above the vortex, dragged by the vortex, but not integrated. It wasn't that they didn't want to blend in, but Tang San didn't control Xiantian Gong to lead them to blend in. The observation was not in vain. Tang San gradually felt some wonderful things. That is, although these 3 new skill marks had not been integrated into his body, their existence was also nourished by Xiantian art. In other words, floating outside of their own mysterious power vortex, they can also silently absorb some of the energy in it to maintain themselves. With a thought, Tang San controlled his mental power to cut off the connection with the heavy armor technique brand in it. Suddenly, the heavy armor technique brand shook slightly, and then began to fade at a speed visible to the naked eye. Tang San immediately controlled Xiantian Gong to re-inject it into it again, and immediately the brand became clear again. He immediately had a judgment in his heart. These bloodline marks belonging to the demon god transformation brought him skills. Their existence requires the nourishment of his own profound sky art power. Just like when they are used, they are actually a part of the profound sky art. Kind of conversion. If you cut off the connection between them and Xiantian Gong, then these skill marks will disappear by themselves. As long as the nourishment of Xiantian Gong has been maintained for them, they will always exist. If this is the case, can you switch between the skills that have been integrated and the skills that have not been integrated at any time? Thinking of this, Tang San began to try. He used his mental power to guide the brand of leopard flash, trying to get it out of his blood. As soon as the leopard flashed, Tang San immediately felt that his profound Tiangong began to agitate, and the originally steadily rotating vortex began to agitate. But how stable his mental power is, he is not eager to pull out leopard flash, but gradually, pulling carefully while observing the changes. Soon, he found some clues. The leopard flash brand was being pulled out by him bit by bit. In the process of pulling it out, the light of the leopard flash brand began to weaken, and the strength that had just been promoted seemed to be declining. Tang San didn't stop. For him, it was far more important than a leopard flash to clearly understand the relationship between the profound sky art and the imprints of these skills. The leopard can be swallowed again if it disappears, but if he can't figure out how they are combined with his profound heavenly art, he won't be able to further improve himself in the future. Finally, leopard flash slowly separated from Xiantian Gong under his continuous and steady stripping. When it was completely separated, its breath suddenly fell from the newly promoted Tier 4 to Tier 3, but the leopard flash brand has been suspended above the Xiantian Gong vortex along with the other 3 new ones, spinning silently. It can be separated, and other skills can also be replaced. Tang San was overjoyed. This means that he will not affect his growth by mistakenly integrating a certain skill. But at the same time, his previous idea of switching skills at any time has also vanished. If every separation will lead to a decline in skill branding ability www.intelnovel.com, this separation must still be very cautious. Now his brand of Tier 3 or Tier 4 naturally doesn't matter. But when it comes to the high level, it is obviously not an easy task to upgrade to the first level, and after the upgrade, I am downgraded because of the separation, but it feels distressed. Feng Blade is definitely inseparable, which is related to his Feng Lang's identity. So the subject of the previous experiment was leopard flash. Looking at the 4 skills floating on the surface of his Xiantian Gong, Tang San continued to experiment, and he began to incorporate these 4 marks into his body. First is the return of leopard flash. Perhaps because it had already been fused before, leopard flash returned to the embrace of Xiantian Gong very smoothly, and almost immediately returned to the vortex of Xiantian Gong. However, it is still the 3rd level, and the previously dissipated branding level has not been restored. Then there is heavy armor. The time for the heavy armor technique brand to blend in became a bit slower, but Tang San found that when he blended into the heavy armor technique, his bloodline seemed to be affected to a certain extent, and the bloodline power became more vigorous. Physical strength seems to increase accordingly. These marks bring not only the skill itself, but also some characteristics of the original bloodline. When the wind blade and the leopard flash were fused before, he didn't have any obvious feelings. Perhaps it is because this rhinoceros demon has a higher bloodline? Next is the eagle eye brand of the bald falcon. With the eagle eye branding integrated, Tang San clearly felt that his eyes seemed to have bursts of coolness, just like when the rhinoceros demon's heavy armor technique was integrated. It also had the benefit of backfeeding himself. If this is the case, then it means that the stronger the bloodline of the skills that you have merged, the more it will help you after the fusion. This is a good thing. Chapter 42 Swallow Merge. When one's body will be strengthened by the fusion of blood stigma, can one have the strength similar to a bear, the speed of a leopard, the endurance of a horse, etc.? This is a direct improvement to physical fitness. While thinking, Tang San started the last fusion of skill marks. For him, this is also the most important one in the integration process, because this is the fifth, surpassing the fifth in his hierarchy. If he succeeds, it means that he has not reached the upper limit for the integration of skills. If he can be separated, of course the more integrated skills the better, and he will improve himself in all aspects. Even if you reach the limit in the future, you can replace your existing brand in the future when you have better skills. When the heavy armor technique and the eagle eye technique had obviously improved his body, Tang San was already expecting his judgment to be wrong, and he also hoped that he could integrate the spirit of the spirit rhino deer demon. It seems that the power of perception should be promoted by this spirit, which is a very rare ability, even more precious than those abilities that directly enhance combat effectiveness. However, Tang San deserves to be a king. His previous judgment was correct. When he tried to incorporate the spirit, mind, and eyes into his Xiantian art, the vortex of Xiantian art obviously had a feeling of fullness. The four marks inside each flashed with its own light, the light clusters represented by the spirit and eyes. When I started to blend in, I immediately felt a strong repulsive force, and I leaned outward to push it out of the circle. Sure enough, exactly as I guessed, it should be that each level can incorporate one more skill, rather than an infinite fusion brand. Tang San didn't feel much lost. Certainty was the most important thing to him, and that was why he had to absorb the three abilities to try. After confirming his own judgment, he will be able to make his own choice for his later cultivation and promotion direction. It's okay if it doesn't work. Take it easy. Anyway, it nourishes the mind-eye ability of the deer, which means wasting some of the profound heaven kung fu power and slowing his improvement a little bit. After you judge for yourself, look at which one to keep and which one to replace. Just as he was about to give up the fusion of Lingxi's mind and eyes, Tang San suddenly felt one of the four marks in the vortex of his profound sky power tremble. Immediately afterwards, a suction force suddenly spread from the brand. The brand of Lingxi, mind and eyes that was originally rejected suddenly paused, and then was sucked by the brand that exuded suction and slowly began to blend into it. Tang San became nervous in an instant. This was not the anxiety of anxiety, but the excitement of nervousness. He did not interfere with this change, but condensed his spirit to the most focused state, silently paying attention to the change between these two marks. The brand that produces suction is exactly the Hawkeye skill of the bald falcon who has just settled in his body. At this time, the eagle eye obviously produced a suction force, as if it was trying to absorb the eye of the soul and then swallow it. However, this swallowing is obviously a bit difficult. Lingxi Xinyan was struggling fiercely, and it didn't seem to be swallowed by eagle eyes. But Hawkeye's determination to swallow was very persistent, and at the same time, Tang San immediately felt that his profound sky skill had begun to consume a lot. This eagle eye is a bit interesting. It is absorbing its own mysterious power and uses it to devour the eye of the soul. From this point of view, in terms of hierarchy, the bloodline level of the Lingxi deer demon should be above the white-headed falcon, so the bloodline of the white-headed falcon needs the power of Xiantian Gong to help. The most important thing is that they can be integrated. The fusion of did not appear on the more powerful Windblade, and there was no change in the leopard flash and heavy armor. Only Hawkeye. Hawkeye is to hard eye. Can it be said that bloodline imprints can swallow each other when there is a certain homology? Is this an anomaly or a mixed race? Tang San couldn't help but have some strange thoughts in his mind, but he did not try to interfere with this fusion swallowing. Just silently observe how much Xiantian power eagle eye needs can be absorbed by it. Tang San just silently urged Xiantian Gong to restore his consumption. Not to mention, the consumption of Hawkeye is really quite large. With Tang San's 4th level Xiantian skill, only 1/3 of the skill was consumed in just a while. But he also found that 1/3 of the bloodline brand of that soulful heart had been pulled into the eagle eye brand. Hawkeye's own brand is obviously brighter, The level does not seem to be improved, but it is brighter. Lynxie's heart eye was originally similar to aquamarine green, while eagle eye was a white bloodline brand. After the fusion of the two at this time, the eagle eye brand has obviously turned into a light cyan color, and the cyan color is getting deeper and deeper, and the Windblade brand is a bit similar, but it is brighter. Interesting, this is really interesting. The speed of swallowing was gradually accelerating along with the strength of the eagle eye brand itself. When Tang San's profound sky art skill almost consumed more than 2/3, the brand of Ling Shi's heart eye finally disappeared completely, and the eagle eye was completely melted into one. For a cyan brand, a faint white air current appeared on the surface of the brand. This is obviously not as simple as swallowing. Hawkeye not only strengthens itself, but also has a certain spiritual effect. Otherwise, the color of the imprint should still be white instead of producing such a variation. Tang San was silently recovering his Xiantian skill while thinking about what he had gained tonight. Tonight is definitely a huge harvest. The most important thing is to let him figure out the upper limit of his skill brand and the swallowable evolution of the skill, especially the latter. Tang San is the rebirth of a generation of kings, although this world is brand new and unfamiliar to him. But as long as he finds some of these contexts, he can gradually feel the true meaning of this world and use his own abilities to use these to improve himself. Yu reading www.yuyuqiangshu.com. Compared with acquiring new skills and some advancements in Xiantian Gong, the most important thing is to understand the relationship between bloodline branding and one's Xiantian Gong. With this discovery, there will be a direction for further improvement in the future. Also, the skills that have been branded are not static and can be stripped at the expense of the bloodline branding itself. In this world, he is the only person who practices Xiantian Gong, so these abilities can be said to be unique. With his current weakness, he would not be actively targeted by the power of this plane. Will it be in the future? That's a question that only needs to be considered when he breaks through the level. 2 skills become 4 skills, and one of them is a combination of 2 bloodline imprints. Without a doubt, Tang San's strength was naturally greatly enhanced. No words for a night. The small hotel arrived at dawn safely. Was not found by Flash Leopard or Windwolf tribe monsters, which means that everything that happened yesterday has been passed. As for what is going on behind the collision contest, this is not something Wang Yanfeng, Gui, and Tang San need to care about. In the early morning, the genius was bright, and Tang San woke up from meditation. This is his daily practice habit. Opened the window and stared at the white fish belly that had just lit up in the distance. Mysterious art was working. The purple chi brought by the moment the sun rose every morning was the best time for him to cultivate the purple magic pupil. A faint purple tint appeared in the bottom of his eyes. Suddenly, Tang San's pupil shrank, and he was surprised to find that his vision seemed to be enlarged, and the horizon seemed to be drawn closer at this moment. And just at this moment, a hint of purple in the distant sky just appeared. Chapter 43 Eyes of the Rhinoceros. Tang San only felt his eyes hot. The clearly enlarged vision seemed to have completed communication with Zi Qi in an instant, and more Zi Qi flowed down his eyes to the bottom of his eyes, and his entire eyes became a little hot, making him a bit hot. He had to close his eyes quickly and urged his mental power to control the large amount of purple energy that was attracted to merge with himself. This change is very strange, making him feel as if his whole body has become warm. While he felt the changes of the purple magic pupil, he secretly calculated. This should be a fusion of the changes brought about by the eagle eye and the spiritual heart. The integration of these 2 bloodline imprints seems to have greatly improved my eyesight. So, what if you use this skill to practice the purple magic pupil? No, you can't do that. It's just normal cultivation, and the purple chi that has been drawn at that moment is already several times that of normal days. This allowed him to get twice the result with half the effort in the process of cultivating the purple magic pupil. But if you use skills to provoke it, it will be troublesome if you draw too much purple energy. Maybe your eyes can't bear it, and there is a risk of blindness. His 3 lives are by no means a reckless person. After a little thought, there was a decision. The benefits of absorbing blood stigma are more than expected. It can also strengthen your body. Just like this time, he could obviously feel his strength increased. This is brought about by the rhinoceros demon's heavy armor technique. This world that he has always hated finally made him feel some magic that belongs to this world. After a long while, after digesting and assimilating the purple chi, Tang San felt it silently. The purple pole magic pupil had obviously improved a little, at least equivalent to the usual 5 or 6 days of cultivation. The sun had already risen at this time, and the dazzling sunlight in ordinary people's eyes was soft under Tang San's eyes. The purple chi has passed from the east, and there is only a moment of cultivation time every day. My newly acquired ability can't be used to cultivate the purple demon eye, so if I join it when I use it, what will it look like? Thinking of this, Tang San moved his mind, closed his eyes, and aroused the cyan blood mark in his body. The cyan light touched. Tang San obviously felt that his profound sky skill was consumed in an instant, close to 1/10 of it. In the next instant, all his perceptions seemed to become clear. Insects, song, and birds are as if they are in his ears. In his perception, everything around him seems to have become three-dimensional. In the darkness, there seems to be something echoing his perception. Subconsciously, he felt the 2 Lingen coins on the table. The faint changes in aura from Lingxi coin seemed to be in line with his perception. At this moment, Tang San slowly opened his eyes. In an instant, 2 purple lights shot out from the depths of his eyes, and they were more than half a foot long. At the moment the purple light shot out, Tang San only felt that his vision had undergone an earth-shaking change. What he saw was a colorful world, the sky, or the original sky. However, in this sky, it is composed of countless colors. The cyan light spots are the power of the wind element. The red is fire, the blue is water, the green is the life force, and the orange is light. What about the white? That seems to be pure heaven and earth spiritual power. Under his eyes, the world seemed to have been broken down. Everything is broken down into the most basic elements. His thoughts move again, the wind comes. Suddenly, the blue wind elements in his sight quickly condensed in his direction. Tang San subconsciously stretched out his hand, and these wind elements naturally condensed in his palm, turning into a whirlwind, slowly hovering. I can see the elements. This is not only done visually, but also through my own perception. Combining the abilities of the heart eye and the eagle eye, this eye of spirit is really extraordinary. It also allows his own purple demon eye to explode with more powerful power when combined with it. Undoubtedly, Tang San had already made a judgment at this instant. Among the 4 skills he already possessed, the strongest was not the wind blade that brought long-range attacks, nor the leopard flash that brought him speed and defense. Of heavy armor, it's the eagle eye that combines the eagle eye and the heart eye. Lingxi eye lasted for 30 seconds. When its effect disappeared, Tang San obviously felt a bit sour in his eyes and couldn't help but shed tears. Is really a wonderful ability. The Eye of Consonance must be the ability to strive to improve in the future. The role of this ability is already obvious now, and in the future, for higher levels of promotion, its role will inevitably be even greater. Just then, there was a knock on the door. When Tang San turned around, he had already seen Wang Yinfeng pushing in. Wang Yinfeng couldn't help being taken aback when he saw him. "Why are you crying?" Nothing. I was just dazzled by the sun." Tang San hurriedly wiped away tears. Wang Yinfeng glanced at him up and down, always feeling that something changed in Tang San, as if something was different. Especially his eyes. Although there were tears flowing just now, they seemed to have become a little deeper. "We are getting ready to go. Your anti-ghost just went out to inquire. Yesterday, after the collision contest, the Flash Leopard and Windwolf tribe fought, and later went to a large number of Kerry guardians to be suppressed. Both clans are looking for you. Windwolf is a vassal. We have to leave Kerry City as soon as possible. Although you are masked, your figure is still too obvious." "Yeah." Tang San nodded. www.mtlnovel.com. Yesterday's behavior was actually impulsive. Although it has brought great benefits, it is also likely to cause a lot of trouble. Leaving as soon as possible is obviously the best choice. But at this moment, he subconsciously remembered something, and subconsciously looked out the window. Look in one direction. He really wanted to see her again before leaving, but now it seems impossible. "Waiting for me, beautiful sun. I will definitely be back as soon as possible." The central area of Kerry City. Young Master May just put the milk tea ingredients in dozens of cups in front of him and is about to go to make tea. Suddenly, her footsteps stopped for a while, her eyebrows frowned. What's wrong with Xiaomei? Su Qin asked with concern after taking a look at her daughter. It's no mother, but I felt a little palpitating just now. I don't know why. Mei Gongzi shook his head gently. Su Qin came to her, faced her, and gently touched her long hair. If you feel uncomfortable, just go to rest. Mom can do it. I'm okay, I'm really okay. Mei Gongzi shook his head hurriedly, smiled at his mother, and continued to be busy. There is a constant stream of monsters who come to the shop to buy milk tea, and they can sell hundreds of cups of milk tea every day, deducting the cost, and the income is not bad. Until the evening, the girl who worked in the shop took over the work from Mei Gongzi. Sister Mei, go and rest. Leave the rest to me. Xiaoxue, then I will trouble you. Mei Gongzi turned his head and smiled at her. Xiaoxue squeezed her eyes at her and swaggered toward the back. Young Master Mei seemed to understand what she knew and nodded gently. When she turned around, the breath of her whole person suddenly changed somewhat. Chapter 44, Come Back Home. Tang San and Wang Yinfeng went out of the city fairly smoothly, and the ghost drove a truck to take them out of the city. Until they were far away from the gate of Kerry City, the ghost let them get out of the car. The expression in her eyes looking at Tang San was a bit complicated. This child's talent was far beyond ordinary vassals. But is this really a good thing for Wang Yinfeng? In other words, is it a good thing for their vassals? Tang San. The ghost stopped Tang San. Anti-ghost. The ghost sighed softly and said, You are the most potential and outstanding one among our human vassals I have ever seen. However, you must know that in this world, the monsters and the spirits are the dominant ones. Their strength is so powerful. It is not something we can contend with. By your side, the human beings who can become vassals and survive have already gone through all kinds of dangers. Only when they are alive can they have a chance. Although we still see it now. There is no future, but if you want to do something for mankind in the future, then you must keep your useful body. Understand? Well, I understand. Tang San nodded. Gue gave him a deep look and said, I hope you really understand it. Brother, I told you this too. You have to protect him and watch him. Things like that yesterday are terrible. Don't happen again. Not every time luck is so good. Wang Yinfeng nodded silently, but said nothing. Don't come to Kerry City again in a short time. Wait until you grow up, at least to be taller. The ghost said to Tang San. Tang San glanced at the direction of Kerry City. Can he really not come? Here, he is too important, too important. Farewell to ghosts. Wang Yinfeng and Tang San set off. On the way, Wang Yinfeng didn't say much, nor did he teach Tang San as well as Gue before, until from the main road to the small road back to the Windwolf town. Tang San. Teacher. Tang San turned to look at Wang Yinfeng, who suddenly spoke. Wang Yinfeng said, I always thought you were young before, and you still need time to grow and improve your aspirations. But this time I discovered that you are no longer young, and you are more stable than I thought. But, while being calm, why do you want to be impulsive? Sudden impulse. Tang Sandao. Teacher, I want to grow faster. Become stronger. I hope that our human tragedies can be less. Wang Yinfeng nodded and said, This is what many humans who have developed wisdom want to do. But the ghosts are right. In this world, we are still too weak. The power of the monsters and the spirits is not you can imagine it now. Tang San shook his head and said, No, you are wrong. I can imagine how powerful they are. But if the opponent is strong, can we do nothing? If we do nothing, human beings will always be slaves. In terms of wisdom, we are still above the monsters and spirits. But why should our people be enslaved by them, or even become food for them? Wang Yinfeng said, Because God does not love us. We have wisdom, but no talent. Tang Sandao, no. It's not that we don't have talent, but that we haven't found a way to fit the world. Wang Yinfeng was taken aback. He didn't expect Tang San to say such a thing. He had heard similar words once. Tang San, you. Tang San said sternly. Teacher, I didn't think that the whole mankind can be changed with my own power. What can really change the whole mankind is to find a way to fit us into the world, so that we can gradually become strong. This may not be something a generation can do, but as long as we work hard, there must be a way. When he first came to this world, Even the one who was once a king had felt fear and helplessness. But as he became more and more aware of this world, he had gradually begun to feel the difference in this world. As he said, human beings in this world have not yet found a way to fit into this world. It's like the Douluo Continent where he lived in his last life. When he was born, the soul beasts in that world were still very powerful, and the powerful soul beast humans were also very difficult to match. However, human beings have found a way to awaken their own martial souls and gradually develop by making themselves stronger and becoming soul masters. Eventually began to oppress the living space of the soul beast and became the master of the Douluo Continent. Then, isn't this fairy continent in front of you an early Douluo Continent? Maybe 1,000 years, 10,000 years later. Humans have also found a way to strengthen themselves, defeating the monster tribe and the spirit tribe. Although in this blue world, above this fairy continent, all this seems a bit difficult, because the level of monsters and spirits is much higher than that of soul beasts in the world of Douluo Continent. However, it is not without hope. Perhaps, in the midst of something, I was reincarnated and reborn into this world because it brought hope to the human beings in this world. Wang Yanfeng smiled suddenly. I originally wanted to convince you, but how do I feel that I have to be persuaded by you? The teacher is also looking forward to seeing you find a way that fits the world better. However, before that, you must be as low-key as possible. Whatever you tell me today, don't mention it to anyone again. Yeah. Tang San nodded. Back to Windwolf Town, everything is as usual. Tang San went home first, and Wang Yanfeng reported to Lord Windwolf. Entered the courtyard gate. Tang San felt the whistling wind. Taking a closer look, the three Wangs are discussing each other. The three people seemed to be in a melee, and they didn't use the wind blade, just relying on the strength of the Windwolf transformation. Are looking for opportunities for each other, constantly fighting and fighting. Ling Muxue stood by and watched with gusto, with a blue light jumping in her hand. It was she who was practicing controlling the wind element. Seeing Tang San coming in, her eyes lit up and she ran over quickly and said, Tang San, you are back. Tang San smiled slightly and nodded to her. They practice very hard. Well, you and the teacher are not there. Before the teacher leaves, the teacher explained that we need to practice more practical combat. More practical combat. It is easier to stimulate the ability to become a cohesive wolf transformation. Ling Muxue said with a smile. Tang San nodded. Then he suddenly clapped his hands. Yu reading www. Akanchu. The applause of Calm attracted the attention of the three Wang family brothers, and the movements of the three suddenly stopped and looked in his direction. Tang San shook his head gently. Your progress is too slow. As soon as this remark came out, whether it was Wang Chao, Wang Zhong, or Wang Xiaolei, they couldn't help but be taken aback. Tang San was the youngest of the five of them. On weekdays, Wang Yanfeng always said that he was still young and did not let him participate in the actual combat drills. And Tang San was also very few words, and rarely communicated with everyone, and practiced silently every day. It was only during the first actual combat drill that they saw Tang San use the wind blade. At that time, the three brothers of the Wang family weren't completely open-minded, and they were ignorant of everything. After 1 year of teaching by Wang Yanfeng, they now have some understanding of the outside world. Wang Xiaolei snorted and said, Why are we slow to make progress? Look at my agile figure. While talking, he, who hadn't lifted the Falan transformation, suddenly rushed towards Tang San. The wolf claw with the right hand quickly grabbed it. Ling Muxue next to Tang San was startled, raising Feng Jian about to throw it out, but was stopped by Tang San reaching out. In the next instant, his toes hit the ground and rushed forward suddenly. This time it was Wang Xiaolei's turn to be surprised. He originally wanted to scare Tang San a bit, but didn't really want to take a shot at him. Seeing that he suddenly rushed to the sharp claws he grabbed, he quickly stopped. Then he felt a flower in front of him. Tang San had avoided his wolf claws and approached him. Wang Xiaolei is tall and thin. Although he is not very old, his height is close to that of Wang Chao. Tang San lifted his right hand, hooked his neck, and revolved. Wang Xiaolei only felt that the power of his forward pounce was suddenly turned, and he threw it out sideways. Chapter 45 Time does not wait. Wang Xiaolei's physical fitness is still quite good, when he is in the state of Windwolf transformation. The moment his back touches the ground, he bounced up quickly and said angrily, "You shame. You sneak attack." Tang San just said faintly, "If you were on the battlefield just now, your throat would have been cut by me." Wang Chao and Wang Zhong looked at each other. Wang Chao couldn't help but said, "Tang San, what happened to you today?" Tang San looked at them. "It's nothing. I just think you should grow faster. Come together with the three of you. I will accompany you to fight." Wang Chao said in surprise, "Are you crazy? You?" Before his words fell, Tang San's hands were filled with blue light, and two wind blades were already flying towards him and Wang Zhong. Although Wang Zhong has not spoken, his attention is always very concentrated. Suddenly seeing Foam Blade, he moved instantly. His explosive force made his body suddenly bounce, and he avoided Foam Blade as soon as he flashed his body and rushed straight to Tang San. Bang! The wind blade he avoided suddenly exploded. Under the impact of an air current, Wang Zhongxian's body suddenly tilted. On the other side, the wind blade exploded as well. Wang Chao originally planned to use the wind blade to break Tang San's attack, but his wind blade fell in the empty space, and the blown wind blade impacted him and took a step back. "Beat him!" Wang Xiaolei cried out strangely and rushed towards Tang San again. Tang San turned his head to look at him, and when he moved his steps, he greeted Wang Xiaolei. When Wang Yanfeng handed over the task smoothly and returned to his residence, as soon as he entered the door, he suddenly saw the three Wang family brothers who were lying on the ground, gasping for breath. Wang Xiaolei's eyes turned pale. Tang San was talking to Ling Muxua. Ling Muxua looked thoughtful. "What's the matter? I'll get up." Wang Yanfeng frowned and scolded. "Teacher, you are back." Wang Xiaolei suddenly turned over and sat up, crying in his voice, "Tang San and Tang San beat us." "Teacher, are you partial? Why is he so powerful and beat us well? It hurts." Wang Yanfeng was taken aback, turned his head to look at Tang San. Tang San said with a calm expression, "I just think that they should speed up their growth. Otherwise, I am worried that they will not become vassals." Wang Yanfeng was speechless for a while, and on the way back, "I told you to keep a low profile." Tang San naturally had his plans. If he hadn't met Mei Gongzi before, of course he had to keep a low profile and step by step to improve himself. The best way is to hide yourself as much as possible. But, for him, there is nothing more important than getting to Mei Gongzi as soon as possible. So, what he has to consider at the same time is how to get to Kerry City and how to get out of here. He is not alone, but all the vassals here. There is no doubt that Kerry City is much safer. What Wang Yanfeng brings to him is not just knowledge. And if you want everyone to migrate to Kerry City, you need to do a lot of things. Strength is the foundation, and you also need suitable opportunities and reasonable reasons. Now that he is full of fighting spirit, he must start preparing. Just start preparing for the rapid growth of the three Wang family brothers and Ling Muxua. The three Wang family brothers looked at Tang San like monsters. They couldn't imagine that the youngest brother was so powerful in combat. Wang Yanfeng looked at Tang San, then looked at the other three, thought about it, and said, "In this case, starting tomorrow, Tang San will also join the actual combat class." "Huh?" The three Wang brothers exclaimed collectively. "Tang San, come with me." Wang Yanfeng called Tang San to the second floor. "What's the matter?" Wang Yanfeng looked at him. The trip to Kerry City this time made him look at Tang San with admiration, not just because of Tang San's combat power, but more importantly, his meticulous thoughts. Participating in the collision contest that day, from participating to leaving, the whole process did not leave any flaws. It seemed thrilling, but in retrospect, from masking to sudden defeat and retreat, there was no chance for the Flash Leopard to chase and kill. It's not like a child can do it. Young and mature, nothing more than the same. I want to help them grow up quickly. Tang San said frankly. Wang Yanfeng frowned slightly. What do you want to do? Tang San said, naturally, it is to help them get the certificate of vassalization smoothly. Teacher, can you help me find a copy of Windwolf Town? The population, age, strength, etc. The more detailed the better. I want to help you analyze your opponent. Wang Yanfeng was surprised. Analyze the opponent? Tang San nodded seriously. Really just analyzing opponents? Wang Yanfeng didn't think it was that simple. Tang Sandao. Know yourself, know your opponent, and win every battle. The vassal qualification examination 2 years later is a matter of life and death, and more effort is the most important. Well, I will try to find it for you. You must pay attention and keep your own strength secret. Try to go out as little as possible, you know? Wang Yinfeng reminded. Well, don't worry. Tang San went back to his room to rest. Wang Yinfeng sat in his room and thought for a while before he got up and left. In Windwolf Town, Wang Yinfeng's basic job is to manage human vassals and do things for Lord Windwolf. So he usually has nothing to do, but he can communicate directly with Lord Windwolf. In Windwolf Town, his position is rather embarrassing because he is a vassal leader. He is also tier 4, and most werewolves are not as strong as him. However, the status of the vassal is low. Even if the ordinary werewolf sees him, he is also arrogant. Tang San returned to his room, and Wang Zhong had also returned. Why are you so strong? Seeing Tang San's return, Wang Zhong immediately jumped off the bed and looked at him with scorching eyes. Tang Sandao, with talent and hard work, you will become stronger. Just as Wang Zhong was about to say something, he went to listen to Tang San's words. Do you want to learn the footwork when I was fighting with you today? Wang Zhong was taken aback. Yu reading www.longshu.com suddenly recalled Tang San's ghostly figure. No matter how hard the three of them worked hard, they couldn't catch up with him. They could only be passively beaten. Yes, Wang Zhong said without hesitation. I teach you. From this day on, the actual combat class Wang Yinfeng asked Tang San to join, and after Tang San joined, Wang Yinfeng himself did not participate. Tang San's advice to the three Wang's brothers and Ling Muxue were different. Wang Zhong was thin and tough, and Tang San pointed him to the ghostly shadows. Wang Chao is the strongest, and Tang San taught him to control the crane and capture the dragon. And Wang Xiaolei learned the mysterious jade hand. Three people have learned his three different kinds of jerk. Normal cultivation. These three kinds of fascination brought by him from the previous life all need the support of Xiantian Gong. But here, Tang San couldn't let them practice Xiantian Gong, because he secretly guided Ling Muxue to try and let her practice Xiantian Gong. However, she was immediately affected by the power of her own Windwolf transforming bloodline, unable to practice at all, and it would even cause bloodline disorder. This may have something to do with the characteristics of Xiantian Gong. Although I don't know if human beings who have not awakened Windwolf transformation can practice, but now he can experiment. Therefore, it can only be based on their characteristics of Windwolf transformation bloodline, to change the three geniuses into a relatively simplified way, and use it through the power of Windwolf transformation. Ling Muxue was also studying ghosts and shadows. Among the four, Ling Muxue had the best talent and made the fastest progress, but in terms of physical strength, he was not as good as the Wang family three brothers. At the same time, their Fenglang has limited bloodline power. After all, the wolf demon that brought them blood is not too strong, and the blood inherited from it is weak. Despite this, under Tang San's guidance, the strength of the four of them improved by leaps and bounds. Chapter 46 Field Practice. As night fell, Tang San quietly walked out the window and boarded the roof of the second-story building. He sat cross-legged on the roof, a faint light shining in his eyes. It was a pale golden halo, and it was not the purple magic pupil that opened, but the eye of the spirit. Suddenly, the world in front of him began to become bizarre, and elements representing various attributes and different colors were clearly presented in his vision. During the recent period of time, he has been cultivating Lingxi eyes. Both his mental power and the purple magic pupil have been enhanced with the skillful control of Lingxi eyes. It would be great if I could see Kerry City there. That figure appeared in his mind, and Tang San's heart suddenly became hot. Spiritual power fluctuates silently, guiding the cyan in those colorful elements to cover the small building below. Under the guidance of the eye of the rhinoceros, he can feel the power that can guide these elements. Suddenly, in the small building below, the wind element obviously became a bit richer. This was Tang San's way to speed up everyone's cultivation. Guided by the eyes of the rhinoceros, the wind element becomes rich. A ball of blue light gradually condenses in the palm of his extended right hand, and the soft blue light exudes a faint brilliance. That is the constant compression of wind elements. This external element of wind resonates to a certain extent with the blood force formed by the brand of the Windwolf in his body. The changes and characteristics of the wind element continued to emerge in Tang San's mind. If we want humans in this world to truly rise, then we need humans to have their own power. After all, the power of the demon change is borrowed from the fairy, and it's not human beings' own. Only by finding a way to allow mankind to practice on their own will it be possible to truly gain a foothold in this world. Along with Tang San's own strength growth, his understanding of this world's strength system has gradually increased. The vitality of the heavens and the earth in this world is very abundant, so abundant that Tang San's life has only seen him. Falan Star is still a planet, yes, not at the level of the God realm. But the richness of the heaven and earth vitality on this planet is not much worse than the celestial spirit of the gods. Especially in the big cities, the vitality of the world in Kerry City is much stronger than that in Windwolf Town. There should be some way to gather it. However, the heaven and earth vitality of this world also has its problems. It is very overbearing. The power of this plane is extremely powerful and almost restrains all power. Why did Tang San encounter bottlenecks in the cultivation of Xiantian of suppression? And all the vitality of this plane is very friendly to the monster clan. That's why the monsters of all races can have intelligence, possessing inherently powerful talents and abilities. In other words, the monster tribe and the spirit tribe that Tang San hadn't seen before were all favored by the master of this plane. In addition, humans and some other vassal races have not received the slightest mercy, so that they cannot practice. This leads to the desire to practice in this world, so it is possible to fit the monsters and spirits. Only then did the demon change appear. Wants to break the plane suppression of this plane, unless Tang San returns to the peak state of the previous life. But according to the current situation, his future breakthrough to the level will all be a problem. When he broke through the level, he had nowhere to hide on this plane, and he would definitely be discovered by the Lord of the Plane. To grow to a higher level, I am afraid that it will be even more difficult, and it will even be targeted by the entire plane. On the whole, this person is a double-edged sword for him. The speed of normal cultivation is obviously much faster than that of his previous life, and the vitality of the world is too strong. But it is very, very difficult to break through and restore the strength of the king. Feeling that the wind elements in the small building below him have gradually overflowed, Tang San then quietly went downstairs, did not return to the house, but quietly slipped out of Windwolf Town. Dived into the woods, Tang San took a deep breath, accelerated instantly. The blue light lingered on his body. The wind element supported his body and rushed through the woods like a blue light and shadow. With the blessing of the sacred eyes, his body dexterously avoids the trees and still maintains the high speed. Ran for half an hour before he stopped, leaving a trace on the trunk of a big tree next to him. Only then returned. He is testing his speed. From Windwolf Town to Kerry City, it takes 3 days. How long will it take if you run hurriedly? He can't leave Windwolf Town easily, because he doesn't even have the qualifications to be a vassal. However, he continued to practice speed in order to be able to travel to Windwolf Town faster in the future, even if it was just a glance at her. The ability Tang San most wants to swallow from the monster clan right now is actually flying. If he can fly, he should be able to fly within a half day of 3 days. If you start in the evening, you can reach Kerry City in the middle of the night. Unfortunately, in the collision contest last time, I could not swallow the flying skills. The natural ability of the white-headed Hayabusa is Eagle Eye, and flying belongs to his own physical ability. If Tang San could possess the demon god transformation of the white-headed falcon, he could fly by transforming it. But what he cultivates is Xiantian Gong, whereas the blood of the real white-headed falcon. Naturally, there is no way. On the way back, Tang San was also thinking about this issue carefully. He himself doesn't have the ability to become a demon god. If he does go to a big city in the future, this is still a risk. What should the monsters do to transform themselves when they detect their vassals? Originally, he was actually quite uncomfortable with dimension change. As a human, what good is it to become a demon? But when he thought of being able to fly, he might go to Kerry City to meet Mei Gongzi. He had a different expectation for the transformation of the demon god. Returned to Falan Town, back to his residence. Tang San went to bed and practiced cross-legged. He has swallowed continuously recently. Coupled with continuous cultivation, Xian Tiangong has been pushed to the fourth peak. Moreover, as he expected, he encountered a bottleneck again. There is no doubt that this time he has to swallow higher levels of Windwolf demon energy to be promoted to Tier 5. www.unplanovel.com wants to Tier 5. He should have a certain degree of self-preservation. Gazing inwardly on the Xiantian art, the four skill marks gleamed with a faint light. The strongest is the cyan light group represented by Finglangbian, and then the Eye of the Soul, which combines the eyes of the heart and the eyes of the eagle. Both of these are fourth order. And because it was stripped off once before, and the Flash Leopard skill brand and Heavy Armor skill brand that were lowered to Tier 3, the light would be dim. The brand of these skills brings me the abilities of different monsters. When used, it is actually equivalent to injecting energy into them by Xian Tiangong, so that the brand can release the corresponding skills. Is it possible to really display the demon change? At least part of the show is fine. Tang San has been thinking about this issue recently, and he has also made a series of attempts, for example, letting the brand blend with his blood in a short time. When could be integrated, he discovered the problem. Once integrated into the blood, Xuantiangong would quickly withdraw his skills. In other words, it was rejected from his blood. It seems that the skill can only exist alone and cannot really be integrated with his bloodline. A faint feeling of tiredness emerged in his spiritual world. Tang San's heart moved, and he realized that because of his enlightenment on the way back before, the eyes of Lingxi had been kept in a half-open state. The so-called half-opening means that in a mysterious state, one does not observe the outside world, but only enhances one's own perception. This is the benefit brought by the insight. It can make Tang San's mind clearer and his thoughts clearer, especially useful when thinking. Without exposing the eyes of spirituality, the consumption is naturally small, and he can hold on for a longer period of time. Just when he was about to withdraw his contemplative eyes, Tang San suddenly felt something movement upstairs. Chapter 47 Redemption Tiger Face. Two people, Wang Yanfeng and Xiu Jing, lived upstairs. After living together for so long, Tang San would naturally not care about normal movements, but at the moment, he seemed to notice that there were more than two people upstairs. He immediately awoke, glanced at Wang Zhong, who was meditating on the bed next door, but didn't notice Wang Zhong, got up again, and opened the window. With eyes wide open, the world in front of him suddenly became colorful again. Tang San immediately felt that the wind element in the air was much richer than normal. It was clear that someone was mobilizing a lot of wind elements, and from the wind. From the perspective of elemental restlessness, this is not for cultivation, but for fighting. Without hesitation, Tang San immediately went out through the window and climbed upstairs directly along the outer wall. Just 3 or 2, he has already arrived outside the window on the second floor. The window is open, and in the room, 3 people are facing each other silently. Wang Yanfeng has already started the Windwolf transformation at this time, and Xiu Jing beside him is the same. What surprised Tang San was that he was always amiable and caring for them, and the aura radiating from his body at this time actually had a 4th order level. The change in her wind and wolf transformation was obviously smaller than that of Wang Yanfeng, standing slightly behind Wang Yanfeng. And standing in front of their husband and wife is a man wearing a mask. This man is tall, dressed in black, with a strange-looking mask on his face. The pattern on the mask is a bit like a tiger, but it has blue lines. "Hello, Brother Wang, don't be nervous." The tiger-faced man pressed his hands virtually and made a gesture that seemed to be calming. But the aura on his body was also faintly revealed. Although he did not perform the demon shin change, his cultivation was clearly above that of Wang Yanfeng and his wife, and he was at least a Tier 5 powerhouse. A 5th-order powerhouse belonging to humans? Tang San held his breath and condensed his breath as much as possible. Without using the brand in his body, his hiding ability was still very strong. "Who are you?" Wang Yanfeng asked vigilantly. The tiger-faced man chuckled. "Existing to save mankind, and born for the rise of mankind." Wang Yanfeng's pupils shrank obviously, and he almost blurted out, saying, "Redemption?" Although Tang San outside the window had already guessed it, when these 2 words came out of Wang Yanfeng's mouth, he still couldn't help but feel shocked. Is redemption found? When Wang Yinfeng just started teaching them, he also thought about whether there is a relationship between Wang Yinfeng and salvation. After all, there should not be many human beings who can reach the 4th level or above. But judging from the current situation, he should know about salvation, but he did not join in it. Hearing him say the word salvation, the tiger-faced man nodded slightly and nodded softly at him. Yes, it's us. The ghost told me where you live. Hearing the two characters ghost and ghost, Wang Yinfeng was visibly taken aback, but his tight body did not relax. Instead, he became more vigilant. Tiger Mian said concisely, "She is our person. I think you should have guessed something. Without our help, how easy is it to establish a foothold in Kerry City?" Hearing this sentence, Wang Yinfeng took a deep breath, slowly retracting the sharp claws on his palms. "What are you looking for me?" Wang Yinfeng asked in a low voice. Qiu Jing beside him also showed doubts. The tiger-faced man also lowered his voice and said, "We humans are struggling to survive on the fairy continent. The vast majority of the people of the tribe can't even open up their minds. They can only be enslaved by them. What's wrong with Brother Wang?" "View." Wang Yinfeng smiled bitterly. "What can I say? The monsters and spirits are so powerful. Can we overthrow it?" Tiger Face was silent. "Do you know how the Redemption Organization was established in the first place?" Wang Yinfeng was taken aback, not knowing why the other party suddenly changed the subject, and shook his head in a daze. The tiger-faced man's voice became deeper and deeper. "Because we, who have the ability to transform into monsters and gods, do not have mothers. The heart of revenge for our mothers brought us together. At that time, the desire for redemption was that one day, we could let our children have mothers." As soon as these words came out, whether it was Wang Yinfeng and Qiu Jing or Tang San outside the window, their hearts trembled almost instantly. Qiu Jing's eyes reddened in an instant. Yes, human beings who can have monsters and become vassals of monsters and spirits have almost no mothers. Unless the husband and wife are both human vassals, it is possible for their children to have mothers. However, how could the first generation of humans who possess the ability to transform into monsters and gods have such an opportunity? Their mothers only had them because they were abused by the monsters and spirits, and their mother would be brutally killed when they awakened the demon god. The tiger-faced man continued, "I was at a loss during the time I just awakened. After I opened up my mind, I even thought, if my mother doesn't have to die, I can stay with her forever. I would rather not have this strength than Kaiji. Even if I only survive in a muddle-headed manner, at least I can still be with her. And it is the appearance of this idea that makes my heart more full of pain and terrible hatred. In my mind, the impression has long been blurred, and I can't even remember her appearance. I can't even find her bones now. Each of our redeemers is an avenger. Yes, you are right. The monsters and spirits are so powerful. What can we do with our little power? Can we overthrow their rule? Now it seems completely unrealistic. But if we can't overthrow them, can we not resist? Let them kill, and let them kill our relatives and people. Do you know that among some big monster races, some of our female tribes who have secretly opened up their minds, they take the initiative to feed tigers and seduce monsters in order to allow future generations to give birth to children with the ability of monsters and gods. You read www.yukongshu.com. Even if they knew that once their children awakened, they would die, but they still had no hesitation. There was a mother like this once told us that after her death, take her children to join in salvation, not for revenge, just to give us humans a little more hope. Wang Yinfeng listened to his narration silently and relieved his Windwolf transformation. He calmly said, "Why tell me this? I have seen more of it than you said." "What about then?" Humian said humanely. "What will happen after seeing a lot? Are you numb?" Wang Yinfeng said calmly. "Otherwise." The tiger-faced man said solemnly, "Join us. Redeem more people with us." "Redempt more people?" Wang Yinfeng laughed self-deprecatingly. "You don't know the situation of the demon change. How far can we achieve the demon change? If the bloodline between humans continues to be passed on, the bloodline intensity of the demon change will fade. All you can do is some assassinations. Besides, what else?" The tiger-faced man said in a deep voice, "When I first joined the Redemption, I thought the same way. At that time, I just wanted revenge. I thought this was enough for me. But then I found out that the redemption, not only that. We are opening up our own world. I can't tell you more specifically, but what I can tell you is that the goal of redemption has never been an assassination or a killer organization. It is to make human beings better. Live well. That's right. Our current capabilities are still limited, and the people who can help are also limited. But we believe that as long as we work hard, we can see the light. Wang Yinfeng's body shook slightly, and the words to open up his own world really touched him. Do you know the consequences of joining the redemption once it is discovered? Wang Yinfeng frowned and said, Chapter 48 Conditions for Dawn 3. Tiger-faced man nodded and said, Of course I know. But in the past few decades, have you ever heard of a redemption member who was caught and implicated other people? Wang Yinfeng was taken aback. His knowledge of salvation was actually limited. Ghosts are our people. After so many years of development, redemption has its own strict rules. Every member of the organization will make careful arrangements from identity to task to ensure the safety of the members. That's right, we do have an assassination department, but that is not the only one. We also have a system of intelligence organizations. Human blood and beliefs bring us together. It is not ruled out that some people recognize the thief as the father after awakening the demon god's ability to change. But most of them still choose to be human. Because our appearance is still human, it is impossible to be truly recognized by monsters and spirits. Wang Yinfeng took a deep breath and said, If you join you, what do you need me to do? Hu Mian said, This time I am here. There are two main things. One is I hope you can join. You don't need to do anything. As long as we continue to manage our human vassals here and expand their number as much as possible, teach them to open up their minds and instill some of our thoughts. This shouldn't be difficult for you, because you have been doing this all the time. Wang Yinfeng breathed a sigh of relief and nodded. What about the other one? Humanity. I heard the ghost say that you have taught a very good disciple. This kid already has tier 4 strength at a young age, and the organization decides to focus on training, and I want to take him away. Wang Yinfeng's heart tightened. You mean Tang San? He couldn't help but blame his sister secretly in his heart. Gui hadn't revealed anything to him before. He is still young, even as a vassal. Wang Yinfeng said. The tiger-faced man waved his hand and said, You don't need to worry about this. The organization will handle it. Moreover, whether he can be fully cultivated by the organization depends on whether his own talent is sufficient. Therefore, I need to test him again. That's fine. Wang Yinfeng said solemnly. What if I don't agree to join you? Humian said humanely. That's okay. I believe that the relationship between you and Guigui's siblings, coupled with betraying us, will not do you any good. You will still keep a secret for us. But that child, if I confirm that he has enough potential, it will still be taken away. Then how do you test? Just then, a slightly naive voice sounded. In the next instant, a figure fell into the room lightly and closed the window. It was Tang San. Seeing Tang San entering through the window, the tiger-faced man raised his hand subconsciously, but when he heard his words, his hand stopped, and a flash of surprise flashed in his eyes. Before Tang San came in, he really didn't feel his breath. This child, who seems to be only 8 or 9 years old, is so good to hide, and being able to discover his arrival means that his perception is also very keen. Tang San, come here. Wang Yinfeng immediately waved to him. Tang San walked to Wang Yinfeng and Xiu Jing, but the tiger-faced man did not stop him, but looked at him with scorching eyes and looked up and down. The test is very simple, actual combat. If you can hold on to my hand for a minute, you will pass. Tiger-faced man said with a smile. I don't know why, when he saw Tang San's eyes and looked at his clear but introverted eyes, there was something strange in his heart. He had a hunch that this child would definitely surprise him. Tang Sandow. You can let me join you, but I have the conditions. Oh. The tiger-faced man looked at him with interest. Tang San didn't speak like a child. What conditions? You haven't passed my test yet. It seems you are pretty sure. Tang San did not respond to his doubts, but only stated his own conditions. I hope that your cultivation of me can be placed in Kerry City, and you must have a clear and safe identity. After listening to the conversation between Humian Rin and Wang Yinfeng, he had a better understanding of the redemption organization. There is no doubt that this human organization itself is definitely not strong, and their goal sounds very good, but in fact it is extremely difficult. However, the arrival of the tiger-faced man gave him an opportunity to leave here as soon as possible. Otherwise, he would have to wait at least a year later to settle his vassal status before he could leave here. If he can go to Kerry City earlier, he will be able to go to her earlier. For Tang San, nothing is more important than this. Tiger face humanity. Your identity problem will naturally be solved for you. But why do you have to go to Kerry City? Tang San was silent for a while, seeming to be a little timid, and then said, because Andy Gue is there. Humian said humanely. Then why are you willing to join us? Tang San suddenly raised his head and said without hesitation, vengeance. My mother. When he said this, he pursed his mouth, his eyes shining with hatred. These are not all pretends. After all, he is only 9 years old. He always shows some characteristics that only 9-year-olds have, so as not to be suspected. What's more, revenge and hatred are all from the heart. Tiger Face looked at him, sighed softly, and said, Child, I support you for revenge. But you must remember one sentence, don't be blinded by hatred. Our redemption organization has a bigger goal. Tang San nodded silently. I know, but this is at least what I mean to join the redemption organization. If you can agree to my terms, I am willing to join. Tiger Face nodded, and said, Okay, don't talk about your conditions first. You have to pass my test level. After the test level, let's talk about the conditions. Tang San naturally understood that he was looking at his own potential. In fact, when he first entered Kerry City, he actually knew that the ghosts that he saw in Kerry City www.mtlnovel.com were very likely to be problematic. Because of his time in Kerry City, he also saw many vassals, but very few vassals could own their own properties. There are only 2 of them. One is the beautiful son and the mother and daughter of the beautiful son milk tea shop, and the other is the ghost. In his opinion, Mei Gongzi milk tea shop is the biggest problem, because the place where the Mei Gongzi milk tea shop is opened is the core place of the entire Kerry City. It is possible to open shops there, and no monsters have made trouble in the past. The peculiarities of this shop. As for ghosts, although they are not that special, it is possible to have a small hotel in Kerry City, and those who enter and leave are all human vassals. Is there any problem? Tang San actually thought about it at the time that Guge is probably related to the redemption organization or is supported by some forces behind it. And Gue is Wang Yinfeng's younger sister, and it is unlikely that there is a big influence behind it, so there are more speculations about the former. Therefore, when Tang San participated in the collision contest, he actually considered the ghosts, and that was exactly what he wanted to show her. People from the redemption organization came here today. He is not surprised at all, because this is what he wants to see. To solve the problem of his identity, he went to Kerry City earlier, only relying on Wang Yinfeng and himself. Now it is definitely not easy, at least it is not easy to enter, and there will be future problems. Although the redemption organizations may not necessarily be strong, they can always exist, and even the only organization that has the idea of fighting, there will still be some background. And these details are what Tang San needs most now. Therefore, when he participated in the collision contest, he was not impulsive, but after careful consideration, he achieved multiple goals in one fell swoop. Chapter 49 Zero Birds Throwing into the Forest. Tiger Face Man appeared faster than he thought. His goal was achieved, but at the same time, Tang San also understood more and more that the redemption organization should not be strong. A strong and rigorous organization will never be found so easily. Secret investigation is the better choice. Just because they lack talents, and they have tier 4 strength at a young age, how could they not take it seriously? A faint smile appeared on his face. Tang San nodded and said, Can I start? The tiger-faced man narrowed his eyes and turned to look at Wang Yinfeng and his wife. Wang Yinfeng pulled his wife back slowly, giving up a small space in the room. Tiger-faced man was about to speak, and suddenly, a sense of crisis has come. Green light flashed, and a wind blade had already arrived in front of him. This wind blade does not look big, but it is very solid, so that the wind blade, which should have been light cyan, has turned into cyan, pleasing to the eye but sharp. Tiger-faced man raised his hand like lightning and instantly grabbed the wind blade, and the scene that shocked him happened at this moment. The wind blade, which was already only a few feet away from him, actually stopped before it was allowed to happen. The pause was very abrupt and completely violated the general law of movement. The palm of the tiger-faced man was already covered with patterned hair. The palm was obviously enlarged, but it was empty. At this moment, the blue wind blade has already been accelerated for the second time, and it almost instantly arrived in front of the tiger-faced man. At this distance, the tiger-faced people are already inevitable. Roar. A low roar came from the tiger face. The low roar accompanied by the blast of air, bursting into the wind blade in front of him forcibly. But the mask on the face of the tiger-faced man also exploded because of this roar. This came up. It was the tiger-faced people who suffered a little loss. Wang Yinfeng could clearly see from the side that what Tang San sent out was not a single wind blade, but two. The first wind blade came out in a rotating flight, relying on high-speed rotation, which allowed the wind blade to hover in the air. Tang San had practiced this technique with Wang Yinfeng, but even Wang Yinfeng asked himself that he couldn't do it like an arm, and wherever he wanted the wind blade to stop. And a wind blade flew out from behind and hit the paused wind blade. The two wind blades were activated at the same time, and more thin wind blades broke out, covering attacks. If it weren't for the tiger-faced man's roar that blew part of the wind blade away, the loss would be even greater. The mask was shattered, revealing the appearance of a middle-aged man with a firm face. He was obviously taken aback. In the next instant, he saw that two more wind blades flew out of Tang San's hands, drawing two beautiful arcs straight towards him. The tiger-faced man's eyes condensed, and his body emits a dark blue halo. In an instant, the temperature in the entire room seemed to drop a few minutes. The dark blue hair on his hands became thicker, and his arms became thicker. But after his demon god transformation was displayed, it seemed that only his hands and arms had changed, and the rest of his body had not changed. The wind blade was silent. It looked like it was shot crooked, and it swept across from both sides. But the tiger-faced man did not relax his vigilance at all. He doesn't need to look at it with his eyes. He can also feel that the two wind blades are slashing towards his back after turning around. Whether it is the hovering wind blade or the curved wind blade in front of him, he has an eye-opening feeling. When Gue reported to him about Tang San's situation, he still couldn't believe it. How many Tier 4 monsters could be defeated by a 9-year-old child? In his opinion, this is no different from the Arabian Nights. But at this moment, he was a little convinced this technique alone was enough to shock him. If this is all taught by Wang Yinfeng, then this Wang Yinfeng is also amazing. Of course, it is Tang San that is more important, and his younger age means that he has greater potential to be developed in the future. Just when his mind was full of thoughts, Tang San was still shooting silent wind blades in his hand. These cyan wind blades look like antelope hanging horns, but they can be found without a trace, but they can make the tiger-faced people feel threatened. The two wind blades that flew out first did not cut to his back as he had imagined, but really fell through, passing about a foot away from his back. At this time, there was already an ice shield behind him. It did not play a defensive role. Tang San has already flew one after another, except for the 12 wind blades. The whole room is filled with blue light. However, none of these blue lights destroyed anything in the room. They were all swirling around the tiger-faced man. Was the first time he saw such a strange wind blade control, and at this time, he chose to take the initiative to attack. His eyes instantly turned dark blue, and a pair of tiger palms were surrounded by ice mist. With his toes on the ground, a powerful breath burst out instantly. The temperature in the room dropped sharply. A layer of ice armor-like existence appeared on the surface of his body, and he didn't care about the wind blades at all, just rushed towards Tang San directly. This flutter speed is so fast, tiger flutter, and those wind blades flying in the air at the moment when he just started his action, they seem to be triggered by a trigger and shot towards the tiger-faced people like a sea. The wind blade is still silent, but this silent wind blade can give people the most threatening feeling. Tiger-faced man doesn't care, but the ice armor on his body is solidified again. Seeing, he was about to jump in front of Tang San, but Tang San moved at this moment. The tiger-faced man only felt that there was a flower in front of him, and Tang San in front of him disappeared, as if the person standing there before was just a phantom. At the same time that Tang San flashed away, Foam Blade also arrived. At this time, Wang Yinfeng and Qiu Jing opened their mouths in surprise. They couldn't believe their eyes. The 12 wind blades that were scattered in the air before are now gathered into a neat row, orderly and sequentially cut toward the same position on the back of the tiger-faced man. 100 birds returned to the forest. With Tang San's mental power, of course he still can't control hundreds of wind blades, but only 12 ones are familiar. 100 birds returned to the forest technique. Yu reading www.yuyukongshu.com. 100 birds are flying, and they gather in the forest. Facing the opponent's strong defense, focus on one point. Don't take Tang San's wind blade was originally compressed. Even if it was an ordinary wind blade, 12 consecutive shots in one position would be absolutely uncomfortable. With a bang, the first wind blade burst. As soon as the tiger-faced man wanted to turn around, the second wind blade had already arrived. 2 wind blades in a row. He was also a stagger when he exploded, followed by the third and fourth steps. Along with the blue light shining, the ice armor on the back of the tiger-faced man was blown up, and pieces of ice mist and strong wind continued to appear. He just wanted to turn around, but he couldn't do anything. At this time, his heart was already in shock, but there was nothing to do. More importantly, when the 5th wind blade falls, his layer of ice armor will be shattered. Worked hard to gather the power of the blood and continued to strengthen the ice armor, but the body was continuously bombarded and moved forward uncontrollably. Tang San silently felt that when the 9th wind blade fell, the body of the tiger-faced man had already hit the wall. The ice armor on his body was also suddenly broken. The last 3 wind blades did not fall again, but disappeared into the air quietly. For a while, wind and ice elements swirled around the entire wooden house, as if a blizzard had just blown here. The tiger-faced man who threw on the wall felt a tingling pain in his vest, and blood surged in his chest. For a while, he was a little unable to control himself. He suddenly turned around. His body has continued to change. To be precise, when the 7th wind blade fell on his back, he had already completed the demon transformation. His body swelled to a height of 2 meters and 5 meters, and his whole body they are all covered with tiger fur with dark blue markings. Chapter 50 I teach. When the tiger-faced man turned around, a pair of vertical pupils stared at Tang San instantly. But Tang San was already standing where he stood at the beginning. Tier 5 versus Tier 4, but being suppressed by the opponent's series of wind blades, it was almost impossible to resist. More importantly, the tiger-faced man remembers clearly that several wind blades fell on his back. 9 realms. Then, what if it is 12 realms? The 9th wind blade has completely broken the defense, and if the wind blade falls, even his fur can't stop it. Not to mention how this technique is done. The power of each wind blade alone is definitely not something that an ordinary Tier 4 Windwolf can emit. At this moment, he already deeply understood that the talent of the child in front of him would only be stronger than what the ghosts had reported before. Tang San did not continue to make a move. His hands were naturally drooping on both sides of his body, and his eyes calmly looked at the tiger-faced man. Tiger-faced man took a deep breath and nodded slowly. Of course, he still has many methods. If he works hard, he is confident that he can defeat Tang San. However, that is beyond the meaning of testing. Of course, his confidence is only for him, and it is hard to say whether Tang San thinks that way. Who taught you how to control the wind blade? The tiger-faced man asked in a deep voice. Tang San turned his head and looked at Wang Yinfeng. Wang Yinfeng's heart twitched. I taught it? I teach a woolen yarn. But at this moment, he probably understood what Tang San meant, so he nodded and said, this kid has a very good understanding. I just give him some tips on some things, so he can understand his own ideas by analogy. Now he's like this. Blade control can already be regarded as blue and blue. The tiger-faced man nodded silently, and the degree of importance he attached to Wang Yinfeng in his heart also increased by a level. Being able to teach such an excellent disciple, as a teacher, although his cultivation level is not high, his teaching ability is definitely commendable. There should be no problem with the 2 conditions you made before. I will take you to Kerry City to settle down later. I have to go back and report on your situation, then arrange for you to go. The tiger-faced man finished his sentence, nodded to Wang Yinfeng, then suddenly accelerated, rushed to the window quickly, opened the window, and jumped into the darkness. The one who came abruptly made his walk even more abrupt. Originally, Wang Yinfeng thought that he would confirm his willingness to join Tang San, and he had more to say after passing the assessment, but he left suddenly, unexpectedly. Wang Yinfeng gave Tang San a questioning look. For this child, he now has a mixed feeling in his heart. Among other things, the wind blade controlled by the 100-bird throwing forest technique just made him amazed. Wind blade can still play like this? Where did he know that the reason Tang San wanted to keep wind blade all the time was to hide his identity for Falan to change? More importantly, because of his current situation, using the wind blade as his hidden weapon solution technique can show the greatest effect. Throwing birds into the forest is just the most basic technique. Even Tang San himself felt a bit strange. When he was in the Douluo Continent in his previous life, he relied more on the hidden weapons of the machine when he first emerged. Sophisticated and powerful machine-like hidden weapons allow him to gain a firm foothold before the strength is not strong enough. In the world of the fairy continent, because of the rich aura of the heavens and the earth and the particularity of the transformation of the demon gods, he has made him practice more of the hidden weapon techniques of the Tang sect's inner door and truly show the hidden weapons. Tiger Face Man came out of Falan town, and as soon as he entered the woods, he stopped, and with a poof, a small gulp of blood spurted out, which was regarded as a sigh of relief. Why is he leaving in a hurry? It's because you will vomit blood on the spot if you don't leave. This is really shameful. A tier 5, let a tier 4 vomit blood. Moreover, the other party's blood is still not a strong Finglangbian, and he has no face to say when he goes back. But until this time, the emotions in his heart were still full of horror. He still couldn't believe that a 9-year-old child was able to control the wind blade to such an extent, whether it was the power of the wind blade itself or the control of the wind blade. It's incredible. This is not just as simple as having a good talent. It is simply an extraordinary talent. Feng Langchang is like tailor-made for him. It is necessary to make a plan as soon as possible to let him join the organization for training. Maybe, in the near future, there will be one more high-level powerhouse in the organization. For salvation, high-level powerhouses are too important and too rare. Tiger Mianren left. In the wooden house, Wang Yinfeng asked Xiu Jing to rest first, and then led Tang San to the quiet room where they usually practiced. Are you really willing to join the redemption? For revenge? Wang Yinfeng asked. After Tang San was silent for a while, he said, Teacher, I want to go to the outside world and see. I also want to become strong. I want revenge and redeem the man who said, to give mankind hope. I think he is right. Wang Yinfeng sighed and said, Actually, Gui has persuaded me long ago to let me join the redemption. I also know that she is a member of the redemption. The reason why I have never agreed is that I don't want to destroy the stable environment that I have finally obtained. I understand, but I am still a coward after all, and I have never had the courage. I just want to live a good life with your mother and sister. Tang San lowered his head. I'm sorry, teacher, I caused you trouble. Wang Yinfeng smiled and shook his head. Don't blame you. What should come will come. You have a much more mature mind than your peers. I believe that your choice will not be wrong. Your talent should also be added to the salvation. In my heart, why not look forward to the rise of mankind? I should be here now, but you should put on your wings and fly high. www.novel.com. I hope that in my lifetime, I can really see a glimmer of light for mankind. Even a small spot of light is good. Yes, I will. Tang San nodded firmly. The conversation between the master and the apprentice ends here. Back to the room, Tang San fell into thinking. Things are similar to what he expected, and they are basically within his plan. Sure enough, salvation was found, and he was considered to have passed the assessment. As for how they would pick themselves up to Kerry City, Tang San didn't worry too much. If you can't even do this little thing, then there is really no need for a redemption organization to exist. The next thing to do is to wait. Unconsciously, the somewhat tender but beautiful face reappeared in his mind, and his eyes became gentle. In his plan, it is divided into two situations. The first normal situation is that his judgment is wrong and salvation will not be found. If this is the case, he will practice and improve step by step. Then make a plan by himself, and after getting the vassal status, find a way to go to Kerry City. The biggest problem with this plan is that he can get rid of everything here. and it won't even be impossible to destroy the entire Windwolf town at that time. But what should the humans here do? What about the vassals? Will he be even seated? This is more troublesome. The second case is that salvation is found. This is the most ideal state. With the power of redemption, it would certainly not be difficult to help Tang San enter Kerry City alone. And even if there were any beginnings and ends, they should be able to handle it better. Tang San is not only lacking in understanding in this world, but also lacking overall influence. Things are developing in a better direction he imagined. Now it depends on how the redemption organization will take away his little slave who has not yet escaped his slavery. Chapter 51. Eat, practice, think about beautiful sun. In the next half-month, Tang San would eat, practice, and miss the beautiful sun normally. Of course, there is also the actual combat practice with the three Wang family brothers and Ling Muxua. Under his oppression, several partners made rapid progress, even faster than when Wang Yinfeng taught. After all, Tang San is the youngest one. In the eyes of the three Wang's brothers, being beaten by the youngest brother every day is really shameless, especially in front of Ling Muxua. Can eat full so that their development becomes normal. Wang Chao is better because of his older age, and Wang Zhong and Wang Xiaolei usually pay a lot of attention to Ling Muxua. In particular, Wang Xiaolei's performance became more obvious because of his similar age. And Ling Muxua obviously got closer to Tang San again. With this relationship in it, during the actual combat class, the three Wang family brothers naturally tried harder to defeat Tang San. Another day of night falls. After Wang Zhong entered meditation, Tang San was about to go out to practice, and suddenly, he heard something. Immediately walked out the window and boarded the second floor. Wang Yinfeng was already waiting there, and it was still the tiger-faced man who came that day. He has put on a mask again. Wang Yinfeng didn't say anything, and the two went directly to the quiet room. Close the door. Tiger-faced man's gaze fell directly on Tang San. Your request has been approved above. The preliminary plan has also been worked out. Wang Yinfeng said nervously. What do you want to do? Although Tang San is still a small slave now, he is also a quasi-vassal. Suddenly disappeared, his manager is duty-bound. Especially with the development of the redemption organization, the monster clan now controls human vassals more severely than before. Humian said humanely, Brother Wang, don't worry, you will definitely not be involved. We are ready to create chaos. In such chaos, the disappearance or death of a small slave will not be noticeable. We also take advantage of this opportunity. Take Tang San away. Wang Yinfeng said, how to create chaos. Humian said humanely, remember the Tier 4 Flash Leopard that Tang San killed in the collision contest? The Flash Leopard family and the Windwolf family are feuds. After that time, the two sides clashed several times in Kerry City. Later, suppressed strongly by the city lord. We will find a way to guide the Flash Leopard tribe to attack here. Take advantage of this opportunity to take Tang San away. As long as you protect yourself, there should be no problem. Hearing what he said, Tang San's eyes suddenly brightened. This is indeed a good way. The Flash Leopards attacked the villages and towns of the Windwolf tribe, which is quite normal for both sides of the feud. There have been some skirmishes in these years. It's just that the Flash Leopards are hundreds of miles away from the nearest village here, so conflicts are not frequent. Flash Leopard attacks Windwolf. Naturally, it has nothing to do with human vassals. Afterwards, no matter what the situation was, Wang Yinfeng and the human vassals were not to be blamed. This redemption organization really has something. Wang Yinfeng naturally thought of it, and said, the scale of the conflict shouldn't be too big. Otherwise, I'm afraid of hurting our people. He said naturally the human slave villages living around Falan town. He was worried that he would be offended by the Flash Leopard. We will definitely control it. This time, there will be one of our elders personally presiding over it. If there is a deviation from the track, the elders will personally take action. The tiger-faced man said solemnly. Wang Yinfeng nodded, then looked at Tang San. Tang San also nodded, and said, I'm fine. Hu Mian said humanely, well, I will tell you the detailed plan now. Brother Wang, don't tell anyone except you and Tang San, including your wife. This is very important for your safety in the future. You should understand what I mean. Well, I understand. The tiger-faced man took out a roll of leather from his arms and it turned out to be a map after it was spread out. This map is amazingly the terrain around Windwolf Town and Windwolf Town. The tiger-faced man looked at Tang San. Can you understand? Tang San looked down, then pointed to the central position and said, "This is our town?" "Yes. This is Windwolf Town, and this side is the road to Kerry City. This side is the residence of the 5th Order Wolf Demon Lord in your Windwolf Town. Here is the 6th Order High Priest. Once the Flash Leopard strikes, they will definitely take action. All attention will be drawn to it. Our preliminary plan is to guide the Flash Leopard to attack from this direction. This side will also be an important part of the conflict. Brother Wong, you must gather all your vassals that day, and do not go out to avoid accidental injury. After the battle starts over there will be an alarm. Tang San, you are like this. After the alarm appears, you start to count silently in your heart. From the beginning, at my current rate of speaking, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and counting to 300. Then you leave the house and run in this direction behind the town. In order to cooperate with your departure, at that time, we will help the Flash Leopards enter into the town of Windwolf. This will cause chaos. Brother Wong must remember that at that time, don't take it lightly. Take good care of the other vassals. If there is a Flash Leopard nearby, you may wish to fight. If you encounter a Flash Leopard tribe's vassal, please don't kill them. There will be our own people. Tang San, you must remember the location on the map. We will meet at this place. I will wait for you personally. Then we will leave here for Kerry City. Brother Wong, after the battle is over, you just talk about it. Flash Leopard kidnapped Tang San. You can even cry with Lord Windwolf. Our plan is complete. At the moment, the tiger-faced man repeated the whole plan 3 times, including every location and every point in time, repeatedly finalizing with Tang San and Wang Yinfeng. And let them repeat to make sure they remember it clearly. That's the plan. We initially arranged to proceed in 3 days. I will come again in 2 days to confirm the final time with you. Tang San, remember not to bring anything with you at that time. You will be quietly reading www.angsha.com, just slip away. Time can't be wrong, because we're going to make a time difference. If you're late and you really encounter the Flash Leopards, it's hard to leave. Our plan has also failed. See what I mean? Tang San nodded. I understand. Tiger Mian said with satisfaction. Okay, let's do this for today, and I will come again in 2 days. Sent away the tiger-faced man. Wang Yinfeng looked at Tang San with complicated eyes. I didn't expect to come so soon. Tang San was silent. In fact, in his opinion, the Redemption Organization had spent half a month preparing to take away such a small slave like himself. This has been a long time. It's definitely not fast. Fortunately, the arrangements were fairly thorough. Wang Yinfeng watched him not speak, walked forward, took his shoulders, hugged him vigorously. Go. You should go over there. With your talent, you should also do more for humans. If you encounter, you can find a way to return to the danger that cannot be solved. Even if you don't have a reasonable identity, the teacher can protect you here. This is your eternal home. Teacher, I will be back. Tang San said seriously. Wang Yinfeng smiled slightly and said, if the other side is really good, you will also take them away in the future. Okay, Tang San certainly knew who Wang Yinfeng was referring to. Wang Yinfeng took a deep breath. Perhaps, I really should do something. Let's start this time. As long as they can pick you up smoothly, I will formally agree to join the Redemption and be their eyeliner here. Teacher, Tang San felt warm. In his heart, Wang Yinfeng has never been a cowardly person. He is just doing what he can to protect his tribe. This is much better than those who rushed out recklessly to die. Chapter 52 Zhengmingqi. Without Wang Yinfeng's care, it would be impossible to have so many human vassals in Windwolf Town. 2 days later, the tiger-faced man came again. The final action time has been determined and remains unchanged according to the original plan. After sending away the tiger-faced man again, Tang San returned to his room. He knew that for himself, the first important moment after coming into this world was about to come. Went to bed quietly and sat cross-legged. Tang San narrowed his eyes flashing with thought. The plans mentioned by the tiger-faced man appeared in his mind one by one. 300 breaths of time. I should be able to do a lot of things. In the mountains and forests, a group of agile figures quickly shuttled. Each figure is slender and powerful and can move freely. Trees will only become a place for them to use their strength, but they can't block their progress. They all have yellowish-brown markings, and they can jump up to tens of meters with every vertical jump. Soon, they crossed the forest and entered the road. Nearly 100 figures quickly gathered together. Stood upright for the first person, more than 3 meters tall, his slender figure was full of power, and bright yellow light gleamed in his eyes. The sharp claws of both hands were slowly retracted as the body stood upright, and it was a powerful flash leopard. Behind him, a group of figures gathered one after another, obviously centered on him. Is it this direction? The lead flash leopard pointed forward. A figure much shorter than him quickly came to him and nodded gently. Master Shining, it must be here. That place is called Windwolf Town. A fierce light flashed in Shining's eyes, and there was a faint red beating in the yellow eyes. Windwolf. Damn, come with me. As it said, it suddenly waved, the first one to jump out, and the other flash leopards too. All of them showed fierce eyes and quickly followed him. The Shining leopard who had spoken to the Shining before had a slight reduction in hair on his body, revealing a human-like face. But soon, he used the flash leopard transformation again and let himself be integrated into the flash leopard team. Although the flash leopards are not a particularly powerful race among the monsters, hundreds of flash leopards act together, galloping on this avenue, and still have a fierce and mighty aura, even for some strong monsters. Even encountering them alone will also avoid a few points. Obviously, the breath of these flash leopards is a bit wrong. Flash leopards are very fast, although they are better at sprinting in a short period of time and have stronger explosive power. But they are good at running. Even if they don't break out, their speed is much faster than ordinary monsters. The leopard demon has always been the king of speed on the ground. When they stopped again, it was already sunset. The Shining slowed down and stopped under a big tree. It raised its right front paw, and the flash leopards behind him stopped one after another and gathered around him. Rest in place and wait for action at night. This time, only success is allowed, not failure. The Shining's voice was full of the smell of coldness. Many flash leopards dispersed, looking for a place to rest. Running all the way, the power of the bloodline consumes a lot, and can take the opportunity to take a rest to adjust to the best state. Zheng Mingqi, come here. The Shining yelled coldly. A flash leopard came quickly. The hair on his body disappeared quietly, and his figure became thinner and thinner. It turned into a human form, and it was a human vassal. He respectfully bowed in front of Shining Leopard and saluted, Master Shining. Look at the map. The Shining waved to him. Zheng Mingqi quickly took out a leather map from his arms and spread it out in front of the Shining. Point to the pattern above and look at the setting sun gradually. Look, my lord, we should be in this position now. We are less than 10 kilometers away from the town of Windwolf. From here, it takes about 10 minutes. When the adults have rested, we can go there anytime. The Shining looked at the map and said, Are you sure you are here? If you take the wrong path, you know the consequences. Zheng Mingqi said with sincerity and trepidation. I'm sure, my lord. I really saw them coming here and entering this town. Look, should we negotiate first? See if they abducted you. People. Shining's eyes flashed fiercely. Negotiation? What's there to negotiate? Do you think those sly wind wolves can tell the truth? Go and search, a small town. I don't believe it can turn the sky. Let me find the evidence, and I will destroy their town. The tyrannical aura came out of Shining, and the yellow light in his eyes flashed with a faint golden light. Zheng Mingqi hurriedly lowered his head and said respectfully, Everything follows your will. Shining nodded with satisfaction and said, You go to rest, too. If you can find it this time, you will remember it. Yes, sir. Zheng Mingqi found a corner next to him, sat down with his back under a big tree, and adjusted on the spot. His right hand quietly pressed his backhand on the tree, and his fingers twitched, leaving a few marks on the tree. The sky gradually darkened, and night fell. The Shining let out a low growl. The flash leopards who were resting have jumped up and gathered around it. Zheng Mingqi, you lead the way. The Shining yelled coldly. Yes. Zheng Mingqi quickly completed the Shining Leopard transformation. Although there is still a difference from the real Shining Leopard, it is not so easy to distinguish in the dark if you don't look carefully. He was holding the map in one hand, looking for the direction, and moving forward quickly. Yu reading www.yuukangsha.com. The flash leopards are not the monsters who are too willing to use their brains. Although all the monsters are open-minded, they have different levels of wisdom. There are also some very smart monsters, but most monsters are more seeking to improve their power and are not good at thinking. For flash leopard, for example, looking at the map is a troublesome thing. In these respects, the performance of human vassals is satisfactory to them. This is also the reason why all races generally have some human vassals. It is using them to handle simple things. Zheng Mingqi would naturally not recognize the wrong direction. For Flash Leopard, 10 kilometers would not take long even if it was running slowly. Soon, they saw the misty villages and towns. Of course, what they didn't know was that the road Zheng Mingqi took happened to bypass the village where human slaves lived. In order to avoid human slaves being angered by these flash leopards, for the various races of monsters, slaves and livestock are no different, and it is common to rob each other of slaves. This is especially true when the two sides are already hostile. Shining saw the town not far ahead. His eyes flashed fiercely, raised his front paws, and patted Zheng Mingqi on the shoulder, apparently satisfied with his leading the way. "My lord, it should be here," Zheng Mingqi said respectfully. Shining nodded, raised his right front paw, and the shining leopards behind him separated to the sides and stopped. Shining slowly closed his eyes, and just at this moment, the yellow markings on its body began to emit a faint yellow halo, and each of the markings seemed to come alive, gently rhythmic with the circulation of the halo. This feeling is very strange. All flash leopards present, including Zheng Mingqi, clearly felt that the blood in their bodies seemed to be aroused by something, and it became visibly hot. Chapter 53 Kill. In the town of Windwolf. After dinner, Tang San was called upstairs by Wang Yanfeng. Today is the time they agreed with the tiger-face man. At this moment, Tang San's heart suddenly moved, and the mark belonging to the flash leopard inside his body was obviously hot, and his blood seemed to be boiling. He hurriedly used Xiantian Gong to suppress the impatient agitation of this brand. Although he didn't know what happened, he could guess that outside town, the yellow light on the shining body slowly converged, and when it opened its eyes again, the eyes were full of scarlet fierceness. "Right here, I feel the breath of the people. They are still so weak, but they really exist. Asshole, this is it. Charge with me. Search the town. There are blockers. Kill without mercy." The Shining shouted. With a flash of body shape, he rushed towards the direction of Windwolf Town. The flash leopards behind it also let out a low roar one after another, followed behind it, and rushed towards Windwolf Town like lightning. The defense of Windwolf Town has always been relatively lax. After all, the vast area around here is forest. The nearest flash leopard tribe is hundreds of miles away, and there is nothing to guard at all. However, when the shining roar sounded, the eyes of the high priest of Windwolf Town, who was preparing to eat dinner in his residence's cloudy eyes, instantly solidified. She suddenly raised her hand, and a gust of wind blew away the human vassal who was serving her. At the same time, her slender staff had already shot out from the inside and fell directly into her grasp. The staff was held high, and a blue light suddenly rose into the sky, and an old wolf howl followed from her mouth. The blue light lingered, and the body that carried her was slowly flying up. The Shining had already rushed to the front of Windwolf Town. The town had no walls or anything. Its speed was extremely fast, and it rushed directly in according to the direction he felt when he was spurred by the bloodline. Ran into a third-order wind wolf head-on. The wind wolf suddenly saw a figure rushing towards him, and he subconsciously made a roar, but before it could see the opponent clearly, his throat suddenly hurt, and the roar that he wanted to make was locked in his throat. Zhuang Shua's body slowly collapsed. And at this moment, the Shining also saw the blue light rising into the sky, and it uttered a shout, suddenly jumped up, the yellow light on its body was released, and the hair on the surface of the body appeared before it burst out again. Yellow halo over. Those flash leopards who rushed into Falan Town most behind it suddenly felt their blood boil, and their breath was obviously strengthened. This is the characteristic of each clan of monsters. When there is a strong leader leading his own clan to fight, the bloodline of the strong will strengthen the same clan, allowing him to exert more powerful combat effectiveness. The Shining saw the high priest of Windwolf Town that rose up in the distance. Its body leaped over the roofs of the towns and rushed in the direction of the high priest. As the saying goes, catch the thief first and catch the king. This old Windwolf, who has issued a warning in the center of Windwolf Town and has a strong breath, is obviously the core of this town. The high priest of Windwolf Town was slowly rising into the air at this time, and at a glance he saw a figure flying over like a flying shot in the distance. Although it was old, it was clearly visible, and it was immediately identified as a flash leopard. She couldn't help but sink when she discovered the racial characteristics of the other party. Flash leopard and Windwolf have always been opposites. But according to the rules of the monster family, although they occasionally conflict, they will not easily invade each other's territory. This is not allowed by the ancestral court. But the other party is here, and it still looks so unscrupulous. The aura is quite powerful. How can this not surprise the high priest of Windwolf Town? Why invade my town? The high priest of Windwolf Town shouted loudly. However, the Shining obviously did not intend to communicate with it, and he let out an angry roar, and it was already straight to the high priest of Windwolf Town and rushed over. Its figure disappeared almost the moment it was saved, and at the same moment, the high priest of Windwolf Town only felt that his whole body was getting hairy, which was clearly a premonition of a life and death crisis. Without hesitation, the staff in its hand burst into a strong blue light, and a huge blue light surrounded its body. The bright yellow figure appeared in front of her almost at the same moment, and the sharp claws had already grabbed it. But the blue light also burst out along with it. With a strong rotating force, it spurred Shining's body to slide sideways. The originally shriveled body of the high priest also began to swell at this moment. Ancestor, blessing. She let out a stern roar. For a while, the cyan light on his body burst to the extreme in an instant, and the cyan light had begun to develop somewhat towards dark green. Even the sky seemed to be illuminated by blue light at this moment, and in a vague way, one could see the light and shadow of a huge wolf head gleaming in the air. The Shining spirit flew into the air and landed on the roof of a house. Seeing the high priest's breath soaring with this cry, a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. Return to the ancestor? It was actually a sacrifice. There was a sacrifice in this small town. No wonder it dared to attack us. It was not afraid of the increased aura of the high priest of Windwolf Town, but became more and more angry. At this moment, a long wolf howl followed, woo dash. A sturdy figure instantly rushed out and came to the high priest, who was indeed the Lord Windwolf. At this time, it seems to be affected by the call of the high priest of Windwolf Town just now, and its body swells to a height of nearly 4 meters. Every muscle swells up and looks full of fierce power. It crawled directly in front of the high priest, and its body became more and more ancestral. The high priest of Windwolf Town floated up and landed on the back of the Lord of Windwolf Town. The two are like one. The breath also soared. It quickly surpassed the level of the 6th order. At this time, the flash leopards have already entered the town. They are more than searching, encountering the Windwolf. They do not hesitate to do it. Suddenly, the two sides have already fought into a group. There are quite a lot of Windwolf tribes in Windwolf Town, but there are not many real powerhouses. Many of them are young, old, women, and children. The hundreds of flash leopards who came to the flash leopards this time were all young and strong. Reading www.yukongshu.com for a while. The two sides were fighting, and the Windwolves were caught off guard and suddenly retreated, leaving a corpse on the ground. The high priest of Windwolf has completely turned into dark green eyes with fierce light flashing, glaring at the Shining. Why? Why do you want to attack our clan? Did you know that invading other clans' territory without authorization is not acceptable in the ancestral court? Invade without authorization? Your clan plunders my clan children. Do you still have the face to question me? The Shining's eyes were fierce, and the body's aura continued to rise. It was clearly a characteristic that the blood was being fully stimulated. Snatch your children? The high priest of Windwolf Town was obviously taken aback, and looked down at the Lord of Windwolf Town who It's definitely a taboo among the monsters to prey on its children. Between the Windwolf tribe and the Flash Leopard tribe, such problems have occurred before. The earliest was because of this. Wolf meat is not delicious, no one will covet it. The flash leopards are actually the same. However, what is strange is that the young children of the leopard demon family have a peculiar spiritual existence. If they eat the leopard demon in their early childhood, no matter which family of the leopard demon is, it will be a big supplement to all the monsters. It even has the effect of enhancing the spirituality of one's own blood, which can promote the evolution of blood. Therefore, the poaching of young children of the leopard demon has been repeatedly banned. In this regard, the leopard demon's line also hates it extremely. While fully protecting the children of this tribe, we have launched a full-scale revenge against those races that dare to poach their children. For this reason, there have been several wars. Because of this, the leopard monsters have become particularly united. Until later, the ancestor court of the monster clan officially announced that poaching of young children of the leopard demon clan is strictly prohibited. Otherwise, the leopard demon clan has the right to hunt them, and the ancestral court will hold the clan accountable. Therefore, hunting and killing young children of the leopard demon line is definitely a taboo. Chapter 54, Tier 7 Flash Leopard. No wonder they dare to violate the rules of the ancestral court and attack Windwolf Town. Is it true that there are cases of hunting and killing leopard demon children? In this regard, the high priest of Windwolf Town is really a little skeptical. The first object of suspicion is under it. Because it is very clear, the person under him has been working hard to break through the 5th rank and enter the 6th rank. However, because of the insufficient strength of his own blood, he failed repeatedly. In this regard, it has been extremely angry. Only after reaching the level of Tier 6 can they be drafted into Kerry City. The Lord of Windwolf Town had long been disgusted with this remote village. And hunting and killing leopard demon babies for food is really a shortcut. It is not impossible to take risks. In fact, even if the ancestors banned them, the stealing of cheetah monsters from young children has not disappeared. The Lord of Windwolf Town let out a low growl a little restlessly. High Priest, I don't have one. The High Priest looked up at the Shining. Do you have any evidence? The Shining roared. I have already felt the existence of my bloodline. Do I need other evidence? My bloodline has entered the strength of the ancestral vein. Don't you understand the feeling of the people of this clan as a sacrifice? The heart of the High Priest of Windwolf Town sank. It knew that what the other party said was probably true. If it hadn't been for the presence of a baby from the Flash Leopard clan in Windwolf Town, the other party would probably not take it rashly. This is a major event that affects both races. Wu Dash, at this moment, the Lord of Windwolf Town under him suddenly let out a roar again, and the strong Windwolf bloodline burst out, making Windwolf, who was fighting against Flash Leopard in the town, clearly energetic. Breath. Promote. The Lord of Windwolf Town has a mouth, and a wind blade sprays out towards the Shining. This wind blade swelled in the air against the storm, and the wind elements in the air quickly condensed towards the wind blade, and almost instantly expanded to the extent of a full meter wide, with a harsh whistle. When the Lord of Windwolf Town blasted out this wind blade, both the Shining and the High Priest of Windwolf Town understood. Although the Lord of Windwolf Town did not admit that he caught the Flash Leopard baby, he obviously did it. In fact, the Lord of Windwolf Town was terrified at this time. Of course, he knew the trouble of catching the leopard demon clan children. However, the desire for strength and the improvement of bloodline made it impossible to give up when encountering an opportunity. Just 2 days ago, when it was out, it happened to meet a flash leopard playing in the mountains and forests. Among them, 2 little flash leopards were obviously just born. The flash leopard couple are not strong either, they are just around Tier 3. The greed in his heart made it hesitate to kill the flash leopards and abducted 2 young children. It asked what it was doing without knowing it. Even the closest wife didn't know about it. But I didn't expect that it was only 2 days before he was found by the Flash Leopard clan army. Stop! The High Priest of Windwolf Town roared. A yellow light flashed in Shining's eyes, and when he was about to dodge, the wind blade in front of him burst out with a powerful wave of wind element. The wind element, like a whirlpool, actually produced a binding effect on it, making it a kind of avoidance. Avoidable feeling. Little Fifth Order, also Shine. The Shining snorted disdainfully, and his body shook slightly, and it was divided into 3. The 3 figures suddenly flickered, and the surrounding shackles had been broken. The 3 shining spirits, divided into 3 directions at the same time, went straight to the Lord of Windwolf Town and the High Priest of Windwolf Town to save them. The High Priest of Windwolf Town roared, "You are confused." The staff in his hand was held high, and the blue light on his body was blown by the violent wind, and he just blocked the 3 shining silhouettes from flying out again. Lord Windwolf roared, "Kill it, High Priest. As long as you kill it and the invading flash leopard, I will leave the town. You know, if I don't use this method, I will always be in this resource-poor place. I can't even make it to Tier 6, and I can't help it either." Bastard. The Shining was furious. "You can't do anything to advance, so you can kill my children? Really think that I can be stopped by a returning ancestor?" While talking, the yellowish-brown leopard print on its body began to change. A faint golden color slowly emerged. The shining body became more slender and powerful, and the light revealed in the pair of eyes also began to fade. "Golden. Level 7. The High Priest of Windwolf Town almost blurted out. Actually, when the Shining appeared, it already felt the strength of the opponent's breath. At this time, it became more and more certain. The High Priest of Windwolf Town has a 6th-order cultivation base, but because it is a sacrifice, it is different from ordinary Windwolf in that it can use the breath of some Windwolf ancestors to strengthen itself. But even so, it is not a 7th order. It can only temporarily reach the 7th order intensity. There is a general gap between the 6th and 7th steps, and it is a large-scale difference. Even if it is a sacrifice, it is almost impossible to defeat the real 7th order powerhouse. Unless the Lord of Windwolf Town also reaches Tier 6, it is possible to use the secret method to temporarily upgrade the Lord of Windwolf Town to Tier 7 and fight with it to obtain a first-line opportunity. The Shining did not speak anymore, and its strong hatred drove it directly towards the combination of the High Priest of Windwolf Town and the Lord of Windwolf Town. All of a sudden, the 3 powerhouses fought in the air. The strong cyan light and the call to ancestors continued to bless the High Priest of Windwolf Town and the Lord of Windwolf Town. On the altar of Windwolf Town not far below them, a faint cyan light rises and surrounds them, giving them strength. After all, this is Windwolf Town, and for them it is also a home game. However, the strength displayed by the Shining is extremely powerful. Of course, the Shining knows that fighting the opponent on the opponent's home court will have a bonus. But it is a real 7th order, and it has the confidence to fight against the opponent and defeat it. This is the foundation of strength. For a time, from a distance, only the gleaming could be seen turning into a golden light and shadow, continuously attacking the cyan in the center, squeezing the cyan again and again. But for a while, it would be difficult for it to break through the 2 defensive circles of Windwolf Town. Just when the war on their side had just begun, among the 2-story cabins in the distance www.unclenovel.com, the 3 Wang family brothers and Ling Muxiua had been summoned by Qiu Jing to prevent them from going out. Wang Yinfeng and Tang San have always been on the 2nd floor. Open the window, and you can see the battle in the distance. The direction that Flash Leopard rushed into was just as the tiger-faced man said, without the slightest difference. According to the agreement, after 300 breaths, Tang San will leave here. Tang San. Wang Yinfeng looked at him. Tang San respectfully saluted Wang Yinfeng. For the teacher who brought him family warmth for the first time after he came to this world, Tang San's heart was full of respect. "Teacher, I'm leaving. Take care of you and your mother. I will definitely come back to see you when it is convenient." Tang San said softly. "You are leaving now? Didn't you mean 300 breaths?" Wang Yinfeng said in surprise. Tang San said, "Don't worry, it should be okay. There are a lot of flash leopards. Haven't you noticed that many wind wolves have gone to the front line? Now there are no wind wolves behind, and no one will find me. Soon, according to the person who redeemed it, Flash Leopard should be able to penetrate the town. When that happens, it will not be convenient for me to go. I will leave early and act according to the situation. Don't you worry about my ability." Wang Yinfeng hesitated a little, then nodded, and said, "Be careful. When you arrive in Kerry City, go to the ghost and ghost when you have time, and she will pass on the news of your safety to me." "Okay, teacher, then I'm leaving." Tang San stepped forward, gave Wang Yinfeng a hug, turned and walked out through the window. His body flipped dexterously in the air, and under the support of the element of wind, it fell directly to the ground. outside the hospital. He turned around and waved to Wang Yinfeng at the window, and quickly sank into the darkness and disappeared without a trace. Chapter 55 Chance to Kill. Looking at Tang San's leaving figure, Wang Yinfeng suddenly felt a sense of loss. After spending a year together, he did teach Tang San, but in the same way, he also learned something from Tang San. After the initial period of time, he didn't even treat Tang San as a child to some extent, but as an existence equal to himself. This feeling is quite strange. Tang San is quite assertive, yet calm. Perhaps, when he grows up in the future, he can really bring some hope to mankind. Subconsciously clenched his fist, Wang Yinfeng closed the window. He also had to prepare. After Flash Leopard rushed into the town, he also had to respond accordingly to remove Tang San's suspicion of leaving. Out of the wooden house, Tang San kept counting silently in his heart. He did not leave Windwolf Town for the first time. In fact, after learning about the Humanrin's entire plan that day, he also had his own plan. Of course, leaving directly is the safest choice, but for him, it is also an excellent opportunity. The last time I tried different types of monster bloodline branding and cultivation methods, the brand of the Flash Leopard clan dropped from Tier 4 to Tier 3. At the same time, his Windwolf brand has not yet reached the 4th order peak. This time the Flash Leopard versus Windwolf. Is it not a good opportunity for him to improve his brand? The higher the strength of the brand, the higher the level of abilities of the two races he can display. The Rhinoceros Demon, the Deer, and the white-headed falcon that I encountered before are hard to find. But Flash Leopard and Windwolf were right in front of them. During the war, who would notice him? Tang San was already very familiar with the terrain in Windwolf Town. He hid himself in the gloom and quickly approached the area where the two sides were fighting on the front line. Of course, will not be close to the center. It is a 7th order against a 6th order and a 5th order. And there is such an existence as the altar of Windwolf Town below. With his current strength, it is not enough to affect the battle over there. Therefore, he approached towards the edge of the battlefield. Get closer, he can obviously feel the Windwolf brand and Flash Leopard brand in his body are constantly heating up. This is a phenomenon in which blood vessels are stimulated. You can also feel that the battle between the two sides is in a heated state. Climbing onto a house, Tang San crawled on the roof and looked into the distance. Is not far from him. 7 or 8 Flash Leopards are attacking 4 Windwolves. Both sides are 3rd tier to 4th tier cultivation bases. Among the monster clan, the overall strength of the Windwolf and Flash Leopard clan is almost the same. That's why there are situations where the two sides are feuds, but no one can help each other. At this time, it is obvious that the Flash Leopard family has the upper hand. Among these Flash Leopards, 2 are Tier 4 strengths. In addition to other Flash Leopards, the speed is extremely fast, and the 4 Windwolves continue to impact. Among the 4 Windwolves, only 1 is Tier 4, and the rest are Tier 3. In terms of speed, although Windwolf is not slow, compared with Flash Leopard, they are somewhat stretched. But Windwolf's defensive power and strength are stronger than Flash Leopard, and it can also use Windblade. Therefore, although the Flash Leopard has the upper hand, in order to prevent being hit by the Windblade, they are more careful in their attacks. They just keep leaving scars on these Windwolves. It takes time to kill them, to consume it. Tang San observed their battles, and then looked at other battle groups in the distance. The battle group here is relatively independent. The Windwolf at the head kept uttering a scream, obviously calling for support. But at this time, the entire Windwolf town was already in the midst of a big battle, and there was no room for Windwolf to support it. It's good here. Tang San narrowed his eyes, and in the next instant, he moved. Crawling on the roof, he did not go straight down. Waving his hands, the Windwolf mark in his body was aroused. 2 wind blades shot out directly from the roof. At the same time, the mind and eyes opened, capturing the trajectory of the Flash Leopard. 2 cyan wind blades flew down into the battle group. Flash Leopard naturally noticed it. Each dodge. But how can the wind blade that Tang San shoots is comparable to that of an ordinary Flash Leopard? The 2 wind blades drew 2 beautiful arcs in the air, seeming to shoot in the empty space. But just 2 strange yellow figures hit them. Puff, puff, twice. The 2 Tier 3 Flash Leopards were cut in half almost instantly. This sudden change shocked both parties in the fight. The 4 Windwolves are naturally overjoyed, Reinforcements have come, and they are still powerful reinforcements. You know, under normal circumstances, Windwolf, unless it is to release a large-scale dense wind blade to attack. Otherwise, it is almost impossible to use the wind blade to hit the flash leopard. The speed of flash leopard is too fast. And the two flash leopards in front of them were not only hit, but killed instantly, which meant that the strength of the two wind blades was also very high. A Tier 4 flash leopard roared, directly jumped up, and rushed towards the roof. Although it doesn't know how the other party did it, it must solve the Windwolf on the roof. The moment the Tier 4 flash leopard rushed to the roof, it saw a yellow light and shadow. The similarity of blood and breath makes it subconsciously think that it is its own person at the first time. Leopard Flash is the natural talent skill of the Flash Leopard clan. Therefore, its immediate realization is that a partner has come and it has solved the Windwolf on the roof. And at this moment, the other party has already arrived in front of it. A palm came out like lightning and slapped it directly on its throat. The pupils of the Tier 4 Flash Leopard shrank in an instant, and in the next instant, after being hit hard, it saw a pair of purple eyes. Suddenly fell into a sluggishness. The power of the blood in the body is pouring wildly. Tang San directly pushed it down on the roof, and the mysterious heavenly power ran, unreservedly absorbing the energy in the Flash Leopard. This is a Tier 4 Flash Leopard www.mplnovel.com under his sneak attack posing as the Flash Leopard. He has not been able to exert his own combat effectiveness at all. What's more, Tang San after his trip to Kerry City, his strength is not what it used to be. With mental arithmetic and unintentional, how could this Flash Leopard be his opponent? In the constant swallowing, Xiantian quickly became more and more full, and the Flash Leopard brand in his body was also constantly heating up and shining. When the power of this fourth-order Flash Leopard was swallowed by him, the Flash Leopard brand had re-entered the fourth class. This is the power of the blood of a complete Tier 4 Flash Leopard. Absolutely make up. Had finished devouring this Flash Leopard, Tang San's number in his heart had reached 50. 50 breaths. This is calculated from the beginning of the front battle. He glanced at the three powerhouses fighting in the middle of Windwolf Town in the distance, and time didn't wait. At this time, because the Flash Leopard party's strength dropped sharply, coupled with the desperate efforts of several Windwolves, the situation that had already been crushed and was about to win was temporarily stalemate. Tang San on the eaves took a deep breath, and the mysterious sky swiftly revolved. The fourth-order Flash Leopard that had just swallowed filled his mysterious power. Windblade shot out and went straight down. The precise judgment of Feng Jian controls the Windblade to cover the audience. The Flash Leopard who was fighting underneath suddenly felt bad, and there was a Windblade falling on the roof. What does it mean? It means that the Tier 4 Flash Leopard that went up to kill the opponent could not withstand the opponent, and even has fallen. The wind blades fell out of thin air, shining the ground into a blue color. The Dodge Leopards dodged one after another, trying to avoid these wind blades. But this time, Tang San didn't part with it. A total of 18 wind blades flew out at the same time, which was already beyond the number he had dealt with against the tiger-faced man that day. Chapter 56 Poaching. With the fifth-order cultivation base of the tiger-faced man, they can only stop the 9 ways. The Flash Leopard is good at speed, but not defense. But their speed became useless under the lock of Tang San's eyes. Leopard Flash has become a more deadly problem for them. Those wind blades, like long eyes, will always appear on the way they must travel at a high speed. The 18 blue wind blades are just like the essence, and they are simply not what Flash Leopard's defense can resist. Tang San's own cultivation is now the 4th pinnacle of Xiantian Gong, plus the 4 major marks in his body. It is by no means comparable to ordinary Tier 4 monsters. At this time, the 18 wind blades that were fully shot turned into a storm and instantly swept the audience. This is the first time he has made an all-out effort. 18 wind blades are the limit he can control now. If the control effect is not considered, more can be used. But in many cases, the quantity is far less important than precise control. The Tier 4 Flash Leopard was almost completely killed in an instant. Tier 4 Flash Leopard can barely dodge a few times with its crisis awareness. But those 18 wind blades are like a reminder, continuously spinning around in the air and even colliding with each other to change directions. This is an exquisite technique in the Tang sect's hidden weapon solution. It ranks above the 100 birds returned to the forest. It takes the singular characteristic of bat flight and is called bat wing reincarnation. Not only accurate, but also unpredictable. Under the control of Tang San relying on his eloquent mind, this bat wing reincarnation technique is even higher. The wind blades are all composed of wind elements. Under the gaze of the sharp eyes, these wind blades can absorb the wind elements in the air to bless themselves while flying in the air, so that their power becomes more powerful. Therefore, the 18 wind blades actually became bigger and stronger in the air, and their attack power became stronger and stronger. Even Tang San could not hide their voices. The piercing sound of the air was like a spell for life. Puff puff. The remaining Tier 4 leopard demon finally had nowhere to hide under the convergence of the wind blade and was cut into the air. Seeing this scene, the few remaining wind wolves are already dumbfounded. This is the wind blade. Is the natural ability of the race wind blade? Wind blade can still be used like this? Can it be so powerful? This is a scene they haven't even thought about before. The facts are in front of you, but they don't believe it. The feeling of escaping from the dead makes them ecstatic. But just when the excitement was just surging in their hearts, they suddenly discovered that the wind blades whirled around in the air for a week, first spreading out, and then coming from all directions. Go straight to them and swept away. Wow! The terrified wolf howl stopped abruptly just after it sounded. They already have serious injuries. How can they withstand such a powerful wind blade? 60 breaths. Tang San counted silently in his heart, wiped out the wind wolf and flash leopard below, and he had already fallen quickly. First of all, I found the fourth-order existence among wind wolf and flash leopard, and quickly swallowed their remaining blood mark. The effect is worse than he thought. Perhaps because of the lack of a whole body, the power of the blood has been lost a lot. Those third-tier flash leopards and wind wolves even have no devouring value. But in pursuit of speed, he has nothing to do. For the monster clan, since his biological mother in this world was killed by the opponent, he has long lost the slightest compassion. In his opinion, all monsters should be killed. Just swallowed the blood power of a few Tier 4 monsters, and Tang San quickly left. The battlefield here is relatively remote and not easy to spot. The power of the blood of several Tier 4 monsters is not small for him to supplement. The two marks of Windblade and Leopard Flash are obviously much more solid than before. Great improvement in the fourth-order position. Especially the brand of Windwolf was already extremely bright, and even swallowed to the back. It seemed that it had reached a bottleneck and could no longer make progress. This is not surprising to Tang San. This brand is closely related to his own profound sky skill cultivation base. The mysterious sky skill cannot be promoted at the 4th level, and this bloodline brand cannot be promoted is also normal. 80 breaths. Tang San raised his head and looked again at the two fighting parties in the middle of Windwolf Town. At this time, the powerful Tier 7 Flash Leopard Shining has fully demonstrated its speed advantage. Although the wind elemental attacks released by the High Priest of Windwolf Town covered it with a ranged type, they still couldn't reach half of its body. Leopard Flash's speed is too fast. It can even retreat 100 meters suddenly when the High Priest of Windwolf Town sends out a wind blade attack. When the wind blade disperses, it suddenly launches an attack through the Leopard Flash. The Lord of the Wind Wolf had blood-red eyes at this time. Under the bloodline power increase exerted by the High Priest of Windwolf Town, he was exploding with a fighting power far exceeding its normal time, and it should also have a Tier 6 strength. Its stature became more and more sizable, and it resisted most of the attacks of the Shining. But his body was already scarred. Even if the High Priest of Windwolf Town relied on his own secret method to forcibly increase the strength of the two of them, the 7th rank is the 7th rank. There is an insurmountable gap between the real 7th and 6th steps. The Shining is completely pressing them to fight, and more importantly, there is still a limit to the time of the secret law after all. It is impossible to use it endlessly. Once the effect of the secret law disappears, the strength of the High Priest and Lord of Windwolf Town will not only drop instantly, but will even be backlashed by the secret law. Nothing can be obtained without paying a price, and so is the secret law of races. At the same time, the Flash Leopard clan has fully invaded Windwolf Town. The young man in Windwolf Town could no longer hold it. Even women and children have joined the battle. In this case, you can see the power of the monster clan. Even young children have a certain degree of combat effectiveness. It is a pity that they are facing the elites of the Flash Leopard clan. Although there is no existence above the 5th level except the Shining, it is not a problem to sweep Windwolf Town. Tang San killed a lot of Flash Leopards here, and it can be considered to ease the offensive of the Flash Leopards in this direction, but more Flash Leopards have already entered Windwolf Town. Yu reading www.yukongshu.com continues like this. I am afraid that the entire Windwolf Town will be slaughtered. Stop! A scream suddenly sounded. At the same time, the blue light on the High Priest of Windwolf Town suddenly became stronger and turned into a huge tornado, which actually swept the Shining away directly. The wind blade brought up by the tornado also cut multiple scars on its body, which made this 7th-order powerhouse unable to help but stagnate. The High Priest of Windwolf Town stared at the Shining angrily, and the staff in his hand burst boomingly. Suddenly, a strong aura turned into a dark green light ball and appeared on its palm. Let your people stop. Otherwise, the jade will be burned. You should recognize what this is. The High Priest of Windwolf Town held up the dark green light ball. Shining's eyes changed, and the figure that was about to save again also stopped. Of course, it recognizes what it is. Any tribe of monsters and spirit tribes has a lofty status for sacrifices because they can summon the power of ancestors, continuously strengthen and stabilize the blood of the tribe, and prevent the power of blood from being weakened by inheritance. And in this process, the priests also often collect the power of these bloodlines, as well as the ability to communicate with the bloodlines of their ancestors. Together, these forces will become the core of a tribe. Like the dark green ball of light held in the hands of the High Priest of Windwolf Town, it is the heart of Windwolf in Windwolf Town. It contains a ray of blood of all the people in Windwolf Town, as well as constant sacrifices and sacrifices. After years of refinement by the High Priest of Windwolf Town, these powers merge with the breath of the ancestors of the Windwolf family. It can be said that they are the core of the entire Windwolf Town and part of the blood heritage of the Windwolf family. Chapter 57 Windwolf Heart. If you continue to persecute, I will detonate the heart of the Windwolf. Except you, all the people you bring will die. The Flash Leopard and the Windwolf will never die. The High Priest of the Windwolf Town shouted sharply. A flash of fear flashed through the eyes of the Shining Spirit, and the High Priest of Windwolf Town was right. If the heart of Windwolf exploded, it would mean that almost all Windwolf and Flash Leopard here would die. The power of this explosion must be huge. And once the heart of the Windwolf exploded, it would surely alarm the highest level of the Windwolf line. More importantly, the heart of each race is the key to the inheritance of each race. Once the heart of blood is destroyed, it is equivalent to lowering the inheritance of the blood of this race. This is a great enmity second only to annihilation. Once this happens, even the ancestral court cannot stop retaliation. At that time, it was really Windwolf and Flash Leopard going to a duel, the kind that never dies. The Shining did not expect that there would be the heart of the Windwolf in this little Windwolf town. It has indeed given birth to a killer heart just now. With the looting of young tribesmen and the slaughter of the Windwolf powerhouses here, even in terms of reason, it can stand up. It's just that it didn't expect that the High Priest of Windwolf Town was so decisive that he would directly take out the heart of Windwolf. You know, once this thing is triggered, even if you don't detonate it, you will have to pay a huge price if you want to converge. For the High Priest itself, it must sacrifice its own bloodline power in order to stabilize the heart of the Windwolf. Shining's eyes flickered fiercely, and he shouted, "Stop!" The Flash Leopards who were launching an offensive stopped their attacks one after another. Tang San, who was farther away, had just stopped from a Tier 4 Flash Leopard, and once again hid in the darkness. What it is? He was also full of curiosity about the heart of the Windwolf in the hands of the High Priest of Windwolf Town. When the heart of Windwolf was taken out, the first thing he felt was a strong heart palpitations. This was obviously a threat to his life, and immediately afterwards, he felt his Windwolf brand become scorching hot, and it became scorching hot almost instantly. Through the eyes of the rhinoceros, He could feel that the Windwolf brand was full of desire for the heart of the Windwolf, as if he wanted to merge it. The heart of Windwolf is undoubtedly not in the knowledge that Wang Yanfeng taught him. But being able to deter a seventh-order powerhouse, it can be seen that this thing is also of great significance to the Windwolf family. The fighting gradually stopped in the town, and Tang San was no longer able to fish in troubled waters. He has a chance only when the two sides are fighting. But even in such a short while, he also swallowed the blood of 7 or 8 Windwolf and Flash Leopard in a row. 160 breaths. He is about to leave. At the same time, Tang San was also secretly surprised. His surprise was aimed at the Redemption Organization. Tiger-faced people told him that 300 breaths told him to leave. And this time the strong from the Flash Leopard clan clearly possessed the ability to razor the entire Windwolf town to the ground. If it weren't for the High Priest of Windwolf Town to take out the heart of Windwolf, I'm afraid Windwolf Town would really be over. According to the previous explanations by the tiger-faced man in him, this man seemed to have determined that the Flash Leopard's attack would not be able to destroy Windwolf Town. Because once Windwolf Town is eliminated, there is no doubt that Wang Yanfeng, who is a vassal of Windwolf, will definitely be killed. It seems that when the Redemption Organization was making plans, it was very clear about the details of both parties. I am afraid that even the High Priest of Windwolf Town could take out this ball of light. They should have guessed it. At this time, I heard the Shining coldly say, "You take out the heart of the Windwolf. Just want us not to save the people? Hunting down the hatred of our children. Is that all it is? You should know that you are so. What are the consequences of doing it? Even if you make trouble in the ancestral court, your Fengling line will inevitably be severely punished." The High Priest of Windwolf Town took a deep breath. Of course it knew that this matter would not be so easy to do. The blame is the greed of the Lord of Windwolf Town. The High Priest of Windwolf Town said in a deep voice, "This matter is indeed our fault. I admit that. But you have also killed many members of our clan. I can give you the children of your clan who are still alive. As long as they are alive, you are willing to retreat." The Shining was furious. "It's just that, it's over? The culprit is fine? Do you know what you are doing? If you insist on this, even if all the people of the tribe are killed here, I will definitely destroy everything here today. Go to the ancestral court to seek justice. Do you really think we are afraid of your immortality? You looting and killing our children are also an endless vengeance." A decisive light flashed in the eyes of the High Priest of Windwolf Town. She floated up, fell from the Lord of Windwolf Town to the side in the air, and stabilized her figure under the load of the wind element. "Okay, then I'll give you an explanation. Fengxiong, let's go. I declare as the High Priest that from this moment on, you have been deprived of the position of Lord. From now on, you are no longer my Windwolf, the leader of the town. Anything about you after that has nothing to do with my Fengling." The Lord of Windwolf Town was surprised. Fengxiong is his name. "High Priest, you." Blood surged in the eyes of the Lord of Windwolf Town. The High Priest of Windwolf Town roared, "Do you really want everything in Windwolf Town to be destroyed because of your stupidity? Don't get out of here." Fengxiong seemed to be aware of something. He gritted his teeth and suddenly jumped out, leaping into the distance. The Shining moved almost in the next instant, and a leopard flash would block Fengxiong's path. But at this moment, a wind wall suddenly stopped in front of it, blocking its way. Shining glanced at the High Priest of Windwolf Town with cold eyes, and said coldly, "What do you mean?" The High Priest of Windwolf Town said unhurriedly, "I can feel that your children should still be alive. Shouldn't you go to rescue them first?" Shining's eyes narrowed slightly, and at this moment, with the effect of the High Priest's bloodline augmentation, the Lord of Windwolf Town Fengxiong had already run hundreds of meters. You reading www.yukongshu.com is very good. Shining's eyes flickered fiercely, but it was really jealous of the heart of Windwolf in the hands of the High Priest of Windwolf Town. This thing can't explode, otherwise, it will be seriously injured even if it is Tier 7. More importantly, it can't bear the responsibility for initiating a duel between the two clans. For the face of the heart of the Windwolf, I will give it 100 breaths time. Within 100 breaths, I will not pursue. After 100 breaths, if you stop it, you will never die. Withdraw from the Windwolf Town. As he said, it suddenly waved its right front paw. The flash leopards in the town quickly faded like water. The high priest of Windwolf Town's eyes remained unchanged, just silently holding the heart of Windwolf in his hand, watching all this quietly. Undoubtedly, the Shining Leopards all quit the town, and the threat of the heart of the Windwolf to the Shining is much smaller. Once blew up, all the Windwolf clan in Windwolf Town would die. However, the conditions given by the Shining were something the high priest of Windwolf Town could bear, and 100 breaths of time were enough for Feng Xiong to run a long distance. Although Flash Leopard is good at speed, he is definitely more familiar with the surrounding environment Feng Xiong. If it still can't run like this, it can only be a bad life. As for Feng Xiong's future, that was not something the high priest could decide. It depends on the decision of the clan. As long as you are not found by the Flash Leopard, it is a good choice to hide for a while. After the limelight is over, the big deal will change. The Shining looked at the high priest of Windwolf Town. His eyes narrowed slightly. Although your cultivation is not very strong, but you can preside over the heart of Windwolf, your bloodline should be very pure. You are not a simple Windwolf. Why are you here? Here, the high priest of Windwolf Town said lightly. If I still have the cultivation base of the year, do you think you can scream in front of me? The Shining was stunned. Looking at the old face in front of him, it seemed that he had thought of something, but he didn't speak anymore, just silently counted hundreds of breaths of time in his heart. Chapter 58 Swallow Fuo. Feng Xiong had already rushed out of Windwolf Town at this time. At this time, his heart was full of anger and unwillingness. How was it discovered? How could it be discovered? Of course it knew that the high priest expelled it to save its life. Continuing to fight that 7th Order Flash Leopard, it will definitely die. The key is that the other party has grasped the handle. I can only run away now. No matter how fast the Flash Leopard is, it is impossible to be more familiar with the situation here than oneself, and with the blessing of the wind element, long-distance running, Flash Leopard may not be faster than it. The wind element can also conceal its own blood aura, but it can also feel that the power of the bloodline that it had previously been stimulated to the 6th Order is gradually declining, and the wounds on its body continue to tingle. Although the blood is not lost, it still has an impact on it. It's just that it can't stop anyway, and it must be quickly moved away from here. Only in this way can one escape his life. Accelerates with full force and rushes into the woods. Feng Xiong's plan is simple. First go to the Fengling stone mine. There is a tunnel over there. It is specially excavated as a backhand. It was the high priest who personally presided over the construction. In that tunnel, there are many forks in the road, like a maze. As long as he can escape to the Fenglingshi mine and get into the tunnel, he is basically safe. The wind element of the wind spirit stone can also better hide his own breath. Just when it checked the direction and was going to the Fengling stone mine, suddenly, an unspeakable feeling appeared in my heart. It braked suddenly and decelerated instantly. A cyan light passed in front of it almost like lightning. If it hadn't slowed down just now, this azure light would have just slashed on its throat. Who? Feng Xiong exclaimed. Windblade. It was clearly Windblade just now. Some tribesmen figured it out. Behind a big tree, a figure slowly turned out. Feng Xiong, who looked at the thin figure, was shocked. Human? This turned out to be a human? Or a young human? It didn't even recognize the identity of this human being. Yes, it was Tang San who appeared in front of it and blocked its way. Tang San murmured, 50 breaths, it should be enough. Kill it for 20 breaths. The time to swallow it is a bit tight, but it's almost the same. As he spoke, his hands were already waving out, and under Feng Xiong's shocked gaze, the cyan wind blades with a foot width were already shooting out. A total of 18 wind blades, without any reservations, all flew into the air. Every wind blade has a harsh scream. The wind element in the air, as if feeling the call of the wind blade, quickly condensed towards these wind blades. From the boy's eyes, Feng Xiong saw a golden purple light. Wu dash! Feng Xiong let out an angry wolf howl, and suddenly accelerated. At this time, its cultivation base had fallen back from the 6th stage back to the 5th stage, and it even felt weak due to the stimulation of the previous bloodline. For the human teenager in front of him, it does not have any fear, but under the obstacle of this teenager, it will inevitably reduce the time it takes to escape. Behind, there will always be a Tier 7 Flash Leopard chasing. So, its first reaction is to make a quick fight. The blue light jetted out from behind him instantly. as if at this moment, every hair of it had turned blue. The blue light flowing in his eyes, with a fierce aura, boldly rushed towards Tang San. It didn't even look at the 18 wind blades that were flying in the air as if they were mist. As the Lord of Windwolf Town, he is born with the talent of Windblade, and it is also extremely resistant to wind elements. These wind blade attacks on it, it is not very afraid. Even if it can be hurt, the damage to it will be greatly weakened. It just wants to kill this human boy quickly, and then escape here as soon as possible. At this time, it didn't even have time to think about why a human teenager could release so many wind blades without using Windwolf transformation. Looking at Feng Xiong who rushed towards him, a touch of disdain appeared at the corner of Tang San's mouth. His eyes were full of hatred. The birth mother of this world undoubtedly died in the hands of this guy and that high priest. The sixth order high priest, Tang San asked himself, still couldn't deal with it. However, he was still sure of dealing with such a Tier 5 Windwolf whose bloodline power was still weakening rapidly. Through the eyes of Lingxi, he can clearly feel the changes in Feng Xiong's blood. Following along, he chose this place to shoot because he already had enough confidence. Facing Feng Xiong's frontal swoop, Tang San didn't evade. Instead, he stood up, a yellow light flashed on his body, almost instantly crossing a distance of 20 meters. Just when Feng Xiong had just saved less than 5 meters. At that time, he had already appeared in front of Feng Xiong. Leopard Flash. This is the first time Tang San has used it in actual combat since he upgraded the Leopard Flash to Tier 4. Feng Xiong's eyes are full of incredulous colors. It can't think of it anyway. Why a human being has the ability of Leopard Flash while having a wind blade, and a fist magnified in front of its eyes at this moment. With a bang, Tang San's punch had already hit Feng Xiong's left eye severely. The momentum of S pounce came to a halt, but a pair of wolf claws still grabbed Tang San. At the same time, the wind element on it exploded, trying to push Tang San away. Tang San Lingxi's eyes shone brightly, and the moment Feng Xiong's wind element was released, purple light flashed in his eyes suddenly. Feng Xiong only felt a tingling pain in his brain, and the wind element he had just released suddenly collapsed. Normally, with its bloodline talent, it is almost impossible for Tang San to control of the wind element with it, even with the ability to have the eye of the rhinoceros. After all, the monster blood talent has a lot of control over one's own abilities, and there is still a gap in cultivation. But when its brain is impacted, it can no longer control those wind elements. The wind element instantly collapsed under Tang San's lead. Is the trance at this moment? The 18 wind blades that flew out before are all whizzing back. 100 birds cast into the forest. A series of wind blades slashed at Feng Xiong's neck almost before the time. Feng Xiong's fur surface is indeed constantly flashing blue light, offsetting the invasion of wind elements. But there are so many attacks that can't stand it. At the same time, Tang San's hands had firmly grasped its front paws. Feng Xiong felt a strong tingling in his neck as soon as he woke up. It wanted to struggle, but found that its front paws seemed to be cast by copper cast iron, and it failed to break free. In terms of physical strength, even if Tang San reached the 5th rank, it would be difficult for him to compete with the same rank 5 monsters without a special increase. After all, the bloodline talent of the monster clan makes their physical strength extremely powerful. However, he didn't need to control Feng Xiong for too long. With the profound jade hand and the rhinoceros heavy armor technique, he had no problem grasping Feng Xiong's front paws in a short time. What's more, Xian Tiangong had already been activated for the first time, forcibly swallowing Feng Xiong's blood and aura. When the first breath of Feng Xiong's blood flowed into Tang San's body, he felt the difference. Feng Xiong's bloodline aura is much purer than any Fenglang bloodline he has swallowed before, and the energy is very pure. So much so that he had just begun to swallow it, and the Windwolf brand inside his body burst into a dazzling blue light instantly, making Tang San's whole body covered with a green halo. Puff, 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 puff. A series of wind blade cutting sounds continued. Chapter 59 Bloodline of the Windwolf King. Feng Xiong was cut by the wind blades that followed and attacked at the same location and was directly smashed to the ground. The fur was finally cut, and it struggled desperately. In the second play, he almost got rid of Tang San. However, The attack on the vital neck of the neck was also unbearable at this time. When the 10th wind blade hits, its nerves in the back of the brain have been destroyed, and the entire majestic body quickly collapsed like a deflated leather ball. When the 15th wind blade fell, its cervical vertebrae had been severed. Tang San's eyes flickered, dispelling the last 3 wind blades. At this time, Feng Xiong was on the verge of death, leaving his last breath. Don't let its head be severed, as that will affect the swallowing of its blood. From the beginning to the end of the normal battle, it only took 10 breaths of time. It seemed simple, but in fact, Tang San himself had already tried his best. For bloodline branding skills are all used, plus his Tang sect's unique skills. Seems to take a shorter time, but in fact, this is directly related to Feng Xiong's response. Tang San could completely hide in the dark when releasing Feng Blade, but he chose to appear in front of Feng Xiong to paralyze the opponent. He is just a human 9-year-old child. He looks too inconspicuous. For any monster clan, he would not pay much attention to humans, let alone he is still so young. His thin body was completely disproportionate to Feng Xiong's. This will naturally make Feng Xiong feel contemptuous. When Feng Xiong was expelled and fled before, Tang San had been observing nearby, and had been observing its situation through the eye of Ling Shi. The timing of his shot is naturally the most appropriate. Feng Xiong's first thought was definitely to accelerate his escape, but he never expected that the opponent he faced would be so powerful. Tang San even broke out without leaving his hands, relying on his own tier 4 peak strength, the battle experience of a generation of gods, and even psychological control, coupled with the swallowing ability of Xiantian Gong. Only under the influence of multiple factors can the injured and weak Feng Xiong be taken down in such a short time. Xiantian Gong was fully activated, devouring the power of the blood in Feng Xiong's body, and at the same time swallowing the last bit of vitality in his body. The light in Feng Xiong's eyes gradually dimmed, and his body gradually dried up. But what Tang San felt was the power of blood pouring into his body like a torrent. Suddenly, his whole body aura suddenly soared, and his whole body's bones also made a series of cracking noises. Broke through. Yes, relying on the swallowing of Feng Xiong's bloodline, he broke through the peak of Tier 4 and entered Tier 5 in one fell swoop. Is not only the breakthrough of Xiantian Gong, the brand of the wind blade in his body also broke through at the same time, from the original blue and bicolor to the deep green, and the light continues to deepen. Is different. The blood of this Feng Xiong is different from the ordinary Feng Lang. Tang San had the judgment right away. Is it because it is a lord? Although he was the first time to swallow the power of the 5th order Windwolf, according to the previous experience of swallowing the 3rd and 4th order Windwolves, even if the 5th order is much stronger, it should not be such a huge qualitative change. To put it simply, there are still impurities in the blood power of the ordinary Windwolf, and Xiantian Gong needs to be transformed and filtered during the process of swallowing it. The power of Feng Xiong's bloodline was almost directly swallowed by Feng Blade brand, and there was no need to filter this process. The power of blood is extremely pure. Is like the difference between pure water and sewage. And it's still full. Swallowing a Feng Xiong, even more than the sum of all the Feng Lang bloodline marks that Tang San had swallowed before. Originally, he thought that it would not be enough to break through the 5th level of Xiantian Gong and swallow a Tier 5 powerhouse, but at this time he succeeded in one fell swoop. It can be seen that Feng Xiong's blood is extraordinary. But no matter what, I finally succeeded. In fact, Tang San had his own plan in his heart when he made a plan with the tiger-faced man that day and gained 300 breaths of time. Why did he come out in advance? Just to fish in troubled waters and take advantage of this opportunity to improve his own strength. In the beginning, he didn't actually covet Feng Xiong, the lord of Windwolf Town. He was not absolutely sure that he could win the 5th order Feng Xiong. After all, he was one tier short, and he did not possess the abilities of the previous life. It was very difficult to win the extremely strong Feng Xiong. What's more, there is also the high priest of Windwolf Town. So, he just wanted to take advantage of the chaos to absorb some of the blood power of Windwolf and Flash Leopard. He did the same before. And when Feng Xiong was expelled away, and his body's breath continued to fall due to the stimulation of his blood, Tang San immediately keenly controlled his chance. and such an opportunity is extremely rare. Sooner or later, he has to face the 4th-tier pinnacle to challenge the 5th-tier danger, because only by swallowing the 5th-tier blood can he break through the 5th-tier mysterious heavenly skill. What could be better than this opportunity? There is enough time, just take advantage of the trend. It turns out that he succeeded. Could not digest and absorb the energy that swallowed Feng Xiong. Fortunately, when Xian Tiangong broke through the 5th stage, Xian Tiangong had already absorbed a lot of energy while it was running on its own. Even so, it still made his whole body blue light, and the 5th order wind blade brand in his body was clearly on the 5th order. The level has advanced a lot. This is still the case when he has not been able to fully digest and absorb. Swallowed everything on Feng Xiong's body as much as possible, Tang San touched in Feng Xiong's clothes and quickly found a small bag. There should be coins inside. He didn't even bother to check it and quickly put the bag in his arms. Operate Xian Tiangong to suppress the brand of Windblade. At the same time, the Leopard Flash brand was triggered, and the figure turned into a yellow light flashing quickly. The yellow light flashed rapidly around Feng Xiong's corpse more than a dozen times, consuming some of the power of Xian Tiangong. Tang San only then looked for a direction, relying on Leopard Flash to use the most extravagant acceleration method to get away from the place. Just when he had just left for less than 10 breaths, the 2 figures had already fallen from the sky. The yellow light flickered, and the shining had already landed beside Feng Xiong's corpse. www.omplenovel.com at this time. This powerful 7th order flash leopard was also surprised. Followed, the high priest of Windwolf Town also came to the scene under the support of a whirlwind. When it saw Feng Xiong's corpse that fell to the ground, it couldn't help but let out a stern cry, and immediately jumped on it, the heart of Feng Lang in his hand fluctuating violently. Who killed it? Who is it? Wu Dash, the wolf howl in the mouth of the high priest of Windwolf Town, could be heard clearly even from 10 miles away. It's not me, the Shining said without hesitation. Seeing Feng Xiong's death, its first reaction was joy, and then doubt. Although the strength of the Lord of Windwolf Town has not broken through Tier 6, he should also have the level of Tier 5 peak. In such a short period of time, how could he die here? Before, it was still confronting the high priest of Windwolf Town in Windwolf Town, but the time of the 100 breaths had not ended yet, and the high priest of Windwolf Town suddenly changed his face and quickly came towards this side. Even though the Shining didn't know what was happening, it followed. Relying on its perception of Feng Xiong's breath, it came one step ahead. But he didn't expect to see Feng Xiong's body directly. When the high priest of Windwolf Town raised his head again, his eyes were already full of hatred. The Flash Leopard was done by your Flash Leopard clan. Do you know what you did? Do you know that it is flowing through the blood of the Windwolf King? The high priest of Windwolf Town roared almost frantically. I said, it wasn't me who did it. I don't know who did it. Shiningly said inwardly, at the same time it was taken aback. The blood of the Windwolf King? Will the bloodline of the Windwolf King be a little lord here? 3 shifts today, and another one later. Chapter 60. My son, I'm here. The high priest of Windwolf Town gasped and gasped. After all, it was still old and strong, forcibly stabilizing its emotions, suddenly opened its mouth and swallowed the heart of the Windwolf in its mouth. Suddenly, its whole body trembled violently, and the aura that had been around the 7th stage quickly fell, first to the 6th stage, and then to the 5th stage before it gradually stopped. He has also become more and more aging. The high priest of Fenglang Town kept roaring and screaming, but Feng Xiong's already somewhat shriveled corpse showed no signs of life anymore. The Shining stood by, eyes shining constantly, and it felt that it should leave here as soon as possible. The high priest in this town, and this dead little lord, I'm afraid it's not that simple. The high priest of Windwolf Town slowly stood up and looked at the Shining with scorching eyes. Then, it took a deep breath, and the eyes that had dimmed in its eyes became deep without knowing why. It seemed to imprint the appearance of the 7th Order Flash Leopard in front of him firmly in his heart. A whirlwind rippled up from its hand, holding up the corpse of Feng Xiong, the Lord of Windwolf Town, and slowly flying towards the direction of Windwolf Town. The Shining moved 2 steps under his feet, but he finally stopped. After thinking a little bit, look for a direction and leave quickly. Its purpose of coming this time has been achieved. It saved the little flash leopard who was still alive, and the culprit died. Also killed a lot of wind wolves, by the way. The only thing that makes it a little ambiguous now is that there seems to be something special between the high priest in Windwolf Town and the dead Windwolf Lord. But no matter how you say it, their flash leopard side is also on the ground. Let's go back and report to the clan. The high priest of Windwolf Town held the corpse of Lord Windwolf in his hands and slowly flew back to Dao Town until he reached the altar and slowly placed Feng Xiong's corpse in the center of the altar. It muttered something in its mouth, and the scarlet in its eyes became more and more intense. The altar slowly vibrated, and cyan light patterns slowly emerged on the surface of the altar. And above the altar, Feng Xiong's body also exudes a blue and blue color, and in that blue and blue color, there is also some mottled pale gold. Great Windwolf King, your children and grandchildren have been killed by others. Sacrifice with the blood of your children and grandchildren. I beg you to be fair to our mother and son. Oh, dash. The high priest of Windwolf Town raised his eyes to the sky and let out a stern roar, and a strong blue light, with brilliance, rose to the sky, and instantly rushed into the sky, turning into a huge blue-red light beam. The entire Windwolf Town vibrated violently after the light red beam appeared. In the wooden house, Wang Yanfeng, who had been waiting after the flash leopard's invasion, was surprised to see this beam of light rushing into the air. Looking at the direction of the altar in the distance, I felt a little dazed for a while. Whether it is him, Qiu Jing, the three Wang family brothers, and Ling Muxua, at this moment, they can feel that their blood is boiling and even emotionally affected. What is this? Fenglang Town is 5 kilometers west. Tang San lightly landed on the ground. Just as he looked around, a figure turned out from behind a big tree. It was the tiger-faced man from the Redemption Organization. Tiger-faced man made a gesture to Tang San, and Tang San hurriedly followed. Let's go. The tiger-faced man didn't say much, leading Tang San and headed away. At this moment, suddenly, the tiger-faced man seemed to feel something, suddenly stopped, and turned around to look. Tang San also felt it, because the Windwolf brand in his body was obviously throbbing. They saw that in the direction of Windwolf Town, a huge cyan beam of light rose into the sky, and traces of blood were mixed in the cyan beam, as if it had been polluted. What a great resentment. This is... The tiger-faced man's eyes changed drastically. Go, let's leave here first. I'm afraid that something has happened in Windwolf Town. While talking, he held it with one hand. Tang San's arm strode away, leading Tang San away quickly. Kerry City, Windwolf Ancestral House. In a room covered with all kinds of rare furs, an elderly windwolf is lying on a recliner for a dormant sleep. Suddenly, its body trembled suddenly, and instantly sat upright. It was only when he sat upright that he noticed that this old windwolf was about 2 meters tall and had a sturdy body. What's even more strange is that it looks similar to humans in most parts, except that the skin is light blue, and it has long blue and blue-haired www.mtlnovel.com. Every strand of hair exudes a faint cyan light. The dark green eyes are as deep as a bottomless pool. Who is it? How dare I kill my offspring? A deep roar sounded in its mouth. In the next instant, the entire Fenglang ancestral house shook. Kerry City Central Plaza side. The beautiful son, mother, daughter, and female shop assistants are all busy. The 3 people have a clear division of labor. Mei Gongzi's mother is responsible for making milk tea, Mei Gongzi is responsible for collecting money, and the female shop assistant is responsible for delivering a cup of milk tea to the customers. This time every evening is when they are busy. Kerry Plaza will also be more lively at this time. Of course, only some strong clan talents in Kerry City will move around here. Ah, the female salesperson suddenly exclaimed. Young Master Mei didn't respond much, but her mother Su Qin turned her head to look subconsciously. She was also surprised. A strong windwolf who just bought milk tea suddenly emits a strong blue light all over his body. At this time, the blue light emitted from its body also attracted Mei Gongzi's attention. Before they could inquire, the windwolf couldn't take care of it and took the milk tea, suddenly turned and ran away. On Kerry Square, the few windwolves are like blue lights suddenly lit in the dark, each accelerating and heading towards the Windwolf ancestral house. 2 days later, 2 figures, one large and one small, appeared not far from the gate of Kerry City. Both of them walked towards the gate with low eyebrows. The smaller human quietly raised his head and looked towards the tall tower in front of him. An arc can't help but outlines at the corner of the mouth. Kerry City, here I am. My son, I'm here. Chapter 61 Re-enter Kerry City. Outside Kerry City, the tiger-faced man stopped and quietly took off the mask on his face, revealing the middle-aged face that Tang San had seen. Far away, they can already see the tall walls of Kerry City and the towering mountains on both sides. Tang San still clearly remembered the obvious temperature difference inside and outside the city wall when he first came here. As one of the main cities of the monster clan, the prosperity of this city impressed him deeply. Of course, that is the prosperity that has nothing to do with human beings. Tang San, take this well. As he said, the tiger-faced man handed him a sign. Tang San took a look at the brand. The brand was cyan. It was carved from Fonling stone, and the quality was better than the Fonling stone he had seen. One side is carved with a wolf head, and the other side is carved with some monster clan characters. Probably recorded his name and the ethnic group he belonged to. This tribe is naturally the Windwolf tribe, but it no longer belongs to the Windwolf town, but to the Windwolf ancestral house in Kerry City. There is no doubt that this is an official vassal token. With this token, it also meant that Tang San had a formal identity in the world of monsters, a formal identity that would not be killed by monsters casually. Tokens. Remember, from now on, you are a human vassal of the Windwolf ancestral house. Your parents are also vassals serving the Windwolf king in the ancestral house, so you will take it at such a young age. It's the identity of the vassal. If you encounter an interrogation, just say so. This vassal identity token is real, and you are not afraid to check it. Don't panic when you encounter any inspections. Of course, you don't need to go to the Windwolf ancestral house. This is just an identity card that matches your own identity as a monster god, said the tiger-faced man. Senior, how should I call you? Tang San asked. Hearing his predecessor's call, the tiger-faced man was visibly stunned. Obviously, it was the first time he heard this name. Senior? That's correct. My name is Zhang Tianxiao, and I belong to Redemption Kerry City. The tiger-faced man said with a smile. Tang San said, then from now on, am I even joining the Redemption organization? Zhang Tianxiao shook his head and said, the organization still needs to conduct a series of investigations on you. Of course, the most important thing is to train you. The most important reason why you were selected by the organization at a young age is your talent. In the next study and practice, you must go all out. No matter how much daily said now, it doesn't make sense. Don't you want to avenge your mother? Then, you need stronger strength. There is also protection. To be good about yourself, you also need strength. Yeah. Tang San nodded. Zhang Tianxiao took Tang San into Kerry City. The gate of the city is no different from when I came last time. They marched along the edge of the road, actively avoiding any monsters. The temperature inside Kerry City is much higher than outside, and it is warm and comfortable. The city is still very lively, and when you look around, there are all kinds of monsters. The status of the various races of monsters can actually be distinguished from the area where they walk on the street. Those who dare to walk in the middle of the street are some powerful monster races. Of course, if they encounter a race stronger than them, they will also take the initiative to avoid it. This should be the class in the monster clan. Senior, where are we going now? Tang San asked in a low voice. Zhang Tianxiao glanced at him and said, go to college. College? Tang San couldn't help but stunned. For him, these two words are really profound. In his last life, on the Douluo Continent where he was located, the academy he entered at an early age later became the #1 academy in the mainland because of the excellence of their disciples. He still clearly remembered the slogan of the college he was in. Only monsters, but not ordinary people. After coming to the fairy continent, he never thought that there would be an academy in this world. Academy for the monster clan? I thought that the monster clan is a family inheritance teaching. Tang San said in surprise. Zhang Tianxiao said, so, in that remote town, your knowledge of the world will be blocked. Of course, the monster clan has its own academy, and there are obvious grades. But not all monsters are eligible to enter the academy. Yes, the academy of the monster clan is only open to the nobles of the monster clan. Only the nobles are eligible to enter, and the cost is extremely expensive. However, what I want to take you to is not the academy belonging to the monster clan, but our own academy, Redemption Academy. Tang San was taken aback. Redemption Academy? Does the organization have its own academy? This was indeed something he never expected. What is the status of human beings in this world? He has seen clearly over the years, let alone redemption or rebellion. Even if it is a human vassal attached to the monster tribe, can it have its own academy? Zhang Tianxiao just said that even if it is a monster clan, not everyone can enter the academy to study. Zhang Tianxiao smiled mysteriously and said, "When we arrive, you will know. Redemption has existed for many years, and we must have our own way. Otherwise, wouldn't it have already died out? Can survive such a powerful tribe of fairies? We naturally have some means." Kerry City is very big. Although he had been here once, Tang San was not familiar with the terrain here. But Zhang Tianxiao was obviously very familiar. He walked very fast, leading Tang San through the streets and alleys, walking around the city. Walked for a full hour and a half. According to Tang San's judgment, they should be in the eastern part of Kerry City www.intelnovel.com, and they are closer to the city center. Zhang Tianxiao slowed down. Tang San looked around. He found that the street they were traveling on at this time was very wide, and the right side, which was the east side, was at the foot of rolling hills. This mountain is naturally the natural barrier wall of Kerry City. The foot of the mountain stretches down into the city, and the edge of the foot of the mountain is where they are now. On the hillside, there are also many buildings with undulating hills, but around these buildings, various tall vegetation stands, covering those buildings. Zhang Tianxiao introduced as he walked. The most prosperous and high-status place in Kerry City is the downtown area. Only the ancestral houses of the major tribes can be built there. The east is the highest level area except the city center. Generally, there are nobles who can be independent of the races. In other words, if you are a noble class of the Windwolf tribe, then you are eligible to buy and build houses to live by yourself. You don't have to be dependent on the race. The monsters and nobles here are also the richest. Tang San kept his words in mind, which is obviously very important for understanding Kerry City. He is only 9 years old now, and the beautiful sun is in this city. He knows that he will probably live here for a long time in the future. It is very important to know more about where you live and to have a better understanding of nature. The two continued to move forward. Far away, there was a dense forest in front of them. Until they reached the forest, Tang San discovered that there was a wide avenue extending inward in the middle of the forest. As soon as Zhang Tianxiao turned the corner, he walked towards the woods. Walking along the avenue into the woods area, Tang San suddenly felt that the surrounding air had obviously become fresher, and the vitality of the world was very abundant and comfortable. Chapter 62, Kerry College. The richness of the vitality of the heavens and the earth in Kerry City was originally stronger than that of the outside world, and the concentration of the vitality of the heavens and the earth here was even higher than that of other areas in Kerry City, at least the areas he had visited. If you practice in this place, you will definitely get twice the result with half the effort. It is indeed a very good place. Has been walking for 10 minutes. Tang San could feel the terrain rising and falling, and from a distance, a tall wall appeared in front of them. These tall courtyard walls are all built from the trunks of giant trees, and they are 15 meters high. It is impossible to see the inside of the courtyard walls from the outside. There are 2 gates on the front. Apart from the gates of Kerry City, this is the largest gate that Tang San has ever seen in the world. The gate is higher than the wall next to it. A huge plaque hangs from the top. There are a few big characters written on it. Kerry College. Tang San read the 4 words. Zhang Tianxiao nodded and said, "Yes, it is Kerry Academy. This is also the highest level academy in the entire Kerry City. There is such a higher academy in every main city of the monster tribe and the spirit tribe. Only those with excellent talents or nobles are qualified to study here. There are many entry barriers for entering higher education institutions, including age, cultivation base, birth, and bloodline, which must be assessed. Only qualified people are eligible to enter here. This is our Salvation Academy." Tang San asked in confusion. The corner of Zhang Tianxiao's mouth twitched. "What are you thinking about? If we can have this kind of academy, will we humans still be a vassal? Come with me." As he said, he pulled Tang San and didn't move on to Kerry. In the direction of the college, he walked into the mountains and forests along an inconspicuous path beside him. Walking in the mountains and forests, basically walking around the outer wall of Kerry College. He walked along the outer wall for a long time, and then continued to move higher, seemingly to the side and rear of Kerry College. In the distance, a house appeared in Tang San's field of vision. Because of the tall courtyard wall, Tang San could not see the inside of Kerry Academy before, and the wooden house in front of him felt quite familiar, similar to the original buildings in Windwolf Town. These wooden houses were just outside the thick walls of Kerry College, when Tang San followed Zhang Tianxiao's approach. Suddenly I saw that the area of this wooden house was basically human. Someone saw Zhang Tianxiao coming back and greeted him with a smile. "Lao Zhang, you're back. Have a drink tonight." "No, I just came back, a little tired," Zhang Tianxiao said with a smile. "Tired? Did you do something bad?" "Ha ha. The atmosphere here is surprisingly relaxed. Walking into this small town-like area, what Tang San sees are all human beings." Feeling the surrounding atmosphere, he suddenly felt like a world away. There are not a few human beings living here, let alone thousands of people. What surprised him was that among these thousands of people, everyone does not have that slave-like numbness. Most people are self-conscious, just like people in his previous life. Thousands of people. Are all vassals? Are there so many vassals in Kerry City? Moreover, the atmosphere here is very different from the atmosphere of other humans he has seen in other places. At least the humans here walk straight up. Here it's, Tang San just said this, but his mouth was covered. "The name I told you, only you know it. Don't say it, understand?" Zhang Tianxiao whispered. "Yeah." Tang San nodded. Zhang Tianxiao took him into the town and said as he walked, "Is it weird why there are so many people here, and they are obviously not slaves?" Tang San nodded. Zhang Tianxiao said, "That's because this town exists because of Kerry College. Whether it is a monster or a ghost clan, it is very important to cultivate offspring. Higher colleges are very high in these two clans. Status. Almost every dean of a higher education college is concurrently served by the city lord. The highest level institution is in the Holy City. The ancestors own the place there. Therefore, the level of the Kerry College is even in the city lord's mansion. Above, and here, regardless of race, as long as the monster clan who can be admitted to study is an elite. And our town exists for the service of Kerry College. Understand?" Tang San suddenly came across. No wonder this town is dependent on Kerry College. Indeed, such a huge college still needs a lot of resources and services. Although human beings don't have any talents, at most they have some strength by relying on the demon transformation. But human beings are ingenious and dexterous, and it is naturally very suitable to serve the college as a vassal. At the same time, he also understood that the so-called Redemption Academy of the Redemption Organization should be in this town. Only with this high-ranking academy covering up, the Redemption Organization can exist in this place. It should be one of the most important strongholds. Zhang Tianxiao led Tang San to a wooden house in the back of the town, opened the courtyard door, and walked in. He took Tang San into the wooden house and told him to take a rest here, and then left. Zhang Tianxiao left. Tang San observed the surroundings. Although the layout of the wooden house was simple, the daily necessities seemed to be readily available. The vitality of the world here is very strong. Although I don't know how it compares with the inside of Kerry Academy, it is at least much stronger than Windwolf Town. It is much richer than Kerry City. How far is this place from the Mei Gongzi milk tea shop in the city center? After you settle down, you must first explore the way. Tang San thought to himself. Thousands of human vassals live here. This is also the first piece of pure land he has ever seen for human survival. At least it's a pure land compared to places I've seen before. Not long, Zhang Tianxiao is back. There was also a tall man who came with him. This man also looks about 30 or 40 years old, and he is 2 meters away. The body is very strong, with bare arms, showing granite-like muscles. He has a firm face, but his eyes are very peaceful. "Is that him?" the tall man asked Zhang Tianxiao. Zhang Tianxiao is obviously very respectful to him. "Yes, I tested it. If you don't worry www.mtlnovel.com, please test it yourself." The middle-aged man nodded silently and said to Tang San, "Follow me." Tang San didn't say anything, He was at ease when he came. Right now, he stood up, followed the middle-aged man and Zhang Tianxiao, and walked out. The status of the middle-aged man in the town is obviously not low. When anyone sees him on the road, he will take the initiative to greet him. Mayor. This is what everyone calls him. This middle-aged man is the mayor of the town. The human mayor, not sent by the monster clan. This is a bit strange, Tang San thought to himself. But he didn't ask much, he just followed behind the middle-aged man. Came to a wooden house at the back of the town. The mayor and Zhang Tianxiao led Tang San in. This wooden house is obviously larger, and there is not much decoration inside, but it looks like it has a very strong atmosphere of life. The mayor looked at Tang San calmly and said, "Introduce yourself, including what you are good at." Tang San said, "My name is Tang San. I come from Windwolf Town. I am 9 years old. I have the ability to transform into Windwolf, and I am good at wind blade manipulation," he said concisely. Listening to Tang San's neither humble nor overbearing voice, the mayor narrowed his eyes, then turned to look at Zhang Tianxiao. "You said before that he was tier 4? Zhang Tianxiao nodded and said, "Yes. I have played against him, and I can't stop his wind blade. The wind blade he controls is the most sophisticated I have ever seen." I also asked Wang Yinfeng. Wang Yinfeng said he seems to have met our people when he was young and received some guidance. However, he can cultivate to the 4th level at a young age, and his talent is indeed quite good. Thanks to the leader, Zheng Mingqi, a Tangman idol. The world of demon change will gradually unfold. Thank you for your support. Chapter 63 Exposed. The mayor frowned thoughtfully and said, "Okay, give him to me. You go to rest first, it's hard for you. This time things are more troublesome than we thought. Windwolf Ancestral House, there is a lot of movement over there. Go and cooperate with Zheng Mingqi to make things clear." "Yes." Zhang Tianxiao respectfully saluted the mayor, then turned around and walked out of the wooden house. As soon as he left, naturally only Tang San and the mayor were left in the wooden house. The mayor looked at him calmly, and Tang San also returned his calm gaze. "Do you want to die or live?" the mayor suddenly said. Tang San was stunned, and the next moment, he felt a kind of swelling of hairs in an instant. A powerful murderous intent, as if it were the substance, suddenly burst out from the mayor sitting on the chair. The terrifying murderous aura made the surrounding air become cold, and even the light in the entire wooden house became dim at this instant. It seemed that at this moment, they had moved from the original wooden house to another place. Tang San subconsciously stepped back half a step. The mysterious heavenly power in his body circulated rapidly. Although he didn't know why the opponent would suddenly kill himself, but at this time, self-preservation is undoubtedly the most important. In the next instant, the mayor moved. He grasped the void with his right hand, and at the same time, a low roar suddenly sounded in Tang San's ears. The roar came so suddenly that Tang San only felt that in that roar, his brain was instantly dizzy. But at the same time, Tang San's emotional and eye stress reaction, a touch of pale gold appeared in his eyes for an instant. Let him barely wake up for a few minutes, and the mysterious heavenly power circulates at high speed, and the heavy armor technique is suddenly released. Facing life and death, he didn't dare to have any reservations. Relying solely on his own perception, his hands circled in front of him. Draw a semicircle each. The soft Xiantian gong led the sharp aura to the side. At the same time, Tang San's body also moved like lightning. The ghost shadow fan spread out step by step and rushed straight to the window. The reason why it is a window instead of a door is because the windows are closer together. Huh. The mayor let out a soft huh. In the next instant, Tang San only felt that the surrounding air suddenly became hot, and under his incisive eyes, he was shocked to discover that the air in the entire wooden house was completely filled with fire elements. The huge fire element expelled all other elements. The incomparable breath went straight to cover his body. The blazing heat instantly dried up his clothes. Xian Tian Gong operates the body protection, overlapping with the heavy armor technique, and a layer of white light like armor appears on the surface of the skin. Resisting the blazing energy, at the same time, Tang San's figure flashed, and leopard flashed out. I arrived at the window almost instantly. "You can't go." A deep voice sounded in my ears. In the next instant, the surrounding fire element suddenly disappeared, and the blazing heat disappeared. What could be replaced was an incomparably strong attraction, sucking his body abruptly and flying out. At this moment, Tang San gave up resisting. His face was full of helplessness. Can't resist. This is completely crushing the average level gap. Even if he has a variety of skills, it will not have any effect under this level of gap. The mayor had already stood up at this time, just in front of the seat before him. In the palm of his right hand, there was a dark red light. That huge suction burst out from this dark red, sucking with Tang San's body. He couldn't get rid of it at all. Where is Tier 4? Good fellow, this is just the 5th step. It's unexpected. The mayor looked at the child in front of him in surprise. Compared to Tang San's astonishment at his cultivation level, he himself was actually even more astonished. A 9-year-old child, Tier 4 is already extremely amazing. What's more, it is not the 4th level, but a higher level. The mayor retracted his right hand, and Tang San was already standing in front of him. He looked a little pale, and his eyes still smelled of horror. Of course, this panic is a pretense. When he knew he couldn't resist, Tang San actually had some guesses in his mind, and also a little annoyed. Because if his guess is correct, then he shouldn't have dealt with it like this just now. It's really exposed too much. At this moment, his thoughts turned, thinking about how to deal with the situation in front of him. You are really not easy. The mayor stared at Tang San sharply, but in the depths of his eyes, he was full of shock at this time. Yes, Tang San's guess was correct, and the mayor suddenly shot him, more for testing. Because with the mayor's cultivation base, when he first saw Tang San, he already felt Tang San's cultivation base. Although Tang San was already working hard to suppress it, there was a huge gap in level, as well as fluctuations in blood. It is very difficult to completely cover up. At least Tang San couldn't do it now. That's why the mayor burst out murderous and tried. But this temptation didn't matter. In the face of a life-and-death crisis, Tang San's erupted potential and abilities really surprised the town chief. Tang San simply lowered his head and said nothing. Sighed secretly in his heart. Since this rebirth, after all, he has been affected by the weakness of the body itself, and his judgment has diminished. If this were before, how could I not feel that the other party was just a test? The heavy armor technique was exposed, and the leopard flash was exposed. Lingxi Xinyan didn't know if it was also exposed. These abilities appear on one person at the same time, but they completely violate the principle of demon god transformation. The mayor's originally calm eyes were obviously a little bit stranger, and it couldn't be more clear where this strangeness came from. Let's talk about it. What's going on? The mayor said lightly. Why can you have the abilities of several races at the same time? Tang San still lowered his head without speaking. The mayor sat down again so that he could see Tang San's face. I just felt that your cultivation level has reached the 5th level. You read www.yuukongshu.com before trying it out. There is no other meaning. The point that you are a human cannot be changed. We will also investigate your origin. Yes, it is very clean. However, your abilities are completely out of the scope of our investigation. Tang San slowly raised his head and looked at the mayor. At this time, he already had a plan in his heart. The worst result is that the other party covets his own Xiantian Gong and tortures himself severely. His last move was naturally to arouse his own sense of consciousness, burst out with all his strength, not to mention destroying this place. But at least there is no problem to escape. Even the mayor, who is obviously much higher than his own level, can be killed by the explosion of divine consciousness. But if he did that, it would be even more difficult for him to gain a foothold in Kerry City. This is the worst plan. But his current ability has been discovered. This is still a troublesome thing. There are some things that can only be said. Mayor, I didn't deliberately conceal it. It's just, my ability seems to be different from ordinary monsters and gods. I'm afraid. Tang San whispered. At this time, I have to act. The mayor said solemnly. Does Wang Yinfeng know about this? Tang San shook his head quickly. You are the first to know. The mayor seemed to relax a little bit. Okay, let's talk about it. How did you get this ability? Tang San said. When I was young, I was playing in the woods one day, and then I encountered a seriously injured human. He was chased by the monsters of the Windwolf tribe. At that time, I was scared to hide behind the tree when I saw them fighting each other. Later, I saw him struggling to kill the wind wolves who were chasing him. But he couldn't afford to be seriously injured. The mayor nodded. Regarding Tang San's advice when he was a child, he heard Zhang Tianxiao report that the news came from Wang Yanfeng. Chapter 60 for the mayor's response. Tang San continued. I went out boldly and wanted to help him. He saw that I was a human, so he told me that he was going to do it, and then handed me a book. He told me to join the redemption organization in the future. The book will be destroyed when it is memorized. Book? The mayor said in surprise. What book? Tang San said. That book is called Zuanshan Bailu. It records some cultivation methods. At that time, I didn't awaken the demon gods at all. Then I wrote down the contents of that book as he said. The book burned. I was afraid of forgetting it, so I recited every day, and then gradually learned some peculiar abilities. This ability is called Xiantian Gong. At the time, I didn't know what it was for, until one time I accidentally encountered one. From Feng Lang's body, I felt that Xiantian Gong seemed to have absorbed something from him, and after that, I had the power of Windblade. Hearing what he said, the mayor couldn't help but clench the armrests on both sides of the chair. But he didn't interrupt Tang San. Tang San has been paying attention to the changes in his expression. From the mayor's eyes, he did not see greed, but nervousness and thinking. Tang San continued. Later, I continued to practice, and the mysterious power was improving. The mysterious power seemed to be divided into 9 levels. Each level corresponds to the first level of the monster clan. I absorbed some of the Windwolf abilities through touch. I can control the Windblade, but I cannot complete the real Windwolf transformation myself. Under the cover of Teacher Wang, I passed the preliminary test of the vassal, and then I became his student and learned under his guidance. But I don't actually know how to change into Windwolf. I just know profound heaven art and Windblade. Then how do you control the Windblade? You learned it from that book? The mayor asked. Tang San nodded. Yes. The mayor said. Do you remember the name of the person who gave you the book? Tang Sandao. He seems to be called Zhu Jiesin. Zhu Jiesin. Hearing this name, the mayor obviously moved his eyes. He obviously knew the name. When Zhu Jiesin gave you the book, did he tell you where it came from? Tang San shook his head. There is no evidence of death. The mayor thoughtfully said. Then you later swallowed the abilities of monsters of other races. Are you in a collision contest? Tang San was not surprised at all. The other party had already investigated clearly what he had experienced. Corresponding to the leopard flash, heavy armor spell, and mind eyes that he had cast before, it happened to be similar to the abilities of several monsters in the collision contest. The mayor took a deep breath. Your ability is incredible. Tang San tentatively asked. I can tell you the method of cultivation. Do you want to learn it? No. The mayor blurted out almost instantly. The fire element in the surrounding air had obviously become richer again, but this time it was not aimed at Tang San, but completely sealed off the breath in the entire room. The mayor stood up, frowning. Tang San could clearly feel that his body was in a state of tension. The mayor was pacing in the room. His pace was uneven, showing his emotional anxiety at this time. After a long while, he returned to Tang San's face, but his face was a little bitter. The ability you learned from this book is very special. However, for salvation, it is not necessarily a good thing. At least it is not a good thing now. Xiantian Gong only has 9 layers, right? Tang San nodded. Of course, he wouldn't say that he could cultivate to the level of the king by himself. The cultivation method after Jiuzhong was created by himself. After he was discovered that his ability was special, he chose to tell the half-truth. After all, he is still a child in the eyes of the mayor, and it is impossible for the mayor to judge how many true and how many false in his words. The mayor looked at him with complicated eyes and said, Tang San, you remember what I said. From now on, don't tell anyone what you just told me. Except me, there will be no more in the redemption. Does anyone know? I will not report to the organization. Tang San was stunned for a moment. He really didn't expect the mayor to have such a reaction. Originally, he thought that the first request of the mayor should be to give the cultivation method of Xiantian Gong. In fact, he does not reject this. If more people can become stronger through the practice of Xiantian Gong, so that human beings will become stronger with it, that is naturally a good thing. In the world of his previous life, Xiantian Gong was almost spread by him. It only exists as a basic exercise. An individual's strength can't be represented by a single mysterious technique. Mayor, I am willing to record Xiantian Gong to contribute to the organization. This should belong to redemption in the first place. Tang San said. The mayor glanced at him unexpectedly, but instantly shook his head without hesitation and said, "No. Later, you can dictate to me the cultivation method of Xiantian Gong. I just need to learn from it. But that's it. About the matter, you must never tell anyone except me." Tang San asked unclearly, "Why?" The mayor smiled bitterly. "I can feel that you are much more mature than children of the same age. The reason why you are not allowed to tell the existence of this mysterious power is because there are several problems. First of all, the upper limit of mysterious power is only 9 layers. Moreover, no one has ever practiced except you. At least I have never heard of it. In the end, we don't know how far it can be achieved through practice. The high probability is that it can be compared to the 9th level of the monster family and the spirit family. And if it is only the 9th rank, it is impossible to make our human beings so powerful. The real big demon, celestial spirit, strength is not what we can imagine. Secondly, although Xiantian Gong cannot be cultivated to a higher level, but its particularity of being able to learn the abilities of a variety of monsters and spirits is too terrifying. It can allow us humans to cultivate through it, learn the abilities of the monsters and spirits. But there is no need to obtain the monsters and gods through blood inheritance. This will subvert the entire human learning method. It also makes it easier for us humans to have abilities." Tang San said in confusion, "Isn't this a good thing?" The bitterness on the mayor's face became more serious. "Good thing? This is a big bad thing that will bring humanity to the end. Let's ask, if the monster tribe and the spirit tribe know that they have high intelligence, we can learn by swallowing it. How will they react to their ability? It is possible to kill them all. Do you think this is a good thing?" Tang San suddenly realized it when he said this. After all, he is not familiar enough with the world, and the mayor's worries are real. Once the monster tribe and the spirit tribe know that human beings can devour their ability to learn them through Xiantian Gong, the reaction will be devastating. This is still when he hasn't told the mayor that the devouring can even the monster to death. The mayor took a deep breath and said, "Therefore, besides you, no one can know the existence of this mysterious art. For you, we will take good care of you, and you will continue to practice. However, we must not reveal this again. Don't even reveal your ability. Otherwise, it will definitely bring us human disasters. Do you understand? It's too difficult for humans to survive in front of the 2 races of fairies. We are gradually seeing one point. Dawn. Even your profound heaven skill can be said to be one of dawn, but it cannot be discovered." Tang San certainly wouldn't have revealed these abilities when he was in crisis of life and death, but he still nodded. Chapter 65 Apprentice. The mayor's eyes flickered. Of course, if you encounter a strong enemy in the future and are at risk of annihilation, you can naturally use it. I hope to see that you can cultivate Xiantian Gong to the highest level as soon as possible, and let us evaluate it. What kind of effect can the highest level of profound heavenly art play? At that time, we can decide whether to spread this unique school. The reason why you tell me is to have one more backup record, but it is only limited to you and me. Haven't you taught Xiantian Gong to others? Can also be used when it can kill people." Tang San muttered silently in his heart. Tang San shook his head. "I have only taught Teacher Wang how to control the wind blade. Actually, he tried on Ling Mushua whether he could learn profound sky art, but Ling Mushua didn't know that it was profound sky art. Because there had been a demon change, the attempt was also a failure. He didn't say that he didn't want to trouble Ling Mushua and the others anymore." The mayor's reaction was beyond Tang San's expectations, but it was also acceptable. Although his current strength of spiritual power is not high, there is no problem with the bit of spiritual knowledge hidden in the spiritual power to judge whether a person's words are sincere. "Okay, remember, what you said to me today must never be mentioned to any outsider. Also including within our organization, don't tell anyone. For all your circumstances, I will record a confidential file. This if I live, no one will be able to see it, even if it is a higher level existence in the organization than me. Once I die, the person who succeeds me will get this file and continue to keep it with you the connection between them. The fewer people you know, the safer you will be." Having said that, he paused for a moment, and there seemed to be a light flashing in the depths of his eyes. If it can be proved in the near future that the exercises you practice can be raised to a higher level, then maybe we humans have our own opportunity. Tang San didn't know what to say except for nodding his head. When the mayor discovered his secret, he was actually ready to kill. His biggest trump card is that bit of spiritual knowledge brought from the previous life. Once it breaks out, he believes that it is still possible to solve most of the problems. But it is precisely because of this that once he uses it, his divine consciousness is consumed, and it is impossible to recover before he reaches the level. What Tang San didn't expect was that the mayor's reaction seemed better than the best situation he expected. Not only will he keep the secret, but he will even keep it secret. This also made Tang San couldn't help taking a higher look at the redemption organization. Apply a teacher, the mayor said suddenly. Tang San was taken aback. Apprentice? The mayor looked at him, his eyes calmed again. Otherwise. Okay, what else can Tang San say? People are under the eaves. At the moment, he directly bowed to the ground and bowed. Teacher. The mayor nodded in satisfaction, and a smile appeared on his calm face. Little San, if one day in the future it can be proved that the exercises you practice are suitable for all mankind, the teacher hopes that you can agree to contribute it. For the sake of our humanity, Rise contributes an important force. Tang San secretly slandered. Don't you already know it? What do you want me to contribute? The mayor said, My name is Zhang Haoshuan. My demon is the Flame Tiger King. The Flame Tiger ranks second among the tiger monsters, second only to the golden bloodline of the Tiger Emperor. Tier 9. Ninth Order? Tang San's heart was shaken. This can be said to be the most powerful existence he has seen since he came into this world. Although he felt completely unable to resist when he was fighting just now he heard Zhang Haoshuan personally said it. He understood the extent of this cultivation base. If compared with his previous life, this one is equivalent to standing at the pinnacle below the Spirit Master level, comparable to the existence of Title Douluo. And listening to what he said, the bloodline power of his demon transformation was quite good. The tiger is the king of the beasts. The tiger monsters should be among the best in the entire monster family, right? The flame tiger is also ranked second among the tiger monsters. The blood of the flame tiger king, this is really not weak. The mayor said, From now on, you will be a part of the redemption. According to your cultivation base, you could have directly become the orange redemption. But in order to cover up your strength, let's start with the original red redemption. Before Tang San asked, the mayor continued, In our salvation, every member is graded. Only members of different levels can obtain different levels of authority. There are 7 major levels. They correspond to each other. The colors of the rainbow are red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple. The red level is the lowest, and the purple level is the highest. You are a newcomer, and you are naturally red level salvation. Accumulation of merits can be upgraded. In order to encourage everyone to improve their cultivation and accelerate cultivation, follow the rules of the organization regardless of the accumulation of merits. Tier 5 exists. As long as you are a full member of the organization, you can upgrade to the orange level. This is why I said you can have the orange level just now. When you reach the 7th level, you can naturally be promoted to the yellow level. The 9th level corresponds to the green level. This is also the limit at which the level can be directly promoted. The higher level 3, in addition to the strong level, must also the organization makes a huge contribution. Only then can you qualify for it. Rainbow level 7. It's kind of interesting. Tang San muttered silently in his heart. Teacher, what level are you at? Tang San asked curiously. Zhang Haoshuan said, I am a junior. Green level and above are considered to be the high-level organization. Here in Kerry City, I am one of the main persons in charge, responsible for handling daily affairs. Tang Sandow. Then are you the highest level redeemer here? Zhang Haoshuan shook his head and said, No, there are 2 other people with higher salvation levels than me, but the situation is quite special. www.novel.com do not directly manage the organization here. Kerry City is still I am responsible for the main responsibility. Understood. Listening to his narration, Tang San understood a little bit about the redemption organization. Zhang Haoshuan said, In order to hide your identity and not be discovered by the monsters, there is a special secret method within the organization to verify your identity. I will brand the secret method on the back of your hand. When a higher level redeemer is in front of you, you can use it. The secret method can detect your mark. At the same time, you can also show your own mark to let the other party find out the authenticity, so that you can help each other if necessary. Teacher, are the people in this town all our organization? Tang San asked a question he most wanted to know. Zhang Haoshuan shook his head and said, of course not. How could we have so many members? There are so many people, and once exposed, it will be a disaster. About 1% of the talents in the town belong to the organization. Who will you be? Gradually no. So you have to hide your identity. This is why I accept you as a disciple, so that you have a normal identity on the bright side. You don't have to worry about anything. You just need to practice hard. That's it. I will tell you briefly about the situation in the town. Our town relies on the existence of Kerry College, so it is also called College Town. It is dedicated to the service of Kerry College. Therefore, many times, some people in the town will go to the academy for some work. Relatively speaking, as a vassal, we get better treatment in the academy. At least the monsters here are relatively high quality and will not easily hurt the vassal. In the academy, work is also a kind of experience, and sometimes it has some benefits for us. You will know this in the future. I will also let you enter the academy for experience when appropriate. Chapter 66 read. That's it. Tang San nodded. If 1%, according to the scale of several thousand people here, there are dozens of people who really belong to the redemption organization, that's really not much. But a tighter organization is obviously a good thing. To be more specific, the teacher who he newly worshipped shouldn't tell him for the time being. After all, he just joined the redemption. Teacher, I heard Senior Zhang Tianxiao say that our side is called Salvation Academy? Zhang Haoshuan nodded and said, yes, the most important task here is to train reserve talents for the organization. Because it is adjacent to Kerry College, it can also use some of the resources in Kerry College. Therefore, within the organization, from now on, you are part of the Redemption Academy. You can study with others. Okay. Tang San nodded. He was born with a sense of closeness to the two words academy. Zhang Haoshuan continued. I will first imprint you and establish your Redeemer status. Then I will take you to our Redemption Academy to report. You must bear in mind my instructions to you. Any information about Xiantian Gong must not be disclosed. Also, don't use the marks of other Monster Clan abilities in front of people. You have only one ability, the Wind Blade. Yes. The brand mark is a bit like a tattoo. Zhang Haoshuan used a thin needle dipped in a special liquid to tattoo a mark on the back of Tang San's right hand. The mark is a bit like a snowflake, but the curve of the line should be more obvious. After that, it turned red. The red snowflakes seem to have a poignant feeling. The imprint lines are good. When the juice on it is completely absorbed, it disappears on the skin's surface naturally. After Zhang Haoshuan's guidance, in order to show the imprint, what is needed is the power of stimulating the blood in the body, flowing under the skin in a special rhythm, and it will appear, which is very strange. Let's go. I'll take you to the academy. After finishing this, Zhang Haoshuan nodded in satisfaction, followed him out of the wooden house, and Tang San subconsciously glanced at the place where his hand was previously imprinted. From this moment on, he really became a member of the Redemption. I don't know how this day will be recorded in the history of the fairy continent in the future. If you can return to the glory of the past in the future, then today may be a day worth remembering. Zhang Haoshuan led Tang San to the back of the college town. Almost halfway up the mountain, he stopped in front of a wooden house. The wood used in the construction of this wooden house is biased towards the color of the rock, so it is not easy to find it if you don't look carefully when you look at this side of the town before. And when you get close, you can see that there is actually a large wooden house here. This place halfway up the mountain is a platform, with dozens of wooden houses faintly enclosed in a circle. Just approaching the wooden house, a figure appeared in front of them. This was a teenager, who looked 13 or 14 years old. When he saw Zhang Haoshuan, he smiled and said, Mayor, you are here. Zhang Haoshuan nodded to him. I will bring the newcomer over. The young man looked at Tang San with a look of surprise. Such a young newcomer. Didn't you say that we won't come here until we are 12 years old after testing? Why do you talk so much? Lead the way ahead. Zhang Haoshuan said irritably. The boy was obviously afraid of him, so he turned around and walked ahead. Passed through the front wooden house. Behind the wooden house is a very open yard. The surrounding yard is made up of other wooden houses, a bit like a large courtyard. The mayor is here, the boy shouted. Suddenly, a dozen people emerged from the wooden house. The reason I say it is drilling, because these are young people who seem to be young, and all of them are very active. After them, only a few adults followed. Tang San stood beside Zhang Haoshuan and watched coldly. He found that there are more young boys than girls here. The blood and breath are different, but they are obviously not weak. This is not the strength of strength, but the strength of the bloodline itself. It seems that those who can enter the Redemption Academy should not have low requirements for talent. And these teenagers are also looking at him curiously. Judging from his age, Tang San was obviously younger than them. Zhang Haoshuan clapped his hands and focused everyone's attention on him. This is my new disciple. His name is Tang San. Starting today, he is also studying in the academy. Laoban, you can arrange it. A middle-aged man with a medium build and an elegant appearance came to him and said with some surprise, "Your new disciple? Have you accepted a disciple?" Zhang Haoshuan nodded. "This kid is special and has a promising future. I will tell you later. You can arrange it first." "Okay." Laoban nodded to him without saying anything. Zhang Haoshuan turned to Tang San and said, "This is the director of Guanlongjiang, the person in charge of the college. He will arrange your daily life and study. I will come to you regularly. I have something to do. Let's go first. Don't forget that I'm right today. Your advice." "Yes, teacher." Tang San nodded. Zhang Haoshuan took Guanlongjiang to the side and said something to him alone, and then he was about to leave. "Teacher." Tang San quickly stepped forward and stopped Zhang Haoshuan. "What's wrong? You have to adapt slowly to the new environment." Zhang Haoshuan thought that Tang San was a little timid when he came to an unfamiliar environment. Tang San said, "I'm definitely able to adapt. I want to ask you, can I go out usually? For example, go to the city to buy something for life." Guanlongjiang beside couldn't help but glance at him in surprise. Zhang Haoshuan said, "Try not to go out. If you have to go out, then you need to ask for a leave of absence from Director Guan. You can go out only after getting approval, and you must return on the same day." "Good teacher. Can go out. How can I meet Mei Gongzi if I don't go out?" Return to Kerry City www.mtlnovel.com for Tang San. The most important thing is to meet the beautiful sun. Zhang Haoshuan then left. Guanlongjiang said, "Come on, Tang San. Come and meet everyone with me." As he said, he took Tang San to the center of the yard again. Guanlongjiang said, "There are currently 16 students in our college, including you. If the teacher counts me and the mayor, there are 5. I will introduce you to the other 3 teachers first." While talking, he first pointed to a beautiful woman who looked about 25 or 6 years old. "This is Teacher Mu Yunyu, mainly in charge of your daily life and physical training." Mu Yunyu is tall, about 1.7 meters tall, wearing a cyan dress. Her eyes are soft as water. Her big eyes are flowing, full of affinity and a touch of delicate feeling. But Tang San found that when Guanlongjiang introduced her, the other students around obviously showed a bit of fear. The inner part of this teacher, Mu, might not be too consistent with the surface situation she showed. "Hello, Teacher Mu." Tang San immediately saluted Mu Yunyu. Mu Yunyu smiled slightly. Her voice was a bit whiffy. "Hello, Xiao Tang San. Welcome to join the academy. You are too thin, and you need to strengthen your physical training in the future." "Thank you, teacher." Tang San nodded immediately, but the smell of babbling made him feel a little goosebumps. Guanlongjiang frowned, coughed, and pointed at another middle-aged human. Teacher Mu Yunqing is the elder brother of Teacher Mu Yunyu, responsible for actual combat courses. Mu Yunqing doesn't look like Mu Yunyu at all. This tall figure and rugged face carries a bit of boldness. It's hard to imagine that he and Mu Yunyu, tender and beautiful, are actually brothers and sisters. Chapter 67. Read White. The last teacher is an old man. Guanlongjiang chose to introduce him last. Obviously, this person has a higher status. Teacher Saru is responsible for all kinds of knowledge and teaching about the demon and change. I am responsible for social practice. Xinjin, the chief, oversees the entire college. Tang San bowed to several teachers all the time. Among these teachers, the one who impressed him the most was the unremarkable old man. Sira looked like he was in his 50s or 60s. He was a little bit crouched. He was not tall, his hair was white, his appearance was ordinary, and his face always had a faint smile. He looked amiable. When Guanlongjiang introduced him, The students almost showed smiles on their faces. Obviously, they had a very good impression of the teacher. But among these teachers, only this one touched Tang San's spiritual consciousness. Tang San knew what it meant to be able to touch his spiritual sense. This strand of spiritual consciousness that he had left, if it really burst out, would be able to make him burst into a powerful burst of power in an instant. Tang San actually didn't know how strong he could be. After all, this was also the first time he blew himself up as a king and reborn. But the divine consciousness was touched, and he knew exactly what it meant. If you use that ray of spiritual knowledge, you may not be able to help this one in front of you. Yes, he feels that way. Even when he faced the mayor teacher who had a ninth-order cultivation base he had worshipped before, he didn't feel that way. In other words, this Siru teacher is likely to be stronger than the mayor. God level? Is he a strong man who has touched the level? While Tang San was secretly surprised, he already had his own judgment. Guan Longjiang smiled and said, Tang San, can you introduce yourself to everyone too? Tang Sandao, my name is Tang San. The demon god transformation is the Windwolf transformation. I am good at wind blade manipulation, tier 4. When he heard him say the word fourth order, a few exclamations suddenly sounded among the students. After all, he looks younger than the other students present. Does he already have tier 4 strength? And the Windwolf transformation is not a powerful demon god transformation. Guan Longjiang obviously knew his situation a long time ago. He nodded when he heard the words and said, I won't introduce the students one by one. After that, you can communicate on your own. You are new here today. Take a day off and formally join the study tomorrow. Reading by. Guan Longjiang yelled, and suddenly, a thin teenager ran over. Here. Guan Longjiang looked at the strange young man and said, You take Tang San to settle down first and briefly tell him about the academy. Let him live in room number 3 east. Does he live by himself? Dongson has no one yet. The boy who was called a white student obviously said with some envy. Stop talking nonsense. Guan Longjiang scolded in an angry tone. Dubai stuck out his tongue. Okay, leave it to me. Tang San, go. I'll take you to the dormitory. Thank you. Tang San agreed and followed Dubai to the side of the yard. He could feel that the students and even the teachers were a little curious when looking at him. I can also feel that the students here have extraordinary abilities. The more important thing is the atmosphere. The atmosphere here is more active than in Windwolf Town. For the first time, it gave him a sense of the human world in his previous life. At least his first impression of the Redemption Organization is good, although he still doesn't know what the Redemption Organization will do. Dubai led Tang San to the east. He had no sense of strangeness at all, and he said very familiarly, Tang San, Teacher Guan is so kind to you. We are both living in the same room, but you are yourself. 1. How good is my own room, and I have my own separate space. I feel happy when I think of it. Oh, I can have my own room whenever I want. Tang San just smiled, but didn't say much. It must have been arranged by Zhang Haoshuan to give him a room. After all, you have to cover up the Xiantian Baolu of your cultivation. No matter what you do alone, it will be easier. However, after I came here, it would be very difficult to sneak out by myself. At least it is impossible now. After all, the teacher here is not the cultivation level of teacher Wang Yanfeng. It is almost impossible to blind them to slip out, unless you get another demon with hidden ability and a high enough level to become a brand. East number 3 dormitory room is very large, and it is not just a bedroom, but also a living room of about 20 square meters, a standard 1-bedroom, and 1 living room, and even the bathroom is separately owned. They all look like 6 or 70 square meters in total. For Tang San, who came to this world and started as a slave, it was definitely a mansion. All kinds of furniture are available in the room. I'll take you back and buy some more daily necessities to live, Dubai said with a grin. Tang Sandao, then I will trouble you. Reading by laughed and said, Why are you always so polite? Everyone will be your own in the future. Do you know what my demon is? Tang San was taken aback and shook his head. Look at my eyes, Dubai said suddenly. Tang San turned his head and looked at him. When he was facing the 4 eyes of the white reader, he suddenly found that there was a bright white halo in the white eyes, with a faint light pattern spreading outward in the bright white center. When their eyes met, Tang San obviously felt a little trance in his spirit. But there is a ray of divine consciousness in the core of his spiritual power. Almost at the moment of trance, purple light burst into his eyes. The purple magic pupil was stressed out. Ze flickered from the bottom of Tang San's eyes. Tanbai screamed like a lightning strike, and he took 2 steps back and sat down on the ground. All this happened extremely fast. Even Tang San didn't have any preparations. Dubai's scream was loud, and it frightened Tang San. Almost the next moment, the door was pushed open, and a wind-like figure rushed in. "What's the matter?" Zhao shouted. Yu reading www.yangshu.com. Tang San only felt that his whole body was chilled instantly, and the surrounding air seemed to freeze. Ice attribute demon change? This was the first thought in his mind. At this time, Reading Bai was rolling on the ground, covering his eyes. It was Mu Yunyu who rushed in. She saw Tang San, who was rolling on the ground, and then looked at Tang San, who was standing there a little dazed. He did not continue to question, but squatted down, grabbing Dubai in front of him with his right hand. The cold energy slowly flowed, causing Dubai's body to tremble, but it was obviously calmer. At this time, several other teachers and students also rushed over. Tang San said with a blank face, "I don't know what's going on." He asked me if I knew what his demon changed. I said I didn't know. He asked me to look in his eyes. Then I was a little dizzy. That's it for him. Guan Longjiang's mouth twitched, spirit backlash. At this time, the white reading has gradually stabilized, but the body is still a little twitching, and the mouth is also humming. Guan Longjiang said to Mu Yunyu, "Take him to rest first. This kid, relying on his little ability, always wants to spy on others. He deserves it." Then he turned to Tang San and said, "The dimension change of reading white is inherited from a very special type of monsters. This type of monster is called the Sky Fox. The Sky Fox clan is not very good at fighting, but it is a fox monster. The royal family of the clan has the eyes of the Sky Fox, has the ability to spy on the heavens and the earth. The Sky Fox Demon King has a very lofty position among the ancestors of the fairy continent, and is known as one of the 2 great prophets. Read the White Fox eyes. He has not yet cultivated home and used his ability to spy on others. This kid is unstable and not restrained enough. He should be mentally weaker than you. This is why he was mentally battered while spying on you. There shouldn't be a big problem." Chapter 68, Eye of the Fox. The Eye of the Fox. Tang San's heart moved. This ability sounds great. Is the Sky Fox Demon King even one of the 2 great prophets of the ancestral court? That is the existence that stands at the pinnacle of the entire fairy continent. Unexpectedly, Dubai would have such a demon and change inheritance. Then if you can also get this brand, can the eyes of the celestial fox and the eyes of the rhinoceros be merged, so that the eyes of the continent continue to evolve? The benefits of Lingxi eyes are obvious. The improvement of mental power and vision, the ability to peek into the secrets of the elements, and even avoid good and bad to a certain extent. The only problem is that this eye is not easy to improve because it is a combination of 2 abilities, inspirational and eagle-eyed. Tang San originally thought that in the future, he would continue to swallow the blood of the white-headed falcon and the Lingxi deer so that he could further improve his mind and eyes. But at this time, hearing the ability of the Eye of the Sky Fox, he couldn't help but feel a strange feeling. What if he continued to use the Eye of the Spirit to integrate other visual abilities of the demon gods? Will Lingxi eyes undergo a further qualitative change? Sky Fox Eye is probably one of the most powerful talented bloodlines in this area. It must be a good choice. Teacher Guan, what level is he reading in white? Tang San asked curiously. Guan Longjiang said, Tier 3. All celestial foxes are first tier when they are just born, very fragile. Moreover, the number of inheritance of celestial fox bloodlines is very small. It has always been given great attention. Reading Bai is currently known. The only human being has the inheritance of Tianhu transformation. This must be kept secret and must not be mentioned outside. Tang San nodded hurriedly. He will be fine, will he? Guan Longjiang said. It's okay. Tianhu's own mental power is very stable, and it will be born. At this point, he paused. You should rest first. Waiting for him later, I will ask him to apologize to you. No. I should apologize for hurting him, Tang San said embarrassedly. He could feel that the eyes of other students looking at him were a little surprised. Obviously, He was not the first to be read for nothing. But he should be one of the few people who can make the reader suffer. The teachers and students of Redemption Academy are gone, and Tang San can be regarded as relieved. The incident of studying white has greatly improved his evaluation of the Redemption Academy. Tianhu transformation, this should be the top bloodline in the entire monster clan. Even if the blood of reading by is not pure enough to be compared with the Real Sky Fox Demon, Guan Longjiang has said before that he is the only human who has inherited the Sky Fox transformation. From this alone, we can see that he has how important. I am afraid that there is no ordinary person who can come to the Redemption Academy and be trained by the Redemption organization. The talents of other students must also be very strong. In terms of bloodline, the Finglangbian on his face is definitely the weakest among all people. The spirit of reading by was wounded, and the first problem Tang San had to face was that no one took him to buy daily necessities. Just when he was about to make do, he was meditating on the wooden bed tonight. The door was knocked again. Please come in. Tang San stood up and walked out of the bedroom. The door was pushed open, and a petite figure walked in. This is a girl who looks slightly older than Tang San and should be about the same age as Mei Gongzi. He has a high ponytail on his head, his fair skin is pink and tender, and his big blue eyes look very beautiful. When he laughed, there were two small pair of vortices on his cheeks. Hello. Tang San took the initiative to say hello. Hello, this is Cheng Zicheng. I'm here to take you to buy daily necessities. Cheng Zicheng said with a grin. Then I will trouble you. Tang San smiled. The teachers are really thoughtful. Cheng Zicheng smiled and said, No trouble, no trouble. Just take it as a thank you. Thank you. Tang San was taken aback. Cheng Zicheng nodded and said, Yeah, I'm sick of studying with that guy and Bai. I use my own eyes to watch all the time, especially if I always like to spy on our girls. I really want to blind him, huh? From her, Tang San clearly felt murderous and couldn't help but sigh secretly. A woman really can't offend. The ages are the same and the same. Cheng Zicheng smiled and said, Now it's okay, he has suffered a loss here. The teacher said that he can't use the eye of the fox for at least half a month. Deserve it. Tang San smiled bitterly. I didn't mean it. His injury is not serious, right? It's okay. The Tianhu clan is known as the children of luck. Luck is very good, not so easy to hang. It is very strange that he can be hurt by you. We usually want to clean up him, but we always encounter some strange and weird situations are always slipped away by this guy. Moreover, whoever wants to deal with him will get bad luck. It is annoying. You have to be careful. You have hurt him, but you have to pay attention to your luck. However, if you can hurt him, it proves that your luck should also be very good. There is still this saying, the son of luck? The luck of reading Bai is useless on him. Tang San can understand this. After all, he is the reincarnation of the king, so luck can hardly have a negative effect on him. When he came here, he was going against the sky. Able to be reborn in this world with memories, the real opponent he faces is the master of this plane. Not to mention the luck of reading Bai. Even if it was the luck of the Sky Fox Demon King, I am afraid it would not be able to affect him. Let's go. I'll take you there. Cheng Zicheng waved to him, then turned and walked out. Tang San followed Cheng Zicheng out of the Redemption Academy and walked along the same path that Zhang Haoshuan had brought them to the Academy town. Where are we going to buy things? Tang San asked. Cheng Zicheng said, We have common daily necessities in our town. If it's something special or valuable, you have to go to the city. However, you don't need to go to the city. Tang Sanxin said, Yu reading www.yuyukangshu.com. I really want to go to the city. I still want to go to the city center. I want to drink milk tea. It's just that when I just came here, I'd better familiarize myself with the environment first and don't rush into the city. Yeah. He nodded and agreed.